Accompanied by her daughter, the younger sister-in-law arrived at the door. In the vibrant city of Yangcheng, a series of rapid knocks reverberated through the building, startling all its residents. "Chinamo, come out this instant." A strikingly beautiful woman stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, her voluptuous figure accentuating her confidence as it nearly pressed against the iron door. Behind her, two little girls peeked out, clutching the edges of her clothing, their eager faces turned toward the door. "Who's there? Can a person get some sleep? It's way too early for this." A male voice echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Thud, thud. "Are you the landlord? Didn't I just pay the rent last night?" Creak. The iron door swung open to reveal a man rubbing his eyes, his tousled hair resembling that of a hedgehog. "Who are you?" Chin-mo squinted through his sleepiness, only to find a stunning stranger at his doorstep. Her ample bosom made him swallow hard, an inexplicable heat rising from his core, prompting him to hastily shield himself. "Pervert!" The woman furrowed her brow at Chin-mo's reaction, thinking to herself that this was the person she had been seeking, and her first impression was decidedly unfavorable. Dressed in a tank top and shorts, Chin-mo's gaze inadvertently fixed on her impressive figure, causing Yi Qing to instinctively step back, shielding the two little girls behind her. "Bow, don't look." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Chin-mo suddenly realized there were indeed others present, two twin girls. A peculiar sense of connection stirred within him, prompting him to scratch the back of his head in confusion. "Ahem, who are you looking for?" Seeing the unfamiliar beauty before him, Chin-mo was certain she had knocked on the wrong door. All he desired was to return to his slumber. "Are you Chin-mo?" Yi Qing scrutinized the young man before her, noting his decent physique, approximately 1.75 meters tall, muscular beneath his tank top, and sporting a handsome face beneath his messy hair. Overall, he was above average, yet still fell short of her expectations. "Yes, I am Chin-mo." He nodded in surprise, unable to believe she had indeed sought him out. "Step aside." Having confirmed her target, Yi Qing forcefully pushed past Chin-mo, leading the twin girls into the house. At that moment, the residents on the third floor were roused, gathering at their doorways to witness the unfolding drama. "What's going on?" Chin-mo was certain that he did not know this woman. Her entrance with the twin girls left him suspecting she might be attempting to extort him. Such occurrences were not uncommon in today's society. Initially anxious, he soon reassured himself, recalling that he had just paid the rent and his pockets were emptier than his face. He stepped outside, glaring fiercely at the onlookers before turning to shut the iron door. "I really don't understand what my sister is thinking. It's a miracle he's still alive. Can Bao and Bao really be entrusted to him?" Inside, upon seeing the scene in the living room, Yi Qing cast a worried glance at her two nieces. Chin-mo's rented apartment comprised a modest one-bedroom layout, furnished with exceedingly simple decor. The living room contained merely a small dining table and a few worn chairs, clearly acquired from a second-hand market. "What is your name, beautiful lady?" Yi Qing disregarded him entirely and proceeded directly into the bedroom. "Two lovely young ladies, what are your names?" Chin-mo, awkwardly scratching his nose, shifted his focus to the twin girls. Hee. One of the little girls blinked a few times, gazing at Chin-mo with a mischievous smile. "Stop asking, they're your daughters." Emerging from the bedroom, Yi Qing's previously frosty demeanor had somewhat softened, and it appeared that the hygiene standards of the place were at least acceptable. "Bao, haven't you always wanted to know what your father looks like? This is your father." Yi Qing waved at one of the little girls, pointing at Chin-mo. "What? Beautiful lady, one may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak recklessly. You are tarnishing my reputation." Such an absurd situation had truly befallen him. Would she next claim he was her husband? Contemplating this, Chin-mo scrutinized her once more. Her striking beauty, paired with a figure that was undeniably alluring, was difficult to dismiss, and the earlier surge of desire resurfaced. "Isn't he handsome?" Yi Qing approached with a beaming smile. "Indeed." Chin-mo nodded, hastily swallowing hard. "Pervert." As she drew near, Yi Qing suddenly lifted her knee, making intimate contact with a certain part of Chin-mo's anatomy. After the unexpected encounter, Chin-mo, clutching himself, began to hop around, emitting involuntary cries of distress. "Are you trying to render me impotent?" It took quite some time for Chin-mo to regain his composure, glaring at her with indignation. "Impotence is not the aim." Yi Qing walked over, lifting Bao and holding Bao's hand. Your words are one-sided. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? That kick had effectively sobered Chin Mo. He had no girlfriend, let alone such adorable twin daughters. 4 years ago, at Suhi Bar, Yi Qing stood calmly, facing Chin Mo as if the preceding events were of no consequence to her. 4 years ago, Suhi Bar, Chin Mo's thoughts suddenly cleared, recalling an encounter he could never forget. Is she the mother of my daughters? This time, Chin Mo scrutinized the twin girls earnestly, quickly recognizing traces of resemblance, cherished memories deeply embedded in his mind, fearful of forgetting them one day. 4 years prior, on the day of his thesis defense, he had been unceremoniously expelled from Yangqing University. The thesis he had painstakingly penned over the course of a year was deemed plagiarized by the institution. In front of that year's cohort of students, the university's administration hastily convened to render a verdict, marking Chin Mo as the first student in the history of Yangqing University to be expelled for issues related to a graduation thesis. Under the watchful eyes of the campus security, he returned to his dormitory, dejectedly packing his belongings as he prepared to leave the university. Not long after, he received a text message from a classmate with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. Chin Mo's gaze fixated on the message, unable to fathom that his hard-earned achievements had been pilfered by someone close to him, his girlfriend of 4 years, Shang Xiaolu. By the time he uncovered this betrayal, it had already solidified into an undeniable reality. Sharing it with others would only invite disbelief and ridicule. Shang Xiaolu, having caught the attention of a mentor, was now pursuing a direct master's program. That evening, Chin Mo found solace in solitude at a bar, seeking to numb himself with alcohol, hoping that upon awakening, he would discover it had all been a mere dream. As a Sunto graduate stepping out of the university gates, he was acutely aware of the implications of lacking a diploma. All respectable job opportunities were now forever out of his reach. This realization only deepened his despondency as he drank alone for an hour. A beautiful woman joined him midway, prompting him to drink even more fervently. Several hours later, they stumbled out of the bar, intoxicated, and sought out a nearby hotel. What transpired thereafter remained a blur of fragmented memories in Chin Mo's mind. Upon waking, he found himself alone, his body aching. The vivid stains on the sheets bore testament to the wild night that had unfolded, and as images flickered back into his consciousness, he struggled to piece together the visage of his companion from the previous evening. Chapter 2. 4 years had passed since the system was launched. Hello, little beauties, what are your names? Chin Mo inquired, squatting down once more. At that moment, the sensation in his heart became increasingly pronounced. Despite this being their first encounter with the twin girls, he felt an inexplicable connection. I am Dabao, and this is Air Bao, Chinyu. Dabao replied sweetly after breaking free from Yi Qing's grasp. She then asked, are you called Chin Mo? Dabao, have you heard my name before? Chin Mo questioned, taken aback by how effortlessly Qin Yun had uttered his name. He instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, but his hand froze in midair. Mom told Dabao to come with her aunt to find someone named Chin Mo, and that I would live with you and my sister. Are you really my daddy? Dabao looked up at him, her big eyes wide with anticipation, showing no sign of fear. How does she know my name? Chin Mo recalled that they had not exchanged names, so it was evident that she had learned his name from another source. The thought of being remembered by a lovely lady who had given him such adorable twin daughters filled his heart with joy. If I am not mistaken, I am indeed your father. Chin Mo lowered his gaze to Dabao, a hopeful expression gracing his features. He felt that there was no need for deception here. Lacking both wealth and striking looks, he wondered what could motivate such a gesture. Dabao, how old are you this year? Chin Mo, filled with anticipation, could not help but ask. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Daddy, Dabao is 3 years and 2 months old. Dabao began by extending her right hand, bending 3 fingers, and then stretched out her left hand, bending 2 fingers as well. Upon hearing Dabao's response, Chin Mo calculated the time and realized it matched perfectly. The sudden emergence of these adorable twin daughters sent his heart racing. At this moment, he genuinely worried that he might be dreaming. Ding! The system has detected that the host meets the activation conditions. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your own daughters. The all-purpose daddy system is now online. Ding! The system is beginning to bind with the host. As long as the host takes good care of his daughters and showers them with love, ensuring their happiness. A variety of random rewards, professional skills, precious items, and chances to win prizes will not be an issue. The host can exchange the daddy popularity value for various skills, allowing him to grow stronger continuously. Ding. Please take on the responsibility of being a qualified father and care for your daughters. The all-purpose daddy system has been successfully bound. A novice gift package is available. Would you like to open it now? Ding. The host has automatically chosen to open the gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a bottle of delicious seasoning. The series of mechanical sounds reverberating in his mind left Chin Mo utterly bewildered. What the heck? After all this commotion, the reward is merely a bottle of seasoning? Am I hearing this correctly? He had expected something to enhance his strength, not just a single bottle of seasoning. With the system's emergence, Chin Mo felt as though he were in a dreamlike state, responding vaguely to Yi Qing's words. Darling, I entrust the care of the little ones to you. Should anything go awry, I shall not spare you. I have matters to attend to at the school. Yi Qing glanced at the time, oblivious to the expression on Chin Mo's face. After issuing a warning, she knelt down, enveloping De Bao and Air Bao in her embrace, their little forms squished together, leaving Chin Mo bereft of the sight. De Bao, Air Bao, you must behave. Don't worry, Auntie, De Bao will be good. De Bao responded cheerfully, turning her back to Yi Qing, her eyes darting about with curiosity. Come, give your auntie a kiss. With sweet pecks on Yi Qing's cheeks, the two children scampered from her arms, exploring the living room with wide-eyed wonder. Sister, I hope your choice is the right one. Before departing, Yi Qing glanced back at Chin Mo, shook her head, and turned to exit through the door. Hee, sister, Auntie's gone. Humph, no more pinching of cheeks. Auntie's such a villain. For De Bao and Air Bao, Yi Qing's departure was a cause for celebration, as De Bao began to dart around the living room. Air Bao, though less energetic, wore a bright smile that reflected her joy. Moments later, where did she go? Coming to her senses, Chin Mo discovered that Yi Qing had vanished, leaving behind only the two children. Are you really my daddy? Air Bao bounced around Chin Mo, her face alight with wonder. Observing the lively little girls and the newly acquired system, fresh ideas blossomed in Chin Mo's mind. Yes, we shall live together from now on. Chin Mo crouched down, extending his arms with a beaming smile aimed at Air Bao. After 4 years of solitary struggle in the bustling city, the prospect of sharing his life with these adorable twin daughters inspired him to embrace change. Daddy, Air Bao stood still, tilting her head, biting her fingernail, her eyes revolving around Chin Mo. After a moment's hesitation, she took off running. Be careful, don't fall. Seeing Air Bao dash about, Chin Mo feared she might stumble. So he moved forward 2 steps without rising, scooping her into his arms. As he held her close, an undeniable sense of kinship surged within him, and a radiant smile broke onto his face as he tousled Air Bao's hair. Where's Mommy? The sudden addition of 2 daughters was undoubtedly nerve-wracking. Yet upon hearing De Bao's joyous laughter, Chin Mo felt a profound, indescribable sensation. Mommy, Air Bao doesn't know either. Air Bao scrutinized Chin Mo, realizing he was indeed her daddy, murmuring, I have a daddy now. Daddy, De Bao's hungry. At that moment, De Bao rushed over, perspiration glistening on her forehead, clutching Chin Mo's leg and shaking it. Hungry? Haven't you eaten breakfast yet? It was around 8 in the morning, and with his daughters present, Chin Mo felt no trace of fatigue. He quickly fetched a towel to wipe the sweat from De Bao's brow. Gurgle. At that moment, Chin Mo's stomach growled. Having indulged in drinks the previous night, he had scarcely eaten any snacks. No. De Bao and Air Bao shook their heads in unison, patting their little bellies with pitiful expressions. Your aunt, what is going on? She didn't even prepare breakfast before sending the 2 little ones over. The next time I see her, I shall give her a good talking to. Now, calming down, Chin Mo reflected on Yi Qing's figure and appearance. A few images resurfacing in his mind. This is not right. I mustn't think about this. Chin Mo hastily slapped his face, attempting to dispel the thoughts. Daddy, what's wrong? His daughters regarded him with concern, puzzled by his actions. Nothing. I was just swatting a mosquito. Aren't you both hungry? Let me prepare breakfast for you. With that, Chin Mo made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 3. What would you like to eat? Golden Arches. Daddy. Erbao wants to eat at the Golden Arches. Chin Mo halted in his tracks, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at the two sisters. What on earth is the Golden Arches? Is it something foreign? Over the past 4 years, he had been shifting jobs incessantly, striving to earn a bit more to support their living expenses, leaving him little time to pay attention to anything else. He assumed that what Erbao referred to as the Golden Arches might be a new product. What is the Golden Arches, Erbao? Despite his uncertainty, he still inquired, his heart melting at the sight of his daughters. Daddy, you're so silly, you don't even know what the Golden Arches are, Erbao exclaimed, demonstrating with her little hands the shape of the letters. Unfortunately, as it was their first attempt at communication, after several tries, her little face began to scrunch up, teetering on the brink of tears. Hee, Daddy, Erbao means McDonald's. Just as Erbao was about to cry, Daba provided the answer. McDonald's? Over the past 4 years, one of Chin Mo's jobs had involved working as a janitor there, so upon hearing Daba's words, he immediately recalled the letters of McDonald's, associating the golden color with the Golden Arches. Seeing that her father finally understood her, Erbao beamed, wiping her little face, which promptly turned into a comical mess. Daddy, Daba wants grilled chicken wings, but not spicy. Daba extended her little hand, indicating her desire for Chin Mo to carry her outside. Daba, Erbao, just wait a moment. Chin Mo wished to refuse, knowing these unhealthy foods were not suitable for breakfast. However, considering this was their first encounter and they would be living together henceforth, he feared that declining would leave his daughters unhappy. Moreover, there was another consideration, his living expenses, which he meticulously managed, saving some for daily necessities while sending the rest home. Entering the bedroom, he opened the drawer and gazed at the 5 red notes inside, hesitating. This was meant to cover his living expenses for the coming month, including the daily costs of purchasing ingredients. Daddy, Erbao is hungry. The voice of his daughter pierced through his thoughts, prompting Chin Mo to quickly take out the 5 red notes and place them in his pocket. All right. Daddy will just change his clothes and we'll head out. Half an hour later, how fragrant. Daba and Erbao wrinkled their noses, their eyes sparkling as they gazed into the restaurant, saliva nearly pooling in their mouths. Gurgle. Upon entering McDonald's, the delightful aroma in the air caused their stomachs to grumble in unison. Dear, please tidy up this place. Today is Sunday, and many citizens have come to enjoy a meal. Chin Mo was fortunate. Upon entering, he noticed a table of guests departing and quickly seized the opportunity to occupy the spot. Daddy, I want this. As soon as he sat down, Dabao pointed at the menu and exclaimed, 88. Upon seeing the price, Chin Mo felt a pang of regret, as it represented several days' worth of living expenses. However, seeing his daughter's eager gaze, he nodded in agreement. Let us buy it. This was a bucket meal, intended for 2, and Dabao would only be able to eat a portion. At worst, he could consume whatever remained over the next couple of days. Daddy, Erbao wants this one, and that one. Not wanting to be left out, Erbao began pointing at the menu as well. Erbao, enough. If you order any more, we won't be able to finish. In comparison, Erbao's selections were not overly expensive, yet the sheer quantity soon surpassed what Dabao had chosen. Chin Mo quickly interjected in a hushed tone. All right, but remember, Erbao, you can only have what you just mentioned, or you might be unhappy. Fearing that Chin Mo might change his mind, Erbao clung to his arm and pouted adorably. Okay. Daddy is so nice, unlike Mama and Auntie. Dabao and Erbao chimed in sweetly at the same time, then leaned in to whisper to each other, completely oblivious to Chin Mo's expression. This made him wonder if his sister-in-law might be secretly displeased with him. From the girl's words, it was easy to deduce that they were forbidden from consuming such junk food, and feeling guilty, Chin Mo quickly scanned the surroundings. Handsome. Are you sure you want all this? The attractive waitress glanced at the order Chin Mo had placed, astonished that a man with 2 daughters could possibly finish such a meal, which was intended for 4 adults. Yes. Torn between his budget and the happiness of his daughters, Chin Mo, for the first time as a father, resolved to ensure their joy, promising to be more prudent in the future. 158 yuan, thank you. Considering Chin Mo's 2 little ones, The waitress kindly opted not to make him pay at the counter, offering to assist him instead. "Thank you for your help." Chin Mo reluctantly placed 2 Red Bull cans into her hand. "Handsome, your daughters are truly beautiful." Before leaving, the waitress complimented De Bao and Air Bao, instantly lifting Chin Mo's spirits. "Thank you." Seeing the envy in the waitress's expression, Chin Mo felt that his expenditure was well worth it. Ding ding. Buzz. Just then, his phone on the table vibrated. An unknown number. Upon recognizing it was unfamiliar, Chin Mo promptly hung up, then turned to his daughters with a silly grin. Buzz. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again, catching the attention of De Bao and Air Bao, who were whispering nearby. Noticing it was the same number, Chin Mo pressed the button again and hung up the call. "Daddy, why didn't you answer the phone?" De Bao asked, her little hand picking up the phone, her nose scrunching in curiosity. "De Bao, there are many bad people nowadays who trick others through phone calls, so Daddy cannot answer unfamiliar numbers." In the face of unfamiliar calls, Chin Mo generally refrains from answering. Most of these calls are either from banks or related to games, ultimately amounting to mere nuisances. In today's society, the severe leakage of personal information has enabled certain individuals to seize the opportunity to incessantly peddle their products. Concerning swindlers, Mother had previously cautioned De Bao, instructing her not to trust their words, lest she never see her mother again. After hearing this, De Bao nodded, assuming a demeanor of maturity beyond her years. Ding ding. Buzz. The mobile phone rang for the 3rd time, the caller seemingly unwilling to concede, intent on persuading Chin Mo to pick up. "Daddy, is it another scammer?" De Bao inquired, shaking the phone in her hands. Indeed. Just after voicing her thoughts, Chin Mo realized he could not answer the call, and with a resigned nod, he acknowledged the situation. De Bao, quick as ever, hung up the phone as soon as he nodded. Hee. Daddy, did De Bao do the right thing? After terminating the call, she triumphantly handed the phone to him. "De Bao, you were quite clever." Chin Mo accepted the phone and gently tapped her upturned nose. "Daddy, that's annoying. Mother says you shouldn't touch noses, or else De Bao will become ugly." De Bao pouted, her face a picture of displeasure. "Sister is right. Henceforth, Daddy, you must refrain from touching our noses, or else Air Bao will become upset too." Air Bao chimed in from the side. Ding dong. Just as Chin Mo was about to speak, a message notification chimed. Upon opening the message, his expression gradually shifted. "You, Chin Mo, dare to ignore my calls? I shall make you pay the next time we meet." Chapter 4. Chin Mo awaits his reckoning. "Daddy, the food is delicious. Why aren't you eating?" Ding. The system has detected that the host has purchased food for his daughter. The auxiliary system has been activated. Henceforth, every monetary expenditure related to his daughter will be reimbursed at double the rate. As the beautiful waitress brought over the meal Chin Mo had ordered, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. His hand, reaching out to retrieve 2 cups of soy milk for his daughters, froze mid-air. Ding dong. A crisp message notification rang out, and upon glancing at his phone, his breath quickened. Bank. On June 11th at 8:45 a.m., your savings account ending in 5438 has received a transfer of 31,600 yuan. Current balance is 31,612 yuan. As the system's voice faded, the phone buzzed with the bank transfer notification. Chin Mo calculated. It was precisely double what he had spent at McDonald's. Regret washed over him for not having spent more earlier. Had he exhausted the 500 yuan, he would have gained an additional 500 yuan. Haha, I've struck it rich. The thought of future gains prompted an odd laugh, startling his 2 daughters. "Daddy, what's wrong?" De Bao clutched Chin Mo's arm, her face filled with concern. "I'm sorry. De Bao and Air Bao. It's all Daddy's fault. Quickly, eat the roasted chicken wings before they get cold and lose their flavor." Seeing the worried expressions on his daughters' faces, Chin Mo hurriedly apologized and reassured them. If at that moment a mirror had been before him, he would have been startled by the fearsome countenance reflected back. De Bao is fine, as long as Daddy is okay. Children's attention shifts rapidly as soon as they hear that the chicken wings have cooled and lost their appeal. Daba quickly seizes them. Ding ding. Buzz. Chin Mo's phone vibrates for the 4th time. He glances at the caller ID. It's the same number as before. This time, he does not hang up, but answers the call. "Chin Mo, You finally deign to answer. The moment the call connects, a melodious female voice resonates from the other end. Miss Yi, my apologies. I was preoccupied and couldn't take your call. After having rejected Yi Qing's calls 3 times, Qin Mo can only fabricate a story about his busyness. Is that so? With modern smartphones being so advanced, they hang up automatically after a ring. Where can I find such a device? I must acquire one. Qin Mo, caught in his own lie, can only smile wryly before inquiring, suspecting that Yi Qing's persistent calls must pertain to his 2 daughters. Miss Yi, is there something urgent? You nearly made me forget the important matter. The truth is, in my haste to come over, I neglected to bring any clothes for Daba and Erbao. I called to ask if you could buy a few outfits for them while you have time. I will bring their clothes over in a few days. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Qin Mo's expression darkens instantly. He had sensed something amiss earlier, and now it becomes clear. 2 children arriving without any luggage is inconceivable for a mother. The only possible oversight could belong to Yi Qing. Cough, cough. Forgetting such an important matter, truly the hallmark of Daba and Erbao's aunt. Qin Mo cannot help but mock. He is already struggling to make ends meet, and certainly lacks the funds to purchase clothes for his daughters. What? Qin Mo, do you have an opinion? Do you truly believe yourself so significant? Is it a lack of funds, or simply reluctance to spend? Yi Qing's eyes blaze with indignation upon hearing Qin Mo's response. Were it not for her current constraints, she would have stormed over to teach him a lesson. Although she cannot reprimand Qin Mo at present, she does not let him off easily, bombarding him with words that leave him momentarily speechless. Are you finished? Qin Mo replies indifferently. He is no longer the same as before. With the protection of the system, he is not fearful of future financial struggles. Moreover, spending money on his daughters is undoubtedly a priority. Are you done? Upon hearing Qin Mo's cold tone, Yi Qing is momentarily taken aback. Beep. Beep. The sound of the call being disconnected for the 4th time reverberates, and as Yi Qing regains her composure, she finds herself stunned once more. Yi Qing, are you ready? Everyone is waiting for you. Just then, a beautiful woman appears beside her, gently tapping her shoulder, looking at Yi Qing with curiosity. What did you say? Regaining her focus, Yi Qing quickly suppresses her expression. I said, Miss Yi, everyone is waiting for you. If you don't go in soon, this hard-won opportunity will be squandered. Right. The matter at hand is crucial. Please help me check if my hair is in disarray. Yi Qing hastily tidies her hair, which had become disheveled in her earlier agitation. Everything is fine, let's hurry inside. The beautiful woman gently nudged Yi Qing, taking her hand and leading her into the building. In her previous fit of anger, she had forgotten to inquire about Dabao and Erbao, wondering how they were adjusting. It seemed she would have to wait until she finished with this matter before she could visit them. The thought of her 2 little nieces, away from their sister for the first time and living with Qin Mo, filled her with concern. However, she had no choice. She could not delay her own affairs. After much effort, she had secured this position, and if she succeeded in her interview today, she would become a university professor. Once Yu Qing entered the interview room, Qin Mo had already taken their daughters out of my Danlao. Daddy, where are we going now? Dabao and Erbao each held onto Qin Mo's hands, swinging their arms as they walked. Wow, whose daughters are these? They are truly adorable. The trio became a picturesque sight along the sidewalk, attracting the attention of passers-by. Young man, I truly envy you for having 2 beautiful little princesses. An elderly gentleman paused to greet Qin Mo as he walked by. Hello, Grandpa. Upon hearing someone speak to their father, Dabao immediately chimed in sweetly, with Erbao quickly following suit. Thank you, Grandpa. Their delightful behavior made Qin Mo realize that their upbringing was commendable. This thought made his smile even brighter as he responded to the elder. Thank you, sir. But the credit goes to their mother. After this brief encounter, Qin Mo felt an even stronger desire to meet the mother of his daughters. He regretted not even knowing her name, yet she had gifted him with such lovely daughters. It was clear that he needed to strive harder. At that moment, Qin Mo established a goal in his heart to ensure that his 2 daughters would live a good life. Indeed, young man, you are truly fortunate. The elder scrutinized Qin Mo, then glanced at the twins, a hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Chapter 5, Shopping Outing. Daughters buying clothes after walking for a while, Dabao suddenly let out a hiccup. Hee hee, sister, what are you doing? Airbao asked curiously, as if discovering a new phenomenon. Their mother had always been vigilant about their diet at home, ensuring they did not overeat. Now, with no one to supervise them and surrounded by their favorite foods, they had indulged to excess. With a giggle, Airbao also succumbed to a hiccup. It appeared they would need to be more mindful in the future. Chin Imo noticed the issue as well. His daughters, accustomed to their mother's careful guidance, were now indulging in junk food and disregarding portion control after just half a day with him. If their aunt were to find out, she would certainly have something to say. Daddy, where are we going now? Dabao can't walk anymore. After walking for a bit, Dabao came to a halt. Having never walked such a distance before, the two sisters, with pleading expressions, reached out their arms, signaling that they wanted Chin Imo to carry them. Come here, Dabao. Daddy will carry you. Chin Imo crouched down, allowing Dabao to lie on his back, and then lifted Airbao into his arms. This was quite a physical endeavor and a formidable test for Chin Imo, who was carrying children for the first time. For someone inexperienced, holding a child for an extended period can lead to considerable discomfort in the arms. With one child in his arms and another on his back, he found it impossible to switch hands for a moment's respite. Daddy, faster. Dabao clung tightly to Chin Mo's neck, becoming quite lively on his back. Be careful, Dabao. Don't fall. Chin Imo quickly supported Dabao with his hand, fearful she might tumble off. Fortunately, his previous work had been physically demanding, which helped him withstand the antics of his two daughters. Daddy, Airbao wants to go too. Seeing her sister's excitement, Airbao pouted, visibly displeased. If you two keep acting up, you won't be good girls. Daddy is taking you to buy clothes, all right? This situation was untenable. He needed to accomplish his errands without incident. Checking the time, Chin Imo realized he must hurry to buy clothes for his daughters. If he didn't finish this task promptly, it would be lunchtime by the time he returned, followed by preparing lunch, coaxing Dabao and Airbao to sleep, and then heading out to restock. He needed to set up his stall by 4 in the afternoon, leaving him little time to manage everything. Otherwise, he might have to borrow money the next day. When he was alone, time was abundant. He could sleep until he naturally woke, even skipping breakfast, then prepare lunch, fill his stomach, and continue to sleep. By 2 o'clock, he would head out to restock, and by 4, he was just in time to set up his stall in the university town. Daddy, am I a good girl now? The tone of Chin Mo's voice made both daughters acutely aware, prompting one to close her mouth and the other to remain quietly nestled on his back. Yes, both Dabao and Airbao are good girls. Even though it was his first time caring for children, Chin Imo instinctively knew how to soothe them, and his words calmed both girls. Welcome. What can I help you with, handsome? Chin Imo found a nearby shop that specialized in children's clothing. His limited funds did not permit a visit to a mall. He could only afford to buy a few inexpensive outfits for now, planning to purchase better ones later when he earned more. I need to buy 2 outfits for my daughters. He was unsure when Yi Ching would bring the clothes over. And if he only bought 1 outfit per child, it would certainly be insufficient. He needed at least an extra set for changing. All right, handsome. Your daughters are truly beautiful. I'll find some outfits that will surely satisfy you. As soon as Chin Imo entered, the shopkeeper had scrutinized him, noticing Chin Mo's attire. It was evident he was of modest means, with his entire outfit likely costing no more than 200. However, the twin girls beside him were a stark contrast. Their clothes were from a brand that the shopkeeper recognized, each piece valued at several hundred. The disparity was striking, had he not heard the girls call him daddy. The shopkeeper might have suspected something amiss. Sir, don't you need to try them on? Upon seeing the shopkeeper pull out several outfits and begin to package them without any fitting, Chin Imo, puzzled, inquired, aren't we supposed to try on the clothes before buying? Rest assured, my friend, with my extensive experience of over a decade in selling clothes, I can guarantee a perfect fit. Should it not fit, I shall gladly provide you with another set. The proprietor declared confidently, adeptly folding the garments. Boss, I reside in the vicinity, so do not attempt to deceive me. Chin Imo retorted, having never purchased clothing for his children before, but having tried on several outfits himself to find the right fit. My dear young man, have no worries. Boss Lu's reputation in our area is impeccable. Whatever he assures you is undoubtedly true. Several customers nearby joined in the conversation, one giving Chin Mo a thumbs up. Don't mind me, we are not actors. Such small business. If we were to do that, how could we continue to operate here? Hearing the praises from the other customers about Boss Lu, Chin Mo contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Boss, how much do I owe you? A total of 264 yuan, but I shall round it down for you. Boss Lu replied with a smile. 260 yuan. Chin Mo reiterated, pondering the expense, thinking to himself how expensive children's clothing could be for such a small amount of fabric. My friend, this is a fair price. I'm charging so little for the sake of those two lovely little girls. Under normal circumstances, Boss Lu's words trailed off. His implication clear. He was charging less than he could. All right, let us settle the bill. Chin Mo was skeptical of half of what was said. Being a businessman himself and aware of their tendency to embellish the truth. After a careful calculation, he realized that with 2 outfits each for his daughters and 4 pairs of undergarments, the total was indeed reasonable. Cash or wealth treasure? Wealth treasure, please. With sufficient funds in his bank account, Chin Mo preferred not to handle cash. Currently, he had a total of 658 yuan, and after the purchase, he would still have nearly 400 left. With the system's double return, that would amount to over 900, yielding a profit greater than what he could earn after a long day's work. What is happening? After completing the transaction, Chin Mo walked back with his 2 daughters, but he received no notifications from the system. System, what is going on? He attempted to communicate with the system, but after a long pause, the mechanical voice finally responded. Beep. Reminder, the funds returned by the system are outside the permissible range. All gone. Chin Mo had hoped the system's auxiliary feature would help him accumulate wealth, as every outing with his daughters yielded rewards. Initially, the returns were in the hundreds, then tens of thousands in a week, and hundreds of thousands within half a month. Just the thought of it made his heart race. If the system's returns were not permitted, it seemed he would have to rely solely on his own earnings. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, a spark ignited in his eyes as new ideas began to form in his mind. Bao. Is there anything else you wish to buy? With an extra bag in hand, Chin Mo could only hold the hands of his 2 daughters as they walked onward. Father, are you really buying things for Bao and Bao? Upon hearing Chin Mo's words, Bao stuck her fingers into her mouth and began to nibble on her nails in contemplation, her gaze lingering on the passing shops. Indeed, but we must not spend too extravagantly. Father currently has limited funds. He had clearly communicated this to his 2 daughters beforehand, to avoid an embarrassing situation later on when he might be unable to produce the money. Father, I want that. As they passed a toy store, Bao halted, pointing excitedly at a toy displayed in the window. All right, let us go buy it now. Chin Mo responded with a smile, taking his daughters by the hands and leading them into the store. Upon entering, Bao and Bao quickly broke free from Chin Mo's grasp, racing towards their chosen targets. Hee, father is so wonderful. Bao wants this one, and that one too. Chin Mo picked up the toy Bao had requested. But upon seeing the price tag, his expression shifted dramatically. 138 yuan. A mere doll costs over 100 yuan. As his daughters searched for their favorites, he instinctively checked his pockets, realizing that if this continued, the 3 of them might end up working to pay for their purchases. Bao, that's enough. Each of you can choose 2 items. If we get too much, we won't be able to carry it all back. Next time, father will take you out again. The only course of action was to stabilize his daughter's enthusiasm. He quickly gathered the toys they had pointed out and calculated the total in his mind before handing them to the shopkeeper. He then took Bao and Bao by the hands and headed towards the counter. Young man, your daughters are so adorable. Why not buy a few more? The shopkeeper, eager to see a customer, was hoping they would make a larger purchase. Children often soften their parents' hearts with a little coaxing. No, just these will do. Please calculate the total. Were it not for his daughters being present, Chin Mo would have liked to engage the shopkeeper in further conversation. All right, let me calculate. The shopkeeper, sensing a change in the customer's tone, refrained from further conversation and began to tally the total with a calculator. Young man, the total comes to 335 yuan. But I'll round it down to 330 yuan. Will that be cash or your wealth card? The shopkeeper produced a large bag and began to place the toys inside. Hearing that 4 toys would cost over 300 yuan made Qin Mo's lips twitch. How effortlessly children's money could be earned. Why hadn't he considered opening a shop before? It would have saved him from changing jobs every few years. Cash. Qin Mo retrieved the last of his funds, counting out 330 yuan while keeping an ear out for the system's notification. All right, young man, that will be 330 yuan. We look forward to your next visit. Ding. The system has detected that the host has purchased toys for his daughters, totaling 330 yuan. An immediate refund of 660 yuan has been issued. Please check your account. Ding dong. Following the system's notification, the familiar ping of a text message echoed. Bank of Construction, on June 11th at 10:30, a transfer of 66,000 yuan has been deposited into your savings account ending in 5438. Current balance, 87,412 yuan. Young man, is there anything else? The shopkeeper, noticing Qin Mo standing in silence without a response, inquired curiously. Nothing more. I wish you prosperous business. Qin Mo collected his thoughts. A radiant smile gracing his face as he accepted the large bag, placing the clothes he had previously purchased inside before turning to exit the toy store. Daddy, where are we going now? The two children, De Bao and Air Bao, discovered that following their father brought them greater joy when they were with their mother. They were constantly met with restrictions. This was not allowed. That could not be done. This could not be eaten, and that was off limits. However, with their father, the experience was vastly different. Not only could they indulge in the irresistible aroma of the golden roasted chicken wings from the renowned fast food chain, but they could also stroll through the streets, purchasing toys. The lingering sadness from parting with their mother had vanished amidst these delightful distractions. Home. With a hefty bag in hand and 2 little ones in tow, venturing anywhere seemed impossible, especially with the afternoon market stall awaiting him. Daddy, Air Bao is hungry. It smells so good. What is that? It was noon, and Qin Mo was still busy in the kitchen when Air Bao entered, patting her little belly. Previously, he had managed his own lunches haphazardly, tossing together a stir-fried vegetable or some pork belly. Such meals were economical and convenient, resulting in a limited repertoire of culinary skills. Now, with 2 adorable daughters, he could not continue as before. They required proper nutrition. A nourishing broth was essential, and the simplest yet most wholesome option was chicken soup. An hour prior, he had begun simmering the chicken, and now the enticing aroma filled the living room, drawing Air Bao closer. Just a little longer, Air Bao. It will be ready soon. Chicken soup was Qin Mo's specialty, and whenever he craved a warm broth, it was always his go-to choice. Okay, Daddy, hurry up. Otherwise, Air Bao will be too hungry to play with you. In contrast, Air Bao's curiosity about certain things was fleeting. The toys they had bought lost her interest after just half an hour, while De Bao remained engaged with her toys in the bedroom. All right, I understand, Air Bao. You won't go hungry. Go play with your sister for a moment, and once the soup cools, you can have some. Glancing at the clock, Qin Mo deemed the soup ready after simmering for over an hour, infused with flavor. Air Bao nodded, taking a step before glancing back at Qin Mo. It took her several minutes to traverse a short distance, only entering the bedroom once she saw Qin Mo beginning to ladle the soup into 2 bowls. Daddy, is it ready? Within 2 minutes, Air Bao peeked her little head out from the bedroom. Almost there, just a little longer, Air Bao. Seeing his daughter like this, Qin Mo chuckled, quickly retrieving a small basin, adding a splash of cold water before placing the bowl atop it. If Air Bao could not enjoy this bowl of chicken soup, he would not think about cooking anything else. As for De Bao's portion, it was set aside to cool for mealtime. All right, Daddy, hurry. In the subsequent moments, every 2 minutes, Air Bao would inquire again, eliciting hearty laughter from Qin Mo. Come sit here, Air Bao, and watch Daddy cook, all right? Concerned that Air Bao might stumble while wandering about, Qin Mo fetched a stool and lifted her onto it. Clap. Clap. Great. Air Bao is watching Daddy cook. Elated, Air Bao sat on the stool, clapping her little hands. As he observed Qin Mo up close, Air Bao no longer rested his small hands on his face with the same curiosity as before. Instead, he fixed his gaze on his father's actions, occasionally bursting into laughter. Chapter 7. Truly undrinkable, Mama's deliciousness. Airbao, it's time for soup. With limited culinary skills, Chin Mo ultimately prepared a few simple dishes. One of which was steamed eggs, a dish that required minimal culinary expertise. Typically, when Chin Mo overslept and felt too lazy to venture out for a meal, he would simply fry an egg as a makeshift solution. Daddy, pick me up. Though the stool was not particularly high, Airbao was too lazy to climb down himself, extending his little hand with a beaming smile, waiting for Chin Mo to come over. All right, who told you I'm your father? Chin Mo swiftly washed his hands, neglecting to serve the dishes on the table, and scooped up Airbao. Let us go call your sister to wash her hands together. It was a rule that children must wash their hands before eating, a piece of parenting wisdom Chin Mo hastily acquired online within half an hour that morning. Time to wash your hands. Upon hearing this, Airbao pouted his little lips. If I don't wash my hands before eating, bugs will crawl into my tummy and bite it. Are you scared, Airbao? If I don't let the bugs in, does that mean I don't have to wash my hands? Airbao's eyes sparkled mischievously as he posed this question, leaving Chin Mo momentarily speechless. Didn't T-Mama say that you must wash your hands before meals? Unable to articulate better, Chin Mo resorted to invoking his daughter's mother. Yes, even Annie has mentioned it. Airbao tilted his little head, fingers inching towards his mouth, tempted to nibble on his nails. Observing this, Chin Mo quickly pulled his hand away. Airbao, biting your nails is not allowed, as the bugs hide in there. Struggling to find the right words, Chin Mo recognized that this behavior was an undesirable habit, and he could not fathom why he had failed to intervene, especially when he had educated his two daughters so well in other respects. If there are bugs under your nails, then surely there are many bugs in your tummy. As Airbao gazed at his fingers, tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Airbao, don't cry. As long as you refrain from biting your nails, wash your hands before meals, and drink plenty of soup, the bugs will be gone. Chin Mo, unaccustomed to dealing with a child's tears, found himself flustered as his daughter began to sob. Daddy, Dabao is hungry. At that moment, Dabao emerged from the bedroom, her small hand resting on her tummy. Oh, Airbao, what's wrong? Quickly noticing her sister's red eyes and pouted lips, Dabao recognized this behavior as typical when their mother scolded Airbao at home. There are bugs in Airbao's tummy. Upon seeing her sister's tears, they streamed down her cheeks. Airbao, have you bitten your nails again? Mama said that's not allowed. Realizing the situation, Chin Mo understood what had transpired. It seemed that Dabao had been attentive at home, but struggled to correct Airbao's bad habits consistently. How was she faring now? Was she still the same as before, and would he still be able to recognize her? For years had passed, and after one night of drunkenness, Chin Mo could barely recall her appearance, worrying that he might not recognize her if she stood before him. Daddy, what should we do? Dabao, witnessing her sister in tears, could only seek her father's assistance. Sister, father mentioned that from now on, we should refrain from biting our fingers, wash our hands before meals, and drink more soup, so that the insects will be kept at bay. Just now, Chin Mo spoke so much that Airbao could hardly remember it all and could only recount a general idea. Father, is what Airbao said true? Dabao approached, grasping Chin Mo's hand, not wishing to see her younger sister in tears. Indeed, father did not deceive Airbao. Chin Mo placed the bowl on the small dining table and affectionately ruffled Airbao's hair. Father, I want to drink 2 bowls of chicken soup. Unable to resist the urge to bite her nails, Airbao ultimately held back, glancing at the bowl on the table, biting her lip as she made a difficult decision. Very well, Airbao shall finish this bowl first, and then father will serve you more. Drinking more soup is indeed a beneficial endeavor. Chin Mo was overjoyed and could hardly refuse. Father, Dabao also wishes to drink soup. The two sisters seldom indulge in soup, and if Dabao were to find out, her happiness would be boundless. Father, Airbao took a spoonful, only to discover that the chicken soup did not compare to mother's cooking, and she began to regret asking for an extra bowl. What's the matter? Noticing his daughter frowning, Chin Mo hurriedly served himself a bowl, disregarding the high temperature, and took a small sip. It tastes fine. Chin Mo looked up in confusion. He had tasted it before extinguishing the flame, fearing it might be problematic, and now, upon tasting it again, found the flavor unchanged. Father, it's not delicious. It doesn't compare to what Mother makes. Airbao set down her spoon and stuck out her tongue. In comparison to Mother, she certainly felt inferior. The instances of her making soup over the years could be counted on one hand. Is Mother's cooking really that good? Chin Imo now wished to learn more about her, at the very least to know her name, rather than always referring to her as she. Since he had heard about her now, he might as well understand her a bit more. Dabao, what is Mother's name? Mother's name is Yi Qian. Does Father not know Mother's name? After putting down her spoon, Airbao looked at Chin Imo in surprise. Cough, cough. How could Father not know Mother's name? This is a little test for Dabao and Airbao to see if they can remember Mother's name. Seeing his daughters so sensitive, Chin Imo had initially intended to learn more about Yi Qian's situation, but it seemed that today was not the day. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Dabao, Airbao, drink more soup. After your nap, Father will take you out to set up a stall. The two daughters remained seated, and Chin Imo had to devise another approach. Children often require a bit of coaxing. Is setting up a stall fun, Father? The mention of something novel sparked Airbao's interest, her eyes wide with anticipation as she looked at Chin Imo. It is fun, but Dabao and Airbao must finish their soup first. Only then shall Father take you out. Otherwise, you will have to stay at home. The house Chin Imo rented was not large, merely a few dozen square meters. After a round within, his daughter's curiosity had waned, and they now only wished to play outside. You must finish your soup before you can go out. Airbao's little face scrunched up as she stared at the chicken soup before her, feeling a bit resistant. After all, Mother's was so delightful that she didn't want to drink this. Not only soup, but you must also eat your meal. Whoever does not eat their meal and only drinks soup will be sent to your aunt's. After careful reflection, Chin Imo surmised that neither of his two daughters wished to remain in the company of Yi Qing. Daddy, Airbao only wants to drink now. She certainly does not want to be with her aunt. She is so fierce. Under the dual influence of their sentiments, the two daughters seized their spoons and commenced a valiant battle with the bowl of chicken soup before them. Daddy, can Airbao just have one bowl? By the time Chin Imo had finished his meal, his daughters had merely managed to consume a small bowl of soup. Typically preoccupied with the pursuit of financial gain, he devoured his food rapidly, resolving his meal in mere minutes. If you do not wish to drink soup, then I shall serve you rice. Dabao and Airbao must finish their meals. Chin Imo dished out half a bowl of rice for his daughters, for children of their age. Such a portion sufficed after finishing a bowl of soup. All right, Daddy, you must not deceive Airbao when you take Airbao out. She does not wish to stay indoors with nothing to do. Over the past 3 years, the two daughters had spent considerable time with Yi Qing. And in terms of quality of life, Chin Mo's circumstances were far inferior. At this stage of childhood, children naturally favored outdoor play, which explained why his daughters could endure the first day with such enthusiasm. Chapter 8. Preparing to set up a stall to sell spicy hot pot at 4 in the afternoon. Daddy, this is a vehicle. How ugly. Chin Imo had gathered all the necessary materials for the day and, accompanied by his daughters, set out with his modified BMW tricycle, residing on a small island. It took him half an hour to reach the university town of Yangqing. Timing was crucial, as he calculated that arriving now would coincide with the peak flow of people. The dilapidated tricycle, requiring a 30-minute ride, served as Chin Mo's secret to maintaining his physique. When Daddy earns enough money, Dabao and Airbao shall ride in a little car too. Pedaling vigorously, he pointed at a passing vehicle. Look, Airbao. That car is one Dabao has ridden in. Mother has one too. When will we have one as well? After a simple modification of the tricycle, Chin Imo created space for 2 small stools inside, allowing Dabao and Airbao to sit comfortably. Upon hearing that they would also be acquiring a little car, Airbao immediately rose to her feet. Cough, cough. Airbao, be careful. Do not stand up. Sit down. It is very dangerous. Hastily, Chin Imo coughed a few times and pulled over to the side, watching the car disappear into the distance, his face suddenly flushing. He had not noticed before, but now realized it was a luxury vehicle, with this brand starting at hundreds of thousands. The car before him was worth millions. Given his current income, saving enough to purchase such a vehicle without eating or drinking would take him 15 years. Half an hour later, the foot traffic in the university town gradually increased. predominantly comprising students from nearby universities, with a smattering of visitors and retired workers from the shipyard on Chonjo Island. Brother Chin, quite punctual. As Chin Mo parked his tricycle, a neighboring vendor greeted him. What can one do? Life compels us. After more than 3 years, he had cycled through a dozen jobs, ultimately concluding that setting up a stall was the best option. With diligent effort, he managed to earn around 200 a day, a routine he had maintained for 6 months. The rental fees on Chonjo Island are relatively modest. A one-bedroom apartment costs around 400 yuan, including utilities. The monthly total comes to approximately 600 yuan. Chin Mo's daily meals consist of skipping breakfast and cooking for himself, spending no more than 30 yuan a day, which totals under 1,000 yuan monthly. After accounting for various miscellaneous expenses, he is left with over 4,000 yuan each month. Out of this sum, he retains only 500 yuan for himself, sending the remainder back home. Unfortunately, Chin Mo hails from a small town, where he has younger siblings to support. After being expelled from Yangcheng University during a particularly challenging time for his family, he had initially hoped to graduate and alleviate their financial burden. It was utterly unforeseen that such circumstances would arise, compelling him to work tirelessly to send more money home. He has undertaken various jobs, from packing and shipping goods, working part-time at Meidonglao, distributing flyers, to laboring on construction sites and serving as a security guard at a shipyard, often donning a yellow vest. He has experienced nearly every form of labor available near the university town. As for returning home to seek employment, he feels too ashamed, fearing that neighbors would remind him of his expulsion, leading to conversations with his parents that he would rather avoid. In today's information-driven society, it is impossible to keep his situation concealed. Even if he remains silent, his former high school will eventually learn of it, as well as peers from 10 universities in the area who may recognize him. Therefore, the best course of action is to minimize his visibility to others. His younger siblings, a pair of fraternal twins, are 8 years his junior, and he often wonders what his parents were thinking when they conceived them 7 years later. During that period, strict measures were in place against having more than one child, and his parents, both teachers, ultimately lost their jobs and became unemployed. The family's living conditions began to shift dramatically at that time, transitioning from a comfortable lifestyle to one of hardship. His younger siblings recently completed their college entrance examinations, and whether by coincidence or intention, both have applied to Yangcheng University. "Dad, is this what you call fun?" His daughter's cheerful voice jolts Chin Mo back to reality, as he feels her tugging at his arm. Today, his 2 children accompany him to sell spicy hot pot. He has discovered that this is particularly popular among university students. Yet, he is not alone in this venture. On this short stretch of 100 meters, there are 3 other stalls selling the same dish. However, Chin Mo's business tends to attract more customers, especially female students, due to his handsome appearance. Great. Big sister can be a little boss. Upon hearing his daughter's agreement, Chin Mo finally breathes a sigh of relief. If she had been unwilling, his business would have been in jeopardy. Let us see how it goes today. With his 2 children in tow, he realizes that pursuing any other job is futile. No employer would be willing to hire someone who brings their children to work. With children nearby, how could he possibly focus on his tasks? The only viable path is to run his own business, allowing him to keep his daughters close, albeit at the cost of added hardship. He must juggle both the demands of his business and ensure the safety of his daughters, ensuring they remain within 2 meters of him. "Dad, I want to be a little boss too." The second child, unwilling to be overshadowed, straightened her little back, placed her hands on her hips, and raised her little nose defiantly, striking a pose reminiscent of a miniature adult. Well, today both of the older and younger daughters are the little bosses. The 2 girls were delighted as Chin Mo began to arrange the tables and chairs. This time, to accommodate his daughters, he decided to reduce the number of tables. Previously, he had set up 3 small tables, a popular spot for college couples to dine. "The stools are for the older sister," he instructed. Noticing her father setting up the tables, the older daughter quickly grabbed a small stool, the one she had just occupied. "Be careful, dear. Don't hurt your feet." Seeing his daughter laboriously moving the stool, Chin Mo felt an urge to intervene. However, recalling the promise he had just made, He decided to let her continue while keeping a watchful eye. Mr. Chin, whose daughter is that? Could she possibly be yours? Just as Chin Mo finished arranging everything, a familiar customer arrived. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and nearby students had just finished their classes. Indeed, aren't they adorable? Just as always, he replied. Upon hearing his words, the girl momentarily paused, surprised that her guess had been correct. This charming gentleman had been operating his stall for 6 months, attracting numerous girls eager to chat with him, for who could resist a handsome face? Some even sought his WeChat, hoping to get to know Chin Mo better. But he had politely declined all such advances. The girl before him, Gu Kiki, was one of them, a sophomore this year. Apart from school holidays, she visited every other day for a serving of spicy hot pot, quietly observing Chin Mo as he worked. In contrast, she chose not to request his WeChat, believing that watching him from a distance was more enjoyable. At 27, Chin Mo appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone merely 23. Dressed casually, he could easily pass for a student at a nearby university. Miss Gu, what brings you here today? Looking to try something different? After calling out a few times, Chin Mo noticed that Gu Kiki seemed lost in thought and waved his hand in front of her eyes. What did you just say? She asked, snapping back to reality. Miss Gu, is something troubling you? You seem a bit out of sorts. I take it it's the usual? At this moment, Chin Mo noticed her pallor and expressed concern, recognizing her as a loyal customer who usually supported his business. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering a problem. Yes, same as always. Gu Kiki pushed her glasses up, attempting to ease her earlier embarrassment as she settled beside the small tables, glancing at the older and younger daughters. I never realized, Mr. Chin, that you have such beautiful daughters, and twins at that. Up close, Gu Kiki observed the 2 little girls with their rosy cheeks, irresistibly cute and prompting an urge to pinch them. Such lovely children suggested that their mother must be equally stunning, which only confirmed her suspicions about why Chin Mo seemed uninterested in other girls. Miss Gu, what did you just say? Chin Mo's hearing was quite adequate. Even amidst the bustle of work, he could discern the murmurs of Gu Kiki beside him, though the words remained indistinct. It's nothing, you must have misheard. Gu Kiki seemed anxious about Chin Mo catching wind of something, hastily shaking her head and attempting to divert his attention. By the way, could you make mine a bit spicy today? She said, her lips pursed, a flurry of nervousness adorning her countenance. The customer's desires were paramount. Chin Mo refrained from inquiring about the sudden change in preference, as she had frequented so many times before without ever requesting spice. Daddy, let Debeo bring it over. Just as Chin Mo poured the broth into a disposable bowl, Debeo gazed at him with eager eyes. Daba, this is too hot for you. Why don't you fetch your sister a pair of chopsticks? Keeping his daughter idle was not an option. He needed to assign her a task. All right then. Debeo glanced at his tiny hands, then at the steaming bowl, ultimately opting to pick up the chopsticks. Daddy, what can Erbao do? Observing his sister assisting their father, Erbao was determined not to be left behind and hurried over, eyeing Chin Mo expectantly, eager for his own task. Erbao, if someone comes to eat, could you move the stool for them? The stools Chin Mo used were lightweight plastic, easily manageable by a 3-year-old. Hee, Erbao has a job now. Delighted by his father's assignment, Erbao clapped his little hands and bounced on the spot. Daddy, I promise I can do this well. Just then, a cough echoed through the air, and Chin Mo turned to see what was amiss. Daba, bring some water to your sister. He retrieved a plastic cup and poured half a cup of warm water. Sister, drink this. Erbao approached slowly, holding the cup, her voice sweet and clear. Thank you. Little sister, you're so beautiful. Gu Kiki, unable to tolerate any spice, found even a hint of it made her eyes water. Accepting the cup, she took a sip, feeling her throat ease somewhat. Thank you for the compliment, sister. You are beautiful as well. Hearing the praise, Erbao skipped over to Chin Mo's side. Chin handsome, if you could enhance the flavor a bit more, your business would flourish. Overall, Chin Mo's spicy hot pot was at a mediocre level, lacking distinctive features, resembling those of 2 other establishments nearby. Thank you for your concern, Miss Gu. I will take heed. Times had changed, with 2 daughters at his side. He could no longer afford to treat customers carelessly. It was imperative to elevate the flavor and invest effort in this area to ensure a higher return rate of customers. Soon, both daughters would be entering kindergarten, which would not come without a financial burden. Time was of the essence. He had merely 2 months to earn their tuition or risk borrowing from others. Chin-mo was unwilling to find himself in a position where he had to borrow money for his own children's education. While he might endure others looking down on him, he could not allow it for his daughters. Flavor? Chin-mo's expression faltered as a vivid image flickered in his mind. It felt as though he had forgotten something vital. Damn it! How could he have overlooked this? Smack! A resounding clap echoed as Chin-mo forcefully struck his thigh. Puzzled, Gu Kiki lifted her head, unable to comprehend Chin-mo's actions. Before him appeared a bottle, approximately 20 centimeters tall, unadorned, merely a commonplace glass vessel. A delectable seasoning? Chin-mo raised the bottle for inspection, then uncorked it, allowing a faint aroma to waft into his nostrils, reminiscent of herbal ingredients. Could this enhance the flavor of the broth? The essence of a good spicy hot pot largely relies on the broth poured over it. Why not give it a try? The system has yet to lead him astray. Thus far, it had only revealed its beneficial side. After a moment's contemplation, Chin-mo poured a small amount, roughly 1/10 of the bottle, into the boiling broth. That should suffice. Unsure of the appropriate quantity, he decided to start modestly. Within mere seconds of the seasoning melding with the broth, a rich fragrance emanated from the pot. The enticing aroma compelled Chin-mo to inhale deeply several times. It was simply irresistible. Just the scent alone was enough to whet his appetite, and he yearned to sample it himself. How delightful! The gentle breeze swiftly dispersed the enticing scent in all directions. A dozen meters away, passers-by instinctively halted, drawn to the source of the delicious aroma. Chin's spicy hot pot. There were few stalls nearby, and soon a couple in the crowd pinpointed their target. The girl cast a puzzled glance at her boyfriend and suggested, "Why don't we go buy a couple of servings to try?" Upon uttering this, she could not suppress a gulp. "Forget it. You know I don't like spicy hot pot. It's hardly hygienic. I'll accompany you, but you can enjoy it alone. As for me, I'll pass." The boy frowned, clearly averse to the dish. "Haha, just based on this aroma, I believe it must taste exquisite." The seasoning was working wonders, and the first customer was about to arrive. To his surprise, it was a handsome young man. "Could you recommend something for me?" The girl, evidently a first-time visitor to the hot pot stall, would not have asked otherwise. Recommend something? Chin-mo was taken aback. Typically, patrons chose for themselves, making such inquiries rare. "Indeed. I seldom indulge in these dishes. Your stall's aroma is simply irresistible. I had to come and give it a try." The girl wrinkled her nose, her delicate features exuding a playful charm. "Very well, please take a seat over there. I will bring it to you shortly." Chin-mo gestured towards the last vacant table. "Big sister, big brother, please follow me." Bao dutifully executed Chin-mo's instructions, swiftly fetching a plastic stool. "Wow, how adorable. What a lovely little girl." Finally, Bao caught the girl's attention, prompting her to quicken her pace and approach. She squatted down, eager to embrace Bao, only to be halted by her boyfriend. "Ahem. Xiaoxin, what are you doing? Their parents are right here. If you hug their daughter, it might not end well. Should anything go awry, it would be difficult to explain." Chapter 10. Arguments are futile. Culinary delights matter. My apologies, little sister. The girl raised her head, casting a glance at the industrious Chin-mo, and playfully stuck her tongue out at her boyfriend. "Sister, it's quite all right. This is a stool. Please have a seat." Bao set down the stool and gestured for the guests to sit. "Sister, brother, there is another stool here." Bao, unwilling to be outdone, also brought over a plastic stool. "Wow, the twins are so adorable." This time, the girl's face displayed a look of astonishment. The presence of such a charming daughter at the stall made her envious. Seeing another twin pair only intensified her feelings of jealousy. "Honggu, how wonderful it would be if we had such cute daughters in the future." The charm of Bao and Bao was irresistible to people of all ages. "Ahem. We're still studying. It's too early to discuss such matters." The boy scratched his head, a sheepish expression creeping onto his face. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling, or do you not want to be together anymore?" The girl was typically sensitive to such inquiries, and at this moment, it was best to appease her. Otherwise, the situation could take a turn for the worse. Here you go, sorry to keep you waiting. The two fell silent, exchanging glances, and just then, Chin-mo approached with a bowl of spicy hot pot, gently placing it on the table. Unlike before, he did not leave but instead stood by. Give it a try. Chin-mo was eager to know the guest's opinions on the delectable seasonings he had added. If this innocent girl offered a favorable review, it would signify success, and future business would flourish even more than before. As for whether the exquisite flavors would revert after the seasoning was exhausted, that was a concern for another day. With careful usage, it should last for at least half a month. Furthermore, he trusted that the system would have a solution. It smells amazing. Amidst the silent tension, the girl could not help but speak, leaning in closer with her eyes closed to savor the aroma, her face glowing with delight. Handsome, I often traverse this path. My nose is quite discerning. I haven't smelled this before. Did you just start setting up here? Her gaze fixated on Chin-mo, who was around her age and possessed an appealing appearance that exuded comfort, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. I've been operating here for 6 months. You two should hurry and taste it before it cools down. Chin-mo, accustomed to being scrutinized by the girl, smiled and pointed to the spicy hot pot on the table. Indeed, we should try it. It smells so good, it must be delicious. I'll definitely frequent your stall more often, handsome. Here you go. The boy handed her the chopsticks, unable to resist swallowing at the enticing aroma. However, he had previously stated he wouldn't eat. To partake now would be akin to slapping himself in the face. Humph. The girl snatched the chopsticks from him, not having forgotten their earlier encounter. She decided to temporarily overlook it and take a taste, believing that such a handsome proprietor would not disappoint her with his spicy hot pot. She delicately picked up a leafy green from the top and elegantly placed it in her mouth. As the leafy greens entered her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise, and her expression transformed instantaneously. Are you all right, Xiaoxin? The young man inquired, unable to contain his concern upon witnessing her reaction. Yet, at that moment, the girl was oblivious to everything else. She promptly closed her eyes and began to chew slowly, a look of pure enjoyment quickly gracing her features. The young man, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that all was well. Is it truly that delicious? He was well aware of his girlfriend's demeanor. Such an expression only arose when she encountered exquisite food. She was typically quite selective, and her current delight indicated that the spicy hot pot before them was indeed delectable. Is it really so tasty? Just a casual dip and a splash of broth? He gazed at the hot pot before him, perplexed, and instinctively reached for a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable. How could this be? After tasting it, he looked at Chin-mo in astonishment, exclaiming, when did street food become this delicious? Although he had only sampled a bite, he was certain that the culinary delights he had previously enjoyed could not compare to the hot pot before him. Please, enjoy your meal. Chin-mo, satisfied to see the reaction he had anticipated, returned to his station. Even a boy who had previously expressed disdain for spicy hot pot now displayed such enthusiasm, reinforcing his confidence in the delectable seasoning. What is going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? Why are you reaching for mine? The girl opened her eyes to see her boyfriend reaching for the food, quickly pulling the bowl closer to herself. The earlier incident was still fresh, and now he wanted to eat from her bowl. Not a chance. I just want one bite. The young man protested, having barely savored the last morsel before swallowing it whole, leaving him yearning for more. No way. The girl promptly lifted the bowl and turned her back to him. His hand hovered awkwardly in midair, his expression darkening. Are you really this stingy? He muttered under his breath, but the girl caught his words. Lu Weihong, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. The tension between them was palpable, ready to escalate into an argument. When Chin-mo's timely voice interrupted, my friend, if you desire more, I can get you another serving. My apologies, I retract my statement. Lu Weihong quickly chose to back down, recognizing that continuing the argument was futile. Tasting the food was of utmost importance. Humph, I'll let you off today, but you'll regret it when we return. After uttering this, the girl hurriedly lowered her head, eager to indulge in her meal. Boss, I'd like a serving too. Make it spicy. Certainly, please hold on. Chin-mo cheerfully responded, relishing the satisfaction of his success as he engaged in his duties with a light-hearted demeanor. Gulp. At a nearby table, Gukiki could not help but swallow hard. She glanced at her own bowl and then fixated on the young woman across from her, disregarding the heat as she eagerly began to eat. How could the same spicy powder yield such different experiences? Gukiki took another whiff of the aroma wafting from her bowl, finding it satisfactory, yet when she lifted her gaze, her senses were overwhelmed by a rich fragrance that made the two dishes seem worlds apart. Could it be the broth? The air was thick with a rich aroma, and Gukiki found herself lacking appetite for the spicy hot pot before her. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to inquire with Chin Mo. Chin, what makes today so fragrant? Gukiki posed her question with finesse, refraining from directly mentioning the stark contrast between her dish and those of others. My apologies, Miss Gu. I completely forgot. I've recently been experimenting with the broth recipe and neglected to add some to your portion. Please bring your bowl over, and I shall remedy it. Chin Mo replied, his composure unwavering as he busied himself preparing food for customers. After 4 years of relentless work, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Chin Mo felt a twinge of guilt at making a lady walk back and forth. He picked up a ladle and scooped a generous half ladle of broth to deliver to her. For others, he would typically add only a smidgen. Such a half ladle could facilitate an additional sale. After all, every bit counts. Thank you, she exclaimed. Not at all, you're a valued customer. I must return to my duties. Chapter 11. The aroma spreads, the scene becomes lively gradually. The street became bustling with students exiting classes. Those passing by, unless preoccupied with urgent matters, paused to relish the enticing fragrance wafting from Chin Mo's stall. It smells divine. When did spicy hot pot become so irresistible? Some students, gazing at their lunchboxes, hesitated, torn between dining at the cafeteria or indulging in a serving of spicy noodles to satisfy their cravings. Boss, please prepare these for me. One student soon took action, selecting his favorite ingredients to place in his basket. Sir, you have excellent taste. If you don't mind, you may take a seat over there. It will be ready shortly. Chin Mo gestured towards 2 tables, already occupied but with available spots. No need, boss. I prefer to eat standing. It enhances the flavor. Thank you. Many patrons at such stalls prioritize those with seating. Upon hearing this, Chin Mo promptly expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble, boss. Just for the sake of this aroma, I'd gladly stand to eat. If the taste is good, I'll gladly promote your stall. These university students, still untouched by the complexities of the adult world, were refreshingly straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Once you taste it, you won't be able to stop. After replenishing Gukiki's broth, Chin Mo observed her expression. As anticipated, like the couple nearby, she focused intently on her meal, neglecting to engage with the 2 girls beside her. Boss, are these your daughters? An onlooker soon remarked, drawing attention to the twins. Indeed. Chin Mo lifted his gaze and smiled. How beautiful. Twin daughters, not only lovely but also so well-mannered. You are truly fortunate. Upon seeing the twins, several girls momentarily forgot their food, approaching the pair and offering them candies. However, Dabao and Airbao did not respond but instead turned to their father. These were lessons imparted by Yi Qian before. One must not accept gifts from strangers, especially consumables. Take it, but you may only have one. Chin Mo was keenly aware of his daughter's anticipation. Upon seeing the eager glimmer in their eyes, he turned back with a smile. Thank you, big sister, you are very beautiful. Airbao expressed her gratitude to the older girl. Dabao picked up a piece of candy, exclaiming sweetly, which melted the hearts of the nearby girls. Wow, how adorable. I can't resist. I wish I had a daughter too. A beautiful woman remarked, cupping her face as she gazed at the twin girls, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hee, I don't mind. A male classmate interjected. Step aside. What are you thinking? To have children, I'm also with the boss. Just look at his daughters. This classmate was momentarily deflated but soon lifted his head again, grinning as he said, if you want to have children with the boss, you've missed your chance. He.S. already married. Sigh. He sighed dramatically after his statement. Come now, enough of this idle chatter. Let us savor the boss's culinary skills. I shall indulge first. If you wish to argue, please continue. Another companion seized a disposable bowl from Chin Mo and, disregarding the heat, began to eat. Ouch, that is hot, he exclaimed, while stuffing his mouth. You, Li Zi, you didn't let us have a taste first and are devouring it all yourself. Initially, everyone had hoped to try the first portion together, but they hadn't anticipated Li Zi's eagerness. While it wasn't a major issue that he acted first, the most aggravating part was that he was slurping directly from the bowl, allowing saliva to mingle with the food, leaving others hesitant to partake. When faced with delectable dishes, one must remain vigilant. It was simply too delicious. Why had they not discovered how delightful spicy hot pot was before? Boss, please pack 2 more portions. Even before finishing the serving in his hand, he was already contemplating takeout. Li Zi, are you mad? You want 3 portions? Are you not planning to eat a proper meal? Spicy hot pot might satisfy cravings, but it certainly could not replace a meal. For students like them, their monthly allowance was fixed. It was neither economical nor practical. The cost of 3 portions of spicy hot pot could easily provide 2 simple meals in the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. Once you've tasted it, you'll share my sentiments. I want to say more. This delicacy is indescribable, though the portion is a bit scant and not filling. Before the others had even begun to eat, he had already finished his bowl, leaving only some broth. Aware of the preciousness of the flavorful broth, Chin Mo had filled his bowl only halfway, yet it did not detract from the taste. No way. You're not even leaving any broth? Is it really that important? Li Zi gazed at the broth in his bowl, licking his lips, then lifted the bowl to drink the remaining liquid. Delicious. I didn't expect the broth to taste even better. With his eyes closed, the expression on Li Zi's face prompted his classmates to want to give him a round of applause. How shameless. Boss, is your secret ingredient in the broth? The aroma wafting through the air soon led Li Zi's gaze to the steaming pot of soup. Hee. Chin Mo did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and resumed his busy tasks. I understand. Observing Chin Mo's silence, Li Zi comprehended that those engaged in business surely possessed their own secrets. This young and handsome gentleman before him had propelled his enterprise to success with a pot of broth. The crowd of customers gradually thickened, all gathering around Chin Mo's stall, eager to sample his offerings. Please be patient. It will soon be your turn. Witnessing such a multitude of patrons, Chin Mo felt a surge of joy. This was the first time in half a year of setting up his stall that he encountered such a scene. Previously, during the peak of business, he might have had 7 or 8 customers at most, yet now there were at least 20 or 30. Alas, the supply was insufficient. He had ordered less stock today. Chin Mo glanced at the boiling broth. At this rate, he would sell out in less than 2 hours. In the past, he would typically sell all his ingredients by around 10 o'clock at night. It was too late to replenish stock now. He would need to carefully calculate the appropriate amount of ingredients to procure each day upon returning home tonight. Boss, could you add a little more broth? At that moment, a customer handed over his bowl, requesting an extra helping of broth. Lu Xingyan, how audacious of you. Having not fully grasped Li Zi's earlier words, the customer remained unaware that the secret to the boss's business lay within the broth. Among certain customers, there were those who relished the idea of adding more broth, and Lu Xingyan was one of them. I apologize, but this broth is crafted from precious medicinal herbs, Chin Mo replied, leaving his sentence unfinished. Yet the onlookers understood the implication. The boss was quite right. If one desired more broth, it would be prudent to order an additional serving, which would only cost a few extra yuan. Chapter 12. The bao and air bao begin to shine. Spicy hot pot typically costs around 5 or 6 yuan, unless one wishes to add more ingredients. However, the additional cost would not be substantial. Even with extra ingredients, it would only amount to around 20 yuan, making it relatively inexpensive compared to other snacks. Previously, there had been rumors regarding a 6 yuan hot pot incident, which had sparked considerable discussion. Chin Handsome, I must take my leave. I have sent the payment. Gu Kiki had initially intended to chat with Chin Mo, but, upon witnessing the bustling scene, decided against it. After settling her bill, she bid farewell and departed. Beautiful lady, take care, and we welcome you back next time. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, sister. Seeing their father greet the customers, Dabao and Bao sweetly chimed in. Big brother, my daddy's food is delicious. A few boys, clutching basketballs, strolled past, and Bao dashed over, raising her little head to gaze up at them. Little sister, you're so well behaved, helping your daddy with business, but the big brothers need to play basketball, and we can't exercise on a full stomach. The appearance of Bao caused the boys to pause, seeing her cherubic face. They felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks, yet they ultimately restrained themselves. Big brother, take a whiff. Isn't it fragrant? If it weren't for Bao needing to work, I'd love to eat some. If you don't eat soon, it will be sold out before you know it. And then you won't be able to have any. The younger sibling presented herself with an air of maturity, her face reflecting a mix of helplessness and innocence, eliciting hearty laughter from a group of boys nearby. Haha, brother, I'm coming over. With such an adorable daughter, it would be challenging for your father to falter in business. One of them jested. Chun, are you really not going to play basketball? The little sister is so enthusiastically calling for us. Can you bear to leave? A companion, furrowing his brow, inquired. For those who loved the game found it unbearable to go a day without playing, feeling as though something vital was missing. However, after eating, they could not play for the time being. The 4 classmates shared a dormitory, and while the other 3 readily agreed, one was still hesitant. Just give it a try. It's not like you'll have to eat your fill. Besides, can you really ignore the little sister as calls? We certainly want tea. The leader of the group declared as he squeezed through, his words contradicting his own desire to play, unable to resist the charm of the younger sibling's obedient demeanor. Hee. Big brother, you want tea? Be disappointed. Seeing her chance to assist her father, the younger sibling beamed with pride, casting a glance at her older sibling. Then she dashed over to Chin Mo to announce, Daddy, I've brought you a few customers. You're such a good girl. Chin Mo praised her, returning to his work, aware that rest was a distant thought, yet relishing the exhilarating feeling of earning money. The older sister can do it too. Noticing her father's commendation of her sister, the older sibling was determined not to lag behind. She wriggled free from the grasp of several girls and glanced toward the roadside, quickly spotting her target. Where are you running off to, Dabao? The girls, who were teasing her, watched as she sprinted toward the road, quickly rising to follow, though they soon settled back down. What a remarkable father. His daughters are so well behaved. They had witnessed the younger sibling's actions, and now, seeing the older sister's initiative, they envied Chin Mo's fortune. Big sister, are you hungry? At that moment, the older sibling's target was an intelligent beauty, adorned with glasses and clutching a book, presumably a teacher. Whose daughter is this? She is so adorable. The intelligent beauty, Ning Shiyu, was an instructor at Shanghai Academy. She had just finished a guest lecture and was on her way to a nearby cafeteria for a meal. Her daily routine was a linear path, rarely engaging in other activities. Young, beautiful, and single, she had suitors aplenty, yet she turned them all away. Now, encountering such a charming little girl, she felt her composure nearly falter. How fragrant! Upon halting, Ning Shiyu noticed the air around her was filled with tantalizing aromas. Irresistible and enticing. Isn't it delightful? This is made by my daddy. The older sibling proudly lifted her chin and pointed to Chin Mo's stall. Chin's spicy hot pot. A quick glance was enough for Ning Shiyu to decide against approaching, for spicy hot pot was her least favorite delicacy. After a single taste, she had never indulged again. Little sister, I still need to grab a bite, so I'm afraid I must decline. Ning Shiyu extended her hand and gently caressed Daba's hair. Big sister, please give it a try, won't you? Upon noticing Ning Shiyu attempting to leave, Daba hurriedly grasped her hand and began to act adorably. At that moment, Chin Mo was preoccupied and entirely oblivious to Daba's antics. He had just seen a few girls accompanying Daba, who were somewhat familiar due to their frequent passes-by. His attention was solely focused on Bao. Otherwise, he would have intervened to stop Daba's behavior. Ning Shiyu's brow furrowed as she observed Daba's wide, tear-filled eyes, wondering if refusing her would lead to tears spilling forth in the next moment. Having never encountered such an endearing little girl before, she felt a surge of compassion rising within her. All right, dear sister. At that moment, Bao also turned to them, giggling. Daba, seeing this, was even more determined. practically clinging to Ning Shuyu's leg. Haha, this young lady is truly considerate. Is this considered coercing a guest to stay? Other patrons nearby couldn't help but chuckle at Daba's adorable antics. Her words were so heart-melting that everyone joined in to support her. Beautiful lady, just give it a taste. You won't be disappointed. Indeed, Teacher Ning, you don't know, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious spicy hot pot. I've decided to come here every day from now on. The proprietor's culinary skills were exceptional, and they all worried their taste buds would become spoiled, fearing they would never find such exquisite spicy hot pot after graduation. A few students had just finished their meal when they spotted Ning Shuyu. She was renowned not only at Shanghai Academy but also known by faculty and students from other schools. Big sister, listen. The other sisters and brothers are saying it's delicious. Want you give it a try? Daba pouted her little lips and shook Ning Shuyu's hand once more. All right. Sister will buy a serving. Ning Shuyu glanced around, realizing that if she didn't purchase a portion, she would be unable to leave. And she couldn't bear to break the heart of such a charming little girl. Yay, pretty sister, I will have daddy make you a serving right now. Upon hearing Ning Shuyu's agreement, Daba clapped her tiny hands and exclaimed with excitement. As she ran towards the stall, she shouted, Daddy, Daba has brought a customer. This pretty sister wants to eat too. Daba's cheerful shouts quickly attracted the attention of patrons near the stall. Teacher Ning, they exclaimed. Please, you go ahead. Yes. Teacher Ning, you're busy. Please order first. We'll wait a moment. Most of these patrons were students, and upon Ning Shuyu's arrival, they all vacated a spot for her. Those who were not students, seeing such a beautiful lady, felt reluctant to block her path and also made way. Thus, when Ning Shuyu arrived, she was the first to place her order. You all go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 13. Friendship threatened by culinary delights. Thank you all so much. Faced with such warm hospitality, Ning Shuyu felt compelled to oblige, seeing that if she did not approach, the proprietor's business would suffer. As everyone was waiting for her, she reluctantly smiled and nodded to the crowd before walking up to the stall. Apologies, Teacher Ning. My daughter is quite thoughtless, and I regret the inconvenience caused. What would you like to eat? Qin Mo overheard the conversation among the crowd and recognized that this incident was instigated by Dabao, so he took a moment to apologize. Boss, please recommend something. Surrounded by so many onlookers, Ning Shuyu yearned to leave promptly as she still had a few matters to attend to. Certainly. Teacher Ning, please hold on for a moment. Everyone else can place their orders too. Qin Mo's stall could serve 5 or 6 customers simultaneously, and noticing everyone standing idly by, he quickly nudged them. We're in no rush. Let Teacher Ning be served first. Yes, indeed. This lovely lady should go first. We are merely out for a stroll and can wait. It was merely a few minutes, and everyone was willing to wait, especially since they could enjoy the sight of such beauty, an opportunity that rarely presented itself. Very well. Upon seeing Ning Shuyu's appearance, Qin Mo understood what everyone was thinking. Teacher Ning, do you enjoy spicy food? Soon, Qin Mo prepared a portion, not adding much. Just a standard serving of spicy hot pot for 6 yuan. Just a little, please. The rich aroma wafting nearby made Ning Shuyu reluctant to leave, pondering how hot pot could smell so delightful. How much is this? Due to Teacher Ning's esteemed presence, there is no charge for this portion. Qin Mo noticed the patrons nearby were intently observing him while he was discussing the price, and quickly amended his statement. Boss, running a business is not easy. If you say that, I would feel embarrassed to return next time. Ning Shuyu shook her head, unwilling to take advantage of a few yuan. Another aspect that impressed her was witnessing a grown man running a stall while caring for 2 daughters. Life must be quite challenging. She had initially thought the boss had only 1 daughter, but realized upon closer inspection that there was another, twins, in fact, instilling a sense of bittersweet empathy within her. 6 yuan. Ning Shuyu made her intentions clear, but Qin Mo found it difficult to accept. Thank you. Gratefully receiving the packaged hot pot, Ning Shuyu suddenly expressed her thanks and turned to leave. Truly, she is the goddess of Shanghai Academy. Her grace far surpasses that of others. Teacher Ning's reputation is impeccable in the university town. One can only wonder who is fortunate enough to win her heart. What are we thinking? No way would it be any of us. For these university students, Ning Shiyu embodies their idealized romantic dream. Why ponder so much? The delicious food is right in front of us. Let us savor the chef's skills. I can hardly resist. After Ning Shiyu departed, one customer, unable to wait, began to eat right there at the stall. Wow, this is quite spicy, but the flavor is exquisite. I never imagined I could enjoy such deliciousness here, boss. You should have revealed your secret recipe long ago. This customer had dined at Qin Mo's stall several times before, and compared to this experience, it felt like night and day. It was on an entirely different level. He found it strange that such culinary talent had not been showcased previously. Had it not been for the enticing aroma drawing him in, he would have truly missed out on this culinary delight. Ahem, thank you for the compliment. The secret recipe is rather intricate and only recently perfected. Believing in oneself, this sentiment swiftly spread, leading future patrons to refrain from requesting additional broth. Indeed, the soup is exceptionally delightful, and the secret lies above. Boss, could you refrain from chatting? We have been waiting quite a while. The worms in our bellies are beginning to revolt. Some customers at the back, witnessing the enjoyment of those in front, gazed longingly at the stall, swallowing their saliva countless times. Hee hee, handsome gentlemen, do not fret. Your turn shall come swiftly. The stall was already brimming with baskets, leaving no room for more. Other patrons clutched their baskets, vigilantly awaiting any available space to fill. Could I have a taste? What are you thinking? I barely have enough for myself. I now regret ordering too little and will have to queue again after finishing. Observing his companions relish their meals, one classmate leaned in, brazenly hoping for a bite, only to be disappointed. Snatching food from a gourmand is akin to a Herculean task. Lai Xiuan, has our years of friendship not earned me a morsel? Just as he reached out to snag a bit of food, it was swiftly evaded. His hand remained suspended in midair. Do not use that as an excuse. If you delay further, others will cut in line. Ha ha, everyone, remain calm. One at a time, there is enough for all. Witnessing such enthusiasm from the customers, Qin Mo could not contain his joy, simultaneously managing the stall while engaging in light-hearted banter. After 4 years, this was the first time Qin Mo had smiled so widely. As the years of accumulated frustration dissipated in that moment. Debao, Bao, do not wander too far. Daddy will prepare delicious food for you. Seizing a moment of respite, Qin Mo once again cautioned his two daughters. Daddy, Bao understands. How wonderful. Sister, we have delicious food again. It was nearly 6 o'clock, already dinner time. And with the two girls assisting, he felt hunger pangs. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, their stomachs began to grumble. It seems I miscalculated. Qin Mo glanced at the soup pot, noting a third remaining. Given the current pace, he could wrap up in no more than half an hour. While his business flourished, the other two vendors were faring poorly, as nearly all customers flocked to him, their eyes burning with envy. As some patrons were selecting ingredients, the aroma wafting through the air caused them to abandon their baskets and change their focus. Alas, at this rate, it seems I must relocate. Mobile vendors like them feared formidable competition most. If one truly encountered it, one had better prepare in advance, deciding whether to avoid the rival or to change locations entirely. Previously, after a month of hard work, one could earn 4,000 to 5,000. In the current scenario, merely breaking even would be a blessing, and dreaming of profit was utterly fanciful. Since Qin Mo's arrival, in just 1 hour, the number of incoming customers could be counted on one hand. Without customers, ingredients could not be sold. While meatballs and similar items could be stored in the refrigerator, vegetables simply could not withstand such delays. If this cycle continues, the ingredients will spoil if left for too long, rendering them unsellable. If a customer were to suffer from food poisoning, the consequences would be unbearable. Chapter 14, The Cafeteria Dispute and the Breakup Incident. What were my thoughts? As Ning Shiyu prepared the meal, she glanced at the spicy hot pot beside her and shook her head in disapproval. She was well acquainted with the flavor of spicy hot pot. Her distaste for it was unwavering. No matter how exquisite the chef, the taste would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, having already purchased it, discarding it would be wasteful. The enticing aroma wafting through the air suggested it might surpass any she had tasted before. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Shiyu lifted the lid, and an intense fragrance immediately enveloped her surroundings. It was indeed delightful. The captivating scent prompted her to take several deep breaths. Eating while inhaling such an aroma could perhaps be a form of enjoyment? With this thought, Ning Shiyu nodded, deeming her method plausible. However, she underestimated the potency of the fragrance. As soon the other faculty and students began to take notice, especially those nearby, who started to seek the source of the enticing aroma. What dish could be so fragrant? Why had they never noticed it before? At that moment, as the scent filled the cafeteria, the first assumption was that it emanated from the cafeteria's offerings. Oh, Teacher Ning, what a coincidence to see you here. As the crowd sought the origin of the fragrance, Ning Shiyu found herself in the spotlight. Hello, Teacher Lin, Teacher Li. Several individuals approached, university faculty members. One male and one female. The man, Lin Yongchong, was a former suitor of Ning Shiyu. After being rejected, he had redirected his affections toward the woman accompanying him. Being educators in the same university town, their paths frequently crossed. Ning Shiyu preferred solitude, yet she felt obliged to acknowledge them. However, Lin Yongchong had other intentions. Teacher Ning, would you mind if we joined you? In the presence of the attractive woman, he seemed to have forgotten the earlier encounter. The allure of Ning Shiyu overshadowed his previous pursuits, indicating he had not yet given up hope. Suit yourself, Ning Shiyu replied, her brow furrowing as she discreetly shifted her position, wishing to distance herself from Lin Yongchong. Oh, Teacher Ning, do you also enjoy spicy hot pot? Lin Yongchong noted the dish as she adjusted her lunchbox. Not particularly, Ning Shiyu retorted, picking up her chopsticks, eager to finish her meal. She found it most irksome to have company during her dining experience. Is that so? Yet, this hot pot truly smells delightful. Lin Yongchong paused, astonished. The enticing aroma he had been searching for was indeed emanating from Ning Shiyu's bowl. He could hardly believe it, and took a moment to inhale deeply again. Yes, this was undeniably the same fragrance. Perhaps I should try a taste, Ning Shiyu thought, recalling her earlier encounter with the little girl, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She smiled. This sight left Lin Yongchong in awe. Ning Shiyu, often referred to as the Ice Goddess, was not a title given lightly. In the university town, few had witnessed her smile, even during lectures when her expression remained stoic. The smile of Ning Shiyu was not witnessed solely by Lin Yongchong. Several passing students also took notice. Their expressions reflected a collective curiosity as they halted in their tracks, mouths agape, their gazes fixed upon Ning Shiyu. What a delightful aroma! What could Teacher Ning be savoring? When Ning Shiyu picked up a piece of vegetable, the onlookers finally snapped back to reality, their attention shifting to the spicy hot pot before her. The goddess enjoys this too? Anyone who has ever tasted spicy hot pot could easily recognize it. As she hesitated with the vegetable near her lips, she ultimately decided to indulge, and instantly, a burst of indescribable flavors erupted on her palate. She couldn't help but close her eyes, savoring each bite. I can't believe it. Dabao was right. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the hot pot before her and then at her lunchbox. Faced with a difficult choice, she could only select one between her meal and the enticing hot pot. Teacher Ning, what are you eating? It smells wonderful. A student interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to discover a gathering of students around her. Is it Ling Bichin who asked? You're referring to the hot pot, right? Ning Shiyu pointed at the dish in front of her. It smells so good. Hee. Teacher Ning, may I have a taste? Sure, go ahead, Ning Shiyu replied, feeling it inappropriate to refuse, especially since this student typically performed well academically and was considered an exemplary pupil. While she had a certain resistance to sharing food, a true gourmand would surely never part with their delicacies. Just moments ago, she was grappling with her decision. And now a studentess' request provided an opportunity to share the burden of her dilemma. Teacher Ning, you're so accommodating. Other classmates chimed in, encouraged by Ning Shiyu's willingness to share. All right, let us all have a taste. She surveyed the eager faces surrounding her. Realizing that she need not agonize over her choice, the hot pot would be shared among them. If she desired more, she could always purchase another serving later. Wow, this is delicious, Ling Bichin exclaimed, taking a seat directly opposite Ning Shiyu and grabbing the topmost piece of hollow vegetable. The 6 yuan hot pot contained only vegetables and vermicelli. There were no meatballs or other toppings. After savoring the flavor, Ling Biqin noticed her classmates adding ingredients and promptly swallowed the hollow vegetable in her mouth. She then took a substantial portion, almost a quarter, into her own lunchbox before rising to leave, but not without bidding Ning Shiyu farewell. Teacher, I'm off to get more food. I won't disturb your meal any longer. All right. Ning Shiyu nodded, unfazed by Ling Biqin's actions, having already experienced the deliciousness herself. However, her classmates held a different perspective, particularly Lin Youchong, who sat nearby. Is this truly how her students react over a bowl of spicy hot pot? You, Ling Biqin, didn't leave anything for anyone else. If you wanted some, you should have gone sooner, or you'll regret it. Ling Biqin hurried away, apprehensive that if her classmates tasted the dish after her, it might incite their ire. How delectable it was! As soon as she slipped out of everyone's sight, Ling Biqin couldn't resist stopping, and under the astonished gazes of others, she began to eat. After indulging in such delectable spicy hot pot, anything else would taste like mere wax. Where could one procure such deliciousness? She had been so engrossed in snatching food that she completely forgot to inquire about the address. If she knew, she could satisfy her cravings at will. Ling Biqin turned and slowly made her way back, continuously plucking greens to savor as she walked, chewing rapidly. She couldn't return like this. Those food lovers would surely not let her off lightly. Among her classmates, there were certainly many food enthusiasts who would take a bus all the way to the other end of the city for a bite of delicacy. Ling Biqin, you dare to return? Show me. As she approached, classmates rushed over, and as Ling Biqin swiftly vacated the scene, others quickly reacted, snatching away the spicy hot pot. Fearing that a rush would disturb Ning Shiyu, a bowl filled only with greens and vermicelli could hardly withstand the competition of over a dozen people. Those fortunate enough might snag a piece of vegetable, while the less fortunate would be left with only a strand of vermicelli. Just as they finished their scramble, they saw Ling Biqin return, placing the bowl of spicy hot pot on the table, drawing everyone towards her. What are you doing? I've already finished. Chapter 15, System Update. New features don't believe me? See for yourselves. Ling Biqin disregarded her lunchbox and slowly edged aside. Ling Biqin, what are you up to? Just as she picked up a disposable bowl from the table, her subtle movements were noticed by her classmates. Nothing, just throwing away some trash. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Ling Biqin swiftly secured the lid and tied up the bag, seemingly preparing to dispose of it. Yet, she hadn't forgotten her purpose for returning. She hurried over to Ning Shiyu. Teacher Ning, where did you buy this spicy hot pot? From the external packaging and the fact that Ning Shiyu had just finished class, Ling Biqin could roughly guess the location, but her uncertainty prompted her to confirm. If you want to know, it's near the Shanghai subway entrance. Observing her classmates bickering over a bowl of spicy hot pot, she realized she was the instigator. Thank you, Teacher Ning. Having received the answer, she swiftly made her escape, aware that once everyone caught on, her exit would not be so easy. Why do I feel something is off with Ling Biqin? She's back to take out the trash? Watching Ling Biqin depart, a classmate finally reacted. Smack! A resounding clap echoed in the empty cafeteria. A boy struck his thigh hard, his face reflecting regret. The flavor of the spicy hot pot is all in the broth. We've been fooled by Ling Biqin. Indeed, I often indulge in spicy hot pot, yet I didn't think of this. With such delicious vegetables, wouldn't it be divine over rice? Usually so demure, she surprised everyone with this side. I've certainly gained a new perspective. Oh well, it's just some broth. Teacher Ning already revealed the address of that spicy hot pot. After we finish eating, let us head over and pack a few servings to savor slowly in the dormitory. Wouldn't that be splendid? Hey, where are you all going? Aren't you going to eat? At that moment, several students exchanged glances before turning to exit the cafeteria. Haha, let's fill our stomachs first. By the time we return, there won't even be any soup left. We can pack our meals and come back for more. Sighing, Ning Shiyu shook her head in exasperation. This is absurd. It's just a bowl of spicy hot pot. Lin Youchong observed the students, pondering if he had inadvertently offended someone, as if they were conspiring to ridicule his intellect. Ning teacher, what is going on? This matter was instigated by Ning Shiyu, the only one privy to its intricacies. I'm sorry, Teacher Lin, but but I'm already full. Please continue your meal. Having already harbored a distaste for Lin Yongchang, allowing him to sit beside her was Ning Shuyu's greatest concession. Yet, he seemed unfazed, his girlfriend beside him, unabashedly fixated on her gaze upon Ning Shuyu. Ning Shuyu hastily consumed a few bites of her meal, secured the lid on her lunchbox, and stood up to leave, eager to avoid lingering in the presence of such individuals. Wait, Ning teacher. Lin Yongchang attempted to pursue her, but he halted when Ning Shuyu's frosty voice echoed back. Teacher Lin, please have some dignity. This time, Lin Yongchang refrained from following her. However, his girlfriend, not one to be overshadowed, chose to leave the cafeteria as well, effectively rendering him invisible. Lin Yongchang, this is where we part ways. Fine, let it be. Lin Yongchang retorted angrily, noticing the eyes of the students upon him. With a huff, he disregarded his lunchbox and stormed out. The events that unfolded did not escape the attention of the surrounding students, yet none approached. They simply lowered their heads and continued eating. Only once the pair had departed did the discussions commence. How many times has this happened now? Honestly, I'm not that nosy. Who can keep track? Haha, it seems the Ice Queen is about to acquire yet another moniker. Who knows how many couples have split due to her various reasons? Can we blame Teacher Ning? They all pursued her. The teacher has clearly stated that one should let go early, especially before 30. Sigh, there are always those who are self-righteous. Unbeknownst to Ning Shuyu, she remained oblivious to the conversations that followed her exit. Even if she were aware, it would hardly concern her. Presently, she was still hungry and intended to pack a portion of spicy hot pot to take back to her dormitory for later. It seemed that enjoying a peaceful meal in the cafeteria was no longer feasible. Every time she dined there, some bothersome event would invariably transpire, making it difficult to relish her meal in tranquility. Regrettably, her culinary skills were lacking. Otherwise, she would cook for herself. Ning Shuyu shook her head and quickened her pace, uncertain if she would even be able to procure another portion of the delectable spicy hot pot. Meanwhile, Qin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. After over an hour of relentless activity, he was beginning to feel fatigued, and finally, he could take a break. Every item at his stall, vegetables, meatballs, quail eggs, broccoli, asparagus, and fried tofu, had been sold out. Ding, conditions for activating the popularity of a father figure detected. Initiating process. 1 father figure popularity point. 1 foot father figure popularity point. A mechanical voice echoed in Qin Mo's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he hurriedly checked the system. A luminous interface appeared before him, one that he had previously attempted to access, which was only visible to him. Now, the interface had transformed, divided into several sections. At its center appeared a spinning wheel. Qin Mo tentatively touched it with his finger, and the wheel immediately magnified before him. The lottery was categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The beginner lottery required 1,000 popularity points per attempt. The intermediate demanded 10,000, and the advanced required a staggering 100,000 points. Naturally, the rewards associated with each tier varied. Qin Mo opted for the first tier, noticing that a quarter of the wheel was blank. Upon seeing this, he understood that landing on this section would yield no reward. Common daily necessities accounted for another quarter, leaving only half of the wheel with potential benefits. Indeed, the system had not misled him initially. Professional skills were also included, albeit with a modest 5% chance of acquisition. This implied that with a stroke of good fortune, one might secure a skill after 20 attempts, while poor luck could result in 100 unsuccessful tries. This segment appeared to be merely decorative, as he suspected it lacked even 1,000th of a chance. Nevertheless, dwelling on such thoughts seemed futile, especially as he currently possessed no popularity points. The incessant prompts in his mind continued, signaling that every consumption increased his popularity. System, is it possible to mute these popularity notifications? He attempted to communicate with the system. Would you like to disable popularity notifications? It was indeed feasible. Without hesitation, he affirmed this choice. The persistent noise in his mind was becoming unbearable. He feared it might drive him to madness. Popularity, 152. Chapter 16. The Last Order. You are too late, boss. I'll have a portion. As Chin Mo continued his research, a melodious voice resonated beside him. Oh, Teacher Ning, have you finished your meal so soon? Chin Mo looked up, surprised to see Ning Shuyu. Just as she was about to respond, a small figure dashed past. Hello, beautiful sister. Are you De Bao or Air Bao? Chin Mo's two daughters were dressed identically, making it difficult even for him to tell them apart, let alone for Ning Shuyu, who had only met them twice. Hee, I am Air Bao. De Bao is right here. I am De Bao. Beautiful sister, do not believe her. De Bao, noticing Ning Shuyu approaching, attempted to stand up. But Air Bao was quicker. You stingy girl. Air Bao just wanted to see if the beautiful sister could recognize us. Air Bao laughed mischievously, sticking out her tongue. Daddy, look how Air Bao is bullying me. De Bao would not remain passive, immediately shaking Chin Mo's hand and pouting. Have you both tidied up the trash for Daddy? After the goods were sold out, some litter remained on the ground. Chin Mo had just instructed his two daughters to tidy up. Wait for me, De Bao. Air Bao can help too. The enthusiasm for accompanying their father at the stall had not yet waned for the two girls, and it was uncertain how long they could maintain this energy. Upon hearing Chin Mo's inquiry, they hurried back to clean up the trash. Teacher Ning, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Chin Mo smiled gently at her. A beauty like Ning Shuyu, so striking, was something he had only seen on television. Yi Qian must be just as beautiful, he mused, although he could only vaguely recall her appearance. Why dwell on such thoughts? After all, having two daughters was already quite remarkable. One should not be overly greedy. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic notions. Is that all? Seeing Chin Mo shake his head, a look of disappointment crossed Ning Shuyu's face. I'm sorry for the disturbance. I will come back another time. With a lingering glance at the stall, she turned to leave. Teacher Ning, there are still some instant noodles. If you don't mind coming to his senses, Chin Mo called out to her. He wasn't sure if Ning Shuyu liked instant noodles, so he decided to ask first. Instant noodles? Ning Shuyu frowned as she regarded Chin Mo. To her, instant noodles were no different from garbage, yet the thought of their taste made her hesitate for the first time in her culinary choices. Yes, just instant noodles. Chin Mo nodded and picked up a packet, the only remaining stock which he originally intended to keep for himself. He had yet to try the delicious seasoning, which he had hoped to save for a tasting session with his daughters. All right, how much do they cost? After contemplating, Ning Shuyu could not resist the allure of the flavor and took out her phone to prepare for the payment. 5 yuan. Jifu Bao, 5 yuan received. With a swift motion, Chin Mo opened the packaging and began his work. Whatever he undertook, he did so with utmost dedication. Does he look somewhat familiar? During the wait, Ning Shuyu scrutinized Chin Mo for the first time, realizing she had seen his face somewhere before. Yet, the memory eluded her. Proud of her own recollection skills, she rubbed her temples, trying to jog her memory. Teacher Ning, it's ready. The noodles were quickly prepared and packaged, but noticing her deep in thought, he refrained from interrupting and began to tidy up the stall. After a few minutes, worried that too much time had passed might affect the noodles' taste, he decided to gently remind her. Oh, I'm so sorry. Blushing slightly as she met Chin Mo's gaze, Ning Shuyu quickly accepted the package. Thank you. You're welcome. The two exchanged pleasantries before returning to their respective tasks. Just after Ning Shuyu departed, a group of boys rushed to the stall, panting heavily. Seeing Chin Mo packing up, they wore anxious expressions, disregarding their breathlessness as they exclaimed, Boss, don't close up yet. I want a serving of spicy hot pot. I want one too. No. Make that 2. 3 servings, please. After the 3 boys finished speaking, they placed their hands on their hips and leaned down, gasping for breath. I'm sorry, but we've sold out. If you wish to indulge, please come early tomorrow. It was now 6:30 in the evening, and the 2 daughters, who had been assisting earlier, did not feel hunger until they tidied up the trash. They clasped their little bellies and stood before Chin Mo, playfully pouting. Daddy, our tummies are empty, said the second daughter. So is mine, Daddy. Look, the second sister can barely muster any strength. Chin Mo, overwhelmed with the desire to treat his daughters to a hearty meal, was disheartened to learn that everything was sold out. No way, it's all gone. We rushed from the dormitory and still arrived too late. How could they not leave anything for us? Indeed, look for yourselves, there's nothing left. Qin Mo pointed to his stall, lamenting that the last 2 servings of soup had just been given to Ning Shuyu. Today, we truly sold out. All right. It seems we shall not feast today. Boss, what time do you plan to arrive tomorrow? I'd like to be here early. The 3 were confident that it wouldn't take long for word to spread about a delicious, spicy hot pot stall, which had already reached 10 universities. In this information age, a single message in the group chat could quickly inform hundreds, and soon, a small fraction would share it further, rapidly disseminating throughout the entire university town. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, I usually arrive before 4. The bustling business today had revealed to Qin Mo a lucrative opportunity. He decided to arrive half an hour earlier tomorrow and double his stock. Boss, may I add you on WeChat? If there are any changes, you could inform us in advance. That is a great idea. Let us add the boss on WeChat so we can stay updated and avoid unnecessary trips. However, merely adding on WeChat was not sufficient. I believe we should create a group. If everyone joins, it will be convenient for both us and the boss. The 3 true food enthusiasts had devised such a clever plan. After contemplating, Qin Mo realized that this arrangement would yield only benefits for him, and he nodded in agreement. Opening his WeChat, Boss, this spicy hot pot is absolutely delightful. I suggest you prepare more stock for tomorrow. Otherwise, you might not have enough to sell. Today was merely the first day, and given the customer's anticipation, one could only imagine the bustling scene that awaited tomorrow. All right, I appreciate your support. And I won't keep you any longer. I need to take my daughters out for dinner. At this moment, everything was packed away, and Qin Mo lifted his 2 daughters onto the tricycle, greeting the 3 boys as he prepared to leave. See you tomorrow, boss. Running a business is no easy feat. You have to care for the children while also making a profit. Haha, it's nothing, see you. While others might find it strenuous. Qin Mo did not share their sentiment. With his daughters by his side, a mere glance at them dispelled all fatigue of the day. Chapter 17. Closing up and heading home. I quit smoking, Daddy. What are we going to eat? Upon returning to their residence and parking the tricycle, it was already 7 in the evening. At this hour, not only the 2 daughters, but Qin Mo himself felt a gnawing hunger. Thankfully, his daughters were understanding and did not complain. Seeing the second daughter's little face scrunched up in distress made Qin Mo's heart ache. It is imperative to earn more swiftly and replace the old vehicle. If I could acquire a van, life would be considerably more convenient, saving precious time on the road. With my 2 daughters, I could easily embrace them in my arms, and they would be right in front of me. As for my culinary skills, I received feedback from my daughters today at lunch. They were not particularly fond of my cooking. Qin Mo has resolved that until his culinary abilities improve, he will frequently take his daughters out to dine. This way, he can earn money while satisfying their appetites. A win-win solution indeed. Daddy, I want to eat grilled chicken wings, exclaimed the younger daughter, her arms wrapped around Qin Mo's neck, her fingers unconsciously finding their way to her mouth. Daddy, look at sister. She's biting her nails again. The elder daughter reported from behind, making a face at her sister. Do you recall what I previously mentioned, dear? Qin Mo addressed the younger daughter without pulling her hand away, allowing her to manage it herself. Daddy, please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. The younger daughter replied, feeling a bit wronged, and then huffed disdainfully at her sister. All right. You must be more mindful in the future, and rest assured, Daddy isn't upset. I believe you are a good child and can certainly overcome this habit. Qin Mo understood that altering his daughter's behavior is not an overnight endeavor. It requires a gradual approach in their daily life, which is the most effective method. I understand. The younger daughter beamed upon hearing Qin Mo's words. Daddy, are we dining here? 10 minutes later, Qin Mo found a small restaurant near their residence. With time constraints today, he could only settle for this place, which offered decent fare. Over the past few years, he would come here to celebrate holidays, ordering a few dishes and enjoying a couple of drinks as a reward for himself. Zhanggu, I'm here to support your business. Upon entering the establishment, Qin Mo greeted a middle-aged man, Zhang Tianxi, the restaurant owner. I thought I heard the magpies chirping early today. It's you, Xiaoqin. It's been a while since you visited. I presumed you had returned home to seek your fortune. Zhang Tianxi, busy tallying up at the counter. looked up upon hearing the familiar voice. Ah, fortune is a distant dream. For now, I merely wish to fill my stomach. Qin Imo set his daughters down, preparing to chat with Zhang Tianqi. Care for a smoke? Zhang Tianqi casually retrieved a pack of freshly opened double happiness cigarettes from the counter, offering one to Qin Imo. In such small eateries, regular patrons often enjoy a smoke. The owner typically opens a few packs and shares with acquaintances. With a maximum of 2 packs a day, a trivial matter compared to the business itself. Zhang, I've quit smoking. Qin Imo declined the cigarette, placing it back. You've quit. Unexpected, but it's for the best. Saving a few hundred yuan each month can cover a month's rent and is also beneficial for your health. Qin Imo refrained from smoking, and Zhang Tianqi returned the cigarettes to the counter. Same as usual? No, today I'll opt for something different. Steamed fish, stir-fried greens, and a soup. Qin Imo gestured towards the nearby refrigerated cabinet. All right, Xiao Qin, today isn't a holiday. How can you bear to spend money? Zhang remarked. Brother Zhang, these clams are fresh, aren't they? Qin Imo did not respond to Zhang Tianqi's comment and continued his inquiry, picking up a clam to inspect it. Xiao Qin, your question wounds my heart. Zhang Tianqi retorted, moving closer to select some clams into a basket. Haha, I wouldn't want to, but today is a different circumstance. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Zhang Tianqi finally noticed the 2 little girls beside him. Are these your daughters? Having known each other for several years, he had always assumed Qin Imo was single. Now, with the 2 girls around 3 years old, it indicated that Qin Imo had been married for at least 4 years. Indeed, they are twins, aren't they lovely? Dabao and Erbao, come greet everyone. Qin Imo proudly declared, seemingly eager for the world to know of his twin daughters. I never expected this. You've kept it well hidden. You have daughters now. We were all worried about you, thinking of introducing you to someone. No, we must gather everyone for a proper celebration. Zhang Tianqi playfully patted Qin Imo on the chest, feigning a reproachful expression. Over the years on Changzhou Island, Qin Imo had made more than just one friend, and often, after closing his stall, he would join others for tea and banter. For now, I don't have time. Let us do this. I'll give you a response within 2 months, and then I'll host everyone for a gathering. The arrival of his daughters had momentarily placed Qin Imo in a financial predicament. Every penny had to be meticulously allocated. The monthly expenses for their kindergarten amounted to approximately 300 yuan, and without any property, he was compelled to enroll them in a private institution. With both daughters, expenses approached 3,000 yuan a month, and considering a semester spans 5 months, this amounted to a substantial yearly sum of around 30,000 yuan. In the past, he would have found it impossible to shoulder such costs, but circumstances had shifted. His business was gradually improving, and with the support of the system, Qin Imo was confident that within 6 months, everything would stabilize. Let us not dwell on it. Brother Zhang was only joking. Zhang Tianqi was aware of Qin Imo's situation, knowing that most of his earnings were sent home, leaving him with barely enough for personal needs. Especially now that the 2 daughters were with him, increasing expenses. No problem, it's settled then. I'll provide a specific date, and you can inform everyone. Recognizing Qin Mo's resolve, Zhang Tianqi ceased to press further. A meal would likely cost around 2,000, and they could manage to pool resources. Xiao Qin, my tea leaves are over there. You know where they are. Please brew some for yourself while I head to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. After selecting the clams, Zhang Tianqi shook the basket a few times and proceeded to the back kitchen. Got it. Hurry, my daughters are going to starve. Qin Imo approached the counter, retrieved a tea canister, and placed a few leaves into a teapot, followed by a splash of boiling water. For workers at their level, tea was not a matter of great ceremony. They simply brewed it in large pots. Dabao, sit still and don't run around. Dabao, unable to remain seated, leapt from her chair almost as soon as she had settled in, wandering around the store, her curiosity leading her to touch everything within reach. Qin Imo, fearing she might break something, quickly intervened. Sister, you are being naughty again. Look at Erbao, who is the good child. Erbao climbed onto Qin Mo's lap and playfully stuck out his tongue at Dabao, wearing an expression of smug delight. That's not true. Dabao is also a good child. Daddy, don't you agree? Dabao returned to Qin Imo, tugging at his hand with her question. Good children sit still and listen. Right, Dabao? Chin Mo, filled with affection, tousled his daughter's hair. Chapter 18, Culinary Skills Lacking, Dining Out Daddy. What are you drinking? Let Dabao have a sip too. Upon seeing Chin Mo lift his teacup, Dabao eagerly leaned forward to take a peek. Do you want a drink too? Dabao? Yes, Dabao wants to drink. It must be delicious if Daddy is drinking it. While sipping his tea, Chin Mo appeared utterly content, making it seem as though he was indulging in heavenly nectar. All right, Daddy will pour a little for you. Dabao's insistence was undeniable. Chin Mo retrieved a disposable cup, rinsed it with tea, and filled it a quarter full. Go ahead and drink. He placed the cup into Dabao's tiny hands, lifted her back onto the chair, and watched her with a smile on his face. Uffed. The moment Dabao took a sip, her expression soured, and she promptly spat the tea out. Tui, Daddy, you tricked me. This tastes awful. It was her first encounter with tea, and even adults often find it an acquired taste, let alone a 3-year-old. Haha. Chin Mo couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Xiao Qin, what is you so amused? At that moment, Zhang Tianqi emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Uncle, Dabao is greedy and wanted to drink from Daddy's cup, but she ended up spitting it out. Hee. Bao seized the opportunity to tease her, reminding everyone that children can hold grudges. Humph, Bao, I'm not talking to you anymore. Feeling the laughter directed at her, Dabao turned her head away in indignation. Xiao Qin, your daughter is truly adorable. Having a daughter is wonderful. Zhang Tianqi, a father of 3 boys, had always yearned for a daughter after his hopes for a girl were dashed with each subsequent son. The weight of life's responsibilities had led him to stop trying, yet he had always harbored a wish for a daughter. Witnessing Chin Mo's twin daughters stirred a pang of envy within him. Brother Zhang, don't say that. Boys and girls are equally precious. Chin Mo replied, winking and offering a comforting smile, well aware of Zhang Tianqi's sentiments. Ah, such things cannot be forced. Xiao Qin, you should eat. The other 2 dishes will be ready shortly. After placing a plate of greens on the table, Zhang Tianqi turned to head back to the kitchen. Come, Dabao and Bao, eat your greens. Chin Mo placed a piece of vegetable into each of their bowls, noting the professional flair with which the dish had been prepared, something he could never replicate. Daddy, Bao doesn't he want to eat greens? Bao began to whine at the sight of the vegetables in her bowl. Bao, you mustn't be picky. You need to eat your greens, otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy roasted chicken wings in the future. To educate children, it is essential to provide appropriate guidance. One cannot rely solely on intimidation, nor can one indulge them excessively. A balance between the 2 approaches is necessary. Daddy, if the little one eats vegetables, can she still enjoy roasted chicken wings later? Upon hearing that vegetables could lead to a lack of her beloved chicken wings, the younger sibling eagerly inquired. Indeed, she must eat her vegetables. Chin Mo observed the elder sister relishing her greens with satisfaction, relieved that the 2 siblings were not identical in their preferences. Look at your sister, little one, Chin Mo remarked. After spending nearly a day together, he recognized the tendency of the sisters to compare themselves, and he seized this opportunity. Hee, if you don't eat your vegetables, you'll grow up to be quite unattractive. The elder sister gleefully echoed their father's words. Humph, you're the ugly one. I'll eat them right now, retorted the younger sibling, promptly putting the vegetables into her mouth. However, her little face contorted in distaste, revealing her aversion to greens. See, the little one is being good. She is a wonderful child. Chin Mo understood that children at this age thrived on praise. Hee, did you hear that, sister? Daddy says I'm the good child. The mischievous younger sibling twisted Chin Mo's words, implying that the elder sister was not as commendable. You are mistaken. I've eaten more vegetables than you. After finishing a piece of vegetable, the elder sister triumphantly picked up another, grinning at her sister. Humph, the little one can do it too. With this declaration, the younger sibling hastened to chew, only to be halted by Chin Mo elder sister. You must set an example for your younger sibling. You are the big sister. And, little one, remember to chew your food slowly. It aids digestion. Chin Mo admonished, adopting a serious demeanor. Daddy, I understand. Please don't be upset. The elder sister replied, playfully nudging Chin Mo with her head. Little one, if you eat more vegetables. Daddy won't be angry. The younger sibling, who had been hastily chewing, now slowed her pace. Well done, both of you. Excellent, Chinemo praised, giving his daughters a thumbs up. Hee. Upon hearing their father's commendations, both sisters beamed with delight. The younger sibling picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it into Chinmo's bowl. Daddy, you must eat more vegetables too, otherwise you won't be a good child. The little one, with a wrinkled nose, watched intently, eager for him to comply. Ha ha ha, Daddy is also a good child. Chinmo chuckled as he took the vegetables offered by his daughter, savoring their extraordinary sweetness that resonated deep within. Thank you for bringing these daughters into my life. I shall ensure they endure no hardship. Observing their innocent smiles, Chinmo made a silent vow that no matter how challenging life may become, he would shield his daughters from suffering. With the system now in place, could life truly be more arduous than before? As this thought crossed his mind, Chinmo shook his head, realizing he had underestimated the system. Xiaoqin, do you have something troubling you? At that moment, Zhang Tianqi entered with a platter of freshly steamed fish, noticing Chinmo's thoughtful demeanor. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your concern. I was merely contemplating a few matters. Nothing of great significance. Truly, there is no issue. Observing your heavy-hearted demeanor, I encourage you to share any difficulties you may be facing. While I may not be able to assist, there are others who can. Placing the steamed fish on the table, Zhang Tianqi poured himself a cup of tea. Haha. Brother Zhang, rest assured, if I ever encounter a real challenge, I shall certainly trouble you. Although we may not possess great abilities, we, as friends, are always willing to lend a hand when it does not affect our families. The soup is nearly ready. Let me check on it. After chatting with Chinmo for a while, Zhang Tianqi rose. Today felt peculiar. It was typically mealtime. The influx of outsiders on Changzhou Island was considerable, with nearly 10,000 workers at one shipyard alone. Yet, since Chinmo's arrival, not a single customer had entered. Usually, this place would be bustling at this hour. But now 5 of the 6 tables remained vacant. Chinmo glanced at Zhang Tianqi's retreating figure, realizing that he was not the only one facing difficulties. Brother Zhang was too, albeit he chose not to reveal it. It seemed necessary to find a moment to gather insights from the others. Zhang Tianqi, unwilling to pry directly, understood that his inquiries would only place Brother Zhang in a more uncomfortable position. If he truly faced challenges, could he be of any assistance given the current circumstances? Come now, today's flour clams are exceptionally fresh. Zhang Tianqi confidently carried the soup and swiftly approached. Chapter 19, Assessing the Harvest. Profitable returns. I want to serve your meal. You can help yourself to whatever you desire. Zhang Tianqi pulled a chair and sat beside Chinmo. Since when did you become so courteous, Brother Zhang? People do change over time. Enough of that. Taste the soup and provide me with your feedback. Retrieving 3 bowls, Zhang Tianqi began ladling the soup. To the 2 lovely little princesses, do sample the soup made by your uncle. Placing the soup before Dabao and Erbao, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed Zhang Tianqi's face. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Dabao and Erbao chimed in cheerfully. Uncle, this soup is delicious. Far better than what Daddy makes. Erbao glanced at Chinmo and continued, with Dabao eagerly chiming in as well. It's much tastier than what Daddy makes. Ha ha. Witnessing Dabao and Erbao's lively antics brought an involuntary smile to Zhang Tianqi's face. Little Qin, this is not my claim. After the laughter subsided, the trace of sorrow on Zhang Tianqi's face vanished. Brother Zhang, how can this be compared? You are a professional, while I am merely an amateur. Upon hearing Zhang Tianqi compare his culinary skills to his own, Chinmo could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Not at all, little Qin. You at least prepare spicy hot pot. Your culinary skills must be passable. Uncomparable. Speaking of spicy hot pot, how's your business faring these days? Zhang Tianqi inquired with genuine concern, knowing that Chinmo faced several competitors at his stall. It's going reasonably well. Including myself, only 3 of us remain, while the others could not sustain themselves. In the span of 6 months, at the peak, there were 5 competitors, and at that time, Chinmo had worried about his ability to persevere. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. Some young women continued to tend to their own affairs, persevering through adversity. 6 establishments, I ponder, could hardly yield a day's revenue sufficient to recoup the initial investment. In any business, the sight of a thriving enterprise inevitably draws imitators, who persist until they are met with failure. The current culinary landscape is indeed fiercely competitive. Why dwell on such matters? You've made the effort to join me for a meal. Let us share a few drinks, though, dear Qin, you may substitute tea for wine. Zhang Tianxi mused aloud for a moment before rising to fetch a bottle of beer, discarding the tea, and filling his own glass. Come, Xiao Qin, let us make a toast. He downed the beer in one gulp and filled his glass again, but just as he prepared to continue drinking, Qin Mo placed a hand over his cup. Brother Zhang, speak your mind. What troubles you? He had refrained from inquiring before due to the lack of an opening. Yet now, seeing Zhang Tianxi's demeanor, he felt compelled to express concern as a friend. My little restaurant may not survive much longer, Zhang Tianxi lamented, gazing skyward with a despondent expression. What has transpired? Your establishment has always thrived. While it may not have yielded a fortune, it certainly provided for a modest living. Typically, Zhang Tianxi's small eatery performed decently, often earning a monthly profit of 10 to 20,000 yuan, a figure he had once envied, regretting not having learned culinary skills himself. Otherwise, he would not be toiling endlessly for a meager 5 to 6,000 yuan a month. Recently, a new restaurant opened on the island, grand in scale and affordable in pricing, causing patrons to flock there. With a sigh, he raised his glass and drank deeply. Coughing a bit from the rush of the drink, he recovered and continued, Brother Zhang, while I may not be the most eloquent, I firmly believe that after every storm, the sun must shine. Some patrons remain fond of small establishments. I am confident your business will rebound soon. I, for one, often prefer dining at quaint eateries. And your culinary skills are certainly commendable. Ah, Xiaoqin, how comforting your words are. Yet the thought of closing the small restaurant left Zhang Tianxi feeling disheartened. Starting anew in another location remained uncertain, and there was a chance that business might not be as prosperous as it was here. He resolved to heed Qin Mo's advice to persevere a little longer. If all else failed, he would reconsider his options. Enough of these gloomy sentiments. Let us drink. Observing Zhang Tianxi's spirits lift, Qin Mo did not restrain him from drinking. His capacity for alcohol was impressive, and several bottles posed no challenge to him. Who among you is the elder sister, and who is the younger? With his mood brightening, Zhang Tianxi gazed at Qin Mo's daughter, feeling a twinge of envy towards him. This was his first encounter with such an adorable child, one he had never even seen on television. Hee, uncle, can you guess? The little girl tilted her head, her eyes blinking rapidly. Before guessing, may I pose a question? Of course, uncle, ask away. Between the two sisters, who is smarter? Dabao or Airbao? Coughing at Zhang Tianxi's question, Qin Mo raised his teacup, unable to contain a chuckle. Who is clever? Clearly, it is Dabao. In front of everyone, the two sisters were quite competitive. You are the elder sister, Dabao? What else is there to say? Dabao momentarily stood in astonishment, questioning, Uncle, how did you guess? Isn't Uncle impressive? Even Daddy can't tell the difference. Uncle is truly remarkable. Dabao gazed at Zhang Tianxi with admiration. At home, during bath time, even Mama often fails to distinguish, frequently washing the same person twice. Hee, sister, you've been tricked by Uncle. Bao leaned in with a grin, looking at Dabao. How could Uncle deceive Dabao? I haven't told him anything. Upon hearing her sister's words, Dabao shook her little head, bewildered, and asked, Bao won't tell you. Daddy. Dabao clutched Qin Mo's hand, beginning to act spoiled. Humph, Daddy, don't tell sister, otherwise, Bao will get upset. Observing her sister's antics, Bao quickly interjected. All right. Daddy won't reveal it to sister. Let her guess on her own. Humph, Daddy, I'm not eating anymore. Qin Mo attempted to offer his daughter a piece of fish, but Dabao pouted her little lips, clearly annoyed. Dabao, be good, eat more fish to become smarter. When we get home, Daddy will secretly tell you, okay? As Qin Mo lifted the fish, his voice lowered towards the end, only for Dabao to hear. Exactly. Sister is so silly, she should eat more fish. Look at Bao. She loves fish and is so clever. Bao beamed with pride, and after speaking, she picked up a piece of fish from her bowl and waved it towards Debeo. That's not true. Debeo loves fish too. Debeo took the fish, picked up another piece for herself, and stubbornly chewed on it. Erbao, see? Debeo likes it too. With a piece of fish still in her mouth, Debeo raised her little head defiantly towards Erbao. Debeo, eat slowly, don't choke, and remember not to talk while eating. Half an hour later, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected that the host accompanied the daughter to dine at a small restaurant. Total expenditure 130 yuan. Instant refund of 260 yuan. Please check your account. Chapter 20. A promise. Unchanging for a century, Daddy. What are you doing? By the time they returned to the rented apartment, it was already 8:30 in the evening. After giving both daughters a bath, Chinemo had spent another half hour. Thankfully, the household appliances were fully equipped. He could bathe in cold water, but his daughters required hot water. After a flurry of activities, it was already 9:30. Only then did Chinemo find the opportunity to retrieve his backpack and begin counting today's earnings. Counting money. Chinemo was particularly eager to know the day's total. The food sold today was more plentiful than usual. Primarily, he and T brought the afternoon's stock upstairs, intending to avoid an extra trip after closing. Can Erbao count? Chinemo poured the loose change from his small backpack onto the bed, as not all customers utilized electronic payments. Some preferred cash. Erbao, can you count? He observed his daughter expertly arranging the bills. Mama taught Erbao before. Daddy, doesn't he believe it? Just ask sister. She can do it, let alone Erbao. While praising her own cleverness, Erbao did not forget to highlight Debeo. This is 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and here is 50 yuan. Daddy, ISNT Erbao, correct? From the loose change, Erbao picked out 4 notes and pointed them out to Chinemo one by one. How clever Erbao is. Chinemo was genuinely astonished. In his understanding, most 3-year-olds could barely count to 10, yet Erbao exceeded such expectations. Undoubtedly, this was the result of Yi Qian's diligent efforts. She had instilled numerous good habits in their daughter. All right, Debeo, would you like to help your father? At that moment, Debeo was already lying on the bed, her little belly exposed. She was quite tired and yearned for sleep. Before she could finish her words, she let out a yawn. Okay, Debeo, you can sleep first. Noticing that his daughter was already dozing off, Chinemo wondered if she was simply exhausted from the day or if it was her usual bedtime. Daddy. Erbao is not sleepy yet. I can help Daddy. Good. Erbao is so obedient. Keep your voice down so you don't wake your sister. The bed in the bedroom was a spacious one. 8-meter wooden frame, ample enough for him and his 2 daughters to share comfortably. Chinemo gently placed Debeo inside, tucked her in, and continued counting the money. The fatigue of the day melted away during this moment, as he relished the joy of tallying his gains. Today, he had earned a total of 863 yuan. After deducting the 300 yuan cost, that meant a profit of 563 yuan. Selling spicy skewers could indeed yield over 10,000 yuan a month. With this thought, Chinemo sprang from the bed, excitedly pacing around. Erbao, curious, followed closely behind, her little hands clasped behind her back, walking with a waddle and occasionally giggling. Adding the 130 yuan returned from earlier meals, he now had a total of 1,350 yuan. In just one day, his funds had doubled. What a delightful realization. Laughing heartily, he suddenly felt a bump against his thigh. Erbao, how did you fall? Let Daddy check if you're hurt. It's your fault, Daddy. Erbao had been imitating her father's walk when he unexpectedly stopped, causing her to bump into Chinemo and tumble to the ground. Thank goodness you're all right. After examining her, he found that she was unhurt, and he sighed in relief. Haha, that's what you get for trailing behind me. Quickly, back to bed. He lifted Erbao and placed her on the bed. Gazing at his 2 daughters, sensing something was amiss. Daddy, I don't have pajamas. How can Erbao sleep? Hearing this, Chinemo finally grasped the situation. Erbao, you can sleep tonight. Daddy forgot. We'll go shopping tomorrow to buy some, all right? Daddy, let us make a promise. Erbao stretched her little hand out from under the covers, her expression serious. Let us make a promise, and it shall not change for 100 years. She hooked her index finger with her father's, her voice sweet and innocent. Daddy, we made a promise. You mustn't deceive Erbao. After lying down, Bao still seemed uneasy, peeking her little head out from under the blanket to ask, "Okay, Daddy isn't deceiving Bao? Hee hee, good night, Daddy, Bao is going to sleep now." This time, the second child did not awaken. Chin-mo gazed at his daughter, and within mere minutes, she fell into a peaceful slumber. At last, he found himself with the opportunity to delve into the system, glancing at his two daughters. A blissful smile graced Chin-mo's face as he propped his pillow upright against the headboard. "System," he silently chanted, and instantly, a luminous interface materialized before him. Dad popularity value 1. Dad popularity value 1. Chin-mo's initial curiosity led him to explore the information, discovering that there were still system notifications during this time frame. How much popularity value had he amassed? His gaze shifted to the lower right corner, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Popularity value 1352. This was indeed splendid news. In just a few short hours, over 1,000 people had come to know of a particularly delectable spicy hot pot near the university town of Shanghai. Now, Chin-mo comprehended that each unit of popularity value represented a single individual. With a popularity value of 1352, that translated to over 1,000 people. Dad popularity value 1. Wait, the popularity value was still on the rise, now reaching 1353, incrementing gradually with each passing moment. First, let us explore what the system marketplace has to offer. Earlier in the day, he had only glanced at the lottery, leaving the marketplace unexplored. Delicious seasoning, 500 Dad popularity value. Upon opening the system marketplace, Chin-mo immediately recognized the familiar item, reminiscent of what he had received in the novice gift pack. Albeit with altered packaging and reduced quantity, now merely a third of the original amount. Should he exchange for another pack? The efficacy of the delicious seasoning had been personally experienced that afternoon. Just a small addition to the broth had multiplied his income several-fold. Let us examine other options before deciding. A bottle materialized in Chin-mo's hand, the very seasoning from the novice gift pack. The system possessed a built-in space, capable of holding only system items, with a limit of 5 items at a time. Stowing the bottle of delicious seasoning, Chin-mo continued to browse the marketplace. Cantonese cuisine mastery. The flavors you create in the realm of Cantonese cuisine are unparalleled. Exchange requirement 5,000,000 Dad popularity value. Sichuan cuisine mastery. Any dish you prepare within the Sichuan cuisine system is unmatched. Exchange requirement 5,000,000 Dad popularity value. Hunan cuisine mastery. The flavors you create within the Hunan cuisine system are unrivaled. Exchange requirement 5,000,000 Dad popularity value. These top-tier skills were all coveted by Chin-mo. To think that one could achieve a level of culinary excellence unmatched by any other was a tantalizing notion. One could be deemed a culinary deity. However, a requirement of 5 million popularity value meant that half the population of Yangcheng would need to be aware of him. Forget it. Let us not dwell on these unattainable aspirations. Practicality must prevail. Advanced Cantonese cuisine. With this skill, your culinary creations will rival those of a master chef. Exchange requirement 500,000 Dad popularity value. Still unattainable, 500,000 was indeed exasperating. Onward. Intermediate Cantonese cuisine. With this skill, dear host, you may open a restaurant. Ensuring you won't starve. Exchange requirement 100,000 Dad popularity value. Is there not a single item I can exchange? After flipping through dozens of pages, Chin-mo felt utterly numb. The system marketplace offered an array of skills that he could not even fathom. Each one he encountered required over 100,000 popularity points. And with his mere 1,000, he found himself at a loss. There's a classification? Just as Chin-mo was grappling with frustration, he noticed a category in the upper right corner of the system interface. Upon clicking it, 4 options appeared: max level, advanced, intermediate, and beginner. Finally, there was a beginner option. Perhaps he could exchange for something now? He selected the beginner choice, and before him unfolded hundreds of panels, each showcasing dozens of skills. Beginner Cantonese cuisine. Acquiring this skill means you are no longer a novice in the culinary world. The dishes you prepare will not poison you. Exchange requirement 5,000 popularity points. Wow. Upon reading the system's description, Chin Mo could not help but curse. The implication was clear: he was still a rookie in the culinary profession, and his cooking could potentially be lethal. Forget it. If the bar is set so high, I want to change my profession. Where on earth can I gather 5,000 popularity points? Perhaps I should try my luck with the lottery instead. After browsing through a dozen pages, he surrendered outright. This was sheer bullying. Even the most basic skills demanded at least 2,000 points, and those were skills that seemed dispensable. It was evident that any skill was truly a precious commodity. Exiting the system marketplace, a spinning wheel materialized before him upon his confirmation. Should he give it a try? The beginner lottery required only 1,000 popularity points. Watching his popularity increase slightly in mere moments, he thought, "What's 1,000 points? Trying it poses no risk. And who knows what unexpected rewards await." Having made up his mind, Chin Mo extended his right hand and selected the beginner lottery. Ding. Does the host wish to use 1,000 popularity points for the lottery? Yes. Ding. As this is the host's first lottery, the odds of winning are increased 100-fold. System, please, I want to draw again. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Chin Mo felt a wave of regret wash over him. 100-fold increase in lottery odds meant he would certainly avoid drawing trash. If he had saved up for the intermediate or even advanced lottery, wouldn't he have had the chance to obtain a truly remarkable skill? Alas, there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn Spicy Hot Pot Advanced. Acquiring this skill allows the host to step into mastery within the hot pot industry, rendering him unbeatable against street vendors. Upon witnessing the skill he had drawn, Chin Mo was momentarily stunned, his breath quickening. All previous reluctance vanished in an instant. For him, a skill that could facilitate earning money was a valuable asset. Although it was merely a single skill, it saved him 50,000 popularity points, making this investment worthwhile. 50,000 popularity points, given the current rate of increase, would take several months to accumulate, and in the face of potential bottlenecks, it could well exceed half a year. Now that he had acquired this skill, the time saved could allow him to earn enough to provide a better life for his 2 daughters. Should he merge the skill? Just then, the system's prompt resonated once more. Merge. Choosing to participate in a lottery, one yearns to acquire a skill. How could one possibly retain the previous state? Information manifests spontaneously in the mind, merging seamlessly with one's memories, swiftly transforming into an instinct for Chin Mo. He rises to stretch his body, marveling at the sensation, having spent decades in this profession. Yet, he decides to postpone further contemplation until morning, for a multitude of tasks awaits him. He is tempted to experiment immediately but ultimately refrains, extinguishing the light and positioning himself beside the bed to prevent his 2 daughters from rolling off. The night passes in silence, filled only with sweet dreams. As Chin Mo revels in a victorious dreamscape, he suddenly experiences a struggle for breath. After a brief struggle, he opens his eyes to find his eldest daughter pinching his nose, while the youngest giggles beside her. "Daddy, you're such a lazy pig. Only just waking up now," the eldest exclaims, releasing her grip and covering her mouth. "Daddy, the little one wants milk." Having just awakened, Chin Mo is momentarily taken aback by his daughter's request for milk and quickly inquires, "Little one, do you want milk?" "Daddy, the eldest wants milk too. Mommy said we must have milk in the morning. It's good for little children." To reassure Chin Mo of their necessity, the eldest adds an explanation. Glancing at the clock, he notes that it is 7:30. "My dear daughters, what kind of milk do you usually drink?" In the early hours, the prospect of locating milk powder seems daunting, and he is unaware of which brand they consume. This must surely be the handiwork of his unreliable sister-in-law. If the children still drink milk, they should always have a can of milk powder on hand. This realization underscores just how untrustworthy his sister-in-law is. Resolving to call Yi Qing, he picks up his phone. "Oh, when did she send me a message?" Upon unlocking the screen, a notification appears, and his expression darkens as he reads the message sent by Yi Qing at 11:30 last night, by which time he had already succumbed to slumber. "Mr. Qing, I forgot to mention that the eldest and the youngest need milk every morning. They drink the Mead Johnson Blue Ribbon brand. Please purchase a small can." and I will bring it along with their clothes. Yiqing certainly fulfills her role as an aunt, forgetting everything and expecting him to fetch milk powder in the middle of the night as if the store were his own, assuming he could procure items at his leisure. Even a 24-hour convenience store might not stock that particular brand. Daughters, there is no milk powder this morning. Shall we wait until Daddy buys some? He hesitates, reluctant to leave his daughters alone in the house, yet taking them along presents its own challenges. No. The eldest wants milk, Daddy. The eldest's eyes brim with tears, as if her crying will commence at the mere utterance of the word no. The youngest has already begun to weep. Lacking experience, Qin Mo realizes that for children accustomed to milk, missing a single meal can lead to distress, irrespective of their understanding. Be good, my dear daughters. Daddy will prepare breakfast for you. How does that sound? The two girls begin to protest, and as a single tear falls from the eldest, her cries erupt. Oh, Daddy. The eldest wants milk. Both daughters clamored for a taste, and Qin Mo found himself utterly helpless. The sound of their cries pierced his heart, evoking a profound sense of distress. Why, I want Mommy. Daddy doesn't care for the second baby anymore. I want to go back. The wails of the elder and younger daughters crescendoed, while other residents around them were peacefully slumbering. It was evident that the neighbors on the same floor had likely been roused by the commotion, and Qin Mo foresaw the necessity of offering them an apology later. Some residents on this floor worked at night and rested during the day. I refuse. The elder sister wants to return to Mommy. Qin Mo's attempts to soothe them not only proved ineffective but also backfired, as the two girls continued to cry while making their way to the door. Elder sister and younger sister, Daddy will prepare something delicious for you. It's the spicy hot pot we sold yesterday, and it's truly delightful. Those lovely older siblings absolutely adore it. With no other recourse, Qin Mo sought alternative solutions. The previous afternoon, while setting up his stall, both daughters had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and expressed a desire to sample it. However, he had refrained from allowing them to indulge. He believed it prudent for young children to consume such fare sparingly. Yet now, he had no choice but to offer a temporary compromise, fervently hoping that the two would cease their lamentations. Daddy, what did you say? The previously sobbing younger daughter instantaneously transformed her expression, her curiosity piqued, as she wiped not a tear from her face. Daddy will make you spicy hot pot. How does that sound? The younger daughter halted her cries, and soon after, the elder sister followed suit, both eyes fixed intently on Qin Mo, wary that he might be deceiving them. Daddy, you promised it was for the elder sister. I want lots of meat. The lots of meat the elder sister referred to were, in fact, meatballs. All right, Daddy will prepare breakfast for you right now. Meanwhile, on another front, hello, this is 110, please state your emergency. Hello, I would like to report a crime. A hesitant new tenant retrieved their phone and finally dialed the number. Please describe the situation. A friendly voice responded from the other end. There is someone abusing children here. All right, please remain calm. In order to expedite our response, kindly provide the address of the incident. Let me repeat the location to ensure accuracy. Correct. Thank you. We are dispatching officers to the scene immediately. Such was the art of high-level skills. At last, the two daughters fell silent, and Qin Mo rummaged through his second-hand refrigerator for some ingredients. He had invested thousands to procure a second-hand double-door fridge to ensure the freshness of his supplies, such as meatballs. The small refrigerator could hardly accommodate enough provisions. Only a larger model would suffice. Once he retrieved the ingredients, Qin Mo assumed his culinary role and quickly reacquainted himself with the process. He realized that his cooking had reached an entirely new level compared to before. Preparing spicy hot pot required not just boiling but also careful attention to timing. A lapse could adversely affect the flavor. As soon as the designated time arrived, he promptly retrieved the ingredients. In the past, food would often linger too long or be taken out too soon. Punctuality was a rare occurrence. How much easier it was now. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. As the Bao and Air Bao followed the enticing aroma to the kitchen, their faces illuminated with anticipation, they couldn't help but swallow in eagerness. Daddy, it smells so delicious. It must be so tasty. The Bao, go wait at the dining table with your sister. The two children halted at the doorway, unwilling to depart, completely disregarding Chin Mo's words. No way. Dabao wants to keep an eye on Daddy. Such delectable food. Daddy will surely sneak a taste. Dabao scrunched her nose, her eyes wide with determination. Hands firmly on her hips, striking a pose of a little adult. Daddy promises not to eat. Bao is the best. Not a chance. Bao wants to watch Daddy too. The sisters unanimously agreed to keep their gaze fixed on Chin Mo. All right. I truly cannot win against you both. Chin Mo prepared 3 servings. The portions for his daughters were modest, some vegetables, 2 quail eggs, a few meatballs, and some vermicelli. Only for himself did he allow a more generous portion of ingredients. Even before adding the delightful seasonings, the aroma was already rich and inviting, incomparable to what had come before. Daddy, is it ready yet? The allure of the scent had both daughters craning their little necks, fixated on Chin Mo. Just a moment. My little foodies. It will be ready soon. Daddy will add some more tasty treats. I promise to Bao, and Bao will want more. With empty hands. He then produced a bottle, prompting both daughters to clap their tiny hands in excitement, squealing, "Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. You can perform magic." "Oh, that's nothing. Daddy knows many tricks. You will find out soon enough." As long as he worked hard enough, with the system's assistance, all those skills would ultimately belong to him. Chin Mo added a touch of flavorful seasoning to the broth, and immediately, a robust fragrance wafted from the kitchen. "Daddy, is it ready yet?" Bao was growing anxious. Pacing at the doorway. "It's coming." Ignoring the heat, Chin Mo hurriedly carried a portion outside, lest his daughters stage a rebellion. "Don't touch. It's still hot." Just as he turned, Dabao hastily climbed onto a chair, eager to dig in. Chin Mo quickly intervened, truly worried for her safety. If she were to burn herself, Yiqian would surely blame him. "Hee, did Daddy scold you, sister?" Bao, a step behind, stood still beside her chair, watching Dabao get reprimanded. "From now on, you must wait for Daddy's permission." Chin Mo glanced back repeatedly, anxious that Dabao would attempt to climb again. "Understood, Daddy." Seeing her sister smile, Dabao pouted her lips in response. With utmost speed, he brought out the last 2 bowls. "Daddy, pick up Bao." With parents around, children often resort to sweet coaxing, and Bao extended her little hands. Sister climbed up herself. "I can do it too." No way." Bao turned her head away, feigning annoyance. "All right, Daddy will carry you." Hee. As Chin Mo squatted down, Bao's frown vanished, replaced by a bright smile. "Bao, you're so helpless. You can't even climb onto a chair." Observing her father lift her sister, Dabao felt a twinge of jealousy. Hee. That's what you get for climbing first. Proudly, Bao wiggled her little head on Chin Mo's shoulder, sticking her tongue out at her sister. "All right, everyone sit tight. Do you both still want to go out shopping today? Those who misbehave shall not go out." Upon hearing Chin Mo's words, Bao immediately quieted down, sitting obediently in her chair. "Daddy, Bao is very well behaved." She giggled. "Hee, Daddy, take Dabo out today. Let me stay at home." "Not at all," Chin Mo replied. "I just said that whoever behaves will get to go out. Look, Bao is sitting more properly than you." As Chin Mo watched his 2 daughters bicker, he fanned the spicy hot pot with a hand fan. A few minutes later, he exclaimed, "All right, Daba, this one is for you." "Bao, don't be anxious. Yours is here." The 2 portions of breakfast had cooled slightly. After tasting them, Chin Mo placed them before his daughters. "Wow, Daddy, this is delicious," Daba exclaimed eagerly, scooping up a quail egg and taking a bite. It was still a bit hot, but upon tasting the flavor, she forgot about the heat and began to chew, fanning her mouth with her small hands. "Wow, this is really, really delicious." Seeing her sister's reaction, Bao quickly followed suit and tried a sip of the broth. As the delightful flavor hit her palate, her little eyes squinted in joy, a radiant smile spreading across her face. "If it's delicious, I'll eat more." Chin Mo, anticipating the chance to savor the meal himself, picked up a piece of vegetable. The moment it touched his tongue, an indescribable burst of exquisite flavor enveloped him. "Delicious," he declared succinctly, hastening his pace. He finally understood the customer's sentiments. It was simply too delectable to resist. He yearned to finish one bowl and immediately request another. Hee. Daddy eats so messily. The sound of Chin Mo's rapid eating drew the attention of his daughters, prompting Daba to giggle. "Daddy, Mama says one should eat slowly. Bao straightened her posture, mimicking seriousness. All right, Daddy acknowledges his mistake. Just like Bao, thank you for the reminder, my little angel. Recognizing that his actions could influence his children, Chin Imo reached out, ruffling their hair in appreciation. And Daba too, he added with a laugh. Haha, Daba is also a good child. Chapter 23. Trouble arises with a phone call knock. Knock. While the three were enjoying breakfast, a knocking sound interrupted them. Hello, is this Ms. Li Min? Asked a robust police officer in uniform, her expression serious. Yes, I am Li Min. What seems to be the issue, officer? Confused by the sudden visit after receiving a phone call, Li Min was unsure of what had transpired, but was instructed to cooperate fully with the police. We received a report that your tenant is abusing children. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Li Min, a local of Yangcheng, owned several rental properties, and the building in question was among them. Her parents were enjoying their retirement, traveling the world, leaving the management of these properties to her. The rental income, amounting to a substantial sum each month, was entirely at her disposal, making her quite a catch. Young and beautiful, she attracted many suitors with her monthly rental income of 100,000. Officer, there must be some mistake. The tenants in this building have been long-term residents, some for over several years. Li Min is quite discerning when it comes to tenants. Should she discover any issues, she would rather forego this month's rent than allow them to remain. It can be said that she knows nearly everything about the tenants in this building. She is particularly attuned to families with children, as she firmly believes that certain behaviors are simply unacceptable. If there are problems, they can only be understood through thorough investigation. If someone has reported an issue, we must come to ascertain the facts. The responding officer is Huang Liao, a diligent officer who has been with the precinct for just over a year, accompanied by her partner, Zhong Jianqing. Which floor is the tenant on? Huang Liao's expression has already soured. She thinks to herself that there is far too much unnecessary chatter, though she refrains from voicing her thoughts. 301. This cannot be right. Could this be a prank? How could it possibly involve Chin Imo? Li Min knows this tenant well, an undergraduate who has been renting from her for nearly 4 years. He possesses a gentle demeanor, and among her tenants, several single women have expressed interest in him, yet he has consistently declined their advances. Whether this stems from genuine disinterest or high standards remains unclear. However, it seems unlikely that his standards are excessively lofty, as many of these single women are quite accomplished. Ms. Li, it is not your discretion that matters, but rather the facts at hand. Please open the door. The entrance to the rental building is secured with access controls, allowing entry only through 2 means. Very well, I shall see who is frivolously making reports. Until this moment, Li Min cannot fathom that Chin Imo could be such a person. What did you say, Ms. Li? Huang Liao, passing by, gazes at her with a serious expression. Nothing. Citizen cooperation. I shall fully assist you in your duties, officer. They soon arrive at the door of 301, and Huang Liao steps aside to grant Li Min access. Ms. Li, please open the door. If I were to open the door, it would infringe upon the tenant's privacy. Officer, I believe it would be best to knock. Li Min responds, shaking her head at the thought of Huang Liao using her key. This is a particularly sensitive time. If something were to happen, I will take full responsibility. Xiao Huang, perhaps we should knock instead? Zhong Jianqing agrees with Li Min, recognizing that if someone has indeed made a false report, explaining the situation to the occupants of 301 could prove challenging. Should they inadvertently witness something private, the tenant might file a complaint, necessitating a detailed report. Brother Zhong, it is fine. I will bear whatever happens alone. Huang Liao has a particular disdain for parents who mistreat their children. All right. With that, Li Min unlocks the door. And at that moment, a child's cries emanate from within. Daddy, it hurts so much. A man stands with his back to the door, just a few meters away. It truly is a situation that demands confrontation. Hearing the child's distress, Huang Liao steps into the room and swiftly raises her right foot to strike. Oh no! Zhong Jianqing, who has been following closely, realizes it is too late to intervene, helplessly watching as Huang Liao takes action. Reporting back after this incident is inevitable. Every time he accompanies her on duty, he is filled with trepidation. Who? Noticing the commotion behind him, Chin Imo attempts to evade, but it is too late. A fierce gust of wind precedes a sharp pain in his waist. Daddy! Daddy! At this moment, Qin Mo first thought of Dabao, quickly releasing his grip and leaning to the side. The sudden turn of events startled Dabao and Bao, who both screamed in succession. Qin Mo. Li Min could not anticipate that this policewoman would strike without warning. She regretted not having insisted earlier, pondering why she had opened the door instead of allowing them to knock. Officer, what are you doing? Li Min was the first to rush over, supporting Qin Mo while casting a reproachful glance at Huang Liao. Qin Mo, are you all right? Humph, you are the bad guys. Why did you hurt my daddy? Bao stepped forward, pointing at Huang Liao and shouting loudly, tears streaming down her face the next moment. Daddy, are you okay? Does it hurt? Dabao says if I blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. Dabao trotted over, clutching Qin Mo's arm, her face displaying a pitiful expression. Landlord, what is happening? Oh dear. Qin Mo, gazing at the two uniformed officers and the landlord Li Min, had just managed to stand when a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to involuntarily cry out before sinking back down. Seeing Qin Mo injured due to her actions left Li Min at a loss for words. And what about the twin girls beside him? Could it be true that he had indeed mistreated the children? Upon entering, he had heard their cries, yet now, witnessing the concern from the two girls, it seemed genuine. Stop pretending and get up. Huang Liao approached, grasping Qin Mo's hand in an attempt to pull him up, only to be thwarted by Bao. Humph, big bad person. You can't touch my daddy, or I'll bite you. Bao seized Huang Liao's hand, her small mouth intent on delivering a bite. Huang Liao, fearing for the child's safety, refrained from resisting. I'll make you pay for hurting my daddy. Bao left a row of bite marks on Huang Liao's hand, yet she did not utter a sound. Do not underestimate a child. Even a single bite could be quite painful. Little one, was it your father who bullied you? Huang Liao, still convinced of her judgment, continued, Officer, if you do not provide a valid reason, I will certainly file a complaint against you. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Qin Mo felt immense frustration. He had merely intended to tend to his daughter's wound when he was suddenly kicked hard in the waist. Reflecting on this, he quickly lifted his shirt. Someone reported that you are abusing children. Huang Liao's gaze remained fixed on him, wary of any extreme actions he might take. Ha ha. You claim I abused children, my own daughter, no less. Officer, I implore you to open your eyes and see if this is how you conduct your duties. Qin Mo lifted his shirt to reveal a dark bruise on his waist, gesturing toward it. If he were capable of overpowering her, he would truly consider flipping the table to teach her a lesson. Chapter 24. You hurt my daddy. Bao is angry. The truth would soon be revealed. Upon seeing the injury on his waist, Huang Liao showed no concern, squatting down to ask, Little one, did your father hit you? Be honest with your sister. This time, Huang Liu did not address Bao but instead inquired of Dabao, who stood nearby. The younger sibling has just reacted to the situation, and it is evident that at this moment, she would not speak the truth upon being questioned. Humph, my daddy wouldn't dare hurt us, the elder sibling declared, turning her head away. Then tell your sister, who was crying just now. Huang Leia inquired patiently, refusing to give up. It was the younger sister who was crying. Children, without any guidance, are incapable of telling lies. Why was she crying? At this question, a smile grazed Huang Leia's face as she glanced at Qin Mo. The meaning in her eyes unmistakable. The younger sister's hand was bleeding, which made her cry. It looked so painful. The elder sibling seemed to recall something and approached the younger sister. Sister, does your hand still hurt? Let me blow on it. She then grasped the younger sister's hand and blew gently upon it. The people in the room, upon seeing the elder sibling's finger adorned with a band-aid, could almost piece together what had transpired. In an instant, the expressions of Huang Leia's companions changed dramatically. He knew without asking that they were in deep trouble. They had unlawfully entered a private residence and caused injury. If this were indeed true, there might be an opportunity for an explanation. But the current circumstances were far from what Huang Leia had envisioned. Officer, do you have any further questions? Qin Mo, having grasped the situation, realized that the attractive police officer before him had misunderstood the events. It was evident that she had failed to comprehend that he had inadvertently injured himself. Such recklessness in an officer's uniform? He thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it, as Qin Mo held great respect for the profession. I am such a bad guy, going out and injuring Daddy. The younger sibling exclaimed, visibly upset. At this moment, Huang Leia found herself at a loss for words. Just as the younger sibling rose and clutched her leg, pushing her towards the exit. Let's go outside. Noticing Huang Leia standing there in a daze, her companion tugged at her arm. Ah, Zhonggu. Coming back to her senses, Huang Leia's complexion turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. There were other bystanders at the entrance, and any misstep could reflect poorly on her department. Officer, I request that you leave. Li Min first cast an apologetic glance at Qin Mo, then shifted her tone to one devoid of emotion as she addressed Huang Leia. All right, I will leave at once. Qin Mo, supporting his waist, slowly seated himself in a chair, watching Huang Leia exit without uttering a word. This matter would surely be resolved without requiring his intervention. Now, he found himself troubled. Having injured his waist, would he be able to continue working? Qin Mo's primary concern lay with his business as he gently pressed his hand against his lower back, a sharp pain shooting through him. Ouch! He could not help but emit a soft cry. Daddy, does it hurt a lot? Isn't blowing on it supposed to help? The elder sibling intended to reach out, but upon witnessing her father's reaction, quickly withdrew her little hand. It's all right, just a little medicine will do. Adjusting his clothing, Qin Mo stood up and regarded the policewoman at the door, pondering how fiercely she had kicked. It was a serious blow. Qin Mo, I apologize. Li Min offered another apology, her expression filled with remorse as she looked at his injured waist. Landlord, you are truly unreliable. The staff can enter, and it is evident to Qin Mo what is transpiring. Enough of this. Let us first proceed to the hospital for an examination. After Li Min spoke, she stepped forward to assist Qin Mo. Landlord, no need. I am capable of walking. You should carry my daughter. Qin Mo thought to herself. They must go to the hospital, and if there are no significant issues, she must still set up her stall in the afternoon, which would entail sitting rather than standing. Are they truly your daughters? Now Li Min had the time to carefully observe the two little girls, with their sweet, round faces adorned with delightful dimples. One couldn't help but want to pinch them. Their big, sparkling eyes darted about, exuding a mischievous charm. Not mine. Could they possibly be yours? Qin Mo rolled her eyes, inadvertently pulling at her injury, causing her brow to furrow and a soft grunt to escape her lips. Oh dear. Serves you right for speaking carelessly. Having no boyfriend of her own, Li Min felt a surge of anger at Qin Mo's retort, yet her curiosity got the better of her. You are not married yet. So how could you have such adorable daughters, let alone twins? At this point, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Li Min's face, but she quickly concealed it. Who said one must be married to have children? To Qin Mo, having a pair of delightful twin daughters was a source of pride. Having children without marriage. So this is the kind of person you are, a scoundrel. Li Min regarded Qin Mo with disdain. Yet she squatted down to scoop up the younger twin. Officer, why are you all just standing there? Lend a hand. Li Min turned to Zhong Jianxing at the doorway, knowing that Huang Liao was not to be relied upon, as the children were resistant to her. All right, I am on my way. Zhong Jianxing hoped that the matter would not escalate and could be resolved amicably, avoiding disruption at the workplace. Little sister, may I hold you? He crouched down, speaking gently, knowing that if the child resisted, there was little he could do. Police uncle, will you be like that big bad guy and hurt my daddy? The younger twin did not reach out but pointed at Huang Liao standing at the door, her little mouth pouting adorably. No. Uncle will take your father to the hospital for an examination. Upon hearing the little girl's question, Zhong Jianxing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are not a big bad guy. The younger twin extended her hand, and only then did Zhong Jianxing lift her into his arms. All right, everyone disperse. Qin Mo slowly exited, prompting Zhong Jianxing to disperse the crowd, among whom a man hastily retreated to his room. Apologies. Qin Mo quietly murmured as she passed by Huang Liao. Big bad guy. However, the younger twin was not convinced upon seeing Huang Liao. She opened her mouth and pretended to bite, her voice sweet and high-pitched. Indeed, you are a wicked villain, injuring my father. Dabaway waved his little hands, his eyes wide open, and his small lips pouted. Chapter 25. The beautiful daughter who cannot manage herself. What to do? No worries, the internal organs are unharmed. Guided by the staff, Qin Mo not only completed the examination but also received the results within mere minutes. Officer Huang, what transpired? Your blow was rather severe. Thankfully, it was merely a flesh wound. The beautiful doctor in charge of the examination took Huang Liao's hand and led her aside. Evidently, they were acquainted. You need not speak. I can already surmise the situation. This must be yet another of your impulsive actions. How many times have you engaged in such behavior? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? The beautiful doctor extended her hand to silence her, delivering a cascade of admonitions. How do you intend to resolve this? How could you bear to strike such a fine young man so forcefully? I must say, at this rate, which boy would dare approach you? Do you intend to become an old maid? Humph, if I become an old maid, so be it. At least I have my aunt to keep me company. Just moments ago, Huang Liu was exuding confidence, yet in an instant, she transformed completely, playfully clutching the beautiful doctor's arm. Enough. If you present yourself like this in front of those boys, would you still be in this predicament? The beautiful doctor, Han Yu, 38 years old, divorced, and the head of the hospital department, remarked, All right, dear aunt, I beseech you, do not continue. I understand. Seeing Han Yu about to speak again, Huang Liao quickly pleaded for mercy. Aunt, remember to prepare a delicious meal. Let us share a drink tonight. Unable to withstand the conversation, Huang Liao hastily diverted the topic. Very well, you must contemplate how to explain this to your father. This is not a concern I should bear. After all, he insists on my pursuing a career in law enforcement. Why should I have to suffer for his choices? Huang Liao furrowed her brow, displaying an expression of distress. Your father is doing this for your own good. Dear aunt, I have matters to attend to and can't indulge in this conversation any longer. We can discuss it tonight. Huang Liao seized the opportunity to hastily exit, unwilling to linger. Sigh, I am truly at my wit's end with her. Observing her niece's departure, Han Yu shook her head, wishing to spare Huang Liao from the lessons she herself had learned. Since her divorce a decade ago, she had remained single. Her feelings were complex. She did not wish for her niece to remain alone, yet feared she might encounter a fate similar to her own. Although there were no serious injuries, rest was necessary, and the doctor advised against exposing the wound to water for a few days. After the examination results were revealed, the doctor began to outline precautions. Qin Mo felt relieved upon hearing that the internal organs and bones were intact. As for the subsequent advice, he dismissed it as common knowledge. Mr. Qin, regarding this incident, perhaps we should consider it this way. Zhong Jianqing approached with a forlorn expression. Each time he responded to an incident with Huang Liao, it seemed to yield no benefits. He had just been reprimanded by his superior over the phone, and a reflective report was inevitable. Now, he could only hope that the other party would not pursue the matter, otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. Enough. This incident is not solely your fault. Regardless, I have unfinished business with her. Qin Mo understood the implication. The other party wished for him to let the matter rest. However, he found it hard to swallow the injustice of having been kicked for no reason. Landlord, let's go back. After applying medicine, the pain in his body had somewhat eased, allowing him to walk with relative ease, much improved from before, although any movement still elicited sharp pangs from the injured area. Mr. Qin, shall we escort you home? Zhong Jianqing hurriedly caught up, his face etched with remorse. No need, we can take a taxi ourselves. I'd rather not have someone indiscriminately kick me again. With a final glance at Huang Liao, Qin Mo took Dabao's hand and walked outside, with Li Min carrying Air Bao following closely behind. You're not going to see them off? At the very least, you could help hail a taxi. Zhang Jianqing suggested as he approached Huang Liao. I'd rather not go over there and face disdainful looks. I already apologized. It wasn't intentional. Why should a grown man be so petty? She had clearly heard Qin Mo's words and deemed it unnecessary to follow. Besides, her involvement was purely professional, not personal grievance. Zhong Jianqing sighed in exasperation. You kicked him and still call him petty? That young man is quite reasonable. Others would have caused a ruckus at your workplace. All right, let us head back then. Persuasion proved futile, and Zhong Jianqing could not compel her to go. Why was it always him who bore the brunt of misfortune? Fine. Brother Zhong, I'll leave the reflection report to you. I understand, but could you possibly change that temperament of yours? I'd rather not become infamous at work. I seem to be implicated in every reprimand. Zhong Jiansheng raised his hands in resignation, his face reflecting his dilemma. Let us discuss it later. Huang Liao replied, starting the vehicle, noticing Zhong Jiansheng had yet to enter. Brother Zhong, are you planning to walk back to the office? Inside the taxi, a strong medicinal odor filled the air, causing the driver to frown slightly before confirming the address and driving off. Daddy, does it still hurt? Airbao glanced at Qin Mo's waist, extending a small hand to inspect the injury, though hesitant to touch. Be good, Daddy feels a bit better now. Daddy, that sister is a big bad person. I'm going to tell Mommy to teach her a lesson. Dabao pouted, looking out the window. Hee hee. Is Mommy really that formidable? After all, she is a police officer. Qin Mo placed his hand gently on his daughter's head. Only then noticing her hair was a bit tousled, and he absent-mindedly smoothed it with his fingers. Are you going to tie your hair up? Li Min, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to comment. Tie it up? Isn't it all just bundled together? Qin Mo was at a loss for words. A little girl should be dressed beautifully. With your kind of hairstyle, my daughters will end up looking unkempt. Yesterday, during bath time, Qin Mo had not washed his daughter's hair. But when it came time for bed, he had untied their once neat braids, binding them together instead. Now, as Li Min looked at the tangled mass of hair on the two girls' heads, her brow furrowed in concern. Are you Dabao or Airbao? Hee hee, sister. I'm Dabao. Dabao giggled upon seeing Li Min's confusion. Dear Bao, who usually styles your hair at home, regardless of who it is? Anyone encountering two charming little girls with disheveled braids atop their heads would surely be unable to resist the urge to intervene. It's my mother. Bao scratched her head, clearly feeling a bit uncomfortable with her current hairstyle. Look, if you can't do it, just learn. There are countless instructional videos online. With that, Li Min shot a fierce glare at Qin Mo's sister. Bao is fine. As long as it's Dad who styles it, it's always beautiful. Bao exclaimed, her eyes darting around rapidly. Chapter 26. New Ideas and Equipment Revamping. Bao and Airbao, would you like me to style your hair? For reasons unknown, Li Min found herself particularly fond of the two little girls and yearned to bond with them. Dad, children inherently cherish beauty. They adore being adorned by their parents. Bao had merely been speaking whimsically earlier. Now, upon hearing Li Min's suggestion, her first glance was towards Qin Mo, evidently hoping to look lovely herself. Qin Mo nodded. After all, the landlord had no work obligations, thus possessing ample free time, with the most demanding task being the collection of rent and occasionally checking on his shop. Dad is the best. Sister, I want to look pretty. Upon hearing Qin Mo's approval, Bao's rapport with Li Min soared. Airbao wants it too, Dad. Airbao adored beauty, yet with her father's braiding, she felt constrained. However, now that there was a better alternative, she was certainly reluctant to have Qin Mo do it. All right, Airbao can too. Sister, when will you style Airbao's hair? Airbao rose from her seat and leaned towards the front passenger seat, prompting Qin Mo to intervene promptly. Airbao, you cannot get up in the car. It's dangerous. Just moments ago, Airbao had been beaming. But upon hearing Qin Mo's stern tone, tears welled in her eyes. Dad, you're being mean to Airbao. Hee hee, Airbao. Didn't Mom say you can't move around in the car? Have you forgotten? Bao nestled closely against Qin Mo, gleefully making faces at her sister. Nasty Bao. I won't play with you anymore. Airbao returned to her seat, turning her head to gaze out at the scenery. Airbao was upset. She was quite angry, and the consequences would be severe. Is Airbao a good child? Qin Mo asked gently, looking at his daughter. Airbao is definitely a good child. In this regard, both daughters were in agreement. Then does Airbao listen to what Mom says? Throughout the day, Qin Mo had come to understand the significance of Yi Qian in his daughter's hearts. Had it not been for certain circumstances, she would not have entrusted her daughters to him. Airbao listens to Mom. Indeed, as soon as Yi Qian was mentioned, Airbao immediately quieted down, her little lips pouting as if they could hold an oil bottle. Wei arrived. They soon returned to their residence, and Li Min hurriedly settled the fare, taking responsibility upon herself. Qin Mo, you're injured now. Let me take care of Bao and Airbao for a while. Li Min finally articulated her intention. Such adorable twins deserve to be showcased, and it would be a disservice to herself not to take them out for a bit. Upon hearing Li Min's inquiry, Qin Mo found himself in a bit of a quandary. He glanced at his two daughters, well aware of their desire to venture out. He had initially planned to take them for an outing today, but his injury rendered that impossible. "Daddy, I want to go out too," exclaimed the elder daughter. The younger one chimed in, "Me too. I promise to be good if I can go with my sister," in her sweet, childlike voice. The younger daughter patted her chest earnestly. "Very well," Chin Mo replied, nodding at the sparkle of anticipation in his daughter's eyes. "Landlord, I must trouble you to bring them back by noon." It was now just after 8 in the morning, and several hours remained until noon. Despite the time, he still felt a twinge of unease. "Rest assured, I will return your precious daughters to you safe and sound," Li Min said, quickly scooping up the younger daughter and taking the elder daughter's hand as they headed toward her luxurious vehicle. It was a striking red Mercedes, a dream car that Chin Mo had once longed to possess in black. However, upon seeing its price, he understood that unless he won the lottery, such a dream was far beyond reach. "Goodbye, Daddy." "Goodbye," the two daughters exclaimed as they bounced excitedly in the car. "Daba, Bao, if you don't sit properly, you won't be allowed to go out." Seeing their exuberance, Chin Mo silently resolved to acquire a similar vehicle in the shortest time possible. "Okay, Daddy. We'll sit tight." The moment they heard that they might not be able to go out, both daughters immediately settled down obediently. "Landlord, I apologize for the inconvenience." "Worry not. If any issues arise, you can count on me. I assure you, everything will be just fine." With a powerful roar, the car sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. It seemed that today he would not be able to set up his stall. Chin Mo reluctantly stroked his tricycle, realizing that in its current condition, riding it was out of the question. The daily earnings he had come to rely on were now slipping away. He lamented the loss of his income but felt powerless. If only it were electric, things would be different. Regret began to wash over him as he pondered why he hadn't been willing to spend a few extra 100 yuan to modify it earlier. What if I were to modify it now? If I get it done today, I could set up tomorrow, he thought, hastily retrieving his phone. After a few moments of busy signals, the call connected. "Brother Chin, what brings you to call me today? Planning to drink tonight?" boomed a hearty voice from the other end. It was Wang Leong, a friend of Chin Mos from the island, who owned a bicycle repair shop. Bicycles were the primary means of transport on Changzhou Island. "Drinking sounds delightful, but I can't this week. I've sustained a minor injury. Once I recover, I'll join you for a drink. However, I need your assistance with something." "What is it?" "Speak quickly. It's not easy to get you out for a drink." Wang Leong eagerly responded, not even inquiring about the nature of the request. "Remember when you suggested I convert my tricycle to electric? Well, I've been reflecting on that. And I think your suggestion is excellent," Chin Mo began. But before he could finish, Wang Leong interrupted him. "You should have done this long ago. What is the point of discussing physical exercise? When faced with challenges, one must still be able to venture out. Now, I will head over immediately. I have been eagerly awaiting this gathering over drinks for quite some time. Where else could I be but waiting downstairs at the rental?" Upon hearing the location, Wang Leong hung up the phone. As always, he didn't wait for me to finish speaking. Looking at his phone, Chin Mo wore a joyful smile. In life, having a few close friends is akin to possessing priceless treasures. Most companions we encounter today are merely superficial acquaintances, and when real troubles arise, they scatter like birds in the forest. During such times, one requires a handful of true friends, not for wealth or fame, but to share in the joys and sorrows of life. It seems I must wait for him to arrive. Originally, Chin Mo intended to leave the keys nearby for Wang Leong to take the motorcycle, and he would later settle on the expenses. 5 minutes later, a motorcycle pulled up downstairs, and two young men disembarked. One of them opened his arms and approached Chin Mo. "Hey Chin Mo, what happened to you? How did you get hurt?" Chapter 27. Tempting Skills, Hope for Recovery. "Let me see." As Wang Leong drew near, the strong scent of medicine wafted into the air. "See." Demonstrating his friend's concern, Chin Mo did not put on airs and lifted his shirt. "Wow, who have you crossed? That's quite a brutal injury. Which scoundrel did this? I'll gather some people to teach him a lesson." Wang Leong's expression shifted dramatically as he rolled up his sleeves. "It's not what you think. It's a long story. We can discuss it over drinks in a few days. Right now, I just want to rest for a while, and this old vehicle is in your hands. After patting Wang Leong on the shoulder, Qin Mo turned to leave. Are you all right? Do you need us to assist you upstairs? Seeing Qin Mo's struggle to walk, Wang Leong approached to offer help. No need. I'm not disabled. I can manage the stairs. Besides, I need it tomorrow. Qin Mo reiterated his concerns. Every moment counted. And he was willing to pay 100 yuan for someone to ride the tricycle over in the afternoon. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I can have it done for you this afternoon. Wang Leong was uncertain why the urgency, but he prioritized his friend's requests. Are you certain it can be done this afternoon? Don't deceive me. Just a few steps out the door, Qin Mo turned back, leaning against the doorframe. When have I, Wang Leong, ever made empty promises? If I say this afternoon, then it will be done. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled, and he swiftly altered his plans. How about this? If it can be completed by 4 this afternoon, I'll double the renovation fee. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. It is unreasonable for others to work for free. Their efforts deserve corresponding compensation. No, that won't do. It's merely a small task. It really isn't necessary. Wang Leong understood his brother's circumstances well. The extra money would take him 2 days to earn, and with his injury, he would not be reaping any rewards in the near future. As for why Qin Mo was so eager to modify the tricycle, he refrained from asking as a friend, believing that when the time was right, he would confide in him. With that settled, he thanked him and promptly closed the door, ascending the stairs. Brother Wang, what should we do? This bicycle shop is a partnership, and any opportunity to earn extra money would surely be welcomed by my associate. You will be responsible for this task and ensure its quality. I shall cover all modification costs. Wang Leong was not mistaken. If the work was completed before 4 in the afternoon, it merely required foregoing a lunch break and putting in extra hours. Brother Wang, don't you want to? In a partnership, profits are typically shared equally, and this doubled price amounts to several hundred. Are you sure you want to keep it all for yourself? No need. It's hard-earned money. However, I do ask that you ride the tricycle back. Ha, no worries, I'll handle that. After a final glance at the door, Wang Leong mounted his motorcycle and rode off. Xiaoqin, are you all right? Just as he reached the 2nd floor, he encountered an elderly lady, a fellow resident from the 3rd floor, who was carrying a bag of trash downstairs. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Lu. I can't believe someone had the audacity to report you. If only I knew who it was, I'd curse them. You, such a fine young man, being wronged. I feel for you. And that girl too. She really lacks discretion. The next time I see her, I'll surely have a word with her. Aunt Lu, caught up in her thoughts, almost forgot to dispose of her trash. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, prompting Qin Mo to clear his throat to regain her attention. Ahem. I apologize, Xiaoqin. Old folks do tend to ramble. You need to rest well after your injury. So I won't keep you. Tonight, I'll make chicken soup and bring you a bowl. Realizing her distraction, Aunt Lu caught a whiff of the medicinal scent in the air and noticed Qin Mo leaning against the stairs, a look of guilt crossing her face. Aunt Lu, you are too kind. I must be on my way. He reached the entrance without encountering anyone else, relieved to avoid further interactions, especially with seniors like Aunt Lu, who were overly warm and familiar, being long-time tenants of the building. He decided to take a short rest before heading out at 11 to procure supplies. Lying on his bed, Qin Mo closed his eyes but found no trace of drowsiness. How could he possibly sleep? He had only just risen. Never mind. Since sleep eluded him, he might as well delve into the system. Qin Mo quickly sought out a task, as the system was his current reliance. Gaining further insight could help him navigate fewer obstacles. As his thoughts crystallized, the system's interface materialized before him. The popularity value for the nanny has reached 3,985. It has increased so significantly in just one night. Qin Mo marveled at the rising popularity value, not particularly concerned about the reasons behind such growth. Should he utilize it now, or save it until he reaches 10,000 for a lottery? He had little hope for the basic lottery. Only under circumstances of a 100-fold critical hit could he hope to draw advanced skills. In the case of a standard lottery, the chances of drawing blanks were certainly high. Perhaps he should explore the system store for other resources. Ji Qian max level. Upon acquiring this skill, the host is as if aided by the divine. Capable of standing against 1,000 foes, This is no jest. Typically, 100 would not dare approach you. Exchange condition 10,000,000 popularity points. Physical mastery, max level. Upon integrating this skill, the host becomes unparalleled in this domain, securing a Nobel Prize in mere moments. Exchange condition 10,000,000 popularity points. Comprehensive traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture, max level. In today's world, you stand at the pinnacle of acupuncture with just a silver needle. You can thoroughly cure even the most perplexing ailments. Exchange condition 20,000,000 popularity points. It is either 10 million or 20 million popularity points. When will such a sum ever be gathered? Best not to dwell on it, lest my heart cannot bear it. Previously, upon seeing 5 million popularity points, he thought it was the maximum, only to realize how naive he had been. Qin Mo closed the page, and the next moment he was stunned, muttering to himself, since there are skills in traditional medicine, are there also remedies capable of healing my injuries? Unbeknownst to him, he instinctively touched his injured waist. Ouch! I almost forgot. The movement jolted his injury, causing Qin Mo to involuntarily gasp. Traditional Chinese medicine healing ointment, small package, a result of over 100 years of research. This product has not circulated externally and is applicable to certain specialized sectors. Applying a layer to the wound can ensure a threefold increase in recovery speed. Exchange condition 4,000 popularity points. Not enough popularity points yet, just a few short. However, it should come swiftly. Every minute, 1 popularity point is added. Qin Mo knew he had to wait 10 minutes to experience the effects of the healing ointment. He was filled with anticipation after all. This was a culmination of a century's worth of national research. Chapter 28. Buy 6, get 1 free, I wish. Would you like to exchange for the traditional Chinese medicine healing ointment? 10 minutes later, once the popularity points met the exchange criteria, Qin Mo gently tapped the panel with his finger, and the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Yes. In the next moment, a minuscule package wrapped in oil paper appeared in Qin Mo's hand. It was described as very small, barely the size of a thumb. For this little amount, it cost 4,000 popularity points. Was I duped by the system? Staring at the package in his hand, Qin Mo doubted that this amount would suffice for his considerable injury. Since he had already exchanged for it, he might as well give it a try. Having something is better than having nothing. Qin Mo opened the package, revealing a small dab of ointment emitting a faint herbal aroma. Such a tiny amount, what impact could it possibly have? After some thought, he cautiously dipped his finger into it and evenly applied it to his injured waist. It felt cool, and the pain diminished slightly. Perhaps it was effective. After applying the ointment, Qin Mo felt a measure of relief. The ointment was indeed working. He proceeded with utmost care, ensuring not a single drop was wasted, until the entire wound was covered. Was this just enough? He now suspected the system was deliberately preventing any waste. 10 minutes later, Qin Mo joyously rose from the bed, took a few steps, and discovered that the pain in his waist had significantly lessened. Indeed, the system proves to be of exceptional quality. The ointment has taken effect, and Qin Mo cannot help but exclaim in relief. The afternoon market venture is now secure, alleviating his concerns. With over 5 hours until market time, he is confident that conditions will improve further. It is prudent to venture out now, procure supplies, and purchase some milk powder for his daughter. He has learned from this morning's ordeal. Had there been milk powder, his younger child would not have shattered the bowl, and his eldest would have escaped the injury to his finger, thus sparing him this predicament. Prioritizing his daughter's needs for milk powder will ensure the optimal use of his available funds. Half an hour later, at a shopping mall in Huangpu District, Qin Mo, pressed for time, crosses the river via ferry and then hails a taxi. Welcome. What brand of milk powder do you need, handsome? Our selection is the most comprehensive in all of Huangpu District. As he steps into the maternity and baby store, a beautiful saleswoman approaches, slightly furrowing her brow. The medicinal scent emanating from him is rather unusual, making her ponder why a man in such a state would be out purchasing baby items, and where his wife might be. Mead Johnson's Blue Stage 3. Without unnecessary preamble, Qin Mo states his desired milk powder. Although there are maternity and baby stores on Changzhou Island, he prefers the reliability of a larger establishment, especially when it concerns infant nutrition. Given the prevalence of substandard products in the market, with such apprehension, he is willing to spend an extra 100 yuan to take the ferry and taxi to the mainland. This brand of milk powder is excellent. You have a discerning eye, handsome. Mead Johnson has always been a staple in the high-end market, with the added lactoferrin content being tenfold that of other brands. The saleswoman, a true professional, speaks continuously since Qin Mo's entrance, and her expertise is both impressive and pleasant to the ear. May I ask how many cans you require? Our store is currently running a promotion. Buy a case and receive an additional can free. This offer is only valid for 3 days, and today is the final day. The saleswoman's extensive pitch is primarily aimed at encouraging customers to purchase more. The expense of infant milk powder can be a substantial burden for an average family. A single can typically cost over 200 yuan, and for a child aged 1 to 4, a minimum of 5 cans is necessary each month. If the child is averse to solid food, the quantity may increase by 2 cans, summing the monthly milk powder expense to between 1,000 to 1,400 yuan. 400 yuan per can. Just as Qin Mo was about to commit to a case, he swiftly retracts his words. A case contains 6 cans, costing 2,400 yuan, and he realizes that he cannot even afford a single case for his daughter. In that moment, the reality of raising a child weighs heavily upon him. 1 can of milk powder costs 400 yuan, and for 2 children, the cost escalates to over 4,000 yuan. Reflecting on his previous income, he feels unworthy of parenthood. Let me have 3 cans. Qin Mo decisively reduces his order by half. However, the enthusiastic saleswoman does not relent, continuing to persuade him and analyze the situation's pros and cons. If you only buy 3 cans, you will miss out on 1. That's 400 yuan lost. Her fervor makes Qin Mo feel somewhat embarrassed. How could he explain to her that he lacks the funds to make such a purchase? For the time being, I will purchase 3 cans. Apologies, but I am in a hurry. Noticing the change in Qin Mo's expression, the beautiful saleswoman promptly halted her pitch. In their profession, eloquence is paramount, and keen perception is equally indispensable. Would you prefer cash or electronic payment? Electronic payment. The round trip takes an hour, and returning just as the clock strikes 12 is perfectly timed. The fortune has arrived, totaling 1,200 yuan. As the store's register chimed its notification, the system promptly followed suit. Ding! It has been detected that the host purchased milk powder for his daughter, totaling 1,200 yuan. An immediate refund of 2,400 yuan will be credited. Please check your account. Thank you for your patronage. Qin Mo accepted the bag, glancing at the text message on his phone, a slight smile gracing his lips. Construction Bank. On June 12th at 10:30, a transfer of 240,000 yuan has been credited to your savings account ending in 5438, with a current balance of 242,012 yuan. In just 1 day, his savings had nearly quintupled, and nothing could bring greater joy to Qin Mo. At the Fish Pearl Wharf, he hailed a taxi and headed home. The timing was impeccable, allowing him to catch the ferry. Checking the time, Qin Mo felt fortunate for the smoothness of his journey. The ferry departs every half hour, and missing it would mean returning home at 12:30, surpassing the time agreed upon with Li Min. Hey, handsome, buying milk powder? I didn't expect someone so young to have children. Many taxi drivers are quite chatty, often sharing insights on life, politics, and gossip. With his youthful appearance, it was hard to discern Qin Mo's age. To this driver, he looked like someone who had just graduated from university. Chuckling at the driver's remarks, Qin Mo chose not to elaborate on his circumstances. Getting married young is good. It enhances one's sense of responsibility. After marriage, you realize you are no longer alone, but part of a family. The driver continued to speak, his words revealing a hint of personal concern, yet Qin Mo refrained from interrupting. As it was merely a 10-minute ride, the driver was not mistaken. Having 2 daughters added to the pressures of life, instilling a greater sense of duty. Chapter 29. Money is no object. Wisdom comes with time. Daddy, open the door. Upon returning home, Qin Mo had scarcely settled when he heard his daughter's voice from outside. I'm here. Don't come out. I can open it myself. Click. Li Min's voice followed. and as she unlocked the door, a child dashed in. It was evident to Qin Mo that it was Da Bao, the playful one, unable to sit still for even a minute, while Air Bao was comparatively more reserved. Da Bao, did you have a good day? Yes. Da Bao nodded, her cherubic face eliciting an irresistible urge to pinch. Qin Mo scooped Da Bao into his arms, preparing to spin her around when Li Min, who had just entered, interjected, "You're injured. How can you do that? As a father, you shouldn't act like a child." Shaking her head, she took Air Bao's hand and walked in, carrying a large bag. "Father, my sister has bought us a plethora of items." The second child gleefully pointed at the bag in Li Min's hand. Upon closer inspection, Qin Mo's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He recognized the brand, and its price was certainly not modest. "Landlord, why did you indulge them so? This is far too extravagant for my means." The items had already been purchased, and it was impossible to ask her to return them. Qin Mo could only hope that such occurrences would not arise in the future. If gifts were to be given, they should come from him. "You needn't worry. These gifts are simply tokens for my two goddaughters," Li Min retorted with confidence, disregarding Qin Mo's astonished demeanor as she passed him and placed the bag on the small dining table. "Then allow me to express my gratitude to the landlord on behalf of my daughters." They had known each other for several years during Qin Mo's most challenging times. After being expelled from school, he had been without a place to stay. By chance, he encountered Li Min, who offered him a rental, even allowing him to defer the first 3 months' rent. A grown man should not be so verbose. "This matter is settled. In the future, I shall buy gifts for my goddaughters, and you are not to interfere." Pulling out a chair, Li Min lifted the second child into her arms. "What? Do you have objections?" Li Min shot a fierce glare at Qin Mo before turning her attention to the second child. "Very well, since you are the landlord. I certainly do not wish to sleep on the streets. Additionally, I must trouble you for a moment. I need to step out to procure some goods." Qin Mo grabbed his phone and keys and made for the door. "Qin Mo, are you out of your mind? Are you willing to risk your health for money? Given your condition, you should not be considering going out. If you are in need, just tell me how much." Upon hearing Qin Mo's intention to leave, Li Min immediately rose from her chair, disbelief etched on her face. "It's fine. I feel a bit better now." To reassure Li Min, Qin Mo moved his arms in place, his expression betraying no change. "No, is it really necessary for you to act this way? Just this morning, a mere touch would have rendered you with a grimace." Li Min circled around Qin Mo, shaking her head in disbelief, convinced that he was merely putting on a show to assuage her worries. "Thank you for your concern, landlord. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of my own condition. And besides, with the elder and younger children here, I would never do anything foolish. Elder daughter, younger daughter, I will be stepping out for a short while. You two stay inside and wait for me to return with something delicious." Before departing, Qin Mo lifted the elder daughter and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Father, be quick. I'm so hungry." The elder daughter giggled and gave Qin Mo a kiss in return. "Well, there's no reasoning with you." Witnessing Qin Mo's resolute demeanor, Li Min realized that further persuasion would be overstepping her bounds. "Go on then. Your presence is rather bothersome." With a sense of resignation, Li Min muttered as she watched Qin Missouri close the door. Sigh. Standing at the threshold, Qin Mo let out a breath, knowing he had to continue his ventures. The ointment was indeed working. As long as he did not apply pressure to the injured area, he felt no pain. Changzhou Market. Upon entering the market, Qin Mo headed straight for a particular spot. In contrast, his business practices were grounded in integrity. The demand for spicy hot pot was primarily for fresh vegetables, which also yielded the highest profits. Other vendors utilized discarded produce, which had been rejected by the wholesalers, salvaging what they could from the remnants. These items are remarkably inexpensive. For the same price, one could acquire a substantial quantity. Qin Mo felt no compulsion to act otherwise. He would not compromise his integrity for profit. Accepting that earning a little less was perfectly acceptable. Xiao Qin, here for supplies again, as usual? A middle-aged man greeted Qin Mo upon his arrival. This was Wang Dehui, from whom Qin Mo procured his vegetables. "I need to purchase more today, Brother Wang. Could you assist in delivering them? I will add a little extra for your trouble. I have other ingredients to collect as well." In the past, he would ride his tricycle for deliveries, but as it was currently undergoing modifications, Qin Imo had to take a motorcycle taxi. He was aware that Wang Dehui owned an electric tricycle, hence his request for assistance. Ah, it's a small favor. There's no need to discuss payment. Besides, Xiao Qin, you patronize my business daily, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. Once you've finished your errands, let this young lad deliver your supplies. Wang Dehui gestured toward his son, Wang Yongji, who often helped out during his holidays. I must extend my thanks to you. Brother Wang, the variety of vegetables remains the same, but I would like to double the quantity. What? Double? Wang Dehui, who had been focused on finding change for a customer, looked up in surprise at Qin Mo's statement. Yes, double. Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. Business is that good? Wang Dehui recalled Qin Mo's previous complaints about occasionally not being able to sell all his vegetables. The prospect of doubling the order piqued his curiosity. Things are manageable. My daughter is now assisting me, so I wish to earn a bit more. Qin Mo was unreserved about discussing his daughter, despite his single status. Xiao Qin, I never imagined you had such a secret. You have a daughter. I was considering helping you find a suitable match, but thankfully, I refrained. Or it would have been a source of amusement for you. In the minds of others, Qin Mo was perceived as young, decent-looking, hard-working, and honest. If only I were fortunate enough, then perhaps I could become related to you, Brother Wang. But let's leave it at that. I won't disturb your business further, as I still have other ingredients to purchase. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Dehui, Qin Mo hurried to his next destination. Half an hour later, at the bottom of his rental building, Xiao Wang, thank you. Here is your fee. Qin Mo produced 50 yuan, pressing it into Wang Yongji's hand before he could register what was happening, promptly closing the door behind him. Brother Qin, this won't do. My dad said I can't accept this money. Xiao Wang knocked on the door, attempting to return the cash. This is for you to buy drinks. If you don't mention it, neither will I, and Brother Wang won't be any the wiser. Now, I have matters to attend to. I must hurry back. Qin Mo knew that Brother Wang would refuse the money, which is why he hadn't included it in the bill. The 50 yuan was genuinely intended for Wang Yongji to buy water, as he had just helped carry the supplies to the first-floor storage area, which had been a complimentary service from Li Min when he rented the place. Chapter 30, Dinner Preparation. I invite you all, Baba. You're finally back. Airbao is starving. Upon opening the door, he was welcomed by Airbao, who, while expressing his hunger, was shoving snacks into his mouth. Dear little one, it's time for dinner. Why are you still indulging in snacks? With that, Qin Mo closed the door behind him, holding the freshly purchased groceries. But I'm so hungry. And if I become too famished, I won't be able to assist Daddy. And if I can't assist Daddy, he won't earn any money. Haha. Who taught you to say such things? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Qin Mo felt an instant surge of energy, dispelling his earlier fatigue. It's a secret. I won't tell you. Daddy must keep an eye on your sister, or she'll consume all the snacks. Once her snacks were finished, the little one found an excuse to dart into the bedroom. You still need to cook. How about I treat you all to dinner instead? Li Min emerged from the bedroom, followed closely by Dabao, who, upon seeing the little one enter, immediately turned to follow her. There's no need to splurge. I have already procured the ingredients, Qin Mo thought to himself, contemplating an idea that might resolve the dining arrangements for his two daughters in the future. It is essential. Had it not been for me, you would not have. Li Min began, but Qin Mo interrupted her. Landlord, that matter is behind us. It's well past mealtime. Aren't you going back to eat? Today, Qin Mo planned to prepare a fish head and tofu soup. A relatively simple task since the fish head was already cleaned and merely required rinsing. He also intended to make a stir-fried dish with green peppers, believing that 2 dishes would suffice without excess. I won't be going back. To be honest, having known you for so long, I've never tasted your cooking. Would you mind if I joined you? Li Min hesitated for a moment, knowing that dining out was her only option since cooking was out of the question. Ultimately, she glanced at Dabao and Airbao in the bedroom and made her decision, smiling at Qin Mo mistily. Dining at my place won't present you with lavish dishes, only vegetables and a bowl of soup. Is that to your liking? Surprised by Li Min's offer to join him for dinner, Qin Mo looked up, not out of stinginess, but rather thinking that his offerings were hardly impressive. I'm not from a wealthy family. I can certainly manage. Perhaps it is you who does not wish for my company at dinner. Not at all. You are most welcome, as long as you don't mind. That sounds splendid. Once it's ready, call us. I'll entertain Dabao and Airbao. With the prospect of staying for dinner, Li Min entered the bedroom with a triumphant smile. Dabao, Airbao, you two should stop snacking if you spoil your appetites. Your father will be displeased. Save these for later. Upon entering the bedroom, she found the two children tearing open another snack package and quickly snatched it away. These treats were meant to satisfy their cravings, not to serve as a meal, lest she find herself in a predicament with Chin Imov. Daddy's cooking is unpalatable. Sister, just a little bit more, please. Dabao's expression shifted upon hearing about Daddy's meal, and she clung to Li Min, pouting. Airbao's eyes darted towards the snacks in Li Min's hand, her fingers moving to her mouth as she began nibbling her nails. Airbao, stop nibbling your fingers. I will inform Daddy. Dabao pouted, and as soon as she spotted Airbao, her attention swiftly diverted. Sister, you're such a rascal. The younger child promptly withdrew her fingers and glanced outside. I can keep it from Daddy, but when he serves the soup, you can help me drink a little. Dear second child. The elder sibling, it turns out, had ulterior motives. She aimed to avoid the soup by targeting her little sister. Humph, the younger one would not comply. Angrily, she turned her head away. Is the soup Daddy made really unpalatable? Upon hearing their words, Li Min felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps Chin Mo's cooking was indeed a culinary disaster, given the strong aversion expressed by her daughters. It's not tasty, not as good as Mommy's. Nor is it as delicious as the one prepared by that uncle outside. The elder and younger sisters took turns disparaging Chin Mo's soup. Mommy's cooking is delightful? Li Min found herself a bit curious about the girl's mother. With such beautiful daughters, it was only natural that their mother was also a stunning beauty. She wondered how many suitors were pursuing her, considering the considerable challenges Chin Mo faced in this regard. It is delicious. The younger one drinks 2 bowls. The elder sibling also had 2 bowls. If only Mommy allowed, she would have wanted even more. The elder sister yearned for a 3rd bowl, which surely must be exquisite. The soup made by Mommy was the best she had ever tasted, and now she couldn't have it. Mentioning their mother caused the elder sister's expression to darken slightly. After 3 years of being by their mother's side, even a day's separation made them long for her. The younger one missed Mommy too. Li Min never anticipated that merely mentioning their mother would bring tears to the daughter's eyes, leaving her flustered. Just moments ago, she had offered to help watch over the girls. And now she found herself in a predicament. Please, dear girls, don't cry. Shall we go out and help Daddy with his work? Reluctantly, Li Min sought assistance from Chin Mo outside. All right, but the younger one still wants Mommy. Sister, I want Mommy too. Mommy said we would live with Daddy in the future. Does that mean she doesn't want me anymore? The elder sister lifted her head, her large eyes brimming with tears. No, Mommy has other matters to attend to. As long as you both listen to Daddy, she will definitely come to see you. Li Min was unaware of the specifics, but she could only reassure them for now. Yes, dear one, don't cry. Sister, you shouldn't cry either. Let us go help Daddy prepare the meal. The younger child took the elder sister's hand as they walked outside, and after just a few steps, a smile returned to her face. Oh, how this girl startled me. Li Min followed closely behind, gently patting her ample chest. It seemed she needed to be more cautious with her words in the future. Daddy, can I help you with your work? The elder sister ran ahead, casting a pitiful glance at Chin Mo. Have you been crying, dear? Noticing the tears at the corners of his daughter's eyes, Chin Mo quickly inquired, glancing at Li Min, who approached. It's nothing. Your 2 daughters want to help you with your work. Li Min shook her head at Chin Mo and gestured toward her mouth, hoping he would understand. Helping Daddy is what the elder and younger sisters do so well. He was unsure why Li Min didn't elaborate further, but he chose to trust her, first praising the 2 daughters. Of course, the elder sister is very obedient. Daddy, what can I do? And the younger one, Daddy. 2 daughters eagerly vied to assist with the chores. The environment was perilous, however. Dabao and Airbao sat nearby, contributing by merely observing their father. The rice had already been placed in the pot, and the tofu fish soup was beginning to simmer. Only a stir-fry of green peppers and meat remained. While Li Min expressed her desire to stay for dinner, and Qin Mo prepared to sought another vegetable. All right, Bao. Just sit here. And you too, Bao. Chapter 31. Doubts about culinary skills. Unable to stop how delightful the aroma is. As Qin Mo added exquisite seasonings to the soup, a rich fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Li Min could not resist inhaling deeply several times, leading her to question her earlier assumptions. Could it be that such a delightful scent masked a poor flavor? She found it hard to believe the earlier comments from Bao and Bao. Children's palates are quite distinct. Although she herself was not adept at cooking, she had dined in numerous upscale establishments and possessed a modicum of culinary knowledge. The quality of a dish is assessed through its appearance, aroma, and taste. This fragrance was incomparable to anything she had encountered before, surpassing even the creations of five-star chefs. "Daddy, it smells so good," Bao exclaimed, hopping off her chair, her nose twitching as if she might drool. "Bao, return to your seat. Don't get burned." Qin Mo quickly intervened as he saw his daughter inching closer. The kitchen was no place for children, and one misstep could lead to burns. "But Daddy, Bao is hungry. Just listen, my tummy is growling." Bao lifted her shirt to reveal her round little belly, patting it with her small hand and pouting. "Soon, return to your seat. Once it's ready, Daddy will serve you." "Daddy, don't forget about Bao." Bao chimed in from her seat, eager not to be overlooked. "All right, you will both have some." The system did not disappoint. The mere aroma was enough to excite the two daughters, and having already sampled the spicy hot pot that morning, Qin Mo was confident that the tofu fish soup would not let him down. "Delicious. This is simply exquisite." After adding the final seasonings, Qin Mo tasted the soup, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the bubbling concoction, eager to savor it. 10 minutes later, here it comes. The first dish was presented, blanched vegetable hearts. Was it merely an illusion? Upon seeing the blanched vegetable hearts, Li Min began to doubt again. Their appearance was indeed unimpressive and evidently the work of an amateur. Yet the fragrant aroma wafting through the air suggested otherwise, indicating a culinary delight. Shortly thereafter, the second dish arrived, stir-fried green peppers with meat. Once again, the presentation left much to be desired, and although Li Min was tempted to taste it, Qin Mo was not present to serve, leaving her to hold back her curiosity. "Landlord, start with the soup. The rice will take a little longer." Qin Mo approached with a pot of soup, ladling a bowl and placing it before Li Min. "Thank you." This time, the impact was even more profound. Gazing at the tofu fish head soup before her, Li Min could not help but swallow hard. "Daddy, what about ours?" Bao pouted, noticing the absence of her portion. "Yours is coming soon. And Bao's too, don't forget. Everyone will have some. Don't worry." Seeing his daughters react this way brought joy to Qin Mo's heart. He was relieved that it would not end up like the previous occasion. "Father, Bao wishes to drink the soup." A rich aroma permeates the entire room. Qin Mo temporarily refrains from serving his two daughters, insisting that they must wait until it cools a bit. Bao, unable to contain herself, pleads earnestly. "Just a little longer, Bao, it will be ready soon." Bao, with a cheerful grin, teases her sister, saying, "Hee, sister is being naughty. Look, Bao isn't even complaining. You are the naughty one. Bao can wait." Upon hearing her sister's jest, Bao quickly straightens up, but within a minute, she begins to plead again. "Father, is it ready yet?" "Haha, yes, it's ready. Drink up." Qin Mo touches the bowl, takes a sip himself, and then places the bowl in front of Bao. Bao wants some too. "All right, this one is for Bao." He turns off the fan and brings Bao's bowl over. "Landlord, why aren't you drinking the soup? It won't taste good if it cools down." Adults differ from children. Soup is best enjoyed when it's still warm, especially the tofu and fish head soup. "I'm a guest. I must wait for the host to sip first." Li Min, unable to contain her impatience, realizes for the first time that dining can be a torment, watching delicious food so close yet not being able to indulge immediately. "Father, it's so good." Bao, disregarding the heat, lifts her spoon and takes a small sip. A look of bliss spreads across her face, and she lowers her head, continuously scooping up the soup. "Is it tasty?" Just as Li Min is about to take a spoonful, she hears Bao's voice and observes her expression, questioning if it's truly possible for a meal prepared by their father to be unpalatable. With a sense of intrigue, she takes her first sip of soup. Li Min is momentarily speechless, staring at Qin Mo in astonishment, unable to utter a word. What's wrong? Is it not good? Noticing Li Min's expression, Qin Mo quickly inquires, thinking back to his own taste test, which had been delightful. He wonders if her standards are particularly high. No, you misunderstood. I just didn't expect your soup to be this delicious. Li Min gazes at Qin Mo in shock, astonished that he possesses such culinary prowess. If it's good, then drink more. I've made a whole pot. Qin Mo gestures towards the soup pot beside him, having spared no expense this time. The exquisite seasonings are essential for cooking, and one cannot do without them. Nearly 4 years have passed, and I've missed so many wonderful things. If I had known your soup was this delightful, I would have come over to indulge long ago. As Li Min speaks, she continues to savor the fish soup. Hee. It's so delicious. Please serve me another bowl. In just a few minutes, Li Min finishes her bowl of fish soup, cheerfully handing the bowl back to Qin Mo. Don't just drink the fish soup. Try these 2 dishes. The 3 at the table are so engrossed in the soup that they overlook the 2 vegetable dishes. I'm on a diet. Soup is sufficient. The appearance of the 2 dishes pales in comparison to the delectable fish soup, and Li Min cannot believe they were prepared by the same person. Landlord, are you doubting my culinary skills? Qin Mo knows his cooking all too well. The stir-fried dishes were mediocre, but with the addition of exquisite seasonings, their flavors have elevated significantly. All right, I shall eat. Qin Mo makes it clear that if he does not partake in the dishes, he shall not serve himself another bowl of fish soup. Li Min's gaze lingered between 2 dishes of vegetables before finally resting her chopsticks on the stir-fried green pepper with meat. If the 2 vegetable dishes were truly unpalatable, the stir-fried green pepper with meat was the optimal choice, as it was the least substantial. The blanched greens, however, were quite different, as the plate contained only 10 stalks. Observing Li Min's expression, Qin Mo could not discern her thoughts, yet he chose not to reveal his awareness. From the plate of spicy stir-fried green peppers, Li Min only picked up a tiny piece of meat. No. After placing the meat into her mouth, she promptly closed her eyes, as if eating vegetables were akin to facing a firing squad. In the next moment, she stood up in astonishment, pointing at the 2 dishes on the small dining table. Stammering, "This is impossible. How can it taste so similar to the fish soup? Landlord, wasn't it supposed to be unappetizing?" Qin Mo picked up a stalk of greens, taking the first bite himself. Chapter 32. Sister, the scoundrel, eat my tofu, Li Jie. Save a bit for Dabao. Indeed, Li Jie. Don't be shy about competing for food with the children. After savoring the delicious meal, the diners at the table began to join the fray for food, with Dabao and Bao not being exceptions. The tofu and fish head soup was indeed delightful, though it filled one up quickly. After trying the stir-fried green pepper with meat, Li Min could not help but continue eating, forgetting to sip the freshly served fish soup altogether. Seeing Li Min enjoy her meal so much, Dabao picked up a spoon and reached for the stir-fried green pepper. Dabao, this dish is spicy. Spicy? Yes. If Dabao eats it, it will burn your mouth. Upon hearing his father's warning, Dabao's little hand hesitated for a moment, but soon reached out again. Grinning as he said, "Li Jie isn't afraid, so neither am I. Oh no, it's so spicy. My mouth hurts. Daddy, you're a scoundrel." Just a moment ago, Dabao was all smiles, but now tears streamed down his face as he fanned his mouth with his little hands. "I just told you, this dish is spicy. But you didn't listen, and now you blame me." Qin Mo could have prevented Dabao from eating it, yet he thought, what about next time? Therefore, the best approach was to allow his daughter to experience the taste of spiciness today, ensuring that in the future, she would remember this moment whenever she craved it. Of course, those who enjoy spicy food and can handle it are a different matter altogether. Dabao, still quite young, would surely have a lasting impression of spiciness after this experience. Come, have a sip of soup, and it will be fine. Qin Mo served his daughter another bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "Daddy, my mouth is so spicy, woohoo." Dabao looked at Qin Mo with pitiable eyes, and indeed, tears began to flow. "Be good, Dabao. Open your mouth. Daddy will feed you." Qin Mo lifted the bowl and took a spoon. After a while, he asked, "Is it still spicy?" At this point, Dabao was already drinking the soup on her own. Not anymore. Tears still lingered on her face. Yet the delicious fish soup distracted her from wiping them away as she joined the ranks of those devouring rice. Should I still eat this? Chin Mo picked up a piece of green pepper, and Dabao quickly shook her head. I don't want that, Daddy. I want this dish. Drinking soup only offered one flavor, which wasn't satisfying. Dabao's gaze was now fixed on the blanched greens. This, Daddy will serve you. Thank you, Daddy. Dabao took a gentle bite, and a smile immediately appeared on her face as she quickened her chewing. Slow down, Dabao. You must chew thoroughly before swallowing. Chin Mo cautioned, noticing his daughter's eating habits and fearing she might swallow without properly chewing. I understand, Daddy. This vegetable is delicious. I want more. With the first piece of vegetable not yet finished, Dabao's eyes were fixed on a plate of blanched greens before her. Take your time. It's all yours. Is it really tasty, sister? Asked Bao, who had initially intended to eat the stir-fried peppers with meat, but upon seeing Dabao's delight, she halted and continued sipping her soup. As she neared the end of her second bowl of fish soup, her sister began eating the greens, prompting her to exclaim, Daddy, I want this too. Of course, there is enough for everyone. Chin Mo replied. Rich in nutrition, particularly beneficial for children, he saw no reason to deny them the greens. Daddy, this vegetable is so good. From now on, Bao will eat this and the fish soup, Bao declared, contemplating her future meals while enjoying the greens. All right. As long as Dabao and Bao want it, Daddy will make it for you in the future. At that moment, Chin Mo finally felt at ease, knowing the dining concerns for his two daughters were resolved. However, he realized that the delightful seasoning would not last long. It was essential for both street food and home cooking. It seemed necessary to find ways to boost his popularity. Understanding the dynamics of popularity, Chin Mo realized that if someone recognized him, his appeal would grow. I must be frugal, otherwise it won't last long. At this moment, new ideas began to form in his mind. Daddy, Sisterly has almost finished all the delicious vegetables. Dabao's voice brought Chin Mo back to reality, where he found his two daughters pouting at Li Min. The once full plate of vegetables now held only 2 pieces of greens. Have you finished them all? Just a moment ago, there were 7 left. How could you consume 5 so quickly? Yes, they are so delicious. Li Min's face flushed slightly under Chin Mo's gaze. Landlord, how can you compete with children for food, not eating the stir-fried peppers? Just then, Li Min's hand reached for the blanched greens again, but upon hearing Chin Mo's words, it hesitated in midair. This isn't very good. I can't control myself. She quickly retracted her hand and shifted it toward the stir-fried peppers. Daddy, there are only 2 left. And Dabao still wants more. Dabao clung to Chin Mo's arm, beginning to plead. The greens are all gone. Daddy will make more for you tonight, all right? But Dabao still wants to eat. The dish is spicy, and without vegetables, I can't eat. Dabao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she said this. Haha, one must have vegetables to finish a meal. Chin Mo, understanding his daughter's intent, picked up a spoon to retrieve the fish head and some tofu. Look, Dabao. Bao, this is still a dish. Earlier, when serving soup, he had simply ladled the fish broth, while the fish head and tofu remained comfortably in the pot. Daddy, is this also good? Bao sniffed and inquired. Bao, was the fish soup delicious? Yes, it was very tasty. The fish is exceptionally delicious. Father is serving it to you now. Chin Mo picked up his chopsticks, meticulously extracting the fish meat from the head and placing it into a separate bowl. Sisterly, what are you doing? Li Min stealthily grabbed a spoon, intending to scoop up the remaining fish heads, only to be caught by Dabao. Dabao, I'm just having soup. Soup? Why is there fish in it? Coughing slightly, Li Min feigned innocence, unaware that the fish had inadvertently made its way into her spoon. Once exposed, she hastily sought an excuse. Really? Sister, you didn't deceive Dabao, but you just devoured all the dishes that he enjoys. Dabao clearly did not believe her, tilting his little head in suspicion towards Li Min. Landlord, you're taking advantage of me. This meager amount of fish is hardly enough for Dabao and Bao. I've only had a bowl of soup and a stalk of greens myself. I cannot fathom how Li Min managed to eat so much. She had 2 bowls of fish soup, half of the blanched greens, and some stir-fried peppers with meat. Oh, Chin Mo, I never expected you to be this kind of person, taking advantage of me? Li Min's face flushed crimson. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Chin Mo cough. That was purely a verbal slip. I meant that you were the one taking advantage. Chapter 33. The weekend. No outings, I'm so full. The 3 dishes on the small dining table had been entirely consumed, with the fish soup nearly depleted. Li Min, disregarding all decorum, leaned back in her chair, hands resting on her stomach. It was the first time she had eaten to such excess. Having devoured 2 bowls of rice and concluded with a bowl of fish soup. Father, De Bao's belly is all swollen. It hurts a bit. De Bao pouted, gently patting his little belly. Now you feel pain? Just a moment ago, Father warned you not to eat so much, but you wouldn't listen. It was just too delicious. And Bao agrees. Bao lifted her shirt, revealing her round belly. De Bao, Bao, didn't you just say that Father's cooking was unappetizing? With nothing else to do after their hearty meal, Li Min began to tease the 2 little girls. Sister, De Bao never said that. They quickly turned the blame back on Li Min. It must have been you who said it. Bao didn't say that. Father's cooking is indeed delicious. In an instant, they had thrown Li Min under the bus, shifting the responsibility onto her. Sister, I spoiled you both, buying you so many treats. Li Min gently poked De Bao on the nose. Hee. When she attempted to approach Bao for a hug, Bao darted away and ran to Chin Mo father. Hug Bao. With your remarkable culinary skills, Chin Mo, why didn't you ever open a small restaurant? To Li Min. Opening a small eatery seemed akin to Chin Mo pedaling a tricycle to the university town to sell food, wasting time on the journey, and unable to operate on rainy days. Haha, I truly never considered it back then. The precise reasons eluded Chin Mo, who could only feign ignorance at that moment. Could it be a matter of funding? Opening a restaurant entails more than merely covering monthly rent. One must invest tens of thousands up front. Li Min articulated this understanding, as she was aware of Chin Mo's financial constraints. If you ever decide to open a shop, do let me know. I have a storefront available in the university town. Li Min did not continue her words, but she was confident that Chin Mo would understand her intent. Well, I will first express my gratitude to the landlord. In the future, when I open a shop in the university town, I will surely seek your assistance. With Li Min's help, the financial troubles could be alleviated. However, he preferred to resolve matters independently for the time being, only seeking help if absolutely necessary. Time was running short. Landlord, aren't you heading back? I need to put them to bed. After chatting for a while, Chin Mo checked the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. All right, I am feeling sleepy as well. After a hearty meal, it is easy to feel drowsy. Goodbye, De Bao and Bao. Li Min yawned, picked up both children in turn, kissed them on the cheek, and then slowly walked out. Goodbye, sisterly. Goodbye, sisterly. All right, De Bao. You 2 need to sleep too. We have to go out and set up a stall with Daddy this afternoon. She had just received a message from Wang Leong, assuring that the tricycle modifications would be completed before 4 o'clock. It was quite inconvenient to take her daughters out to sell every day. For the time being, the 2 girls were still curious, but once that curiosity faded, they would be reluctant to join. Thus, the pressing issue was to earn a little more money during the half-month before the students' holiday. By then, if she truly wished to open a shop, she would need to have some funds at hand, for she could not rely on borrowing even for that. Kiki, Daddy, you need to sleep too. Otherwise, Bao won't be able to sleep. Bao patted the pillow with her small hand. Daddy will tidy up first. You 2 sleep now. Daddy, you mustn't deceive Bao. How could I deceive Bao? If Daddy doesn't rest, he won't have the energy to go out and set up the stall. You 2 sleep first. After kissing both daughters on the forehead, adjusting the air conditioning, and covering them with blankets, Chin Mo finally closed the door. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the phone rang with a vibrating sound. Chin Mo, accompanied by his 2 daughters, was strolling in a nearby park when he received a call. Brother Chin, the tricycle is ready. I'm downstairs. Could you please come down to receive it? The caller was Jiang Huakai, a partner of Wang Leong. I'm not at home. I'm in the nearby park. Brother Jiang, could you please wait a moment? I'll be right back. No problem. There is no rush. I don't have any work at the moment. Jiang Huakai was feeling a bit drowsy since he had tea-napped at noon, but the thought of the money earned today revived his spirits, making him willing to wait a little longer. De Bao, Bao, We need to head home. We're going out to set up the stall. The two daughters were playing with other children, and the adorable Dabao and Airbao quickly integrated into the small group, becoming the center of attention among the kids. Daddy, can we play a little longer? Dabao ran over, hugging Qin Mo's leg. Previously, they were not allowed to play outside when following Yi Qian. But today was their happiest moment, as it was the first time they had made friends. Dabao, that won't do. Daddy needs to earn money so that he can buy you many, many toys. If we don't go out to set up the stall, there won't be any money. Without money, not only will there be no toys, but there won't be any treats either. Do you still want to stay and play? Is that so? Dabao gazed longingly at her newly made friends before finally nodding her head. Father, Dabao is going to sell food with you. What about Airbao? Qin Mo smiled at Airbao beside him, already anticipating the answer. Airbao is such a good child, eager to accompany father to earn plenty of money. She gestured with her hands, forming a circle, and exclaimed, "Hug. Father." Dabao wants a hug too. Neither sister wished to feel left out. One desired a hug, and the other would certainly follow suit. Father, you're still hurt. Airbao can walk by herself. Does it still hurt here? Qin Mo squatted down, ready to embrace Airbao, pointing to his waist. Airbao is so thoughtful. Father is already fine, haha. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile widely at his daughter's understanding nature. Father, Dabao is not tired anymore. I can walk too. Dabao approached Qin Mo and whispered in his ear. Then let us walk back together. Qin Mo held each daughter by the hand as they exited the park. The distance to their residence was considerable, and carrying both daughters back would inevitably affect his injured waist. At most, he would have to keep Jiang Huoct waiting a little longer. They had previously agreed to meet around 4 o'clock. Brother Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. 10 minutes later, Qin Mo arrived at the foot of the apartment building. Brother Qin, it's nothing. Just a few minutes. Jiang Huokai, feeling somewhat drowsy, still spoke politely. Here, as we agreed. A total of 600. This amount is correct, right? The most expensive part of modifying the tricycle is adding an electric motor, albeit secondhand. If it were brand new, the price would be significantly higher. On Changzhou Island, while many items may be scarce, motors are plentiful. The two large shipyards sell off their scrapped equipment as scrap. And since you know someone inside, you can acquire it at scrap prices. Once purchased, with proper maintenance, its functionality would be nearly indistinguishable from a new one. And a fresh coat of paint would make it hard to tell the difference at first glance. Brother Qin, this is too much. We were merely joking before. Jiang Huokai politely remarked, glancing at the 6 red bills in his hand. All right, I won't see you off. I still need to tidy up for my stall. Chapter 34. We arrived early and hit the jackpot at the subway entrance of Shanghai Academy. A group of students gathered. It was Saturday, and as per tradition, at this hour, university students in the college town either stayed in their dorms or ventured outside. At this time, the only people strolling through the university town were the occasional passers-by or students exercising. What is going on? Didn't you say they would be set up by now? And there wouldn't be a soul in sight? Zhang Zisher, you 3 aren't trying to deceive us, are you? A dozen university students scrutinized the 3 among them. Qin Mo would recognize them. They were the 3 boys who had hurried over before closing up. I don't know. I asked yesterday, and they usually arrive by 4:30. Perhaps something has delayed them today. Should I check WeChat? Zhang Zisher pulled out his phone and quickly located Qin Mo's WeChat. You should have mentioned you had WeChat. Why not ask ahead? If they're not coming, it saves everyone time. Among the students, there was one named Ren Hao, a true connoisseur of culinary delights. Initially, he had planned to venture out today, exploring the hidden gastronomic treasures of Yangcheng's alleys. However, a piece of news had circulated in their class group last night. At the subway entrance of Shanghai Academy, there was a stall selling spicy hot pot. Renowned for its exquisite flavor, even attracting the attention of the Ice Mountain goddess, who indulged in a serving. Every student who had tasted it sang its praises. With a glimmer of hope, Ren Hao decided to remain on campus instead of embarking on a quest for culinary treasures outside. Spending a day of vacation confined to the school felt like a tremendous waste for those who did not indulge in gaming. He quickly inquired if they could still make a trip outside. Ren Hao, who often live-streamed his food adventures and boasted tens of thousands of followers on social media, earned a decent income with each broadcast, sometimes raking in hundreds during fortunate streams. Otherwise, one might wonder if he could afford his culinary pursuits solely on his allowance. Such a notion was purely fanciful. What's wrong? Renning Hao asked anxiously upon noticing Zhang Zisher's expression. Boss Qin hasn't he replied. Zhang Zisher, feeling the scrutiny of his peers, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He isn't still asleep, is he? A classmate quickly suggested. You think he is like you all, who are so eager to split time in half for business. I believe he must be on his way, another classmate astutely observed. You mentioned earlier that the three of you were coming on a tricycle. How could he possibly have time to check his phone? The crowd forming around the stall drew envious glances from other vendors. That stall is incredibly fortunate to have so many customers. They must be raking in profits. When will we have such luck? Someone lamented. Indeed. They must be riding a wave of good fortune. I wonder who has been promoting them. Could it be that teacher from Shanghai Academy? Yesterday, everyone had witnessed the beautiful teacher purchasing spicy hot pot from Qin twice. Among the vendors, Ning Shiyu was a familiar face, and some even approached the students for information. Riding a wave of good fortune? You're all underestimating the situation. If the food isn't good, there wouldn't be repeat customers. Look around. Some of these people were here yesterday. What does that signify? Clearly, their spicy hot pot surpasses ours in flavor. If it were us, we might be fooled once. But never again. Not all vendors were superficial. One who also sold spicy hot pot had engaged with a customer. To sustain a long-term business without incurring losses, it was essential to understand the competition. If one could not compete with others, it was wise to cut losses and either relocate or change trades. I'm not in the spicy hot pot business. We need not worry about that. Your thoughts are rather naive. If our competitors stock up more ingredients, by the time customers are satiated, they won't come back for our offerings. You're all still too inexperienced. 10 minutes later, impatient customers began to prepare to leave. Among them were not only university students, but also nearby residents and tenants, who had little time to waste lingering. Zhang Zisher, look over there. Is that the Mr. Qin you mentioned? In the distance, a tricycle appeared, and this student hesitated to confirm, as it seemed the vehicle was not being pedaled, but was indeed an electric tricycle. Yes, that is Mr. Qin. Let us quickly line up. Before others could react, these dozen or so classmates dashed to the spot where Qin usually set up his stall. What are they doing? Zhang Zisher's group quickly attracted everyone's attention. No, everyone hurry and secure a spot. These students are quite shrewd. We hadn't noticed that the spicy hot pot vendor had already arrived. After the tricycle modification, its speed had greatly improved, and as the warm afternoon breeze blew, Qin felt a refreshing coolness within. Daddy, it would be wonderful if something could block the sun. Erbao stretched out his small hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, as the sun in July sets later than usual. Daddy, Daba is so hot. Mommy's car is so much more comfortable, blowing a cool breeze. With the blazing sun above and the ground radiating heat after a day of exposure, coupled with the sweltering wind, it was indeed quite uncomfortable. This was also the reason why Qin opted to set up his stall closer to 5 o'clock. Once Daddy earns some money, I will buy a car, then Erbao can enjoy a cool breeze, and Daba won't feel hot either. Would you both agree? Qin glanced ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he saw a group of people gathered. If he was not mistaken, they were all waiting for him to start his stall. Great, Daddy is going to buy a car. Upon hearing this, Daba and Erbao clapped their small hands in delight, eager to stand up, but Qin quickly stopped them. Daba, Erbao, sit properly. What did Daddy tell you before? When in the vehicle, you must not stand up casually. Whether for the sake of his daughters or for business, having a vehicle would certainly be much more convenient. However, even the most affordable option would cost over 10,000. In terms of business, Qin aimed for a divine vehicle. As long as there's a road, there's the Wuling Hongguang. With a slight modification, it would be the optimal choice for business. Daddy, I'm sorry I forgot. Erbao quickly lowered her head to apologize upon hearing her father speak. Erbao was the most obedient. She would listen well in the future. Daddy, Daba is also a good child. She will be obedient too. Both of you are Daddy's good children. Even without having children before, Qin understood this principle. A bowl of water must be held level on both sides. After praising one, the other cannot be forgotten. Chapter 35. Food comes first. Hold it in, Mr. Chin. You finally arrived. We thought we would be waiting in vain today. Come on. If everyone wants to eat sooner, lend a hand. Zhang Zisha rolled up his sleeves and began helping Qin Mo move things. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Seeing that he was the only one taking action, Zhang Zisha turned back to say, this could be the first instance of customers assisting a vendor with their work. Wow, are these the boss's twin daughters? They are so adorable. Among the customers, there were quite a few girls, some of whom had come specifically to see Daba and Erbao. Boss, may I take a few pictures with your daughters? The stall was quickly set up, with little assistance needed. Only 2 folding tables and a few chairs were present. Dabao Erbao, would you like to take a picture with your sister? Qin Mo inquired, directing his question first at his daughters rather than the group of girls. Take a picture? Erbao lifted her little head and glanced at Qin Mo before turning to survey her female companions, her eyes darting with excitement. Sure. Dabao, what about you? If his daughters were unwilling, Qin Mo would not consent to the request. We can take a picture, but only if we can make Dabao look beautiful. Dabao pouted adorably while speaking, her cherubic cheeks tempting everyone around to pinch them. Yet, aware of Qin Mo's watchful gaze, they suppressed the urge. Come on. Dabao, let us take a photo together. Upon hearing the permission, one girl eagerly stepped forward, pulling out her phone, crouching down, and striking various poses alongside Dabao for several snapshots. Could someone take a picture for me? The girl who had lifted Dabao realized she was unable to photograph them herself. At that moment, the enticing aroma of spicy skewers paled in comparison to the allure of Dabao and Erbao for the girls. Dabao, Erbao, don't wander off. Casting a glance at his daughters, Qin Mo began to busy himself. Boss, this spicy skewer is simply exquisite. After trying it yesterday, I couldn't resist returning. Only to find your stall closed, forcing me to settle for another vendor's fare, which was utterly disappointing in comparison. Customers from yesterday would return whenever possible, but alas, they often left disheartened. Hey, brother, do you still want to eat? Stop chatting. We can't contain our hunger. What's the rush? I'm just selecting ingredients, replied the customer in the back, impatience seeping through. However, this prompted the customers at the front to quicken their pace. Well aware of the long wait and their cravings for the delectable skewers. Boss, please prepare these for me to take home. I want to savor them properly. I want to be heading back. Freshly made skewers are best enjoyed on the spot, especially with a dash of chili. Everyone had their own preference. Some relished the bustling atmosphere, watching passers-by, while others sought a tranquil setting to savor their meal. Wow, you ordered so much. Do you think you can finish it all? A customer observed, his ingredients overflowing 2 baskets, estimating it to be enough for 4 or 5 people. If I can't finish it, I'll have it for dinner. If there is still some left, it'll serve as a late-night snack. This delicious skewer is too good to miss. For these food enthusiasts, spending just a few coins for such exquisite flavors felt like an incredible bargain. 2 overflowing baskets would only cost a little over 100. A mere trifle compared to upscale restaurants. Everyone, don't worry. I have enough stock for today to last a while. The modified tricycle allowed Jiang Hua to adapt other parts as well, creating additional space for his goods. But boss, if everyone were to order like him, what would the rest do? As nearly 30 individuals queued up, each ordering multiple portions, there arose a collective curiosity about how much food Qin Mo's tricycle could possibly accommodate, especially considering that his 2 daughters occupied some space. Rest assured, please cooperate with the queue so that those behind can receive their meals promptly. With the first customer leading the charge, those who had visited yesterday typically ordered at least 2 servings. Only the newcomers hesitated, pondering whether to add an extra portion. For these students, a few yuan represented a significant part of their monthly allowance, unlike those who were more affluent and had no such concerns. Hey, are you here to eat or just to take pictures? If you delay much longer, there won't be any broth left. Several girls were preoccupied with snapping photos with Dabao and Erbao, prompting other classmates, concerned that they might miss out on their meal, to intervene. Is it really this crowded? Upon their classmates' reminders and the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, The girls finally grasped the situation. Air bow. I'll queue up first and come back once I've packed the food. The bow. Can I get a kiss from my beautiful sister? Hee, of course. The delectable scent was irresistible, causing involuntary salivation, and at that moment, no one paid attention to the bow and air bow, as all eyes fixated on the stall. Every so often, the sound of the cash register chimed. Wealthy bow, 25 yuan deposited. Wealthy bow, 15 yuan deposited. Wealthy bow, 32 yuan deposited. Inspired by the customers ahead and those nearby savoring their meals, the patrons at the back began to add a few skewers of beef balls to their orders. Squatting while eating is truly delightful. With all the seats occupied by those in front, the customers behind had no choice but to squat down to eat. However, they soon discovered that this way of dining evoked a nostalgic charm reminiscent of simpler times back home, providing a thoroughly enjoyable experience of home-cooked flavors. Eating while squatting is one of the 8 peculiarities of Shaanxi. In the past, during mealtimes in rural areas, families of all ages would gather, bowls in hand, engaging in lively conversation. If standing grew tiresome, one might simply squat on the ground. Finally, I managed to buy some, but I can't hold it much longer. I must return to the dormitory. After purchasing 2 portions of spicy hot pot, a classmate dashed towards the dorm. Fan Gaofei, where are you going? Didn't you say we'd finish eating together before heading out to explore? I can't hold it any longer. I need to return to the dorm to take care of it. With that, his pace quickened, seeing Fan Gaofei vanish in an instant. Classmates noted that he certainly didn't exhibit such speed during physical education classes. Could he have been holding it in while waiting in line? The thought made several classmates lose their appetite for the hot pot in hand. We'll have to give him a good scolding later. Chapter 36. Even a trip to the restroom was enough to devour everything. Fan Gaofei, didn't you say you were going out to have fun? Why are you back? Upon returning to the dormitory, Fan Gaofei placed his 2 portions of spicy hot pot on his desk before rushing into the restroom. I'll talk to you all later. I can't hold it any longer. In the next moment, a series of flatulent sounds erupted from the restroom. I was taken aback. My roommate, Fan Gaofei, suddenly had a thought and hurriedly dashed outside. Instantly, the dormitory was filled with an overwhelming aroma, one that even the scent of the spicy hot pot could not mask. Everyone rushed out, except for one last roommate, who, eyeing the 2 servings of spicy hot pot on the table, quickly grabbed them and followed suit. He nearly suffocated from the fumes emitted by Fan Gaofei. The final roommate to emerge fervently inhaled the fresh air outside. What on earth does this guy consume? Every time he uses the restroom, we have to steer clear. Oh, what do you have in your hands? The last roommate, holding the 2 servings of spicy hot pot, soon caught everyone's attention. This is what Fan Gaofei brought back. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I was hoping it was something edible. Thankfully, it didn't carry his foul odor. He waved the 2 servings before everyone. Can you smell that? It's delightful. Delightful? My sense of smell is still recovering from the stench inside. Wait, no, it truly is fragrant. After being overwhelmed by the noxious gas produced by Fan Gaofei, the group finally began to regain their composure. They wondered what could have such an appealing scent. This glutton usually hoards his food. Had this incident not occurred, we might never have had the chance to taste it. Immediately, one roommate proposed that they share the food, and they exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement. Unanimous approval. Should we eat standing, or should someone fetch a chair? If you want a chair, go get it yourself. We barely escaped. Then let us just make do and open it. As the first bowl of spicy hot pot was unveiled, the aroma intensified, wafting through the air. It turned out to be spicy hot pot. One roommate, who typically shunned such fare, wore a disappointed expression. You don't want any? Perfect. That means there are 4 of us, 2 servings to share. Get lost. Who said I wouldn't eat? It smells so good. The taste can't be far off. I'll reluctantly try a few bites. With that, he was the first to snatch a pair of chopsticks. Picking up the topmost piece of deep-fried tofu and swiftly shoving it into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, his expression froze, and his eyes widened to their limits. How does it taste? But this roommate offered no reply. Instead, he quickly chewed and swallowed before reaching for a beef meatball. This guy is typically quite picky. For him to react this way, it must be exquisite. What are you all waiting for? Those quick of hand managed to grab chopsticks, while the other two, seeing everyone enjoying the food and lacking utensils, resorted to using their hands. You two are disgusting. Using your hands? This bowl is all yours. With giggles, they accepted the offering, completely unfazed by their roommate's admonition. In the face of deliciousness, who cares about manners? Wait, there are 3 of us. And 2 of you, that has still just 1 bowl. If you want to eat, go join them. If I go over, it'll still be 3 of us sharing 1 bowl. Am I a fool? I need to eat quickly. You 2 are devouring it while I'm talking. Leave a bit for me. Meanwhile, Fan Galfei emerged from the restroom, his countenance reflecting an air of relaxation. How delightful. He stretched languidly, shaking off the stiffness from his legs after squatting for so long, his feet slightly numb. Where did everyone go? He distinctly recalled that the residents of the adjacent dormitory were present when he entered. In such a brief span of time, where could they have vanished? Perhaps it is for the best. This delectable feast is mine to savor alone, and they shall not partake. Out of concern for his roommate's hunger, he had purchased an extra serving, and now it seemed that all was left for his enjoyment. Darn it, who took my meal? After enduring a lengthy queue to procure it, he now found himself at a loss as to who had absconded with it, and returning would likely yield no further opportunities. It must be those few. Fan Galfei's mind raced back to the 5 classmates from his dormitory who had mysteriously disappeared. It was evident they had seized his spicy hot pot and ventured outside. If he hurried, he might still catch a whiff of the broth. He could hardly fathom the prospect of going to bed without having eaten today. Fan Galfei, is your stomach all right? Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted the 5 classmates at the entrance, surrounded by others from different dormitories, all engaged in the same delightful activity, enjoying spicy hot pot. You lot. That was my hot pot. Fan Galfei dashed forward, reclaiming one of the bowls, only to discover it devoid of broth. The last of his classmates had even licked the bowl clean. Where did you find such scrumptious hot pot? You should have shared this delectable treasure with us. The dormitory resident flicked his tongue across his lips, savoring the lingering flavor of the dish. My hot pot. Do you have any idea how long I stood in line to obtain it? I sacrificed my Sunday for this. He tugged at his hair in frustration, stomping his feet in agitation. Is it really worth such a fuss over just 2 bowls of hot pot? We can always buy more for you. The 5 classmates, sensing his ire, spoke sheepishly. Buy it? If you can procure it, I shall forgive you. Otherwise, this month, no, that punishment is too lenient this semester. You shall cover my clothing expenses, including socks. Fan Galfei regained his composure and immediately negotiated for maximum advantage. All right, provide us with the address. We haven't had our fill yet. We'll return with 4 bowls, enough to stuff you to your heart's content. Yes, we cannot miss out on such delightful hot pot. Where is it located? It just so happens to be dinner time, and we shall indulge in it tonight. Upon hearing the suggestion, the surrounding classmates eagerly concurred. At the subway entrance of Shanghai College, Fan Galfei declared, a cunning smile gracing his features. Regardless of the outcome, this venture would ultimately serve his interests. Come, everyone. Let us make our way to Shanghai College. Not only shall we relish the culinary delights, but we may also encounter some lovely sights. Under the guidance of one among them, a group of over 10 students descended the stairs, excitedly heading out. Where are we off to? Should we not follow along? Fan Galfei pondered for a moment, concluding that it was indeed prudent to proceed this way. The hot pot stall was exceedingly popular, even if there were more available. With so many classmates converging upon it, would they still remember him in the face of such culinary temptation? It is essential to maintain the familiar for a sense of security. If there truly exists something, the first portion must belong to oneself. Chapter 37. The Treasures. That is my aunt. Knock, knock. Teacher Yi, are you ready yet? Everyone is waiting for you. At the entrance of a faculty office at Shanghai Academy, several beautiful women stand, one of whom is rapping on the door. Coming, just a moment. Why the rush? It's merely a meal. Thud, thud. Footsteps hurriedly echo from within. Creak. As the door swings open, an astonishingly beautiful woman appears in the doorway. Look at how you dress. You are bound to be the center of attention in this gathering. At that moment, Yuqing's attire, combined with her figure, resembled a perfectly ripened peach, eliciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Let's go. Why are you dawdling? Yiqing possesses an unwavering confidence in her appearance, accustomed to the astonished gazes of her colleagues. Whenever she meticulously adorns herself, both men and women alike gaze at her in awe, particularly the men, who seem to desire to devour her. Indeed, Teacher Yi is inherently a beauty. Now that you have dressed up, we mere mortals can hardly compare. Does anyone have a car? As a newly appointed teacher, she has yet to acquire one, but plans to purchase one when time permits. Yiqing inquires of her 3 colleagues nearby. Don't look at me. I'm merely a counselor. My salary is insufficient for a car. Me neither. I can barely afford cosmetics, let alone a vehicle. You might want to ask Teacher Chen. I recall she has a car. The trio's gaze shifts toward a young woman with glasses, who appears particularly refined. Ahem, I'll lend my car to someone else. Qinjing coughs awkwardly under the scrutiny of her colleagues. Teacher Chen, could it be that the man from last time borrowed your car and hasn't returned it yet? Am I right? I told you before, such individuals are unreliable. Who lends their car for months? You must not need it anymore. Wait, didn't you mention that you also covered the fuel costs? Another teacher chimes in, noticing the change in Qinjing's expression, confirming her suspicions. Qinjing, as a teacher, how could you allow such a situation to occur? You lent your newly bought car to someone and even fueled it? No way. Tomorrow we are accompanying you to retrieve it. With no opportunity for Qinjing to respond, the teacher, Li Xiaotong, rambles on, clearly well-informed and concerned about Qinjing's predicament. Li teacher, he claimed he needed the car for business purposes. As he is in the initial stages of his startup and facing financial difficulties, I thought, since the car is seldom used, I could temporarily assist him. Under the watchful eyes of her colleagues, Qinjing's face flushes crimson, still attempting to justify her actions. Temporary? For 3 whole months? Does he expect to drive it until it breaks down, repair it, and continue? Li Xiangtong is left speechless, pondering her colleague's situation. Despite her commendable qualities, she cannot fathom why Qinjing would act thus. Perhaps she clings to a glimmer of hope. Or is it simply that the one entangled in the situation is oblivious to the clarity that an outsider possesses? Are you all set to leave? If we hurry, we might still make it, Yiqing interjected, glancing at the time. Without a car at her disposal, they would have to hail a taxi. With 4 people, they could share a ride, which would amount to only a few yuan each. All right, Teacher Chun, let us discuss this further upon our return. If he truly is a rogue, Li Xiangtong will undoubtedly assist Qinjing. Let us go. The 4 of them aim for the taxis stand near the subway entrance, where taxis typically lingered. Descending the stairs, they hurried towards the Shanghai Academy subway exit. 8 minutes later, as they approached the subway entrance, they noticed a crowd gathering around a stall. What is happening? It's not Saturday. Shouldn't the students be out enjoying themselves at this hour? It was indeed peculiar, but time was of the essence, and they needed to find a taxi or risk missing their opportunity. Look, there's a taxi over there. Let us hurry. Just then, a taxi pulled up at the subway exit, and a luxury car stopped by the roadside. A woman emerged and made her way toward the bustling stall. Wow, look at those adorable twin girls, Li Xiangtong exclaimed, having just spotted Bao and Bao helping their father clean up the litter. What are you all looking at? Yiqing, who was following behind, noticed the taxi parked nearby. However, several colleagues remained by the roadside, their faces reflecting envy as they gazed in a specific direction. Teacher Yi, look over there. Those twins are so beautiful, they'll surely grow up to be stunning like you. If Ning Shuyu is the icy goddess, then Yiqing embodies the sensual goddess. Both are of equal beauty. Bao. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were her 2 nieces. Watching them at work, Yiqing's expression shifted dramatically. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. At that moment, no social gathering held more significance than her nieces. After bidding her colleagues farewell, she turned and walked towards them. What just happened? Teacher Ye's expression seemed a bit off, Li Xiangtong remarked. Having observed the change in Yiqing's demeanor, I'm not sure. Are we heading to the gathering? Qinjing suggested. If we hurry, we can still make it. But the taxi driver is already urging us to leave. If he hadn't seen those beauties, he would have driven off by now. Forget it, I'll pass. There is nothing worthwhile at that gathering. It's just about expanding social connections, which I don't need, another teacher mused, glancing at Yiqing. So, It's just the two of us left. What do you think, Teacher Chen? Li Xiangtong's enthusiasm waned as she saw her companions opting out. If I had to choose, I would certainly prefer to go with Chen Jing. She is keen on meeting new people. After all, her boyfriend is in business. And one never knows when it might prove beneficial. But now it's just me and Li Xiangtong, and judging by her expression, she seems disinclined to go. Perhaps, Teacher Chen, you should go ahead? You all are not going, so what is the point of my going alone? Should I still go and see what has happened to Yiqing? Traveling alone incurs a fare of over 200 for a round trip, which is simply not economical. My apologies, dear driver, for taking up so much of your time. We have some matters to attend to, so we will not be taking the ride. Having delayed the driver for a few minutes, Li Xiangtong offered a brief apology. No problem, beautiful. The driver, a middle-aged man, felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the passengers not board. But he maintained his composure in the presence of a lovely lady. Let us go. Meanwhile, Auntie, Dabao is here. As Dabao lifted her head, her expression froze momentarily before she leaped up in excitement, calling out and rushing towards Yiqing. Auntie? Dabao looked at her sister with a puzzled expression, but soon spotted Yiqing, and a similar look of joy appeared on her face. Auntie, you are here too? At this moment, only a small amount of ingredients remained. Yet there were still many customers. She had miscalculated. Hearing her daughter's shout, she hurriedly paused her work. It's really her. Upon seeing Yiqing, Qin Mo's expression shifted noticeably. Chapter 38. You scoundrel, employing child labor. Qin Mo, you scoundrel, how dare you employ child labor? Upon seeing Dabao and Erbao, Yiqing's anger erupted instantly. At home, her sister was reluctant to let her two daughters do any work, yet here was Qin Mo, taking the two young girls out to conduct business. What on earth is happening? Yiqing's presence immediately drew the attention of those around, especially after her fierce outburst. It seems my suspicion was correct. Sending the two nieces to you was indeed a mistake. As Yiqing approached, the customers in front of the stall parted to make way. I apologize, everyone. That will be all for today. Please come early tomorrow, and I will prepare more stock. Qin Mo glanced at the remaining ingredients, which were only sufficient for 5 or 6 more servings. With Yiqing's arrival, it was clear that business could not proceed, so it was better to close up early. Boss, please sell me one more portion. We've been queuing for quite a while. I'm afraid that's not possible, my friend. You can see the situation. The expression on Yiqing's face was quite intimidating, as if she could take vengeance on Qin Mo. The student, upon noticing her demeanor, quickly responded, Boss, I will come back tomorrow. With the first person leading the way, others began to realize that the situation was amiss under these circumstances. The boss could not conduct business. The crowd began to disperse, leaving only a few curious customers to see what was unfolding. Auntie, how did you know we were here? Dabao rushed over and wrapped her arms around Yiqing's leg, beginning to act adorably. Yiqing had intended to confront Qin Mo, but upon seeing Dabao like this, she crouched down and picked her up. At that moment, her gaze towards Qin Mo was one of cold indifference. Dabao, why are you not at home, but here instead? Noticing the sweat on her two nieces' faces, Yiqing felt a pang of pity and took out a tissue to wipe it away. Papa needs to earn money, so Dabao and her sister came to help. Upon hearing Dabao's words, the air around seemed to drop a few degrees, as Yiqing glared at Qin Mo with a face full of fury. Qin Mo, with a father like you, taking your two daughters out in the sweltering heat, can you truly bear the consequences if something goes awry? Yiqing showed no mercy towards Qin Mo, openly reprimanding him in front of everyone. Auntie, you can't blame Daddy. It's Erbao who came out with him. Listen, your daughter is quite sensible, always making excuses for you. I can't comprehend if your brain is muddled. Yiqing unleashed her grievances towards Qin Mo, each word more cutting than the last. Qin Mo remained silent, observing Yiqing, until Chen Jing and the others approached. Teacher Yi, what is happening? They were taken aback, unable to fathom that Yiqing possessed such a side, as the previous scene left everyone astonished. It's nothing. Please excuse the display. Yiqing brushed her hair aside, preparing to continue, but at that moment, Qin Mo interjected. Are you done yet? Not yet, you. Yiqing was taken aback by Qin Mo's audacity to respond, a sardonic smile gracing her face. You haven't finished, but I have something to say. Chin Mo interrupted her, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Were it not for his two daughters being present, he would have exploded at the first provocation. If I do not venture out to earn a living, how would I provide for my daughters? It is permissible to conduct business, but I cannot expose them to the public eye in this heat. The risk of heat stroke is too great. Yi Qing seized the opportunity to retort, you think it's all right to leave Dao Bao and Bao behind, under whose watch? Don't flatter me. I understand these matters better than you do. It's quite cool here. And as for your concerns about heat stroke, Chin Mo was not one to back down easily, responding with a cold laugh. It seems you have no intention of keeping Dao Bao and Bao with you. Hearing such mockery was a rarity for Yi Qing, who was accustomed to compliments and flattery from those around her. This ignited her fury. Yet Chin Mo was undeterred by her beauty. I have not finished speaking. Did your parents never teach you that interrupting others is impolite? At this point, Chin Mo halted. Casting a frigid glance at Yi Qing, since Yi Qian entrusted her daughters to me, it signifies her trust, regardless of your relation as her sister. You have no authority to interfere in our affairs. You may remain cool over there. With those words, Chin Mo rendered Yi Qing speechless, leaving her gaping in shock. Realizing he had indeed guessed correctly, just as her sister had once said. You, what of me? Am I right, rendering you speechless? As Chin Mo was about to continue, Bao clung to his leg, shaking it. Daddy, please don't argue. Auntie, don't blame Daddy. He is very good to Bao. Their quarrel quickly attracted the attention of passers-by at the subway entrance, particularly due to Yi Qing's striking appearance, causing many to pause. Auntie, I'll have Daddy make you delicious food. It's so good that Dao Bao's belly is full. Just as Yi Qing opened her mouth to respond, Dao Bao's small hand reached out to cover her mouth. Dao Bao, listen to your aunt. Let us forgive him this time. After gently removing Dao Bao's small hand, Yi Qing cast a fierce glare at Chin Mo. Auntie, what my sister said is true. Daddy's cooking is indeed delicious. Bao's large eyes sparkled as he gazed at the remnants of ingredients on the stall, swallowing hard and licking his lips. Teacher Yi, is everything all right? Li Xiangtong, who had been startled by the earlier heated exchange between Yi Qing and Chin Mo, hesitated to speak, fearing a confrontation. Now seeing that the tension had subsided, she dared to voice her concern. All is well. Yi Qing took a deep breath, calming herself, her chest rising and falling like the towering peaks in the distance. As long as everything is fine, shall we go for dinner now? It was already 6:30, and they had missed the banquet. None of the four had eaten dinner yet. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for making everyone miss out. Seeing her three colleagues accompany her, Yi Qing quickly offered her apologies. It's no trouble at all. We didn't particularly want to go anyway. You just started your job, and it's good for you to meet more people. It was hard to believe that this was your niece. She is quite perceptive. The three had clearly heard what Bao and Bao had just said. Children of this age typically don't understand so much, yet these two little girls did. Auntie, are you all going to eat? Bao chimed in. Yes. Do you want to come along, Bao? After calming down, Yi Qing no longer glanced at Chin Mo and reached out to ruffle Bao's hair. As for dinner, Bao won't be joining. I want to eat Daddy's cooking, which is truly delicious. If Bao gets chubby, will Mommy not recognize me? Just as Bao's finger was about to reach her mouth, she noticed Chin Mo looking at her and quickly withdrew her hand. This behavior surprised Yi Qing, prompting her to look at Chin Mo again. She had thought that her little niece's bad habit would be hard to change at home, yet within just a day, it seemed he had managed to alter it. Chapter 39. Sell it all to me at 10 times the price, Auntie. Why don't you stay and eat Daddy's cooking with us? Bao looked at Yi Qing with hopeful eyes. Daddy, can we invite Auntie to dinner? Bao chimed in sweetly, trying to charm Chin Mo. Boss, do you still have spicy hot pot? Just as Chin Mo was about to speak, someone interrupted him. A beautiful woman appeared before him, around 24 years of age, with a slender figure, large eyes, snow-like skin, and hair as dark as a cloud. She stared wide-eyed, smiling at Chin Mo. Are you looking to buy spicy hot pot? Chin Mo appraised her, noting her casual attire adorned with designer labels. She clearly belonged to a wealthy family. It was surprising that she enjoyed street food, and it seemed she had come directly for him. Yes, boss. I drove over 80 kilometers from Huadu just for it. At that moment, Yi Qing recalled that her brother-in-law's business seemed to be thriving. Just earlier, she had noticed several circles of customers surrounding the stall. Now, a customer had come all the way from 80 kilometers away just for a bowl of spicy hot pot. If she weren't somewhat aware of Qin Mo's circumstances, she would have suspected he was staging a performance. For true food enthusiasts, no distance is too great when it comes to indulging in authentic culinary delights. The enchanting lady before us is evidently drawn to Qin Mo's spicy hot pot. Surely, it cannot be sold out? This exquisite woman, the daughter of a wealthy magnate from Huadu, is named Nie Xiaoxia. Last night, she stumbled upon a post in her social circle shared by a university classmate, expressing sheer delight at discovering such delectable fare in the university town. After savoring it once, she found herself yearning for more. Fellow food lovers, I have paved the way for you. Should you wish to taste this delight, here is the address. Upon reading this information, Nie Xiaoxia wasted no time in dialing a number on her phone. After wrapping up her work at the company, she hurried over, only to find she had arrived a moment too late. Just as she parked her car, she noticed customers dispersing from the stall, followed by the sight of a beautiful woman arguing with the vendor. Instead of rushing over, she chose to observe from a distance, waiting until the two calmed down before approaching to inquire. Seeing the vendor start to pack up, Nie Xiaoxia held on to a glimmer of hope. She did not wish to drive all this way only to leave without tasting the flavors. With so many demands at work, she had little time to spare. Qin Mo was astonished to learn that the fame of his spicy hot pot had reached the other side of Yanqing. He had initially intended to take the remaining ingredients home for his late-night snack. Before he could finish his thought, the lady exclaimed in a hurry, "Boss, sell it to me. Price is not an issue. I'll pay double. No, 10 times the amount." Not giving Qin Mo a chance to respond. Upon hearing there were still some ingredients left, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she escalated her offer to 10 times the price. "Dear lady, I must clarify, 10 times is not feasible. How about 20 times? Just sell me one portion." Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice, Nie Xiaoxia assumed he was reluctant to sell and quickly doubled her offer again, pleading for just one serving. "Please, allow me to explain," Qin Mo said, bemused by her urgency. If she were to approach a different vendor, the price would certainly soar further. "My apologies for the trouble, I'm all ears." At that moment, Nie Xiaoxia finally grasped the situation and stopped, glancing at Qin Mo with embarrassment. "It's rare for you to be so accommodating to my business. Having traveled over 100 kilometers. How about this? I will sell you the remainder at the usual price. One must not lose integrity in business. The price should remain fair. Please hold on a moment. I'll get the fire going." In the past, Qin Mo would have been reluctant to reignite the flames, as the broth's heat was sufficient to cook the ingredients. However, having acquired advanced skills, he was determined to exert his utmost effort in perfecting the culinary experience. "Truly, I am immensely grateful, chef." Nie Xiaoxia was taken aback to discover someone who showed little interest in profit, as this was indeed a voluntary transaction. She had purchased the leftovers at 20 times the price, an amount he might not earn in a single day. So handsome. As Qin Mo entered his zone, his serious demeanor made Nie Xiaoxia's eyes widen in astonishment. Qin Mo possessed a strikingly attractive visage, particularly in this moment of earnestness, which captivated everyone around him. The allure of a focused man, especially while cooking, exudes a unique charm. It was not only Nie Xiaoxia who felt this. Yi Qing and the others nearby also sensed it. Qin Mo's recent refusal of a 20-fold offer had already elevated his standing in their eyes. With his advanced culinary skills, he boasted over a decade of rich experience in the realm of spicy hot pot. He expertly controlled the temperature and timing of the ingredients, ensuring they were cooked to perfection within mere seconds, maintaining optimal flavor. What is that enticing aroma? As Qin Mo added his delectable seasonings, a rich fragrance wafted in all directions. Nie Xiaoxia's nose twitched in delight, thinking that if the aroma was this enticing, the taste would surely not disappoint. How delightful! Chen Jing and the others, inhaling the robust scent, felt their stomachs rumble, perfectly coinciding with dinner time. They patted their bellies, enviously gazing at Nie Xiaoxia, recalling that they had all heard earlier that the remaining hot pot would be sold to this beautiful lady. "Hee hee, auntie, Dabao wasn't lying to you. Isn't it fragrant? Daddy's cooking is just as delightful and delicious. Dabao closed his eyes, savoring the aroma in the air, a blissful expression gracing his face. Hee, auntie, your stomach is growling. Leaning against Yi Qing, Dabao heard her stomach rumble and blurted it out, causing her cheeks to flush. Dabao, what nonsense are you spouting? My stomach isn't growling. You must have misheard. Yi Qing would never admit to such an embarrassing situation, especially in front of Qin Mo. Hee, auntie, you're blushing. Dabao had a knack for bringing up awkward topics, and despite Yi Qing's attempts to deflect, she found herself at a loss for excuses this time. Fortunately, Qin Mo was wholly engrossed in his culinary endeavors. Upon noticing that Qin Mo was oblivious to her embarrassment, Yi Qing finally exhaled in relief. Hello. That will be 5 servings, totaling 82 yuan. Qin Mo neatly packaged the 5 servings of hot pot and handed them to Nieshia. Jifu Bao. 200 yuan has been credited. This lovely lady, you've given the wrong amount. It should be 82 yuan. Hearing the notification from Jifu Bao, Qin Mo promptly interjected. Handsome, I haven't made a mistake. This is a token of my appreciation. Consider the excess as a service fee. Nieshia accepted the package and turned to leave, her anticipation to taste the hot pot palpable, though the current setting was not conducive for it. Beautiful lady. Qin Mo wished to say more, but she merely waved her hand, saying, if the taste is good, I will return. The onlookers expressed disappointment, realizing they would miss out on such a fragrant hot pot. Auntie, I'll have Daddy prepare delicious food for you too. Would you like to join? Bao approached and grasped Yi Qing's fingers. Well, in that case, I suppose I could manage it. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. Daddy cooks. Auntie goes to eat Daddy. Let us go. Return home to cook for Annie. Before Qin Mo could voice his consent, his daughter had already made the decision for him. All right, let us return. However, what about your aunt and the others? The 3 of us can barely fit in the tricycle. There is simply no room for anyone else. And even if there were, we would need their consent. If you do not mind my cooking, would you like to join us? My sister-in-law can accommodate 4. And Qin Mo politely inquired about everyone's thoughts. Little did he know that Chen Jing and her companions had long wished to savor the spicy hot pot. And upon receiving Qin Mo's invitation, they readily accepted without a moment's hesitation. Sure, since the handsome gentleman has extended such a warm invitation, we shall impose upon you. They replied. Qin Mo could hardly fathom that his casual remark would elicit such eagerness from them. Is there a problem, Qin Mo? Yi Qing was equally surprised that her colleagues wanted to accompany them. After all, Qin Mo's residence was merely a shabby rented room. And bringing colleagues there would be quite embarrassing. No, as long as everyone is agreeable, I welcome you all. With no option left to decline, Qin Mo had to acquiesce. Then please prepare ahead. We shall arrive shortly. In the presence of her colleagues, Yi Qing spoke with newfound politeness. Dabao, Bao, come here. Just give me the keys, and we will take the bus over, with Dabao and Bao accompanying us. Yi Qing extended her hand, her intentions clear. All right. After receiving the keys, Yi Qing and the others boarded a bus that had just arrived, leaving Qin Mo alone to tidy up. In contrast, he would surely be the first to return, as the bus made stops at every station, while he was heading directly to Changzhou Island. Call for Bao. Come to your sister. Once aboard the bus, Li Xiangtong extended her arms, eager to hug Bao. The 2 little girls were utterly defenseless against her charm. You are so impressive, pretty sister. You can recognize Bao. Bao sat on Li Xiangtong's lap. Peering out at the scenery, this was only her 2nd time riding a bus, the first being just 2 days prior when she came with her aunt to find her father. Teacher Yi, will we disturb your brother-in-law? Hearing Li Xiangtong's question, Yi Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who was the first to respond when Qin Mo inquired earlier? Why was she asking now? There's nothing to disturb. He lives alone. Yi Qing's impression of her so-called brother-in-law had worsened, and she truly could not understand why her sister would act as she did. If it were up to her, she would have severed all ties long ago. However, she knew she must refrain from disparaging him in front of others, as he still bore the title of brother-in-law. Is the food your brother-in-law makes really that good? Chen Jing asked with curiosity, after missing the wine gathering. She had hoped the 4 of them could enjoy a nice meal together. It's passable, Yi Qing replied, reluctantly facing her colleagues' inquiries. She regretted coming here instead of heading straight to the gathering. If Qin Mo's cooking turned out to be unpalatable, the embarrassment would not only fall on him, but on her as well. The spicy hot pot he had sold earlier smelled delightful. A pity she hadn't had the chance to taste it. Li Xiangtong was entertaining Air Bao, but upon hearing about food, she perked up and joined the conversation. 3 colleagues expressed curiosity about Qin Mo. Given Yu Qing's attire, it was evident that her family background was not lacking. Yet, it was perplexing to fathom how she had a brother-in-law who ran a stall in the university town, enduring such labor under the sun and wind. However, such inquiries were not to be voiced directly. It was indeed strange that despite teaching in the university town for several years, they were unaware of the popularity of a certain spicy hot pot stall. Just moments ago, they had witnessed firsthand that the goods were nearly sold out. With a throng of customers encircling the stall, Li Xiangtong found it hard to believe such popularity could exist without the news spreading throughout the university town long ago. Previously, she sensed something was amiss, and now, upon hearing Teacher Li's words, she realized the source of her confusion. A stall that thrived so well must be generating a substantial income daily. The average salary for university teachers hovered around 8,000, and for their group, as mere ordinary educators, their take-home pay was approximately 7,000. Could it be that the stall earned 400 to 500 a day? After Qinjing spoke, she glanced at the others, uncertain if her assertion held any truth. 400 to 500 a day? That should be net income. Li Xiangtong pondered seriously, remarking that if such earnings were indeed true, then what of selling spicy hot pot on the street? Their monthly salaries, before deductions, were roughly equivalent to that amount. 400 to 500 a day? Yi Qing harbored doubts about this income, but refrained from voicing them. If he truly earned that much daily, then how could they live in a house devoid of decent furniture? The only small dining table was second-hand, and the dilapidated refrigerator was also pre-owned. The thought of this made her wish to turn back. Auntie, Daddy. The ever-curious Bao, gazing out the car window, suddenly pointed with glee at a passing tricycle. When Yi Qing turned to look, she only caught a glimpse of a retreating figure. The tricycle sped by without a care, and she thought to herself that he should be more mindful, especially since he already had children. Rolling her eyes at the departing Qin Mo, she remarked, Teacher Yi, your brother-in-law is quite intriguing. He appeared even younger than Yu Qing, yet he had a pair of 3-year-old twin daughters. All these factors led Li Xiangtong to wonder if Yi Qing's sister was indeed indulging in youthful romance. As Qin Mo passed by the bus stop, he did not slow down, but rather accelerated past it. Time was of the essence, and upon reaching the market, it was nearly 7 o'clock. She wondered if they would still be able to procure any vegetables. The bus ride back from Shanghai College took half an hour. Previously, it took 30 minutes by tricycle. But now, with the upgrades, it only took 20 minutes, a reduction of 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, upon entering the market, Qin Mo encountered Wang Dehui. You're done selling already? How come you have time to come here? Did you not set up today? No, that can't be right. After greeting Wang Dehui, Qin Mo headed straight for the seafood section, leaving Wang Dehui in a state of shock. Is it really all sold out already? If my memory serves me right, Qin Mo used to close his stall around 10 o'clock. On several occasions, I encountered him on his way back. Now what time is it? It hasn't even reached 7 yet, and today he has received a shipment that is double the amount he usually gets. Little Qin is on the verge of striking it rich. He has finally emerged from obscurity, selling twice the quantity in half the usual time. Wang Dehui understood the implications of this. He felt nothing but joy, devoid of any envy. Chapter 41. A lucky draw, 5 consecutive wins squeak. Is this where your brother-in-law resides? Upon entering the room, Li Xiangtong wondered if she had wandered into the wrong place. Inside the living room, there was not a single piece of decent furniture. Only a small dining table and a few stools could be seen, with a dilapidated refrigerator tucked away in the corner. Indeed, one might regret coming here. Yi Qing had another reason for bringing everyone over. Qin Mo had kept his room remarkably tidy. What is there to regret? We are here to dine, not to tour the premises. Qinjing chuckled, taking a stroll around the 17 or 18 square meter living room, her eyes reflecting disbelief. The room was impeccably clean. It was her first encounter with a boy's living space being so well kept. In her experience, it was usually littered with discarded socks. For instance, her boyfriend's place required half a day of tidying up every time she visited. I was worried that I might stumble upon unpleasant odors or dirty socks. But it seems I was overly concerned. Li Xiangtong moved a stool closer, wiping it lightly with her hand, and when she examined her palm, it bore no trace of dust, no television or computer. Your brother-in-law's life seems rather monotonous. Could it be that after closing his stall, he simply returns home to sleep, only to set out again the next day in an endless cycle? After sitting for a while, Chunjing finally realized something. Whenever she returned to her dormitory, the first thing she did was turn on the television. A room inhabited solely by oneself, devoid of any sound, can feel particularly desolate. Knock knock. Daddy is back. At the sound of the knocking, Airbao leapt from Li Xiangtong's lap and dashed towards the door. Airbao, slow down, be careful not to fall. Seeing her niece run so eagerly made Yi Qing feel a pang of discomfort. She worried that after just 2 days, her two nieces had bonded so well with Qin Mo that they might soon forget about their aunt. Daddy, did you bring something delicious? Airbao's eyes were fixed on the bag Qin Mo was holding. Auntie, I want to see too. Dabao, who was being held by Yi Qing, wanted to get down. Dabao, wouldn't it be better to play with your aunt? All right, but Dabao wants to help Daddy with his work. The younger sister, like a little shadow, followed closely behind her father, and Dabao wished to join them too. Handsome, you've bought so many groceries. We won't be able to finish them all. Noticing Qin Mo carrying 2 large bags of vegetables, another teacher approached to offer assistance. Her name was Su Lin, and whenever she had free time at school, she would also cook for herself. How can I assist you? Su Lin cast a glance at the array of dishes before her, estimating that they could concoct around 7 or 8 culinary delights. Would you be so kind as to assist me in washing the vegetables? She inquired. It's no trouble at all. Coming over for a meal is already a favor, and washing a few vegetables is a trivial matter. However, please refrain from calling me Beauty, simply address me as Su Lin, she continued. As Su Lin retrieved the greens from the bag and rinsed them under the tap, Qin Mo busied himself with washing rice and preparing to cook. He took up a knife, gazing at the grouper on the cutting board. This time, he had truly invested a significant amount, spending several hundred on the ingredients. With my limited culinary skills, can I truly present anything worthy? No, this is hardly a matter of skill. Such exquisite ingredients should not be treated so poorly. At this moment, a translucent panel appeared before Qin Mo. Dad popularity value. 1. Dad popularity value. 1. Dad popularity value. 1. He first examined the system information, and upon opening it, he was greeted by a flurry of red notifications. What could this mean? He pondered, witnessing the seemingly incessant increase in popularity points, fluctuating by dozens every second. He could not fathom where the anomaly lay. That popularity value, 4,832. Has it truly reached this number? Qin Mo recalled that not long ago, he had seen it hover around a mere 1,000. In just a few hours, he had gained nearly 4,000 points. Someone must be promoting me, but who could it be? After contemplating, he found himself stumped. His 2 daughters were hungry, and it was time to hasten the drawing of prizes. As he opened the lottery wheel and prepared to draw directly, he noticed an additional option nearby. 5 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws, enabling you to acquire advanced skills more easily. With his popularity value nearing 5,000, he decided to wait a little longer for a 5 consecutive draw. Qin Mo swiftly withdrew his hand, having caught Su Lin's attention. What is he doing? She wondered. Noticing that since she began washing vegetables, Qin Mo had been staring blankly at the fish with his knife in hand. Does he not know how to cook? The mere thought startled her. Why would he invite us over if he couldn't cook? Would he truly risk embarrassing himself, especially with 2 little girls who would not lie? Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, his minute-long stupor had already aroused Su Lin's suspicions. Just then, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. 5 consecutive draws. Will the host utilize 5,000 points to select 5 consecutive draws? As Qin Mo's finger grazed the button, the system's prompt sounded. Yes. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The wheel spun rapidly, and as it came to a halt, 2 notifications rang out. Qin Mo's expression darkened instantly. With only 1/5 of the empty space, he had astonishingly drawn twice in succession. Was this truly the high probability the system spoke of, or had he been duped? Congratulations, host. You have drawn advanced knife skills. You now possess the culinary finesse of a master chef, qualifying you for a respectable position in any major hotel, valued at 500,000 DAD popularity points. Wow. The third notification nearly caused Chin Mo to scream, but he quickly covered his mouth, realizing how he would explain such excitement over cooking. The incessant alerts of the system reverberated once more, signaling the fourth notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill of Cantonese cuisine, intermediate. With the skill, you are now a competent chef capable of preparing a variety of Cantonese dishes that will delight the palates of ordinary citizens. Consider opening a small restaurant. Hooray! This time, Chin Mo could no longer contain his excitement. Although it was merely an intermediate skill, lacking in knife techniques, its practicality was undeniably superior. How peculiar! Su Lin raised her gaze briefly before resuming her task of washing vegetables. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of Haitian soy sauce. Do not rejoice too soon. It is merely a common soy sauce, valued at 5 yuan and 90 cents. Once the 5 draws concluded, 2 luminous spheres manifested in Chin Mo's mind, and a torrent of memories began to merge with his consciousness. The sensation was utterly enchanting. After absorbing these memories, Chin Mo felt as though the kitchen knife in his hand was an extension of himself. What dish should he prepare? As the thought crossed his mind, a rapid succession of hundreds of Cantonese dishes flashed through his mind. Roast meats, roasted suckling pig, honey-glazed spare ribs, lychee chicken, steamed grouper, osmanthus fish and parchment. This dish. In a flash of white light, Chin Mo's knife danced swiftly, and within a minute, the grouper on the cutting board was impeccably prepared. Su Laosher, could you please fetch me a plate? All right, where is it? I will get it now, Su Lin replied, turning around, only to freeze in disbelief at the sight of the prepared grouper on the cutting board. Ah! A sharp scream escaped her lips. What happened? In the next moment, Yi Qing rushed over. Chin Mo, what have you done to Su Laosher? Yi Qing accused him directly, without bothering to inquire about the situation. Crazy. Chin Mo didn't even glance her way, dismissing her with a retort as he continued to prepare other ingredients. Su Laosher, are you all right? Yi Qing asked with concern, anxious that nothing should go amiss since she had brought Su Lin along. Teacher Yi, I am fine. Why are you so flustered? Su Lin, about to step out to fetch a plate, was caught by Yi Qing, who wore a worried expression. It's nothing. But your earlier scream nearly gave me a heart attack. After confirming Su Lin was unscathed, Yi Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Wouldn't you scream if you saw this? Su Lin pointed to the exquisitely prepared grouper on the cutting board. Upon seeing it, Yi Qing's mouth fell agape, her hands instinctively covering her mouth. What is the matter? Chen Jing and Li Xiangtong approached, curious about the commotion. Just take a look for yourself. I still need to fetch a plate. Su Lin, now increasingly intrigued by Chin Mo's culinary skills, eagerly anticipated tasting the dish. How beautiful! Li Xiangtong exclaimed as she approached the cutting board. Is your brother-in-law truly this skilled? Surely, he must be a chef at a prestigious hotel. The group spoke freely, showing no hesitation in discussing Chin Mo's talents right in front of him. Do you all wish to eat? If so, kindly step outside. There is simply no room for so many here. After Chen Jing and Li Xiangtong squeezed in, Chin Mo found himself immobilized, fearful that even the slightest movement might lead to an unintended contact. Excuse me, Teacher Chen and Teacher Li, could you please step aside? I need to get through. Su Lin, returning with several plates, remarked with a bemused expression upon seeing the trio blocking the path. All right, this is now in your hands. Handsome. We are even more intrigued by your culinary skills now. We hope you won't disappoint these lovely ladies. The faculty of Shanghai Academy is predominantly composed of striking women, possessing both figure and beauty. It seems this visit has proven fortuitous. Upon returning to the living room, a smile graced Li Xiangtong's face as she recalled a past experience with culinary artistry. Once, while dining at a 5-star hotel with a friend who happened to know the chef, she had the opportunity to tour the kitchen. At that time, her friend was skillfully preparing a fish, and she observed closely. Overall, his technique paled in comparison to Chin Mo's. Her friend, a head chef, earned a monthly salary exceeding 20,000. Li Xiangtong pondered. Why would teacher Ye's brother-in-law choose to set up a stall on the roadside instead of working at the hotel with such an impressive salary? She found this quite perplexing. For being a chef in a hotel not only offers a respectable job, but also stable income, unlike a roadside stall, where earnings could plummet due to inclement weather or off-peak seasons. Haha, to enjoy a meal prepared by a chef without spending a dime. There's nothing more delightful than this. The disappointment of missing the wine party has evaporated at this moment. Teacher Li, are you really that pleased? Chen Jing inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. It's merely a fish, and it's not even perfectly cooked. Is it really worth such excitement? Teacher Chen, it seems you are unaware. Li Xiangtong sighed upon seeing the expression on Chen Jing's face. What is it that I do not know? Teacher, what do you think about the expenses at a 5-star hotel? Li Xiangtong countered without answering, instead posing a question to Chen Jing. I've heard that the minimum expenditure exceeds 1,000 yuan. Could this be related? Indeed, it is relevant. If I am not mistaken, Teacher Ye's brother-in-law possesses skills akin to those of a 5-star hotel chef. Wouldn't you agree that we can savor 5-star cuisine without spending a single penny? Isn't that worthy of elation? Though the environment may be somewhat lacking, it hardly matters to us. Li Xiangtong rose to survey the living room before settling back down. Are you suggesting he is also a chef? Chen Jing exclaimed in astonishment, glancing toward the kitchen. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. That's merely my conjecture. It is also possible that he is not, Li Xiangtong replied nonchalantly, although deep down, she was convinced that Qin Mo indeed was a chef. With such talent, why would he choose to sell on the roadside? Not just me, but anyone would share this sentiment. How would I know? If you wish to inquire, why not ask him directly? She gestured toward the industrious Qin Mo. Never mind, we are merely here to dine. Why delve into such matters? Chen Jing shook her head and began to engage with the two young ladies. Meanwhile, Su Lin and Yi Qing were indulging in a feast for the eyes, captivated by the visual artistry of the chef's knife skills. With a chef's knife in hand, Qin Mo, endowed with exceptional culinary skills, transforms every ingredient into a masterpiece. Carrots, once sliced, bloom into exquisite flowers gracing the plate. Could this be the reason why his elder sister holds him in such high regard? After witnessing Qin Mo's remarkable knife technique, Yi Qing swiftly regained her composure. No, there must be other factors. There are many who surpass him in prowess. Considering the suitors of her elder sister, all distinguished young talents in their respective fields, it is implausible that mere culinary ability would earn him a second glance. Teacher Yi, your brother-in-law is truly impressive. If Qin Mo were not already married, Su Lin might have pursued him. So what if he sets up a stall by the roadside? With such culinary expertise, he need not worry about finding a better job. Yet, what does culinary skill matter if it cannot elevate one's status? After uttering these words, Yi Qing turned and exited the kitchen. Wait, Teacher Yi. Su Lin attempted to say more, but Yi Qing had already walked away. Is she setting the bar so high? In her view, no young man possesses such culinary artistry. Never mind, it is their affair, and outsiders should refrain from meddling. Henceforth, let us eat more and speak less. Since meeting Qin Mo, Su Lin had begun to surmise Yi Qing's disdain for her brother-in-law, noting her many opinions and criticisms. As for Qin Mo, he remained utterly indifferent to external matters, relishing the process of cooking. Life could only improve from here. With merely 2 skills, he had already garnered admiration. He could scarcely fathom the scene that would unfold upon mastering advanced techniques. Decades of kitchen experience etched in his memory. Every action ingrained in his very being. Opening a restaurant is still premature. Qin Mo had long harbored aspirations of starting a business, envisioning a substantial increase in income. Now, equipped with advanced knife skills and intermediate expertise in Cantonese cuisine, this ambition burned even brighter. Alas, it is not yet at an advanced level, otherwise, he would borrow money to launch his eatery. However, with only intermediate skills and a singular cuisine, even if he were to open a restaurant, the income, after deducting rent, would hardly surpass that of a roadside stall. Let us revisit this in half a month. After all, university students would soon be on holiday, ushering in a 2-month off-peak season. Chapter 43. Such delicacies deserve libations. Oh, how fragrant. Qin Mo carefully placed the first dish on the table, which had been relocated to the center of the living room. Steamed grouper, his inaugural creation, despite possessing only intermediate culinary skills. The addition of delectable seasonings elevated his dish beyond that of seasoned chefs. As soon as Qin Mo set the plate on the table, Li Xiangtong lifted the lid, unleashing a rich aroma of fish that wafted throughout the room. "Wow, more delicious food!" exclaimed Dabao and Airbao, who had just paused their play, their delicate noses twitching in delight. "Hee, it's fish. Airbao's favorite." Airbao emerged from the bedroom, circling the little dining table, but alas, being but a child, she could not reach the surface without assistance. "Auntie, Airbao wants to eat fish." After a few laps around the room, realizing there was no way out, I turned and playfully grasped Yuqing's hand. "Dear second treasure, we cannot proceed. Do you recall how Mother instructed you?" I reminded her. "Sister, Mother said we must wait for everyone to gather before we can dine." Dabao rushed over, drawn by the enticing aroma of the steamed fish, occasionally swallowing her saliva, yet managing to restrain herself. "You are so well-behaved, Dabao." Li Xiangtong gently caressed Dabao's hair, her face radiating affection. "Dabao has always been obedient. We must wait for Daddy to eat together." I urged the second treasure. "Look, your sister can do it. Don't you wish to wait for Daddy to join us?" Yiqing lifted the second treasure, playfully pinching her chubby little cheeks. "Auntie, how annoying. Always pinching my face. I'm going to get angry, humph." The second treasure crossed her arms and turned her head away, emitting a disdainful huff. "Haha, Dabao, are you hungry?" Qin Mo emerged with the soup pot, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of his daughter. "This is all Daddy's fault. The food smells so delicious that the second treasure is hungry again." Upon seeing Qin Mo, the second treasure attempted to rush over, only to be held back by Chen Jing. "Be careful, don't go over there." Qin Mo, noticing his daughter's eagerness, worried she might become a little glutton. "But I'm so hungry, Daddy." The soup was placed on the dining table, followed by the arrangement of bowls and chopsticks. "If you're hungry, you can start with the soup. I'll serve you some chicken broth first." Today, Qin Mo had prepared chicken soup, and as he lifted the lid, a delicate aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the rich scent of the fish. "Wonderful. You're the best, Daddy." Unlike Andy, who only teases the second treasure, hearing that they could drink soup first, the second treasure quickly descended from Yiqing's lap. "Hee, I can drink the soup Daddy made." "Daddy, if I eat delicious food every day, will I get fat?" Dabao stood nearby, her eyes wide as she gazed at Qin Mo, her little hands resting on her belly, pouting adorably, prompting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. "Then I shall call you my little chubby girl." Qin Mo prepared 2 bowls of chicken soup, setting the spoon aside. "If you feel hungry, start with the soup. There are a few more dishes that require some time to prepare. Since we bought so many ingredients today and everyone is here, why not cook a few more dishes for them to enjoy?" "No worries, we're not hungry yet. We can wait a little longer." It was already past 7 in the evening, and traditionally, everyone would have finished dinner by this time. How could anyone not be hungry? To leave a good impression on Qin Mo, they hoped to be invited for a meal again. The meals at 5-star hotels were beyond their means, with a minimum spending threshold of 1,000 yuan. Who would go there just to order a few plates of vegetables? To indulge in lavish delicacies, one would need to spend at least several thousand. With a skilled chef right at hand, it would be a pity not to fully appreciate the culinary delights. Such exquisite dishes without wine would indeed be a waste. As the rich aroma of fish wafted through the air, Li Xiangtong swallowed hard, a hint of regret flickering across her face. "If you wish for wine, there's a small shop downstairs. Once I finish preparing the dishes, I'll go down to buy a few bottles of beer to bring back." In the kitchen, Qin Mo, upon hearing Li Xiangtong's voice, quickly exclaimed that he too wished to drink to celebrate. Today's profits validated his thoughts. Tomorrow he would continue to procure ingredients and extend his selling hours. As there were less than 2 weeks remaining, he had spent over 200 yuan on supplies, with total earnings exceeding 800. After deducting costs, he had earned over 500 yuan in just over 2 hours of selling in the afternoon. Not to mention, there was an additional 120 yuan in tips. So even after accounting for the cost of groceries, he had netted over 400 yuan today. "Brother Qin, you've prepared such a sumptuous feast for us. How can we let you bear the expense alone?" There's a small store downstairs, right? I'll go buy some drinks now. Teacher Yi, may I trouble you for the keys? Su Lin approached Yi Qing and extended her hand for the keys. Perhaps it would be better to let him go. After all, you are not familiar with this place. Yi Qing suggested as she handed over the keys, yet she felt compelled to offer some advice. Teacher Yi, I'm not a child. It's just a quick trip downstairs. I wouldn't get lost. Besides, he is your brother-in-law and has only met us once. It would be embarrassing to come empty-handed for a meal. All right, I'll go now. But you all better not sneak any food. Su Lin joked and opened the door to leave. Hey, where's Teacher Su? Soon. Qin Mo returned to the kitchen with another platter of blanched greens, this time looking far more presentable than before. She went downstairs to buy some drinks. Yi Qing replied, somewhat exasperated. Didn't she say she would wait until I finished cooking? Honestly, Su Lin is too considerate. Setting down the blanched greens. Qin Mo resumed his tasks in the kitchen, avoiding too much interaction with Yi Qing, as he preferred to keep his distance from this sister-in-law of his. Wow, it's this dish again. It's De Bao's favorite. Upon seeing the freshly served blanched greens, De Bao immediately set down his spoon. Looking up at Yi Qing with a pitiful expression. Don't look at me. I want to serve you any. Your father just said you can only have soup. Yi Qing, understanding De Bao's intentions, quickly shook her head in refusal. Auntie, but De Bao wants to eat. De Bao unleashed his ultimate weapon. The charming act that had always worked on his aunt before, but this time it fell flat. If you want to eat, ask your father for permission. And Annie will serve you. Humph. Auntie, you don't care about De Bao anymore. You're a big bad person. I won't play with you anymore. With that, he turned away in a huff. Sister, you're not shy at all. Bao remained seated, his eyes glued to the chicken soup, swallowing occasionally. Bao, you're the one who isn't shy. De Bao won't share his toys with you anymore. If sister doesn't give me any, I'll just get daddy to buy some. Bao, with his big round eyes, devised a plan, unfazed by his sister's threats. Oof, you are all bad. Chapter 44. Who is she? The beautiful landlord? Is this the place? Are you a friend of Xiaoqin? At that moment, outside the door stood two individuals, a middle-aged man carrying 2 cases of beer and Su Lin. Yes, boss, do you know him? Until now, she had not even learned the man's name, only knowing his surname was Qin, yet her curiosity about Qin Mo remained undiminished. Xiaoqin is indeed a good child. Rising early and toiling late, sending all his earnings back home. He possesses no vices. He does not smoke and only occasionally indulges in a drink with friends. He has shared a few beers with me as well, yet I shall keep the beer here and not bring it inside, as I must return to the shop. Just as Su Lin had not yet opened the door, the middle-aged man hurriedly departed after leaving behind a case of beer. Why do I sense there's more to the boss's words? Su Lin was still processing the middle-aged man's remarks when the door swung open. The sound from outside had reached those within, and it was Qin Mo who emerged, having just set a dish on the table, only to hear the footsteps outside. Buying 2 cases, do you think you can finish them? A case of beer contains 24 cans, so 2 cases equal 48 cans. With 4 women and 1 man. Could they truly consume that much? Even when I drink with friends, I can manage only 4 or 5 cans at most. Qin, do not underestimate us. Perhaps you cannot drink as much as we can. As a mere woman, I shall trouble you to bring in those 2 cases of beer. I will handle the door. Just a moment ago, she had boasted about her drinking prowess, yet now, the heavy lifting was left to the men. All right, there are just a few more dishes, and we can begin our feast. For Qin Mo, who has long been accustomed to training, bringing in 2 cases of beer was a trivial matter, and he effortlessly placed the beer down before returning to the kitchen. Have you lost your mind, buying so much beer? Upon seeing Qin Mo return to the kitchen, Yi Qing whispered, acutely aware of her own limits. 2 cases of beer meant nearly 9 cans per person among 5. That would surely lead to trouble. Teacher Yi, as a newcomer, you are unaware of our drinking capacities. Just look at Teacher Li. She can finish a whole case without a hitch. Do you believe it? Su Lin pointed to the grinning Li Xiangtong, who had previously been thought to be a lightweight until her true capacity was revealed. A case? You must be joking. Upon hearing Su Lin, Yi Qing quickly shook her head, acknowledging her own limitations. A few cans were her maximum. A case comprised 24 cans. It was no jest. Teacher Yi, do not worry. Even if we cannot finish, we shall simply stop when we feel it's enough. We can leave the remainder here for another time. Su Lin was already scheming for future gatherings before they had even begun. Very well, just keep an eye on your drinking. I hope no one gets drunk at this point. Yi Qing left her sentence unfinished, casting a glance toward the kitchen. 10 minutes later, here it comes, the last dish. I sincerely apologize for making everyone wait. Qin Mo placed the final dish on the table. A small dining table, even set in the center of the living room. Felt exceedingly cramped with 5 adults and 2 children. Qin, it should be us who feels troublesome for intruding on you and for the generous dinner you've prepared. We feel quite embarrassed. The small table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, leaving no room even for the bowls. Knock, knock. At that moment, a sound echoed from the door. Please enjoy the soup. I shall see who it is. During this period, Qin Mo could not fathom who might be visiting. If it were his friends, they would have called in advance. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, surprised, "Are you? Wow, you've cooked again. It smells delightful. It seems I've arrived at the perfect time." The one knocking was none other than the landlord, Li Min. She pushed open the door and entered the living room, making eye contact with everyone present. Oh, guests! Upon seeing the small dining table surrounded by people, with no room to accommodate more, a sense of disappointment washed over Li Min. Who is she? Among the crowd, the one whose expression shifted the most was Yu Qing. Upon noticing a beauty before her who resembled her own appearance, an unsettling sense of rivalry surged within her, causing her to worry for her elder sister. Hello, everyone. I'm Qin Mo's landlord. You can call me Li Min. At this moment, all eyes were on Li Min, who appeared poised and self-assured as she introduced herself. Landlord. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's demeanor grew more serious. In a certain sense, both she and Qin Mo were still single. Having not registered their relationship at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she began to fret over whether Qin Mo might waver in his affections. Everyone is about to eat, and I haven't had my meal yet. Would you mind if I joined you for a serving of chopsticks? Tempted by the alluring aroma, Li Min could hardly resist and naturally approached the table. Welcome, I'll fetch them right away. Just the day before, Qin Mo had anticipated this scenario. If guests were to arrive for dinner, not having enough utensils would be quite rude. Thus, he had prepared extra sets, which came in handy today. The only shortcoming was the small dining table, which could barely accommodate 5 or 6 people, indicating that a new table was in order. With 2 daughters now living with him, he needed to ensure adequate furnishings. Bao, Daddy will hold you. Let us make space for sisterly. Qin Mo moved over, cradling Bao, and vacated a seat. Oh, are you all drinking? As soon as she sat down, Li Min noticed 2 crates of beer in the corner. Ever since Li Min entered, she had acted as if she were at home, which caused Yi Qing's expression to fluctuate. Sisterly, aren't you shy? Here you are, trying to snatch food from the children. As soon as Bao and Bao saw Li Min, their first instinct was to protect the food on the table, recalling yesterday's events vividly. Bao and Bao, today there are so many delicious dishes. We can't possibly finish them all. Can't finish. Don't deceive Bao, or she won't play with you anymore. Sister won't deceive Bao. Ask Daddy if you don't believe me. Li Min sat down and tossed this dilemma right back to Qin Mo. Thank you. Receiving the chicken soup from Qin Mo, Li Min smiled at everyone. Why are you all staring at me? Hurry and drink the soup. It will lose its flavor if it cools. Qin Mo lifted Bao and offered her a piece of blanched greens. Bao, come eat your vegetables. Thank you, Daddy. Humph, Daddy, Bao wants some too. Seeing that Qin Mo had not served her, Bao pouted, clearly displeased. Bao, your aunt will serve you. Just as Li Min picked up her spoon, ready to sip her chicken soup, she paused momentarily at this remark, but then resumed drinking as if nothing had happened. Daddy is a bad guy. He only serves my sister. I won't pay attention to him anymore. Sister, if you ignore Daddy, you won't be able to enjoy such delightful dishes in the future. Bao, munching on her greens, sweetly remarked while looking up at Qin Mo father. Don't you think so? If sister doesn't eat, it must all be left for the little one. Not at all. Little one, you must have misunderstood. The elder sibling did not say that. You are just a naughty little rascal. Father, Please do not listen to the little one. The elder sibling has always been a good child. When it comes to food, the elder sibling gazes at Qin Emma with a pitiful expression, refusing even the vegetables that Yi Qing offers her. Elder sibling, hurry and eat. Sister was just joking. And little one, you shouldn't speak to your sister like that in the future. Chapter 45. Exquisite red wine. A bottle worth thousands. This meat is delicious. Elder and little one. To try your father's culinary skills. The dish served to the two daughters is sweet and sour pork, also known as old meat, originating in the Qing dynasty. Many foreigners in Canton were particularly fond of Chinese cuisine, especially sweet and sour ribs, though they were unaccustomed to spitting out bones. The dish is elastic, producing a delightful crunch when chewed, boasting a golden hue, crisp exterior, and tender interior, with a delightful sweet and sour taste, earning a high reputation both domestically and internationally. Children particularly adore this flavor, though it should not be eaten too frequently. Wow, father, this is incredibly delicious. From the very first taste. The elder sibling's eyes widen in delight as she looks at Qin Emma. The little one wants to eat this every day. It's her favorite. In contrast, after just one sentence, the little one hastens her pace. While the elder sibling has barely finished half, she has already devoured her portion, neglecting even the vegetables in her bowl. Father, I want more. Seeing her younger sister finish, the elder sibling, fearing she might miss out, quickens her pace as well. Wow, this chicken soup is truly delightful. At this moment, they finally get to savor Qin Mo's culinary talent, and after an hour of anticipation, everyone feels it was worth the wait. So delicious. Yi Qing, still skeptical, takes a spoonful and is met with surprise, her eyes widening as she glances at Qin Emma. His culinary skills rival those of a chef in a high-end hotel, perhaps even surpassing them. Quickly, Yi Qing assesses her brother-in-law's cooking skills. However, she does not regard Qin Emma with any elevated esteem. He is merely a chef, after all. Shall we not partake in these delicacies? Li Xiangtong raises a can of beer, signaling to the group. Such exquisite food deserves better than mere beer. Li Min observes the table filled with 8 dishes, her expression betraying a sense of regret. Landlord, this is all there is. We have no other beverages here at Qin's place. Chun Jing glances around the sparsely furnished living room, her tone tinged with helplessness. Wine? Upon seeing the beer in Li Xiangtong's hand, Li Min seems to have an epiphany and rises from her seat. Landlord, what do you have? I happen to have some wine in my car. This lady is right. Fine food deserves fine wine. I'll go fetch it now. Landlord, it's unnecessary. Beer will suffice. There's no need to waste your fine wine. Seeing Li Min head out for the wine, Qin Emma hastily dissuades her. There's no issue with a big man drinking beer, but for the ladies present, that wouldn't he do? It's settled then. Let us treat this as a celebration for getting to know a few lovely ladies. With that, Li Min strides out. Qin Emma, it seems you have a good rapport with the landlord. After Li Min exited, Yi Qing's tone was imbued with a hint of acidity. Well, it's not too bad. During my most challenging times, the landlord offered me assistance. The specifics remained unclear to Qin Emma. Yet he conveyed to the group that the two shared a friendship. Indeed, it seems life is not as superficial as it appears, considering such a wealthy and beautiful friend. Yi Qing set down her chopsticks, responding coolly, though her tone intensified considerably when she uttered the word friend. Without acknowledging Yi Qing's remark, Qin Emma noted that his sister-in-law harbored a significant opinion of him. He opened a can of beer. I'll stick to this. The fine wine is reserved for you lovely ladies. He took a sip, lamenting that it was not ice-cold, as such weather called for a refreshing chill. Hey, Qin Emma, you didn't wait for me. You've already started eating. Upon Li Min's return, she carried 2 tightly sealed bags, the packaging indicating that the contents were of considerable value. Am I not allowed to sample the food I prepared? Does the landlord have any objections? He picked up a piece of chicken and savored it slowly. Of course not. Who am I to voice objections? You are the host. Ladies, let him drink beer while we indulge in this exquisite wine. Li Min placed one bag against the wall and walked to her seat with the other, retrieving 2 bottles of wine. Red wine, let me see. Upon seeing the bottles, Li Xiangtong quickly took one. Lafite, France 1855, first growth Ch. To Lafite. Over 2,000 for a bottle. What splendid wine. Just a glance at the red wine allowed her to declare its price, earning her a newfound respect from the group. This lady truly understands wine. It seems she has had her share. You flatter me. Such fine wine is beyond my means. I have only had the fortune to taste it once. And please, do not call me lady. I can't bear such a title in your presence. You may call me Li Xiangtong or Teacher Li. Li Xiangtong gently set down the bottle. Each exceeded a third of her salary. And with 4 bottles in total, it seemed a day of indulgence lay ahead, replete with gourmet food and fine wine. Are you all teachers? Yes. Does it not appear so? Seeing Li Min's astonished expression brought a flicker of amusement to Yi Qing's face. Which secondary school do you teach at? Li Min assumed the young educators were from a nearby institution. Not at all. We are university professors, Yi Qing declared proudly. And with each of Li Min's expressions of surprise, her delight grew. Unexpectedly, they were all university teachers at her age. While she remained reliant on her parents' rental properties and her few shops, had the four known her thoughts, they would have been quite taken aback. Well, it's tolerable. Initially, Su Lin was pleased with her occupation as a teacher, but upon witnessing the incomes of her peers, that sense of superiority faded. The teaching profession may appear noble, yet it does not yield wealth, nor does it leave one destitute. To amass fortune, one must pursue other ventures. I am Li Min, Yi Qing, Li Xiangtong, Su Lin. You are all neglecting your meals, engrossed in conversation, while Dabao and Airbao have devoured all the delicious food. Observing the 5 of you lost in dialogue, Qin Mo is reluctant to let a table of exquisite dishes turn cold before you indulge. Miss Li, shall I uncork this wine? Opening a bottle is an enjoyable experience, especially when it comes to fine red wine. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Regrettably, we lack a decanter and proper wine glasses. Enjoying red wine requires attention to such details, but under the circumstances, we must make do with ordinary glass cups. Thank you, Miss Li, for the wonderful wine. Let me raise a toast to you. The mere act of presenting 4 bottles of exquisite red wine altered even Yi Qing's perception of her, let alone the trio of Li Xiangtong. Upon Yi Qing's suggestion, everyone stood. Qin handsome, shall we not toast? Initially, Qin Mo was reluctant to join in, yet someone was insistent. All right, let us toast the host in gratitude for her generous offering of fine wine. After all the effort put into cooking, it seems no one has raised a glass in her honor. Evidently, wine is quite effective. Pouring himself a glass of beer, Qin Mo clinked it with the others before downing it in one go. Cheers. For the second toast, let us honor the chef, Qin handsome. Just as he settled down, having not yet tasted a morsel, Li Xiangtong raised her glass again, smiling at Qin Mo. At least you possess a conscience. This time, Qin Mo filled his glass and sipped slowly, feeling a pleasant shift in his mood. The beer in his belly tasted sweet. Haha, we wouldn't dare forget you. We all hope to return next time, don't we? At this point, Li Xiangtong winked at the others. Indeed, Miss Li is absolutely right. Chapter 46. Wishing to drive. Riding in a tricycle, Daddy. Airbao is full. Dabao is too. I feel so sleepy. The appetites of the 2 daughters were modest, to maximize their intake. They hastened their pace, finishing their meals in under 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the others were thoroughly enjoying their drinks. All right, Daddy will carry you both back to your room for a nap. Qin Mo sequentially carried his 2 daughters back to their room. Just as he was about to return to continue drinking, Airbao tugged at his hand, saying, Daddy, Airbao wants to sleep with you. Dabao had barely laid down before she fell asleep within seconds. But Daddy hasn't finished eating. How about I come back to keep you company later? Qin Mo gently ruffled his daughter's little head. Okay, but you must eat quickly. Airbao is afraid to sleep alone. Airbao released Qin Mo's hand, her rosy little lips pouting. Airbao is a good child. After tucking his daughters in, Qin Mo exited, softly closing the door. However, Airbao protested, Daddy, don't close the door. Airbao is scared. All right, Daddy won't close it. Have they both fallen asleep? Upon seeing Qin Mo emerge, Yi Qing inquired with concern. Sure. Dabao is asleep, but Airbao is still awake. Please be quiet. Qin Mo raised his fingers to his lips, signaling for everyone to lower their voices. If the door were closed, they could speak freely, yet Airbao would not permit it. Let's keep it down. Airbao is trying to sleep. The soundproofing in the bedroom was decent. Once the door was closed, as long as they refrained from loud chatter, the two daughters should remain undisturbed. All right, let us lower our voices. The meal extended until nearly 9 o'clock, and had it not been for the concern of returning home, the women would have continued drinking. Li Xiangtong was not mistaken. Their capacity for alcohol was truly impressive. They finished 4 bottles of red wine among the 5 of them, and apart from Li Min, who seemed slightly inebriated, the others merely exhibited a rosy complexion without any further discomfort. Well, thank you for the splendid hospitality today, handsome Qin. And to Miss Li for the exquisite wine. Do you truly not require my assistance in getting you home? At this moment, the bus had already halted by the roadside. Typically, the drivers during this hour tended to be quite irritable, yet today, this particular driver displayed remarkable patience. Having already stopped for nearly a minute without urging anyone to board. The security in this area is commendable, and with you accompanying us, how will you return? This is the last bus of the night, and you should first see the landlord home, especially since she appears somewhat tipsy. All right, do take care. This time, Qin Mo did not insist on formality. With her 2 daughters still asleep, she needed to return home early. Otherwise, should they awaken and find no one there, they would undoubtedly be frightened. Dear landlord, it is time for you to head back. Li Min's residence was also on the island, not far away. Hand over the car keys. One must never drink and drive, nor drive after drinking. Although there were many residents on the island, and instances of sobriety checks were rare, Qin Mo preferred to err on the side of caution. No need, I can return by myself, Li Min declared, producing her keys to unlock the car door and preparing to enter. With a sudden motion, Qin Mo rushed forward, swung the door shut, and snatched the keys from her grasp. Had she delayed even a moment longer, allowing the landlord to board the vehicle would have been a grave mistake. Qin Mo, what do you think you are doing? I told you I could manage on my own. Li Min, slightly dazed, had nearly collided with the door just moments before. What do you think I am doing? I am saving your life. Had I known you would behave this way after drinking, I would have sent you home earlier. Huh, send me away, and your lovely ladies would miss out on the fine wine. Today, I am granting you a favor. How do you intend to repay me? Li Min leaned her entire body against Qin Mo, her intoxicated visage appearing particularly enchanting as she exhaled warm breath towards his face. How would you like to repay me? Noticing the landlord in such a state, Qin Mo could not resist teasing her. How about? At that moment, Li Min's complexion resembled a ripe peach, just as you might imagine. She playfully extended her finger to tease Qin Mo's chin. All right. Next time I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you. If this continued, they would be playing with fire. Qin Mo voiced his earlier thoughts. How dull. Even when I attempt to tease you, you do not cooperate. Upon hearing Qin Mo's remark, Li Min seemed to regain her composure somewhat, casting a look of mild reproach at him. Well then, how do you propose to escort me home? Surely you do not intend for us to walk. The distance from here to Li Min's residence spans several kilometers, and walking would require at least half an hour round trip. In that case, it would be far better to let me drive back. Hand over the keys. Li Min reached out to reclaim the car keys. Do not worry. I have already devised a means to ensure your safe return without necessitating a walk. I only hope you do not mind. Soon, Li Min grasped the implication of not minding, as Qin Mo wheeled out a tricycle from a small storage room. You want me to ride in that? Li Min could hardly believe her eyes, pointing at the tricycle before her, exclaiming that it was the very vehicle Qin Mo used to dine. What, do you look down on it? Or are you simply too afraid of being mocked by others? Qin Mo preemptively countered, and upon hearing this, she retorted angrily, Humph, who is afraid? Hurry up and ride. Let us see if it doesn't tire you out. With that, Li Min took her seat on the back of the tricycle, her provocative gaze fixed firmly on Qin Mo. Make sure you hold on tight. Qin Mo exclaimed as he mounted the tricycle and turned the key. In an instant, the tricycle surged forward. Qin Mo, do you want to get us killed? Slow down. The sudden acceleration caught Li Min off guard, causing her to lean backward in alarm, desperately clutching at Qin Mo's clothing. Don't ride so fast. Until that moment, Li Min remained oblivious to the fact that the tricycle had been modified. I'm not even riding, Qin Mo declared as he extended his left leg to the side. Yet the tricycle maintained its relentless pace. How is this possible? Li Min looked down and quickly identified the issue. You scoundrel, Qin Mo, you're playing tricks on me. In a swift motion, Li Min's right hand spun around 180 degrees, and Qin Mo's expression morphed dramatically, a pained cry escaping his lips. Ouch! The speed of the tricycle diminished at that moment. Landlord, what are you doing? Do you want to destroy the vehicle and ourselves? Qin Mo hastily gripped the handlebars, unwilling to make any mistakes while two daughters awaited his return at home. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. Li Min recognized the danger of her actions and quickly withdrew her arm. Had Qin Mo moved his, they would surely have toppled over at that speed. To her surprise, riding the tricycle was quite an experience. Li Min adjusted her bangs, tousled by the wind. The summer evening breeze lacked the daytime heat, and the cool air, filtered through the trees lining the road, felt refreshing. You wealthy folks have such peculiar ideas. Driving a small vehicle yet enjoying the wind, she mused. Though Qin Mo understood her interest was merely fleeting. What, do you have something to say again? Li Min teased, blowing gently into his ear. After safely returning Li Min home, Qin Mo hurried back, relieved to find his two daughters still fast asleep. He let out a deep sigh of relief before tidying up the living room. Once the gathering had concluded, Qin Mo declined everyone's offers of assistance, opting to clean up alone. By the time he lay down in bed, it was already 10:30 at night. I should examine the system first, he thought. After enjoying a drink and taking a cold shower, Qin Mo felt wide awake rather than sleepy. With a thought, the system interface materialized before him, and he opened the system prompt, a flurry of information flashing rapidly through his mind. Dad's popularity, 1. Dad's popularity, 1. Dad's popularity, 1. It was still on the rise. What was happening? Within a second, his popularity as a father had increased by 1 point. Glancing at the lower right corner of the panel, his breath quickened. Dad's popularity, 10,368. In merely 3 hours, the popularity score surged by 10,000 points, causing Qin Mo's eyes to gleam with excitement. He surmised that someone must have been promoting him. Otherwise, such a significant increase would be unfathomable. Who could it be? He quickly filtered through the individuals he knew, only to conclude that none possessed the capability to achieve this. Could it be today's customer? The thought solidified his focus on one particular patron. Surely it couldn't be her. The last customer was evidently no ordinary person, and if anyone could effect such changes, it would be her alone. Why dwell on these fanciful speculations? He resolved to express his gratitude upon their next encounter. Casting aside these unrealistic notions, he began to strategize how to utilize the newfound popularity points. Should he opt for a lottery or exchange them for exquisite seasonings? A bottle materialized in his hand. Upon inspection, he noted that if used solely during market hours, it could last approximately 6 days. However, should it be utilized as it had been today, it would be depleted in no more than 3 days. What appeared to be a substantial quantity truly diminished rapidly in practical use. Taking a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Today's acquisition had ignited hope within Qin Mo. The substantial change from merely 2 skills was promising. If he could draw another beneficial skill, it would present him with an additional option. Does the host wish to use 10,000 points to select a mid-tier lottery? Yes. As the thought crystallized, the wheel before him began to spin rapidly. Unlike the initial 10 consecutive draws, this spinning wheel radiated vibrant colors. Was this the distinction of a mid-tier lottery? As the wheel gradually came to a halt, Qin Mo's heart raced, and his breaths became shallow. Please, let it not be mundane items. In the mid-tier lottery, the option of drawing nothing had been eliminated. However, there remained a 30% chance of landing on ordinary items. Skills. Skills. Qin Mo chanted silently in his mind, convinced that any skill would surpass ordinary goods. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 500 grams of precious metal. Precious metal, what could it possibly be? The true nature of the item would only be revealed upon extraction. Retrieve. At the mere thought, Qin Mo felt a weight in his hand, nearly losing his grip and hastily tightening his hold. A golden light flashed, and a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers. The object was all too familiar. Gold. As he lifted it for closer examination, his breaths quickened. What is this? Chin Mo discovered an accompanying certificate of appraisal. Zhou Shifu? Upon seeing the gold, he had initially worried about its provenance. Indeed, the system never disappoints. It even accounted for this detail. What is the current gold price? Contemplating this, he picked up the second-hand phone he had procured and, upon opening the webpage, spent a full minute waiting. Inputting the gold price, he experienced yet another minute of anticipation. For himself, Chin Mo was exceedingly frugal, loath to spend a single extra penny. Without even a computer or television in his residence, it was clear he would not splurge on internet access. 36,562. This gold price was not the peak. During the highest year, the latter half had consistently exceeded 430 yuan. However, at this price, considering the current market trends, it is quite favorable. Chin Mo has already formulated plans on how to utilize this gold. It seems that everyday items are also quite appealing. With a popularity value of 10,000, he has exchanged it for over 100,000, leading Chin Mo to believe that this lottery draw was indeed worthwhile. The more, the merrier. Just as he contemplated frequently winning gold in the future, allowing him to relax, that thought was abruptly extinguished. The probability of drawing precious metals from ordinary items is merely 1%. This was the explanation provided by the system, which, when synthesized, turned out to be several times smaller than the chance of obtaining skills. Never mind, skills are more practical. He decided to store the gold away for the time being, as he had no immediate use for it. Quite well, his savings had now reached 1,800 yuan. Tomorrow, he would continue to increase his stock and extend his stall hours. Gazing at the balance on his bank card, a slight smile crept onto Chin Mo's lips as he placed his phone on the bedside. His two little treasures could not remain still even in sleep. In just a short while, one daughter rolled to the corner of the bed while the other placed her small foot upon his face. Chin Mo carefully embraced his daughters, tucked them under the blanket, and then turned off the light to sleep. Children are inherently restless during slumber. Fortunately, the bed was spacious enough, or else he would have been deprived of sleep all night, merely watching over his daughters as they flipped and tumbled. Restless dreams eluded him, with Chin Mo frequently waking up, as his daughters were quite mischievous during the night. Just as he began to drift into a deep sleep, one would kick him or swat at him, while another would place her feet upon his face or even climb atop him. "Daddy, what's wrong?" In the morning, his second daughter looked at Chin Mo, who was yawning incessantly, and immediately expressed her concern. "It's nothing. Daddy is making breakfast for you." That night, Chin Mo truly managed to fall asleep for less than 2 hours. In the latter half of the night, seeing his second daughter standing up frequently and then lying back down, he grew worried she might tumble off the edge. Thus, he remained in a half-asleep state, ready to spring up at any noise, feeling quite fatigued. This simply wouldn't do. Not only was he unable to sleep well, but his daughter might also fall from the bed. Chin Mo could only order a bed guard from a certain online marketplace. Prices ranged from dozens to hundreds, and he directly chose the most expensive option. Detected that the host has purchased a bed guard for the daughter, costing a total of 420 yuan, and an immediate refund of 840 yuan will be issued. Please check host. A notification from the system, along with a text message from the mobile banking application, sounded like music to Chin Mo's ears. Chapter 48. Even breakfast requires comparison. Big Treasure. It's time to get up. His two daughters, with Big Treasure being particularly drowsy, always lingered in bed every morning. No, Big Treasure wants to sleep. Upon raising her head to glance, Big Treasure quickly burrowed back under the covers. "Look, your little sister is already awake. Be good, Big Treasure. Once we finish breakfast, we shall go out shopping." To rouse Big Treasure from slumber, one must employ various tactics. "Humph, Daddy, you are so annoying." Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, the elder daughter emerged from her cozy nest, her rosy lips puffed up adorably. Observe how well-behaved the younger sister is. She has already brushed her teeth and washed her face. The younger sibling, standing by with a beaming smile, remarked to her father, "Daddy, sister is a big lazy bug. Shouldn't we leave her at home instead?" "What are you saying, my dear? No such talk. The elder sister is up now. Come here for a hug." The elder daughter stood up, extending her arms, yearning for an embrace before heading out. "Little lazy bug." Chin Imo gently tapped the tip of the elder daughter's nose before lifting her into his arms, with the younger sister bouncing eagerly behind them. Daddy, what shall we eat today? While the elder daughter brushed her teeth, Chin Imo commenced preparing breakfast. What does the younger one desire? Cantonese dim sum is renowned, with a plethora of breakfast options within the Chinese culinary repertoire. Steamed rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, and Cantonese fried noodles are all dishes he can prepare if the ingredients are available. With his intermediate culinary skills, complemented by a dash of delightful seasonings, the flavors would rival even those of the famed tea houses in Yangqing, perhaps surpassing them. What will we have? The younger sister scrunched her little nose, pondering for a while before managing to articulate her thoughts. I want something delicious. Little rascal, go sit at the dining table. Once Daddy is done, I'll bring it over to you. Glancing at the dilapidated little dining table, Chin Imo acknowledged the multitude of things he wished to accomplish. Hee, Daddy, think faster. The younger one is hungry. All right, Daddy will think. After some contemplation, Chin Imo concluded that a warm porridge would be best for the children in the morning. He ventured to the market to procure some ingredients, also picking up supplies for lunch. It seemed he would need a new refrigerator, as everything requires funding. After calculating his finances, he realized that the balance in his bank account was woefully inadequate. Daddy, wash my face for me. After a good 5 or 6 minutes of delay, the elder daughter finally finished brushing her teeth, and Chin Imo had already set the porridge to boil. 15 minutes later, both daughters were appropriately dressed, sitting quietly at the table. It smells so good. Hurry, Daddy. With a clap of her hands, the elder daughter began to bang on the table. The younger sister mimicked her actions. Elder and younger sisters, no banging on the table. That is impolite behavior. Well-behaved children do not act in such a manner. At the dining table, one must not engage in such actions. If not corrected promptly, they may think it acceptable, necessitating early intervention to properly guide his daughters. Daddy, the younger one is a good child. I won't do it again. Seeing Chin Mo's stern expression, the younger sister immediately sat up straight. Please don't be angry, Daddy. The elder sister won't dare again. I'm not angry. Both of you are good children. But this behavior cannot continue. Chin Imo served 2 bowls of porridge, placing them on the table. Daddy, it smells wonderful. Upon seeing the delectable food, the earlier incident was swiftly forgotten, their eyes fixated on the beef porridge, involuntarily swallowing. It's hot. Wait for Daddy to cool it down a bit first. Just as the elder daughter reached out her little hand, Chin Imo stopped her, feigning a pitiful expression. But Daddy, I'm hungry. Just wait for Daddy to blow on it to cool it down. He moved a fan closer, setting it to the highest speed. Daddy, this outfit looks so unflattering. The garment was recently purchased by Chin Imo and fits perfectly. However, after wearing it just once, the younger daughter lost interest. Their father currently lacks the funds, but promises to buy numerous outfits for her once he earns enough. With only a little over 1,000 in savings, next month will be particularly tight. The expenses for both daughters in kindergarten, along with the tuition for their younger siblings in university and daily living costs, all demand financial attention. Not to mention the need to furnish their living space. The elder daughter also desires beautiful clothes, pleading with her father. Daddy, she exclaimed, tugging at Chin Mo's arm and pouting playfully. How many outfits can you buy? The younger daughter began to count on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, she momentarily lost track of her counting. Daddy, you're a bad guy. Let me count again. All right, no more counting. Father has money, and both of you can have as many outfits as you wish. Now, the porridge has cooled. Let's finish eating and then go out to play. Chin Imo touched the edge of the bowl and tasted the porridge. Yay, we can finally have porridge. I'm so hungry. The elder daughter exclaimed, eagerly standing on her chair. Hurry, Daddy. I want that bowl. No, sister, that bowl is for the younger one. Daddy, Daddy. The sisters began to charm him. There is more in the pot. Whoever finishes first will get another serving. You both are good children and should learn to be considerate. Chin Imo affectionately patted his daughter's heads, a contented smile gracing his face. The younger one is a good girl, so she should give way to her sister. Quick-witted, the younger daughter had already made her move, leaving the elder daughter gazing at Chin Imo with tear-filled eyes. You are also a good girl. Come here, Daddy will feed you. As Chin Imo lifted the bowl to feed the elder daughter, she protested. Daddy, Mommy said that good children should eat by themselves and not be fed. I can do it myself. Yes, Daddy, Mommy told the younger one the same. We can eat by ourselves. They both took up their spoons and had their first bite. Is it delicious? Wow, Daddy, it's so good. The elder daughter, who had just been on the verge of tears, wiped her eyes and took another spoonful. It's tasty. So I'll eat more. I want another bowl, more than my sister. She looked at the younger one. Sister, you eat so slowly. You definitely want to eat as much as I will. Hearing this, Chin Mo observed closely, realizing that the younger daughter took 2 spoonfuls while the elder daughter only managed 1. Daddy. At this moment, the elder daughter grew anxious, seeing her sister eat so quickly, and turned to Chin Mo for help. Both of you cannot eat too fast or too slow during meals. Do you understand? Chin Mo advised, finding a balance between the two. Daddy, you're not tricking us, are you? The sisters asked in unison. Chapter 49, Daddy, no need. We can dress ourselves. The younger daughter felt quite full. After consuming 2 small bowls of porridge, the younger child still yearned for more. Upon witnessing her hiccup, Chin Mo felt compelled to intervene. At that moment, the little one's shirt had been lifted, and her tiny hands were incessantly caressing her little belly. Look at you. Now you realize the discomfort, Chin Mo remarked, tidying up while feeling a pang of sympathy. This cannot be blamed on the little one. It is the fault of the delicious porridge prepared by Daddy. Even if it is delectable, moderation is key, lest it upset the little one's stomach. As Chin Mo adjusted her clothing and gently ruffled her hair, the elder child piped up, Daddy, can I help wash the dishes? After satisfying her appetite, the elder child wandered around the living room, uncertain of what to play with, eventually approaching the kitchen and tugging at Chin Mo's shirt. Such a good girl. Eager to assist Daddy. Yes, Mommy said that children who help adults are good children. The elder child gazed at Chin Mo with anticipation. If only she could reach. She would lend a hand. All right, Daddy will bring a stool over, and this bowl will be entrusted to you for washing. Sound good? Yes, I can do it. Upon seeing Chin Mo retrieve a stool, the younger child, who had been seated in the living room, followed him into the kitchen. Daddy, I want to help too. You wait in the living room for Daddy. This time let your sister assist. Next time, it will be your turn, all right? The kitchen was too cramped to accommodate another stool. Okay, Daddy, since sister is helping you, am I still a good child? Haha, both of you are wonderful children. Upon hearing her daughter's inquiry, Chin Mo understood her concern and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then you go wait outside for Daddy. At that moment, the younger child turned back with every step. Daddy, remember what you said. Daddy remembers. With 2 such thoughtful daughters, no matter how arduous life became, Chin Mo felt no fatigue. Daddy, I finished washing, is that right? The elder child's voice snapped Chin Mo back to reality, while he had momentarily drifted into thought. His daughter had already washed 3 bowls, though her front was now damp. She looked at Chin Mo with eager anticipation, seeking his praise. Initially, he intended to chide her for not being careful enough with her clothes, but upon seeing her expression, a smile broke forth. He lifted the elder child, planting a kiss on her forehead. You did wonderfully, now go play with your sister. Leave the rest to Daddy. Hee, Daddy, I want to help you again next time. Hearing his praise, the elder child returned Chin Mo's affection with a kiss, then scampered off into the bedroom. Sister, Daddy just praised me. As Chin Mo took a few steps, he heard the elder child's voice from the bedroom and shook his head. These 2 sisters were quite understanding, though they often compared themselves to one another. Chin Mo saw no harm in this, as it was a positive thing. If one made a mistake, he could simply commend the other. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this. After tidying everything up, Chin Mo returned to the bedroom and, noticing the formula on the table, smacked the back of his head in realization of his oversight. Last night, while sleep eluded him, Chin Mo utilized his mobile device to seek advice on parenting. The majority of online sources suggested that for children under the age of 5, if circumstances permit, it is advisable to provide them with a daily serving of formula milk. Around 100 milliliters suffices, without the need for them to feel overly full. He had already devised a plan. Each morning upon waking and each evening before bedtime, he would prepare a bit of formula for his 2 daughters to supplement their nutrition. It seems he must pay closer attention in the future, given that his daughters are already well-fed. Consuming more milk would yield no benefits and only potential drawbacks. Daddy, what are you doing? Doesn't he that hurt? Upon seeing Chin Mo pat himself, his younger daughter approached him, her large eyes darting with concern as she gazed at the back of his head. I'm fine, let us head out now. He replied. Hooray, Daddy. That is wonderful. We can finally go out to play. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, his elder daughter leapt from her bed, rushing outside without even putting on her shoes. Elder sister, you haven't put on your shoes yet. Chin Mo exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words, grateful that the floor had been cleaned thoroughly the previous night. Hee. Daddy, that is how elder sister is. She often gets scolded by mommy at home. The younger daughter seized the moment to tease. You shouldn't say that. Elder sister would never do such a thing. Just then, the elder daughter obediently returned, retrieving her shoes to put them on. Do you need help, my dear? Thank you. Daddy, I can put them on myself. The younger one cannot, hee. You little rascal. Sister can do it too. As Chin Mo handed the younger daughter her shoes, she snatched them away, determined to put them on herself. Hee, elder sister is right. Daddy, look, I'm all dressed, and the younger one is still putting hers on. The younger daughter, lagging behind, had just managed to wear one shoe, while the elder daughter proudly strutted a few steps in front of her. Daddy, look. She's bullying me again. Enough of your antics. Don't you both want to go out? Upon hearing that they might not go, the two girls immediately settled down, with the elder daughter even crouching beside her. Younger sister, let me help you put on your shoes. That is how it should be. You are sisters and should assist one another. I will wait for you both in the living room. Chin Mo said as he stepped out to fill a thermos with hot water, intended for his daughters. Today, he planned to visit the store to gather necessary items for his daughters, as he believed his savings would suffice for the purchases. Observing the thermos in his hand, he shook his head. It was a cheap item costing only a few dozen yuan, with inadequate insulation for long-term use. He realized that relying on such a thermos to provide his daughters with water would not suffice, given its inferior material. Chin Mo decided to make a new choice. As any money spent on his daughters would yield double returns in the future, he began to strategize what to buy to avoid another unnecessary trip. Thermos, water bottles, backpacks, and clothes. Almost forgot about those, he said to himself. Pulling out a piece of paper, he noted down the items he intended to purchase so as not to forget anything. Daddy, what are you writing? The younger daughter climbed onto a stool, her curious little head peeking over. I'm making a list of things to buy for you both. Otherwise, I might forget, he replied. Shopping is delightful. My little one desires an abundance of toys. The mere mention of shopping ignites a sparkle in her eyes, and she begins to enumerate the treasures she wishes to acquire. Daddy, my big sister also wants toys. Father, observing the footwear of his daughters, tenderly gathers them close before inspecting their shoes. Well done, my darlings. You can both wear shoes now. Chapter 50. Having merely purchased 2 items, money seems to vanish swiftly. Huangpu District. A certain shopping mall. The appearance of Chin Mo quickly captivates the attention of the shoppers. Cradling one little girl in his arms while holding another by the hand, the 2 rosy-cheeked princesses resemble characters from a fairy tale. Every passerby cannot help but steal a glance at them. Oh, what beautiful little girls. How enviable. Dear daughter, why do other children look so lovely? Perhaps it is because their mothers are somewhat attractive. And what about you, mother? Some parents, comparing their daughters to Chin Mo's, find themselves utterly outmatched. Mommy, you look a bit amusing. The response, unsolicited, lands like a thunderous blow. Chin Mo, who happens to be passing by, cannot suppress a chuckle. Father, what is so amusing? The shoppers, accustomed to the whispers and pointing, merely continue their observations. However, upon hearing the laughter, the little one inquires with curiosity. It is because Daddy is happy. Everyone is praising you for your cuteness. Daddy, did those uncles and aunts praise my big sister too? Big sister stands still, raising her little head to gaze at Chin Mo. They did indeed. They said you are beautiful and adorable. Upon hearing this, big sister refrains from further questions, instead lowering her head and chuckling quietly. Sir, our store has a special promotion today. Do come in and have a look. As they stroll through, store employees frequently invite Chin Mo inside, But seeing that it is not to his taste, he merely smiles and continues onward. Promotions? He hears this phrase often. Yet this time, he pauses to glance inside. Today, our shop is hosting an event. Upon reaching a certain spending threshold, you can enter a lottery. The grand prize is 20,000 yuan in cash. The second prize is a smartphone. The third prize is a Huawei phone. And the fourth prize is 1,000 yuan in cash. One reason Qin Mo is intrigued is the allure of the prizes, but also because the products here align with his desires. Let us venture inside, dear ones. Should fortune smile upon us with a grand prize, it would equate to a month's salary. Even if not, a fourth prize would suffice. Sir, do you have any specific needs, or may I assist you with introductions? Upon his entrance, the store attendant's smile brightens further. I shall browse for now. I will seek you out if needed. The income of these brand-name store attendants partially derives from commissions, a strategy to invigorate their work enthusiasm. Not to worry. I will accompany the gentleman as he explores. Currently, there are no other customers. These two little girls are truly stunning. Should we not purchase something for them? It is a Sunday, a day that typically draws many shoppers. Yet a noticeable absence of crowds prevails. It can only be said that Qin Mo arrived rather early, almost as soon as the mall opened its doors. Thank you, sister. You are beautiful too. Upon receiving compliments from strangers, Bao displayed a sweet smile, responding in a cherubic tone. Such a good child. The alluring saleswoman felt her heart melt at the sound of Bao's voice, tempted to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Sir, take a look at this milk bottle. Today we have a promotion, only one price for two. The saleswoman glanced at Bao and Bao. So inexpensive could it be? Before Qin Mo could finish his thought, the saleswoman continued, Sir, I understand your concerns. Pigeon is a reputable brand. The reason it is so affordable is that today marks our 10th anniversary, and only select items are discounted, with a limited quantity available. Having hesitated for a moment, contemplating leaving, the saleswoman hastily provided an explanation. Daddy, we don't have a milk bottle. Bao tugged at Qin Mo's sleeve. No milk bottle? It was only then that Qin Mo recalled that during his previous outing, he had been preoccupied with purchasing formula and had seemingly forgotten to buy a bottle. This morning he had intended to prepare milk for his daughters, but now it slipped his mind. Had it not been for Bao's reminder, he would have had to make another trip out in the evening. To be a competent father, he realized there was still much he needed to learn. Sir, what do you think? At that moment, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled, sensing a successful transaction. Then please help me choose one. Selecting a milk bottle was not a trivial matter. It required consideration of the child's usage and the appropriate nipple size based on age. Children's products are incredibly profitable. Such a small item costs over 800. Qin Mo picked up a milk bottle, noting it was from Singapore. Sir, you get what you pay for. The material of this bottle. The saleswoman proceeded to educate Qin Mo, then inquired, Sir, may I ask what price range you are considering? She assessed Qin Mo, an astute salesperson who gauges a customer's economic capacity to recommend suitable products. Miss, please go ahead and introduce. Since he had no prior knowledge of milk bottles, he preferred to trust the saleswoman. What about this one? The saleswoman grabbed a bottle from the shelf and asked, What do you think, sir? Qin Mo glanced at the price, over 130. How about this one? Seeing him shake his head, the saleswoman shifted her hand to the left. This one then. This time, the saleswoman presented a bottle price below 100, and Qin Mo realized she had misunderstood his intentions, so he chose one himself. Good choice. Is there anything else you need, sir? The saleswoman took the bottle with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of embarrassment. What else do I want? Qin Mo did not respond, but instead recalled the items he had noted down before leaving. A thermos cup. A thermos cup? Please follow me, sir. The saleswoman led him to a side display, pointing to a large cup branded with Disney. How about this one, a big name? Sir, your two daughters would find this very suitable for outdoor play, though this brand is not participating in any promotional activities, and it is somewhat pricey. At this point, the beautiful salesgirl cast a worried glance at Qin Mo. No discounts? She inquired. Indeed, but the expenditure qualifies for a raffle. Eldest, youngest, do you like this? Finally, Qin Mo shifted his attention to his daughters. Daddy, can the youngest choose for herself? The little one lifted her small head, scanning the shelf before pondering. Daddy, I want that one. It's so beautiful. After a moment, she pointed at a large pink cup adorned with Disney branding, which, however, cost 100 more than the previous item, totaling over 300. Daddy, the eldest wants that too. The eldest, slightly delayed in her reaction, clapped her hands joyfully upon hearing her sister's words. All right, let us go with this. Within just 5 minutes of entering the store, they had already spent over 600. Money certainly does not last long. Chapter 51. The raffle continues, invoking the spirit of the European king. With only 2,300 in savings, of which 1,500 was eligible for cashback, Chin Mo contemplated the remaining 900, which he believed should suffice for their needs. While he pondered, the beautiful salesgirl refrained from interrupting until he finally looked up, prompting her to continue. Such lovely little princesses. Sir, why not purchase a few outfits for them? Our clothing quality is exceptional. Clothing was indeed on Chin Mo's agenda, so he did not interrupt her. All right, let us take a look. Hee. The eldest will have pretty clothes to wear. Humph, Daddy is buying for the youngest. Upon hearing about the clothes, the sisters were even more delighted than when they had acquired the thermos. Both of you will get some, so no need to quarrel. Daddy, I want this one. Before long, they arrived in the children's clothing section, where the eldest dashed forward and pointed at a pink dress. This little girl is impressive. She picked the most beautiful one at first sight. The beautiful salesgirl continued from where the eldest left off, and Chin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, if he were to refuse that dress, the eldest would undoubtedly throw a tantrum. Not bad, but the price. Chin Mo approached and examined the pink dress, only to find that the price disrupted his plans. 238 yuan. Daddy, the youngest wants this one. He turned to see the same dress in red. 178 yuan. 2 dresses would cost 400, leaving him with only 500 remaining. Wrap them up. With his daughter's happiness at stake, Chin Mo saw no reason to deny their wishes. He still had a backup plan. He could always sell that piece of gold if necessary. Very well, sir. Would you like to purchase some formula? Some brands offer a buy 3, get 1 free promotion. The beautiful salesgirl intensified her sales pitch, seemingly intent on extracting every last yuan from him before he left. No, thank you. I won't be needing formula at this time. Even if he wished to buy some, his budget would not allow it. Each can costs 400, and the remaining funds would only cover 3 cans, with many items still left to purchase. For now, this will suffice. Desiring to purchase numerous items, one must defer their acquisitions for another occasion. Please accompany me. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the guests, the beautiful sales attendant refrained from further persuasion, leading the way as the items Chin Mo intended to buy were already retrieved by other staff members. Sister Chun, could you please tally the total? The baby bottle costs 336 yuan, the thermos cup 258 yuan, and 2 dresses. One priced at 238 yuan and the other at 178 yuan, summing up to a total of 1,010 yuan. Rounded to the nearest whole number, it comes to exactly 1,000 yuan. Handsome, will you be paying in cash or electronically? This totals 1,000 yuan. Chin Mo couldn't help but lament how challenging it is to raise a child nowadays. Fortune arrives, 1,000 yuan credited. As Chin Mo settled the payment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host purchased a baby bottle, thermos cup, and clothing for his daughter, totaling 1,000 yuan, with an immediate refund of 2,000 yuan. Please check your account, host. Ding dong. Following the system's notification, a text message chimed on Chin Mo's phone. His balance prioritized the expenditure of 1,500 yuan, and exceeding this amount would mean future purchases for his daughter would not be eligible for refunds. Currently, a refundable amount of 500 yuan remains, coupled with the previous sum and the current refund of 2,800 yuan, totaling 3,300 yuan. Fortunately, the system is in place. Otherwise, he would have had to borrow money for today's purchases. At that moment, the front desk attendant interrupted Chin Mo's contemplation. Handsome, you spent a total of 1,000 yuan, granting you 2 chances to participate in a lottery. Shall we draw now? Indeed, let us draw now. Daddy, isn't the lottery delightful? Shouldn't the second treasure join us too? The eldest treasure wants to participate as well. Guided by the attendant, Chin Mo approached a non-transparent box with a small opening. Sir, please retrieve 2 small balls from within. Each ball represents a chance to win. Initially intending to draw himself, upon seeing his 2 daughters eagerly watching, he felt that since their arrival, fortune had favored him, as they were his lucky stars. All right, let the eldest treasure go first. With this thought, Chin Mo lifted his eldest daughter. Hee, Daddy, I got one for you. Swiftly, the little girl pulled out a ball from the box, soon followed by her younger sister, who also retrieved a ball. What follows? After taking the 2 balls from his daughters, Chin Mo observed that the surfaces bore no numbers and pondered whether this lottery was merely a ruse. Handsome, please hand me the 2 balls. Noticing Chin Mo's expression, the attendant covered her mouth, torn between laughter and concern for offending the customer. It must be opened to reveal the prize. To ensure authenticity, these balls are glued shut and must be broken to unveil the contents. The attendant produced a pair of scissors, deftly piercing and slicing open one ball, from which a slip of paper fell. Let me see. Another attendant picked up the paper. As anyone would be intrigued by a lottery, and these staff members were no exception. What does it say? Upon opening the slip, the attendant gazed intently at Chin Mo, her expression brimming with excitement. 3rd prize. Could it truly be? Such extraordinary luck. The beautiful shop assistant hurriedly rushed over, surprised that her casual remark had manifested into reality. Indeed, this was the 3rd prize. Sir, your fortune is remarkable. She handed the slip to Chin Mo for his confirmation. Daddy, isn't the 3rd prize wonderful? De Bao inquired, observing the expressions on the adults' faces with keen curiosity. Indeed, De Bao, you are quite impressive. Chin Mo responded, lifting his eldest daughter and planting a kiss on her cheek. He hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise, saving him the expense of purchasing a new phone, allowing the second-hand device to gracefully retire. De Bao is amazing. Upon receiving her father's praise, De Bao gleefully waved her hands in joy. Humph. Bao is also quite impressive. Bao, noticing the adult's commendations directed toward her sister, placed her hands on her hips, gazing at the small ball she had drawn. Yes, Bao is also remarkable. At this moment, both children felt compelled to acknowledge Chin Mo's diminished smile. He held no expectations for the 2nd ball. Winning the 3rd prize in such a lottery was akin to receiving a divine blessing. Go ahead and open it. The shop assistant picked up a pair of scissors, seeking Chin Mo's approval, as some customers preferred to open the prizes themselves. The previous customer had not expressed any dissatisfaction, but if the prize turned out to be unsatisfactory, it could lead to disappointment. All right, with a similar method of puncturing the small ball and then cutting it open, this time, the slip did not fall out. The assistant retrieved the slip from within and began to unfold it. As she did so, her expression transformed, her eyes widening to the utmost extent, her breath quickening. The other staff members, witnessing this scene, were incredulous and asked, could it be that he has won again? Chapter 52. Bao's Brilliance. 20,000 in cash. Many of these lottery events are orchestrated by shops to attract customers, often devoid of substantial prizes, while some are internally arranged, with prizes discreetly claimed at the outset. Even if genuine, the odds are akin to winning the lottery. However, the assistant's expression conveyed to everyone that this customer had indeed won a 2nd time, and the prize would certainly not be inferior to the first. First prize. Before anyone could inquire further, the assistant revealed the answer. What? First prize? Let me see. This time, Chin Mo lost his composure and swiftly snatched the slip from the assistant's hand. Indeed, it is the 1st prize. The 3 large characters on the slip were vividly clear, causing Chin Mo's breath to quicken. This was 20,000 yuan, not a mere few hundred or thousand. It was money he could scarcely earn after months of hard work. He hadn't anticipated such a fortunate outcome from a simple visit to the mall. Daddy, Bao, eager to know her own fortune, tugged at Chin Mo's hand, shaking it slightly upon seeing him lost in thought. Bao, what is the matter? Humph. Bao is speaking to Daddy, and he is ignoring me. Bao pouted, indicating her displeasure after having called out to him several times. Chin Mo knelt down, placing De Bao on the ground before kissing both his daughters on the forehead in turn. You are my lucky stars. Even the first prize was drawn by Air Bao. Observing the expressions of the nearby staff members, Chin Mo felt elated. What about these prizes? Soon, Chin Mo regained his composure. After all, it was merely 20,000 yuan. He reassured himself that he would earn more in the future and not let pride blind him. While his expression returned to calm, his heart, however, remained in turmoil for a considerable time. Yet, Chin Mo did not forget that a reward only counts when it is secured. Sir, please wait a moment. We must notify the manager to come over, as this first prize is beyond our ability to handle, said a staff member. It will take the manager about 10 more minutes to arrive. Would you like to step inside and take a seat in the meantime? Seemingly anxious to alleviate any misunderstanding, a staff member hastily invited Chin Mo inside. Please keep this safe. The first lottery ticket was also handed to Chin Mo. Very well, I shall wait. For 20,000 yuan, Chin Mo was willing to wait a considerable time, especially just a mere 10 minutes. 20,000 is not an insignificant amount. And Chin Mo acknowledged this with a nod, taking his two daughters by the hand as they entered. Daddy, since Air Bao is so amazing, we should buy some delicious food later, exclaimed Bao. Though the two daughters were only 3 years old, they understood the gravity of their accomplishment by observing the expressions of the adults around them. All right, later Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. It was not long before Chin Mo was kept waiting. Precisely 10 minutes later, a young woman entered. Upon seeing her, the staff member greeted her at the entrance, indicating that the manager had arrived. During the wait, Chin Mo couldn't resist purchasing a few items, a backpack and 2 pairs of sandals, just exceeding 500 yuan. This time, he had come for the lottery himself, but the harsh reality struck as he only drew a consolation prize, a tissue, worth a mere few yuan. Daddy, is this the prize that Bao won? Indeed, Bao is truly remarkable. Chin Mo gently ruffled Bao's hair, placing his hand atop her head. The first prize required the manager's presence, but the third prize was readily available. Displayed within the store was a Huawei smartphone valued at 3,000 yuan. What a splendid phone it was. Ever since being expelled from university, he hadn't used a decent smartphone, relying instead on second-hand relics that only allowed for calls and texts. Initially, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the 3,000 yuan smartphone, but after a brief 10 minutes of exploration, just as he was eager to continue, the manager appeared at the door. Which fortunate customer do we have here? The manager inquired upon entering, as other customers were already present in the shop. Upon witnessing the scene, curiosity drew the attention of the onlookers, and they glanced at Chin Mo with envy after learning the details from the staff. Such luck was almost unfathomable. Having spent merely 1,000 yuan, he not only won a 3,000 yuan smartphone, but also secured the first prize. For many, 20,000 yuan represented several months' worth of wages. Who wouldn't be envious? I can't believe it's real, exclaimed a new customer, gazing at the prizes in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could offer 20,000 yuan as a prize. They could hardly believe that someone had truly won such a sum. If it were me, how wonderful that would be. This lovely lady, the staff member added. You only need to spend 500 yuan here, and you might just be the next fortunate winner. There are 2 first prizes available. The audacity of this store owner was impressive, indeed, to offer 2 first prizes. If we cannot attract more customers, then the past few days of business will have been in vain. It turns out that the handsome gentleman has a pair of beautiful twin daughters. No wonder his luck is so extraordinary. The store manager is a stunning woman. As she approached Chin Mo, her gaze was primarily drawn to the 2 little girls. Thank you, big sister. You are beautiful too. Upon hearing compliments, the second twin immediately responded. Wow, I absolutely adore this. Handsome sir, may I hug your daughter? The beautiful store manager squatted down, first seeking Chin Mo's consent, then extending her arms to embrace the second twin. Of course, Chin Mo nodded in agreement. Come here. Little sister, let your sister give you a hug. After receiving her father's approval, the second twin did not resist and allowed the beautiful store manager to lift her up. What is your name, little sister? Are you an older sister or a younger sister? The store manager, named Pang Yueling, is 27 years old and currently single. Sister, my name is Chin Yu. So you are the younger sister. What is your sister's name? Such an adorable little girl made Pang Yueling wish she could find someone to have a pair of her own. My sister's name is Qin Yun. Qin Mo proudly observed his two daughters from the side, not wanting to interrupt. Each time he noticed the envy on people's faces, he couldn't help but feel elated. Sir, thank you for your patience. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Pang Yueling, reluctant to put down the second twin, scanned Qin Mo with an appreciative gaze. A transfer, please. Carrying 20,000 in cash means I would have to make a trip to the bank, so why complicate things when I can transfer it now? All right. Through WeChat or Zhifubao. Zhifubao. Qin Mo opened the Zhifubao payment QR code for her to scan. Ding. The funds arrived, 20,000 in total. After receiving the payment, Qin Mo's smile grew even brighter, allowing him to temporarily preserve that golden sum. Handsome sir, may we take a picture with you? It will be used for our promotional materials. Rest assured, I will compensate you later. This photo is solely for our store's advertising. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, sensing his reluctance. Pang Yueling quickly clarified, all right. Chapter 53. Competing for juice, the younger sister drinks first. Daddy, I want to eat this. And this. You two certainly know how to choose, always picking the most expensive options. With money in hand, Qin Mo strolled through the mall with his two daughters for over an hour. Finally, at 11 o'clock, they found a restaurant. Daddy, can't we order? The second twin, with her big eyes darting around, pouted her lips and asked, of course. Today, whatever you wish to eat. Daddy won't impose any restrictions. As Qin Mo took out a thermos to pour some warm water for his daughters, the eldest twin grasped his hand. Daddy, I don't want water. I want to drink this, is that all right? She pointed to the juice on the menu, her little face brimming with anticipation. You want to drink that? Yes. The sisters nodded in unison. Today, I'll make an exception for you, but next time, it won't be allowed. Qin Mo preferred that his children drink more water, believing it to be more beneficial for their health. However, today was different, as he had just opened his mouth to speak. Daddy is so wonderful. Mother won't even let us drink. Shoo, when we see Mom later, don't mention this. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Qin Mo's expression darkened. The restrictions imposed by Yi Qian on their daughter seemed to be disregarded here. Hee, Big Treasure wouldn't tell Mom. She is so fierce, she might spank Big Treasure. As Big Treasure spoke, she gestured to Qin Mo. Does Mom spanking hurt? It does hurt, but Big Treasure didn't cry. Only Little Treasure would cry. Humph, you're lying. Sister, last time, you were the one who cried. No, it was Little Treasure who cried. The two sisters bickered in their sweet voices, drawing the attention of nearby customers. Qin Mo chose not to intervene, quietly observing the duo. This pair of twins is truly adorable. Even their quarrels are charming. What lovely little sisters. I wish I had one too. If you want to have one, you first need to find a boyfriend. But with your looks, how? Believe it or not, I could find one for you right now. I believe it. Hurry back. Humph, I want to argue with you. Little Treasure is a good child. Soon, the sisters noticed the gazes of the adults around them, with Little Treasure being the first to cease her antics. What's wrong? Aren't you two arguing anymore? Mom said that arguing isn't what could children do. Big Treasure sat up straight, her face serious. Seeing her daughter's expression, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. Come, you two, let us make a pinky promise. From now on, you mustn't argue. Not only should you be good children, but you must also be good sisters. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Now that both Big Treasure and Little Treasure had made the promise, they were not to argue anymore. Otherwise, they would not be considered good children. Little Treasure understands. Daddy, I'm thirsty. Big Treasure is thirsty too. The first to arrive were 2 cups of juice, one of which was ordered for himself, while the 2 daughters shared only one. Daddy, why are you drinking our juice? Children shouldn't drink too much. You two will share this cup. If you drink too much, your teeth will rot. All right, then I'll drink first. Little Treasure reached out her small hand to move the cup in front of herself, but Big Treasure was unwilling. Humph, I'll drink first. What's wrong? Didn't we just agree on something? Have you both forgotten? Qin Mo looked sternly at his daughters. Sister, you drink first. Little Treasure isn't thirsty yet. Little Treasure displayed a reluctant expression, pushing the cup towards Big Treasure. Daddy, I'll let my sister drink first. After moving the cup in front of Big Treasure, Little Treasure began to seek praise from Chin Imo. You little rascal, so clever. Chin Imo gently tapped Little Treasure's nose. She truly was small but wily. Hee hee. Little Treasure is a good child. I'll let my sister have it. Seeing this, Big Treasure seemed inclined to give way as well, and Chin Imo quickly intervened. At this rate, they wouldn't be returning home for a nap today. Big Treasure, since your sister is letting you drink, you are a good child too. Daddy, really? Big Treasure looked up, her voice sweet and innocent. Yes. Chin Imo nodded, placing a straw into the juice cup. Sister, it's very sweet and delicious. You should drink. Big Treasure took a few sips and then pushed the juice cup towards Little Treasure. The dishes have all been served, dear. If you need anything, please press here. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes ordered by Chin Imo began to arrive at the table, consisting mainly of desserts and fruit salads. He indulged himself with a steak. His first extravagant expenditure exceeding 100 yuan, having previously been frugal with his meals. Now that his income had risen, he felt it was time to treat himself. Father, this roasted chicken wing is for you. There were only 4 chicken wings in a serving, meant for the 2 sisters, each to have 2. Although the second child was slightly reluctant, her little hand still reached for a chicken wing and placed it in Chin Imo's bowl. You're so good, sweetheart. If Daddy doesn't eat it, it's all yours. Chin Imo picked up the chicken wing and returned it to the second child. What are you doing, Daddy? At that moment, the eldest child, who had been focused on her food, lifted her head and saw her father giving a roasted chicken wing to her sister. The sister had offered her chicken wing to their father. Chin Imo glanced at the roasted chicken wing in the eldest child's hand. Seeing the almost finished chicken wing, the eldest child looked back at her portion on the plate, pouting in hesitation. Father, this chicken wing is so delicious. You can have mine. With a reluctant expression, she grabbed the chicken wing and placed it into Chin Imo's bowl, then gazed up at him with expectant eyes. Haha. Chin Imo merely smiled and picked up the chicken wing with his chopsticks, clearly about to savor the taste. Daddy, the eldest child began to panic at this, wondering why her father was not adhering to the expected script. Shouldn't he returned the chicken wing to her? What's wrong, dear? With the chicken wing paused near his mouth, noticing his daughter's expression, Chin Imo chose not to tease her further. Are you really not going to eat, Daddy? Hearing Chin Imo say this, the eldest child's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at the chicken wing in the bowl. Quickly eat. Your sister is almost finished. The second child had finished one chicken wing, licking her fingers before picking up her own. Hee sister. Chin Imo took out his phone, marveling at its sleek touch. It was incomparable to his previous second-hand device. The speed at which he opened web pages was astonishing. No longer the frustrating experience of waiting a full minute for a single page to load. Not bad. Chapter 54, Changing Perspectives, Acquiring Furniture. Ding ding. Buzz. The ringtone of the new phone was certainly pleasing. Not long after returning to his residence, Chin Imo received a call. Is this Mr. Chin Imo? A deep male voice came from the other end. Who is this? I am the delivery person from the mall. I have arrived at your specified location and kindly ask you to come down. So soon. He had only been back for half an hour, and the goods he purchased from the mall had already been delivered. Please wait a moment. I will come down now. He hadn't even changed his clothes after returning. Considering that fact, where are you going, Daddy? It is now 12:30, nearly time for my 2 daughters to take their afternoon nap. I had previously assumed that deliveries from the mall would not arrive until the afternoon, but I am pleasantly surprised by their efficiency. Darling, Daddy is going downstairs to guide the delivery man. Please stay here with your sister, all right? I only need to go downstairs to let the delivery person in and inform them of the floor number. It won't take long at all. Daddy, please come back quickly. Dabao and Mei Mei will be scared. Dabao approached and tightly grasped Chin Imo's hand. All right, Daddy will be back in no time. You and your sister play on the bed and don't come down, understood? I lifted Dabao and placed her on the bed before turning to head out. Goodbye. Daddy. Downstairs at the rental building, a delivery truck had parked at the entrance, swiftly attracting the attention of the onlookers. Whose family is it that has purchased so many items at once? I don't know, but if I'm not mistaken, it should be a resident from our building. After confirming the delivery location, the back door of the truck swung open, and the delivery personnel began unloading the items. "Are you Mr. Chin Mo?" Upon seeing Chin Mo approach, the delivery man promptly greeted him. "Yes, I live on the 3rd floor. There are children at home, so I would appreciate it if you could carry these upstairs." With a bonus of 20,000 yuan, Chin Mo made a substantial purchase, ensuring that after today, his residence would finally feel like a home. A sofa, dining table, a comfortable mattress, a new refrigerator, and a television. 20,000 yuan seemed like a considerable sum. Yet once spent, it dissipated quickly. After these acquisitions, only a few thousand yuan remained in his possession. Chin Mo had harbored a glimmer of hope that the system would refund some of these purchases, leading to a profitable outcome. However, in the end, only a few items were eligible for reimbursement, with the mattress being one of them. "It's no trouble at all. This is our job." The delivery service included both delivery and installation, meaning there wouldn't be an additional charge for setting things up at the destination. If one encountered a courteous customer, they might even receive a pack of cigarettes or a few bottles of beverages as a token of appreciation. Instead of returning directly, Chin Mo made his way to a nearby convenience store. "Ligu, I would like 2 packs of cigarettes, and also these." "What is the total?" Inside the store, Chin Mo grabbed 2 bottles of energy drinks and asked Ligu for 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes. "Xiao Qin, you frugal fellow, finally treating yourself to some furniture." Ligu jested as he handed over the cigarettes. Having lived in the area for several years, Chin Mo was quite familiar to the local residents, who were aware of his living conditions. It was remarkable that someone like him had resided there for such an extended period without even acquiring decent furniture. When friends visited his home, if it weren't for a few plastic stools, they would have to sit on the bed. "Ligu, please spare me the jokes. I'm busy right now. I'll catch up with you for tea later." "You said it, and I will hold you to that." After exchanging pleasantries and grabbing the bags, Chin Mo finally made his way back home. "Daddy, what did you buy? Is it a gift for Dabao?" Hearing the door open, Dabao rushed out. Upon spotting the bags in Chin Mo's hands, she reached for them eagerly. "Humph, Daddy, you bought cigarettes. But Mommy said you shouldn't smoke." With a face full of anticipation, the child eagerly opened the bag, only to discover it contained merely 2 bottles of beverages and 2 packs of cigarettes, none of which were to his liking. Pouting, he picked up a pack of cigarettes and huffily remarked, "Daddy doesn't smoke. These are for Uncle, who helps us with our work." Observing the little one's puffed cheeks, Chin Mo reached out to pinch them gently. "Stop it. Daddy shouldn't pinch my cheeks. I want to play with you anymore." "I'm going to play with my sister," the child declared, setting the cigarettes down before darting into the bedroom. "Mr. Chin, are the items all placed there?" True to their profession, the 2 delivery men effortlessly carried a refrigerator upstairs, showing no signs of fatigue. "Please move these outside and set them down here." Li Min had rented this apartment to him, and the living room was the largest on this floor. "I'll place the drinks and cigarettes here. If you feel thirsty or wish to smoke, take a moment to rest." "Mr. Chin, you are far too gracious." The young delivery men beamed at the sight of the cigarettes on the small dining table. A pack of Furong Wang cost several dozen yuan, a luxury they seldom indulged in, often settling for packs priced in the teens, and sometimes even going without water while working. "Dabao, bao. Come out and let the uncles work." This delivery involved multiple trips, and the 2 men would need to undertake at least 7 or 8 journeys to complete the task, with no less than half an hour required. "Xiao Qin, I finally understand. Apologies for interrupting your rest, everyone." This time of day coincided with the afternoon break. The commotion outside drew the residents on this floor to see what was happening. Upon recognizing Chin Mo, they all came over to greet him. "It's nothing. Today is Sunday, and we're all at home. Is this your daughter?" The appearance of Dabao and Bao a few days prior had caught everyone's attention. Chin Mo had been too occupied to introduce his daughters to the neighbors until now, and upon seeing them, the crowd gathered around. There was no denying it. The sisters were utterly charming, captivating both adults and children alike. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie," they chimed in sweet, high-pitched voices. "Oh, how adorable. Hello, little one. Come play with Annie and your older siblings." Neighbors with children, seeing how well-mannered and polite the sisters were, invited them to their homes. "Little sister, come to your older sister's place. There's plenty of delicious food. So thoughtful. Come to Grandma's house, and I'll make you something tasty. Daddy. The enthusiasm of the neighbors left the two sisters unsure of whom to approach, prompting them to seek guidance from Chin Mo. Go wherever you'd like, but do not be mischievous. Okay, Dabao will be very good. Daddy, Bao will too. On this floor, there were 7 or 8 children, all home on this Sunday. Curious, they trailed behind the adults when they saw the elders emerge. What beautiful little sisters. Mommy, who are they? I've never seen them before. Daddy, I don't want to sleep anymore. Can I play with them? Chapter 55. The willingness to spend. Remarkable changes. Xiaoqin. How much have you spent on all these purchases? Dabao and Bao did not venture into the neighbor's home. Instead, they gathered in the corridor, playing while an adult supervises them. Meanwhile, Chin Mo engaged in conversation with those present. Over 10,000, he replied vaguely to the neighbor's curiosity. Even this rough estimate was enough to astonish them. Brother Chin, you are not merely buying. When you do, you go all out. I suspect it exceeds 10,000, at least close to 20,000. That's nearly half a year's worth of our income. You truly are generous. Most tenants earned around 4,000 to 5,000, so witnessing Chin Mo produce 20,000 in one go led them to momentarily believe he had struck it rich. What are you talking about? Xiaoqin is no longer living alone. These items are essential. The elderly neighbor pointed towards Dabao and Bao, who were playing nearby. Right? How could I have overlooked that? Brother Chin, now that you've moved into your new home, we must celebrate with a feast. A neighbor, who usually had a good rapport with Chin Mo, jested. Come on, you know Xiaoqin's situation. Purchasing all these things must have drained his funds. The elderly neighbor did not finish his thought, but his implication was clear. Chin Mo likely had very little money left. A celebration sounds delightful. However, I may not be available in the next few days. In a few days, I will buy some ingredients and prepare a meal myself. What does everyone think? This building has 6 floors, and the rapport among residents is quite amiable, particularly on the 3rd floor. In the evenings, after work, they often bring out chairs to sip tea and chat in the corridor. With the windows on both sides open, even in summer, the corridor remains refreshingly cool. With no high-rise buildings nearby, that sounds like a splendid idea. Cooking for ourselves is both economical and practical. Let us agree on this, Xiaoqin. Just give us a heads up when the time comes, and we will all come over to help. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had passed, and it was approaching 2 o'clock. Mr. Chin, we have arranged the items as you instructed. Please take a look. If anything is amiss, we can adjust it. 2 young delivery men, having opened a beverage, swiftly finished the remaining half and took a brief respite before approaching him. Such physical labor is not for the faint-hearted. They only took a moment to rest to complete the task so quickly. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the sweat on their brows, Chin Mo felt he had been too frugal with the cigarettes he purchased for them. It's the least we could do. With the cigarettes in his pocket, the 2 men felt their efforts were worthwhile. They earned just over 100 yuan for this trip. Earning 100 plus in an hour may seem substantial, but when one contemplates the reality, it is not as grand as it appears. How many trips can one guarantee in a day? Not every trip yields over 100. Sometimes, it is merely a few tens. At most, they might earn around 300 a day, while a pack of cigarettes costs over 40 yuan. They were hardly dissatisfied. Even if they did not smoke themselves, they could sell them for over 30 yuan. Mr. Chin, please let us know if there is anything else that requires adjustment. As I approached the entrance, my gaze was immediately drawn to the sofa, with a tea set elegantly arranged in front, intended for entertaining friends and for my personal enjoyment of brewing tea. At the doorway stood a 2-meter-long cabinet, upon which rested a 60-inch LCD television, though it had yet to be connected to power. The original dining table had been replaced by a brand-new set, consisting of a table and 6 chairs. The most expensive item purchased this time, costing over 4,000. In the corner sat the refrigerator, followed by a compact washing machine. Previously, I had washed my clothes by hand, but with the arrival of my daughter, a washing machine became a necessity. As I entered the bedroom, not much had changed. The bed remained the same, merely adorned with a comfortable mattress, accompanied by a table and a wardrobe. Thank you both very much, I said, not minding the sweat on their hands as I extended mine for a handshake. No problem. Shall we head back? Of course, I'll accompany you. Upon descending to the ground floor, I headed straight for the small shop. Brotherly, I'll settle the bill later. After grabbing 2 bottles of beverages, I caught up with the delivery men, placing the drinks in their hands before turning back to finalize my payment. Brother Chen, could you please keep an eye on them? Back on the 3rd floor, I found my 2 daughters sharing snacks, which Li Min had purchased last time, with other children. I refrained from calling them back. The residence still required some tidying, particularly the mattress. If it wasn't cleaned, there would be no place to sleep later. Half an hour later, I called out, "Big treasure, little treasure, it's time for a nap." Although it was already quite late for a midday rest, my daughters needed to sleep for a while. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to set up their stall in the afternoon. Goodbye, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, Sister, and Little Sister. Come out to play with your brother and sister sometime. Okay, Daddy, Big Treasure is so sleepy. Wow, our home looks beautiful now, and there's a television. We can watch cartoons. At that moment, Little Treasure showed no signs of drowsiness and dashed to the television. Daddy, Little Treasure wants to watch TV. Daddy, Big Treasure is ready to sleep. The 2 sisters presented a stark contrast in their states. Little Treasure, go back with your sister to sleep. The television isn't set up yet. Noticing how Big Treasure could barely walk due to her sleepiness, I hurriedly picked her up. Daddy, isn't it already installed? Little Treasure clung to my hand, playfully. Little Treasure, are you ignoring Daddy's words? I maintained a stern expression, gazing at her. Daddy, you don't love Little Treasure anymore. After a moment, tears welled up in Little Treasure's eyes. She was a good child. If she didn't sleep, Daddy wouldn't be able to work, and without work, there would be no money to buy her delicious treats. As I gently explained, Little Treasure, who had previously been pouting, quieted down, wrapping her arms around my leg and saying, Daddy, Little Treasure will go to sleep now. At that moment, Big Treasure had already drifted off in my arms. Daddy was right. Little Treasure was indeed a good child. Look how beautiful this bed is. It was bought just for you. First, he gently placed the eldest child onto the bed and covered him snugly with a blanket, before turning to lift the youngest. Daddy, aren't you going to stay with the little one? The young child grasped Shin Mo's hand tightly as he prepared to leave the room. But didn't you want to watch television? Daddy needs to set it up first. You must hurry to sleep, as we have to go out and earn some money. After lightly patting his daughter's hand a few times, she finally released her grip, lying back on the bed while her eyes remained fixed on Shin Mo's sleep now. Little one. Chapter 56, extended time, yet still insufficient at 4:30 in the afternoon, at the subway entrance of Shanghai Academy. Daddy, there are so many people. The influx of pedestrians at the subway station had surged dramatically compared to the previous days. Why are there so many people? The 2 adorable children, observing the sudden crowd of older siblings, tugged at Shin Mo's hand with curiosity. They are returning to study, as classes commence tomorrow. The increase in foot traffic signified a greater potential income for Shin Mo, and he felt a surge of joy within. At that moment, a few loyal customers were already waiting. Upon spotting Shin Mo, they eagerly rushed over to assist him. Shin, we've finally been waiting for you to set up. I felt unwell all day without your spicy hot pot, exclaimed a young lady, who proceeded to chatter excitedly. Excuse me, miss, while greeting our esteemed Shin is perfectly acceptable. Please refrain from cutting in line. It turned out she had been trying to inch forward while speaking. Is it really considerate to push ahead when everyone else is queuing? Another voice interjected. Indeed, we arrived half an hour early, and now you wish to jump ahead. The queue was comprised mainly of students from nearby universities, and Shin Mo's stall was gaining fame in the university town. Serves you right for being single. The young lady, noticing the lack of chivalry among the boys, lamented that they should be more courteous, especially towards a lady. Frustrated, she had no choice but to sulk back to her place in line. We are more than willing to remain single just to savor the delicious hot pot from Boss Shin. For true food enthusiasts, the allure of exquisite cuisine could make one forsake even their own kin, let alone an unfamiliar girl. Those of you who wish to avoid 4 years of singlehood should speak less. Some admirers, unable to tolerate the scene, chimed in, but their intervention shifted the attention back to the stall. Boss Shin, are you planning to sell for only a short while today, just like the past few days? One young lady remarked. I felt unsatisfied yesterday and wanted to buy an extra portion for a late-night snack. Yet who would have guessed that in just a matter of minutes, you would have already closed up shop? Boss, with such a booming business, can't you prepare a bit more? You stand to gain, and we would relish the opportunity to indulge. Before Chin Mo could respond, the students began brainstorming strategies amongst themselves. Haha, thank you all for your concern. I will indeed prepare some additional ingredients today, but with so many students returning, I cannot guarantee there won't be a repeat of previous events. The crowd surrounding the stall had drawn the attention of pedestrians entering and exiting the subway, with some curious onlookers stopping to inquire about the commotion. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. In stark contrast, only a handful of patrons linger at the other stalls, while Chin Mo's booth is now encircled by over 20 eager customers, with numbers steadily increasing. Almost forgetting this, as many have ventured out for leisure over the past few days, Chin's stall has not endured for long. Yet, even with an increase in ingredients, supply remains insufficient. Please, 3 servings for me, and set aside 1 for a late-night snack. No, I must order more as well. Prompted by this classmate, a customer who had just collected their ingredients adds more to their basket. Hey, be gentle. There are still so many people behind us. Don't devour all the delicious options. Indeed, every time it's my turn, the dishes I yearn for are already taken. Everyone, do not fret. Today, I have significantly replenished the ingredients that were previously scarce, so feel free to indulge. Chin Mo remains unperturbed as he takes the first customer's basket and plunges the ingredients into the bubbling broth. What a delight! Soon, I shall savor the exquisite flavors of spicy hot pot once more. Among the customers currently queuing, over 80% are returnees, while the remainder consists of curious onlookers eager to sample the fare. What transpired here while I was away for just a couple of days? Let us take a look. Shall we? Wow, it smells divine. Within a mere dozen meters of Chin Mo's stall, the intoxicating aroma of the spicy hot pot wafts through the air, causing involuntary salivation. Hey, what are you doing? If you want to eat, get in line at the back. Brother, I'm not cutting in line. I merely wish to see what is offered. Don't try that excuse. Someone else said the same thing and entered but never came back out. This stall serves spicy hot pot, so if you want to indulge, queue up. Otherwise, you might miss out altogether. Is it really that popular? I frequently pass by here and have never witnessed such a scene. Brother, you haven't been around here lately, have you? How did you know? If you had been passing by these past few days, you wouldn't be asking. This hot pot stall has only recently become a sensation. Everyone who has tasted it shares the same sentiment. The young man gives a thumbs up and licks his lips, a gesture typically deemed crude, yet in this moment, it draws no ridicule. Is it truly that delectable? Everyone has had hot pot. It's merely boiling ingredients in hot broth and drizzling some sauce over them. Isn't it just about the flavor of the broth? Now, dozens are gathered around a single stall, some resorting to cunning tactics just to secure a prime position. The taste can only be truly appreciated by those who have tried it. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Noticing the skepticism from the other, the young man ignores him and pulls out his phone. Meanwhile, within the faculty dormitory of Shanghai Academy, several beautiful teachers stand in one of the rooms. Teacher Yi, could you hurry? If we wait any longer, there won't even be broth left for us. You all know him well enough. Just go find him directly. Why drag me into this? Yi Qing now regrets inviting them for that meal, as one by one, they have become enamored with Chin Mo's culinary creations. Even the street vendors selling spicy hot pot are not spared. As soon as the time comes, they gather together. After all, you are Chin Mo's sister-in-law, and we have no familial ties with him. If we were to approach directly, we would surely become the subject of ridicule among those students. Besides, do you not wish to meet your 2 lovely nieces? During last night's gathering, Li Xiangtong and the others were well aware of Yi Qing's deep affection for her 2 nieces. The moment it was mentioned, they immediately conceded. All right, you have one. Hurry and change your clothes. We will wait for you outside. Upon achieving their objective, Li Xiangtong and her companions exited with a triumphant expression. Oh, how exhilarating it is to think about the delectable food awaiting us. Although I am not particularly fond of spicy hot pot, the thought of it being prepared by the handsome Chin gives me reason to lend my support. The flavors of the dishes are comparable to those crafted by master chefs, and I trust that the spicy hot pot will not disappoint us. Chapter 57. Our happiness depends on you. So many people. It appears that Chin, the charming one, is destined to strike it rich. Upon arriving at the subway entrance, Yuqing and her 3 companions were taken aback by the throngs of people. Hundreds were lined up, all gazing in the same direction. Among them, the majority were university students, most of whom carried backpacks. Surely, there cannot be any left? After that night, Su Lin could not stop thinking about it. Now, seeing the massive line, she began to worry about missing out entirely, perhaps even being left without any broth. Teacher Yi, this is all your fault. If we had come earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Today, we must savor the flavor of the spicy hot pot, regardless of the means. Initially, she had wanted to arrive early and queue like everyone else, but upon witnessing the scene, Su Lin felt it unnecessary to waste time. All right, follow me, but I cannot guarantee success. Reluctantly, Yi Qing decided to seek out Chin Mo through a back entrance. She knew that if she did not comply, the other 3 would not let her off the hook and would incessantly nag her. Auntie, come see Dabao. Upon spotting Yi Qing approaching, Dabao set down the trash in his hands and ran toward her. Do you miss your aunt? After lifting Dabao into her arms, Yi Qing spun around and planted a kiss on his little cheek. How much do you miss me? Dabao's eyes widened as he replied in a babyish voice. Very much. Yi Qing tenderly wiped the sweat from Dabao's forehead. Although the weather was not particularly hot, running about still made one perspire. I miss you so much. Annie, I want a hug from Airbao too. At that moment, Airbao also noticed Yi Qing. She ran over and tugged at her clothes, acting coy. Would you like a hug from your sister? Su Lin approached and squatted down, extending her arms. Yes. Airbao, are you tired from working? Once they gathered, everyone observed that the 2 little girls were assisting their father by picking up litter from the ground and placing it in the trash bin. Not tired. Airbao pondered for a moment and shook her head. Airbao, do you want to go play with Auntie? Yi Qing frowned and glanced at the line ahead. She knew that there would be no time for her to attend to her 2 daughters before her brother-in-law closed up shop. We do want to, but Daddy is busy, Airbao said, hesitating as she looked at the industrious Chin Mo. Auntie will speak to Daddy. The niece is so well-behaved and obedient that if I weren't preoccupied myself, I would truly consider sending her to Chin Mo. Auntie, I want to play too. Dabao quickly clutched Yi Qing's neck, fearing she might be left behind. Haha. Dabao, Annie never said you couldn't go. Teacher Yi, you haven't forgotten what you need to do, have you? Upon seeing Yi Qing preparing to take her 2 nieces out for fun, Li Xiangtong felt compelled to remind her. Rest assured, I will not forget the promises I made. Truly, just for a little treat. Before Yi Qing could finish her sentence, Li Xiangtong urged her forward. Enough said, we all understand. Hurry up. Whether we can indulge depends on you. The aroma is simply irresistible. We cannot afford to wait. As they approached the stall, the delightful scent intensified. And with dinner time approaching, the temptation grew even stronger. Is there something you need? Chin Mo had already noticed Yi Qing's arrival and, seeing her come over with her daughter in her arms, took the opportunity to inquire during his brief respite. Just moments ago, she had spoken with such confidence, but now, facing Chin Mo, the words caught in her throat. In front of so many students, Yi Qing found herself unable to voice her desire for food. Just a moment, I'll finish this order. Observing the expression on Yi Qing's face, as well as the 3 beautiful teachers beside her, Chin Mo quickly grasped what she wished to convey. Thank you, Yi Qing murmured softly. Whether Chin Mo heard her or not, her cheeks flushed as she stepped back to wait. I apologize, everyone. I have a few friends waiting. Please bear with me for a moment. While packing for several customers, Chin Mo began selecting some ingredients. Chin boss, it's no trouble. We can wait a little while. Most of the customers were students, and some recognized Li Xiangtong and the others, so they were all aware of the situation. Thank you for your understanding. In other stalls, impatient customers would have already turned away, but the deliciousness of the spicy hot pot deterred them from offending Chin Mo. Fearing that if he were to become upset and refuse service, they would be the ones to suffer. Thank you, handsome Chin. Next time we have the chance, we'll treat you to a meal. Within minutes, 4 portions of spicy hot pot were packed, and after receiving them, Su Lin and her companions quickly expressed their gratitude. Just wanted to let you know, I'm taking Dabao and Airbao out to play. Please call me when you finish packing up. Sure, I appreciate it. With her 2 daughters by her side, Yi Qing had to consider both of them. Naturally, Qin Imo had no objections to her taking the girls out to enjoy themselves. He wondered if they would be able to stay for long, hoping that Yi Qing would visit every day. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Daddy. With her daughters temporarily taken away, Qin Imo began to accelerate his pace. Qin boss, your spicy hot pot has become quite renowned in the university town. Even teachers cannot resist its allure. This is an obvious fact. Not only teachers, but even the powerful and influential would line up just like us upon catching a whiff of that delightful aroma. As the summer vacation approaches, the mere thought of not savoring Boss Qin's spicy hot pot for the next 2 months fills me with unease. Haha, I am free from such worries. I shall remain at school during the summer break, working part-time. Each day, I will return to my dormitory with a delightful takeaway of spicy hot pot to relish at leisure. How marvelous this life is. Not only earning money, but also indulging in exquisite cuisine. Every year, when university students embark on their summer holidays, some choose to stay on campus, taking up temporary positions at nearby companies or factories. Some seek to experience life, while others, due to financial constraints, aim to utilize these 2 months to earn their living expenses for the upcoming semester. I envy you all. I too wish to remain and work, but alas, my family requires my assistance at home. I do not share your concerns. My home is nearby, and if I crave something, I can simply head over. Brother, when you utter such sentiments, have you considered the feelings of others? Don't you feel you deserve a reprimand? Among these university students, only a scant few are locals, such as this classmate who resides nearby. Gentlemen, let us converse amicably. Please refrain from resorting to violence. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall treat you to today's spicy hot pot. Upon witnessing several classmates readying for a scuffle, he hastily begged for mercy, offering to treat them to quell their tempers. Chapter 58. Handsome guy, I entreat you, save me a portion. What? Has it sold out again? Handsome, what time is it? Could you perhaps prepare a larger stock next time? Why is it always such a challenge to enjoy your spicy hot pot? By 7 in the evening, even the last pack of instant noodles had vanished from the stand. The disappointed customers lingered at the stall, reluctant to depart. Beautiful lady, you could arrive earlier. I wish I could, but I only finish work at this hour. Last time, when the company experienced a power outage, I was fortunate enough to catch an earlier shift. You can't expect the company to have power outages every day, otherwise, I would be left starving. Ahem, my apologies. Noticing the beautiful customer glaring at him in displeasure, Qin Imo quickly offered his apologies. Handsome, I implore you, could you save me a portion for tomorrow? To secure a serving of spicy hot pot. This beautiful customer abandoned all pretense, charmingly coaxing Qin Imo. Let us see how it goes. I beg you, handsome. Look at how I support your business. I even made a special stop to see you. After this, I still have to take a bus to return home. Please, I beseech you. The lady clasped her hands together, her expression one of earnest appeal. Boss Qin, how can you refuse such a striking beauty? The surrounding customers exchanged glances, joining in her plea. Very well, I shall reserve a portion for you. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Imo nodded in agreement. These customers are loyal patrons. He cannot afford to disappoint them. Thank you, handsome. In return, I shall promote your business. I must catch the next bus, so I won't keep you longer. Once Qin Imo consented, the beautiful lady dashed towards the subway entrance, evidently not having spoken falsely. She must have been taking her 2 daughters out for a meal, leaving herself without dinner. Having been occupied, Qin Imo hadn't felt hunger or fatigue until now. As he paused, all he desired was to lie down and rest. The hours of operation were immutable, and while he could endure, his 2 daughters could not. It was only now that Qin Imo fully grasped this reality. A flourishing business signifies a lack of time for meals. Regarding dinner for his 2 daughters, he swiftly devised a solution. The only way to manage Dabao and Airbao's dinner was to prepare 2 portions in advance and heat them up when the time came. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, sprinting towards him, seemingly heading straight for Qin Mo's stall. Oh dear, another one. A classmate, still lingering nearby. shook their head in shared sympathy, recalling that they had once been in the same predicament, arriving at a time when even the soup had vanished. The one rushing towards him was a familiar face, Gu Kuku. Upon reaching him, she paused to catch her breath, gasping, "Chin handsome, you're still here, thank goodness. Miss Gu, please take a moment to rest. We can discuss matters later," Chin Mo replied, noticing her flushed cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead. Evidence of a considerable distance run. After a brief respite, Gu Kuku took a deep breath and continued. "Here, take this." She handed a flyer to Chin Mo, who looked at it in confusion. "What is this?" "The university town is hosting a food festival next week, spanning 2 days, and they are inviting capable vendors to participate. This is the registration flyer. I believe you, Chin handsome, should consider signing up." Gu Kuku clarified the situation succinctly. "Thank you so much. In the future, your meals will be on the house." Upon hearing Gu Kuku's words, Chin Mo's eyes lit up. He perceived this as an opportunity to escape the plight of his stall. If he could secure a place in this event, it would significantly aid his aspirations of opening a restaurant. As for the rankings, he held little hope. The competition in Yangcheng was fierce, and he did not presume that his spicy hot pot could contend with more established vendors. The first prize was a cash reward of 50,000 yuan, with 3 slots available. The second prize offered 30,000 yuan, available to 5 participants. The third prize provided 10,000 yuan, with 10 slots, while the fourth prize was 5,000 yuan, with a generous 20 slots available. Chin Mo was particularly drawn to these rankings. Securing a position above the fourth prize would grant him eligibility to participate in a project in the university town. Recently, they had launched an initiative involving 30 shops, aiming to invite capable vendors to set up stalls through this food festival. Securing a rank would mean owning a shop of his own, benefiting from favorable conditions and support from higher authorities. With the flyer clutched tightly in his hand, joy radiated from his face. "Thank you again." He expressed his gratitude to Gu Kuku, realizing that without her, he might have missed this opportunity. The registration deadline was merely a day away, and there were no additional requirements. Any vendor or individual could register. "Don't mention it, Chin handsome. Remember your promise. I take it seriously," Gu Kuku remarked before turning to leave. "I'm all set here. When can I send them over?" Chin Mo inquired, pulling out his phone to call Yi Qing. "All right, I'll head over now." Their relationship remained unchanged. They were reluctant to utter another word, and Yi Qing hung up immediately after speaking. Not long ago, Chin Mo intended to inquire about Yi Qing's whereabouts, planning to fetch his 2 daughters himself. However, he was taken aback by how quickly she hung up the phone. Spreading out the promotional flyer for the food festival, his hand gently caressed its surface. The event was set to take place over the upcoming Saturday and Sunday, granting him ample time. Regrettably, after securing a ranking, by the time the shop renovations were completed, the university town would already be on break, ushering in a slow season. Today's revenue was remarkably substantial, as Chin Mo calculated roughly. The balance on WeChat and the wealth management app totaled 1,816 yuan, excluding cash, indicating that today's profit surpassed 1,000. The cash on hand was around 200, suggesting that today's total income exceeded 2,000, an unimaginable figure in the past. After deducting the cost of 700 yuan, Chin Mo was astounded by the profit of approximately 300 yuan. Under normal circumstances, such high profits were unheard of, typically capping around 700 or 800. The remarkable profit today was primarily attributed to those 5 boxes of instant noodles. Each box contained 24 packets, purchased at a cost of 26 yuan. Chin Mo sold each spicy portion for 6 yuan, and with a bit of vegetables, the cost was merely around 5 yuan. Thus, 1 box of instant noodles yielded a profit of 100 yuan, and 5 boxes amounted to 500 yuan. As Chin Mo pondered this, he contemplated solely selling instant noodles in the future, as the profits were exceedingly easy to earn. However, he recognized that such a strategy would quickly alienate his customers, rendering all previous efforts futile. Exclusively selling one type of product, no matter how delectable, would eventually become monotonous, especially considering the poor reputation of instant noodles, which could adversely affect health with prolonged consumption. Chapter 59. 5 days passed. Hosting guests on Friday afternoon, Chin Imo hosted a gathering, choosing not to set up his stall that day. During the preceding 4 days, each time he operated his stall, one of the 4 women, Yi Ching included, would come by to take the 2 daughters home, conveniently also ordering 4 portions of spicy hot pot. Drawing from the previous day's experience, Chin Imo increased his ingredients once more, maintaining his order of 5 boxes of instant noodles. Daily earnings once again surged by 500 yuan, stabilizing his profit at around 1,500 yuan. He typically closed up around 9 o'clock. The flourishing nature of Chin Mo's business had led to the absence of 2 competitors over the past couple of days. On a typical day, he would only see a handful of customers, and even then, some came after he had closed, compelled by necessity to seek out his offerings. During his operating hours, apart from a few newcomers, no one opted for the other 2 stalls. Over this period, Chin Mo's savings had grown to over 17,000. Brother Chin, have you purchased an excessive amount? One friend remarked. 3,000 yuan spent on ingredients. We could have dined at a restaurant. Indeed, Chin Imo had spent a considerable 3,000 yuan on ingredients, ensuring the inclusion of chicken, duck, and goose, with seafood being the most expensive. No worries. It's a rare occasion for such joy. I shall treat everyone to a feast. The gathering was hosted at Chin Mo's residence, where he set a table in the living room and arranged 5 more tables in the corridor. The corridor felt somewhat cramped, with each table accommodating only 4 to 5 guests. All the residents from the 3rd floor were invited, filling up 4 of the tables. The remaining table was filled with friends known from the island, including Zhang Tianqi and Wang Leong. The landlord, Li Min, was also present, accompanied by Yu Qing, Chen Jing, Li Xiangtong, and Su Lin, making for a lively gathering. In the living room, Chin Imo, along with his 2 daughters, was in the company of 5 lovely ladies. Initially, Chin Imo hesitated to invite Yi Qing, but upon reflection, he decided to include her, recognizing that despite any past tensions, she was still his sister-in-law. And today was a weekend. Preparing a meal for over 30 people was indeed a considerable challenge for Chin Imo. While Cantonese cuisine is delightful, it might feel somewhat monotonous, especially considering the presence of neighbors from other provinces. Xiao Qin, are you sure you can handle this? Perhaps I should take over, Zhang Tianqi remarked, eyeing the ingredients, feeling that it would be better to leave the task to himself, as Chin Mo's approach seemed wasteful. Zhang Gu, please enjoy your tea. Let me handle this. I didn't invite you all over to work. If Zhang Tianqi were in charge, it would be more sensible to dine at a restaurant. Shall I stay and assist? Su Lin observed the mountain of ingredients, realizing that even merely washing them would consume considerable time, let alone transforming them into gourmet dishes. All right, I appreciate your help. Teacher Su. Initially, Chin Imo had intended for Yi Qing to lend a hand, but observing her demeanor, it was evident she was not inclined to assist. System, he mentally recited, and the system interface materialized before him. Here it came again. Su Lin had grown accustomed to Chin Mo's moments of distraction, considering it part of his cooking ritual. His popularity score stood at 301, 421. The first thing he checked was his popularity score, which he had neglected in recent days. Upon seeing the number, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his breathing quickened. Such a high score. If memory served him right, the combined population of the university town's students and faculty was around 250,000. This revelation suggested that he had gained some notoriety in the university town. The remaining 50,000 or so must have come from classmates promoting him. Undoubtedly, students and parents from other institutions recognized his talents. With such a popularity score, it would be a shame not to indulge in a lottery draw. Seeing the substantial figure made Chin Imo eager to try his luck. Anyone would find it hard to resist the allure of a lottery draw. Should he opt for a beginner, intermediate, or advanced level? He began to deliberate among the 3 choices. I'll start with the beginner level. Soon, a decision took shape in his mind. He believed it prudent to begin with the beginner tier, given that the system's lottery had its probabilities. Would you like to use 10,000 popularity points for a 10 consecutive draw? Yes. With a single thought, the spinning wheel materialized before him. This time, Chin Imo felt remarkably calm, devoid of any tension. With an abundance of popularity points and the odds of the beginner draw, he held modest expectations. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn a bottle of peanut oil, which is authentic and not gutter oil. Feel free to use it. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn a bottle of mithai, valued at 5,888. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. 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 Ding! Congratulations, dear host, on winning a broom, with a little diligence. Your home environment can be kept tidy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning a pack of Furong Wang diamond cigarettes. Smoking is detrimental to health. For the sake of your well-being, please indulge in moderation. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. After 10 rounds of the lottery, not a single skill was acquired. With 6 rounds resulting in nothing, a rather unfortunate stroke of luck, considering the probability of landing on a blank space is only 1 in 4. Indeed, with a popularity value of 10,000, one could obtain smoke and alcohol worth 7,000 yuan, a loss, for if all were exchanged for exquisite seasonings. The resultant value would far exceed this. With 10,000 popularity points, one could procure 20 small packets of delectable seasonings, if utilized wisely. The created value would multiply several times over. Almost forgetting, the delightful seasonings had already been depleted, taking advantage of the current popularity points. It would be prudent to exchange for a bottle now. Otherwise, amidst the excitement of the lottery, one might forget this necessity. And the flavor of the dishes prepared later would suffer, leaving one in embarrassment. 10,000 popularity points. What a dark affair. Soon, Qin Mo found a bottle of exquisite seasoning, identical to the previous one. He merely muttered a complaint as he exchanged it. Noticing Su Lin was unaware of his actions, he hurriedly placed it on the spice rack. Onward. The basic lottery no longer warranted consideration, unless the popularity points were utterly exhausted. For now, it was time for the intermediate lottery. Hoping it would yield a delightful surprise, Qin Mo focused his gaze on the intermediate lottery area. Would you like to use 100,000 popularity points to select a 10 consecutive draw? In Qin Mo's view, with each round of the lottery, the chances of acquiring a skill remained slim. Only a 10 consecutive draw offered a glimmer of hope. Skill, grant me a skill, preferably related to culinary arts. This time, Qin Mo's emotions surged. For this was a hefty sum of popularity points. 10 consecutive draws were hardly sufficient. His finger gently pressed the button, his eyes fixated on the spinning wheel, his heart racing in anticipation. Ding! The system's prompt echoed, and suddenly, Qin Mo's breath hitched. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Sichuan cuisine, intermediate. Mastering the skill ensures you shall not go hungry. You may even open a restaurant. Redemption condition, 100,000 popularity points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Jiqun intermediate. With the integration of this skill, you have crossed into the realm of martial arts. 5 or 6 adults shall not stand a chance against you. Redemption condition, 100,000 popularity points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the comprehensive parenting guide. At this moment, you are indeed a capable father. Redemption condition, 100,000 popularity points. Chapter 60. A stunning outcome. One must not laugh. Qin Mo hastily covered his mouth. It was not the time for laughter, especially with others present. The intermediate lottery had eliminated the chance of drawing a blank. No matter how poor the luck, one was bound to obtain some everyday items. Qin Mo could hardly fathom the surprise that awaited him. 10 intermediate draws had yielded skills, and not just any skills, but those he desired. Just one alone would recoup his losses. The system was indeed generous, bestowing 3 skills outright. Before Qin Mo could revel in his joy, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, intertwining seamlessly with his existing recollections. Meanwhile, his body underwent certain transformations, accompanied by faint, creaking sounds emanating from within. These changes persisted for several seconds, during which Qin Mo remained vigilant, casting occasional glances at Su Lin, concerned that she might look in his direction. Sighing in relief, he noticed that Su Lin was diligently washing the ingredients until the process concluded. He felt his arm, discovering it to be more robust than before. and wondered if he had grown a bit taller. "Little Qin, do you truly not require my assistance?" At that moment, Zhang Tianqi's voice broke through, rousing Qin Mo from his thoughts. "No need. I can manage on my own. Just wait to enjoy the meal." With a flash of white light, Qin Mo grasped the kitchen knife and commenced preparing the ingredients. Having mastered 2 culinary styles, he was finally equipped to impress at this gathering. The sounds of the knife striking the cutting board echoed intermittently into the living room. "Here it comes again." Li Xiangtong glanced toward the kitchen and, filled with admiration, remarked, "Teacher Yi, your brother-in-law is quite impressive. After tasting his cooking last time, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who would have thought we could savor it again so soon?" "It's all right." As a sister-in-law, she felt a sense of pride in Qin Mo's achievements. Her previous reservations about him had eased, though she still believed he had yet to earn her full endorsement. "His culinary skills are decent, but Teacher Yi, your standards are exceptionally high." "Ladies, did you just refer to little Qin as a chef?" Zhang Tianqi, sipping tea nearby, nearly sputtered out his drink, managing to cover his mouth just in time. "Indeed. You weren't aware?" Li Xiangtong looked at the middle-aged man with confusion, considering their apparent camaraderie. How could he be oblivious to this fact? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment upon seeing the expression on Li Xiangtong's face, Zhang Tianqi quickly coughed a few times. "I'll go check on little Qin. Does he need any help?" Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. "Ladies, please continue. I shall assist as well." Wang Leong promptly rose to follow suit. Aware of Zhang Tianqi's profession, she recognized his astonishment and was equally curious about the unfolding events. "How peculiar," Chen Jing commented, observing Qin Mo's 2 friends. "Pay them no mind. Let us continue enjoying our tea. The changes here are remarkable. It's not even been a week, and look at the tea set, television, sofa, and refrigerator." Li Xiangtong mused, running her fingers over the sofa in admiration. "Now it barely resembles a home. I cannot fathom how he managed to live here before." Yi Qing surveyed the living room once more, a satisfied smile gracing her face. To her, the current environment barely met her expectations. She could not afford to be negligent in the living space of her 2 nieces. Upon her first visit to Qin Mo's residence, ideas had sparked in her mind, and she intended to invest in its decoration once the semester concluded. She had not anticipated that Qin Mo would rise to the occasion so swiftly, acquiring everything conceivable within the span of a week. "Teacher Yi, might we frequently come over to enjoy the autumn breeze in the future?" The change in living environment, combined with the mere half-hour journey, prompted Chen Jing and Li Xiangtong to candidly express their thoughts. "How could you 2 be so bold?" In response to their sentiments, Yi Qing was at a loss for words. Before she could finish, Li Xiangtong interjected, "Rest assured, next time you come over, we will prepare the ingredients, and your brother-in-law shall not suffer any inconvenience." Li Xiangtong hastily added, believing Yi Qing was concerned about this matter. Having dined together twice, they had come empty-handed except for 2 cases of beer, and even if Qin Mo did not mention it, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Yi teacher, please. It's not like we come often, just once a week," Li Xiangtong pleaded, extending a finger. If it weren't for Yi Qing's visits, they would truly struggle to find an excuse to come over. "We'll see." "So, you agree then?" Chen Jing exclaimed in delight upon seeing Yi Qing's lack of refusal. "Come. Yi teacher, let me pour you some tea." At that moment, Zhang Tianqi stood transfixed, stunned by the scene before him. He observed Qin Mo wielding a chef's knife with remarkable finesse, swiftly preparing the ingredients on the cutting board. The skill displayed was on an entirely different level. If his own culinary skills were akin to those of an elementary student, then Qin Mo was undoubtedly a university graduate. "Wow, Brother Qin's knife skills are astounding," Wang Leong exclaimed as she entered and beheld the kitchen's activity, unable to restrain her exclamation. "Brother Zhang, how do you compare?" Upon hearing Wang Leong's inquiry, Zhang Tianqi's face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, there's no comparison." "Hey, weren't you 2 supposed to drink tea? Why are you back here?" Qin Mo turned to glance at the commotion behind him. "We can't sit idle. We thought we'd come see if we could assist with anything. Miss, you should return to watch television. Leave this to us. I run a small restaurant, and this is my domain." Zhang Tianqi approached and took over the task from Su Lin. "Miss Su, you should listen to Brother Zhang. Go have some tea and watch television. We've got this. Qin Mo had just been contemplating this very notion when Zhang Tianqi conveniently offered it, encouraging Su Lin to relax in the living room. I'll head over there first. If you need anything, do call me. This time, Su Lin did not refuse. She removed her apron and handed it to Zhang Tianqi. Zhang Tianqi's intention was to observe whether Qin Mo truly possessed the skills of a master chef, as previously claimed by the lovely lady. After witnessing Qin Mo's knife skills, he now believed a fraction of what he had heard. Wang Leong, you should return to drink tea. This is not a place for you. As Wang Leong picked up some vegetables and had just started washing a few, Zhang Tianqi ushered her out of the kitchen. Brother Zhang, I can really help. You can? Just look at what you are washing. These poor vegetables are being ruined. Zhang Tianqi held up some of the vegetables Wang Leong had washed, his expression one of exasperation. Are you washing vegetables or squishing them? I've no experience. It's my first time washing. Wang Leong retorted, defending herself. Look at what you just said. I really guessed right. Chapter 61. Astonishment among the crowd. Qin Mo's remarkable skills. Little Qin, when did you acquire such culinary skills? I had no idea. Qin Mo skillfully prepared various ingredients before commencing to brew the soup. With over 30 individuals present, a single pot of soup would scarcely suffice, prompting him to procure an additional cooking pot specifically for this purpose. As he sought the first dish, Zhang Tianqi stood nearby, observing Qin Mo's deft handling of the wok, displaying a proficiency that surpassed his own. Has it been several years? Qin Mo casually deflected the question, knowing he couldn't reveal that it had only been this month. Several years? Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Zhang Tianqi pondered, reflecting on his own lack of diligence during his studies, having left school to work after graduating high school. After enduring several years of life's harsh realities, he then turned to culinary arts, dedicating himself for over 20 years to hone his craft. Now, Qin Mo claimed to have surpassed him after mere years of practice. Was it a testament to his extraordinary talent or a reflection of Zhang's own mediocrity? Brother Zhang, do you think I have any reason to deceive you? It's only been a short time since I left school. Qin Mo was aware that Zhang Tianqi knew about his expulsion from school and had even sympathized with him over it. Indeed, Zhang Tianqi mused, realizing he might have been overthinking the situation. But still, with such culinary prowess, why do you frequently come to my humble establishment? Are you merely intent on witnessing my blunders? To tell one lie requires a multitude of others to support it. Have you ever encountered a chef who is willing to cook at home? Eating alone must be dreadfully dull, Qin Mo explained while continuing to stir the wok. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianqi refrained from further inquiry, for he understood Qin Mo's nature. All right, Brother Zhang, leave the rest to me. You should go enjoy some tea. After a brief while, with the assistance of Zhang Tianqi's dedicated chef, the ingredients were swiftly prepared. Haha, I shall wait eagerly to savor your culinary creations. Do not let me down. Zhang Tianqi glanced around, realizing that his presence would only hinder Qin Mo in the already cramped kitchen, and with a hearty laugh, he stepped outside. Rest assured, you will be astonished, not disappointed. Qin Mo grasped the delightful spices, readying the first dish for cooking. With no one else around, his focus remained within a meter's radius. One exquisite dish after another emerged from the wok, each being promptly served by Zhang Tianqi. As the first dish was completed, its tantalizing aroma filled the entire living room, compelling Zhang Tianqi to fidget impatiently. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have tasted the food himself. Just the scent stirred his anticipation, awakening a ravenous hunger within him, and he realized for the first time that the wait for delectable fare could also be torturous. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Qin Mo's dishes are truly this fragrant. Li Min approached the dining table, closed her eyes to inhale the aroma, and a look of delight spread across her face. Who would have thought that Qin Go possessed such remarkable skills? Why weren't we aware of this before? If I had known little Qin was such a talented chef, I would have joined forces with him long ago. Neighbors from the third floor began to trickle in, all drawn by the enticing fragrance. Previously, while cooking, the door had been closed, and even if they caught a whiff of the delicious scent, they could not ascertain its source. Landlord, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Do you believe us now? Li Min addressed the tenants on this floor with a triumphant smile. Indeed, from now on, Whatever you say, we shall believe. An hour passed. After Chin Mo intensified his efforts, he finally prepared meals for over 30 people. This was indeed no small feat. Turning off the stove, Chin Mo tidied the kitchen, ready to return to his room for a change of clothes. His garments were thoroughly soaked, and the kitchen felt stifling in such weather. Moreover, as it was his first time cooking such a large quantity. Had it not been for the recently acquired Jeet Kune Do skills, he would have surely faltered today due to fatigue. Grateful for everyone's support and for making them wait so long, he raised his glass, proclaiming, "This toast is for you." As he approached the doorway, he lifted his glass towards everyone. Haha, we should actually be the ones expressing gratitude. Here's to our dear Chin for preparing this sumptuous dinner. An elderly gentleman next door filled his glass and raised it in agreement. Cheers. For the third toast, let us simply thank Brother Chin. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone took their seats, eager to sample Chin Mo's culinary creations, a moment they had anticipated for over an hour. Let me taste. Zhang Tianqi eagerly picked up a dish of Kung Pao chicken. Most of the friends at the table enjoyed spicy food, and Chin Mo had catered to that preference, with all but the soup and vegetables being Sichuan cuisine. As the chicken entered his mouth, Zhang Tianqi chewed a few times, experiencing an explosion of flavors that was indescribable. How is it? Wang Leong, who had yet to take a bite, quickly inquired, noticing Zhang Tianqi's reaction. This is amazing. Zhang Tianqi gave a thumbs up and proceeded to sample a second dish. How does it compare to yours? Wang Leong's question caught Zhang Tianqi off guard, and he choked on the spice. Coughing a few times, he reached for his glass, downing a cold beer to soothe his throat. Wang Leong, are you trying to kill me? For the second round, Zhang Tianqi directly opened a can of beer, taking a substantial gulp before shooting a reproachful glance at Wang Leong. Brother Zhang, I didn't do anything. Wang Leong innocently replied, wondering why it had escalated to that. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. We'll lose this exquisite food if we take too long. Once they savored the flavors, there was hardly an opportunity for conversation. Everyone eagerly joined the fray for the food. Not a single one of the 5 additional tables was left out. You drink your beer, we will enjoy red wine. Sister Min, you always bring the wine. We feel rather guilty. This time, Li Min joined for dinner, bringing a bottle of wine that, while not as costly as the previous 4, still valued at 500 to 600 yuan. There's no need for such formality, compared to the dishes Chin Mo prepared. This wine is trivial. Li Min picked up a piece of fish, savoring it, and remarked that the flavor this time was even better than the last. Next time, we will bring the red wine ourselves. 4 of us can each contribute 1,000 yuan to buy some good wine. In their eagerness to enjoy Chin Mo's culinary delights, Su Lin and her companions were willing to spend generously. 1,000 yuan could secure a fine feast at a high-end restaurant, yet they felt Chin Mo's cooking surpassed all. Fine wine? Chin Mo, raising his glass and taking a sip, recalled a certain matter upon hearing the conversation between Li Xiangtong and the landlord. Please, enjoy your meal. I will fetch something from inside. It suddenly dawned on him that, having just won that bottle of matai, today being such a joyous occasion, he ought to share it. Is there anything else I haven't brought out? Upon seeing Chin Mo rise, Li Min inquired with curiosity. It's liquor, but I doubt you would appreciate it. The matai was within the system, and it couldn't be revealed before everyone. Chin Mo casually concocted an excuse to retreat into the house. When he emerged, he held a bottle of liquor in one hand and a pack of cigarettes in the other. Let me see what you have, Li Min exclaimed, seated at the threshold of the bedroom, eagerly snatching the items for a closer look. Matai? Chin Mo, you rascal, I didn't realize you could afford such fine liquor. Upon closer inspection, Li Min recognized the authenticity of the bottle. It was indeed genuine and rather costly. Sister Min, how much does this bottle cost? Su Lin asked, her curiosity piqued by the exquisite packaging. It's even pricier than the red wine I brought last time. 3 times as much. Li Min cast a significant glance at Chin Mo, emphasizing her words. Chapter 62. Fine Cigars and Spirits. Neighbors in awe, you mean this bottle costs 6,000 yuan? Su Lin exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the matai in Li Min's grasp. To be precise, it's 5,888. If you don't believe me, scan this QR code, and you'll see it's clearly marked Li Min indicated the anti-counterfeiting code on the packaging. 6,000 yuan for a tie? Let me see. Zhang Tianqi. Upon hearing Li Min's words from the living room, hurriedly approached. Beep. Li Xiangtong picked up her phone and scanned the QR code, promptly revealing the pertinent information, one of which was the price of 5,888. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, that price is only the factory price. It's much higher in the market. Li Min continued, seemingly intent on heightening the excitement. Sister Min, what's the market price then? Shen Jing quickly inquired. This amount. Li Min replied with a smile, raising a finger. As she spoke, she took note of Yi Qing's expression, which showed no surprise. It seemed she had already known this. Piquing Li Min's curiosity about her affluent background. Was she genuinely disinterested in money, or did her family possess considerable wealth? What? 10,000 yuan a bottle? Chinemo. Are you insane? Spending such exorbitant money on a bottle of liquor. Zhang Tianqi stared at Chinemo in shock, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the bottle tightly, fearing it would slip from his grasp. It's just a bottle of liquor. There's no need for such astonishment. Chinemo had anticipated the market price would double, but even had he known, he would still share it with his friends. You can't be serious about sharing it with us? A few individuals outside, intrigued, ventured in to see what was unfolding. Of course, I intend to share it with everyone. Do you think I'm merely showing off? Zhang, please open it and pour some for everyone. And take this pack of cigarettes as well. You all know I don't smoke. It was at this moment that everyone noticed the cigarettes in Qin Mo's hand. The diamond edition of Furong Wang. This cigarette isn't cheap. A pack costs 1,000 yuan. Qin Mo, you couldn't have bought this too, could you? Wang Liang asked, astonished as he accepted the pack. The situation regarding Qin Mo is well understood by everyone. They pondered whether this young man had struck it rich, winning expensive mutai worth over 10,000 yuan, along with 1,000 yuan worth of cigarettes. With a smile, Qin Mo chose not to respond to Wang Liang's curiosity. Instead, he opened a pack of cigarettes and distributed them among the group. As he did not smoke himself, he deemed it wasteful to keep them, though they could have been exchanged for cash at a local shop. Yet, he felt it unnecessary. Are you really going to open them? One pack of cigarettes costs 100 yuan, a luxury for ordinary folks like them, who even lack the inclination to sample them. Let me handle it. Noticing Wang Liang's hesitation, Qin Mo took the pack and swiftly opened it. He then made his way to the corridor, leaving a pack on each of the 4 tables. Take these and enjoy. He tossed the remaining 6 packs directly to Zhang Tianqi. Qin, how can you be so generous? Treating us to dinner and giving us cigarettes, exclaimed old Lu from the next table as he picked up a pack and eagerly opened it, pulling out a cigarette to hang from his lips. Old Lu, what are you doing? Despite his words of modesty, he was the first to indulge. With such fine cigarettes, I must experience their flavor. 100 yuan a pack. Each cigarette is practically the price of a breakfast. After taking a deep drag, old Lu sighed, delicious. Truly a fine smoke. He tilted his head back, releasing a cloud of smoke, his expression enigmatic. Please, everyone, continue. Qin Mo returned to the living room, where Zhang Tianqi and Wang Liang remained in astonishment, both captivated by the matai. Such exquisite liquor. Qin, are you certain it's meant for us rather than being returned to your elders? The matai, worth over 10,000 yuan, could easily cover several days of living expenses. As old Lu had remarked, it's meant for you to enjoy. Stop hesitating and open it up. Share a bit with everyone so we can savor its taste. All right. I shall open it then. What a treat we have today. A sumptuous dinner, fine wine, and cigarettes. Such treatment has not been seen even on a wedding day. A neighbor joked, prompting hearty laughter from the group. Chunli, are you referring to yourself? Do keep this from your wife, or you might find yourself in trouble. Forget I said anything. I should be punished with a drink for that. Chunli replied, pouring himself a full glass of beer and downing it in one go. Since his wife was working the night shift, he felt emboldened to speak freely. At home, she was the one in charge. Daddy, since the adults are drinking, can I toast with juice? Little Erbao, ever clever, observed the adults raising their glasses. Glancing at her own, Qin Mo had poured orange juice for both of his daughters. Certainly, Erbao, let us toast with your aunt. As the cheerful atmosphere enveloped them, Yi Qing gradually joined in. witnessing Erbao's adorable antics. She raised her glass and gently clinked it against Erbao's. Cheers. Hee. Cheers, Auntie. Big Bao, with a mouth full of food, momentarily paused at the exchange between her sister and their aunt, before raising her glass as well. Be careful, with oil coating his hands. Daba had just lifted his cup when it slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, Qin Mo reacted swiftly, catching the falling cup, which only spilled a bit of juice, leaving no other issues. Is anyone hurt? Yi Qing hurriedly approached, grasping Daba's hand to inspect it, her face etched with panic. Does it hurt? Little aunt, Daba is fine. After a thorough examination, Yi Qing finally sighed in relief. Daba, you frightened your little aunt, she admonished. Come, let me take a look at you. Your face is all greasy. Clean up before you eat, and remember to keep your hands clean and refrain from touching other things. Qin Mo retrieved several wet wipes, diligently cleaning his daughter's hands and face while imparting careful guidance. Understood, Daddy. Sister, are you all right? Erbao set down the cup, concern written on his face. Hee. Daba is fine. The previously anxious Daba now wore a beaming smile. It's all good now. Everyone, please continue drinking. The scene had drawn the attention of neighboring residents, who rushed in, concerned that something serious had occurred. Come, come. Today is a treat for everyone. Little Qin is treating you all to Mao Dai, the one worth 10,000 yuan a bottle. Zhang Tianxi announced, pouring a glass for Qin Mo first, mindful of the host's status. What? There's fine liquor too. The neighbors were already astonished by the pack of cigarettes earlier, and now they beheld Qin Mo presenting a bottle of Mao Dai valued at such a price. Chapter 63. The event commences, as expected, Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning. What a lively scene. Early in the day, Qin Mo arrived at the designated location. After dinner the previous night, both daughters had accompanied Yi Qing to school. For the next 2 days, Qin Mo would be preoccupied and unable to attend to his daughters. This was the optimal solution. Qin Mo found himself in a relatively secluded area, tucked away in a corner. There was no other choice. He had registered late and, being a personal nomination, his placement was limited by other factors. The aroma of fine wine does not fear a deep alley. All he required was a platform. And with the burgeoning reputation of his spicy hot pot, students would surely help promote his location once they discovered it. It was time to commence. This event in the university town attracted students from various colleges in Yangcheng, as well as local residents enjoying their day off. The convenience of transportation, coupled with nearby attractions, ensured that merchants in the vicinity would be smiling broadly over the next 2 days. As others began their preparations, Qin Mo waited for the crowds to swell before igniting the stove to boil the broth. What a delightful aroma! At that moment, a rich fragrance wafted from the corner. Passers-by, who had initially intended to leave, found themselves captivated by the enticing scent. Where is that delightful aroma coming from? Eyes darted around, searching the vicinity. Yet no one seemed to notice the unremarkable hot pot stall in the corner. At a food festival, such a stall would typically prompt patrons to turn away. But not this one. No, not that one. None of those. After searching the area, the crowd still could not locate the source of the enticing fragrance. Is it merely an illusion? It shouldn't be. We are all the same. The aroma is truly delightful. Look, could it possibly be that stall? Just as everyone was about to give up, someone noticed a small stall in the corner. Spicy hot pot, are you joking? This is the only stall nearby that we overlooked, merely a few steps away. Let us investigate. What if it is genuine? Occasionally, others would shout out, while the proprietor of the stall quietly arranged the ingredients, appearing utterly out of place amidst the surroundings. Yes, it must be this one. As we drew nearer, the fragrance intensified. This is indeed the place. Gazing at the bubbling broth, the enticing aroma wafted from within. What would you like? Qin Mo assessed the number of patrons and retrieved 3 baskets. Ah, Boss Qin, you are here too. I thought I would have to wait until the afternoon for your spicy hot pot. At that moment, a university student happened to pass by and, noticing the stall in this secluded corner, glanced over with curiosity. Let us have a portion too. The 3 initially hesitant individuals, upon seeing the approaching student, immediately changed their minds. They were not regulars here. They had come specifically to explore after seeing an advertisement for the university town. All right, Please hold on. At this point, Chin Mo felt a deep sense of relief. To say he wasn't worried would be a falsehood. The quantity of ingredients he had prepared today was double that of before. His concern lay precisely in this. After all, these were all expenses. Boss Chin's spicy hot pot is indeed fragrant, never tiresome to eat, and reasonably priced. The young man inhaled deeply, a look of enigmatic delight crossing his face. Thank you for the compliment. The acknowledgement from his customers fueled Chin Mo's motivation. Boss Chin, this time you are bound to secure a ranking. Once you have a permanent establishment, we shall be fortunate to indulge in your delicious spicy hot pot anytime. The three customers beside them, hearing the student's words, began to doubt whether they were being taken in. Perhaps this was a plant by the stall owner. Such good fare must be shared with everyone. I shall post this on my social media first. While waiting, the young man felt compelled to do something. After a moment of thought, he took out his phone. Boss Chin, let us take a picture together. Certainly. In moments of leisure. Chin Mo had no objections to his patron's requests. Classmate, what are you searching for? After capturing a few photos, the young man began looking around. Why do I feel like something is missing today? He scratched the back of his head, unable to recall what it might be. Mom, it smells so good. I want this, is that all right? At that moment, a crisp child's voice rang in his ears, and the young man revealed a look of sudden realization. Boss Chin, where are your two daughters? They're with their aunt today. After a week, everyone had gained some understanding of Chin Mo's situation. Indeed, with so many people today, you will certainly be busy, Boss Chin. Haha, all of this is thanks to your support. Chin Mo smiled and then scooped up the first serving. Beautiful lady, do you enjoy spicy food? Every guest possesses a unique palate, and it is imperative to inquire about their preferences. A slight addition. Thank you, handsome. I would like a bit more. Before Chin Mo could pose his question, a nearby patron interjected. And you, handsome? Chin Mo turned his gaze towards the last customer. A gentleman in his 30s, adorned with glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. I do not require any more. This is sufficient. The man nodded with a smile. Hiss, beautiful lady, this is yours. A soup drizzled with delectable condiments, accompanied by a dash of spicy sauce. Thank you, handsome. Upon witnessing the smile on Chin Mo's face, the lady's cheeks flushed, and she promptly accepted the disposable bowl. Beautiful lady, here are the chopsticks. Be cautious, it's still hot. Thank you. Throughout the entire process, Chin Mo maintained a smile, exuding a distinctive charm. How delightful. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly sought an excuse to divert attention. Dear lady, do try it. I assure you that after tasting it, you will be unable to forget Chin's exquisite spicy hot pot. Before purchasing, one might have thought such claims were mere flattery. However, now that she had spent her own money, could it indeed be as the patron had suggested? Contemplating this, Jiao Xiaoshuang hastily handed her chopsticks to her companion. Please help me unwrap them. Thank you. Receiving the chopsticks, Jiao Xiaoshuang picked up a beef ball and promptly placed it in her mouth. Ouch, it's hot. The freshly cooked beef ball was undoubtedly scalding, and Jiao Xiaoshuang's impatience was evident. As the beef ball entered her mouth, her taste buds erupted in delight. Reluctant to spit it out, she endured the heat and began to chew. Jiao Xiaoshuang, are you trying to burn yourself? Her companion observed her with a worried expression. It's just a tad hot. At this moment, Jiao Xiaoshuang was too engrossed to respond. Continuing to chew as the pained expression on her face gradually transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. Jiao Xiaoshuang, what are you doing? Chapter 64. Chin's Spicy Delicacies. A flavorful indulgence. It is truly delicious. After exclaiming this, Jiao Xiaoshuang picked up some greens, blew on them gently, and took another bite. Her companion was left speechless, unsure of what to say, having never witnessed Jiao Xiaoshuang in such a state. Could it really be that delectable? My friend, your portion is ready as well. While he pondered, Chin Mo, wearing a broad smile, handed over a disposable bowl. Hurry and eat. This lovely lady is the best testament. You will not be disappointed. The nearby young men swallowed hard. Just as he had said, no one could resist. Finally, a chance to savor a delicious breakfast. The young man's eyes were fixated on his portion, eager to devour it at once. Thank you. The man snapped back to reality, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, and quickly accepted the bowl. At this moment, Chin Mo's stall had begun to attract a few visitors. The alluring aroma wafting through the air, along with the appearance of Jiao Xiaoshuang and her friends, revealed that a hidden gem existed in this obscure corner. Hiss! Can spicy hot pot be this fragrant? The man inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the spicy hot pot in his hands. In an instant, the morning drowsiness vanished, replaced by a refreshing vigor. The aroma was irresistible, prompting the man to eagerly pick up a piece of green vegetable and savor it. As the vegetable entered his mouth, accompanied by the dripping broth on his tongue, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression revealing sheer astonishment. This is real. Huh. I wasn't deceiving you, was I? I can hardly wait for mine. The young man rubbed his hands together and retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the stall. Ah, the source of the fragrance is here. Excuse me, handsome, what do you sell here? Just then, a new wave of customers appeared, and the spicy hot pot was ready. The delectable hot pot promised to linger in one's memory long after the meal. The young man picked up his chopsticks and found a corner to squat down. There was no choice. The space was cramped, making it difficult to even accommodate a stool, let alone a table. I would like an order, please. Handsome. Choose whatever you desire. Clearly, this visitor was unfamiliar with hot pot, perhaps having never tried it before. Noticing this, Chin Mo pointed to the basket at the stall. Oh. My apologies. I didn't realize I had to choose myself. How do you price these? The visitor inquired, gesturing toward the various ingredients on display. The lowest price is 6 yuan for some vegetables, accompanied by vermicelli or instant noodles, while the prices range from 2 to 6 yuan. Beef balls are 5 yuan per skewer, Chin Mo explained, busy cooking while detailing the prices of the ingredients. All right, that will be all. The customer still held a skeptical attitude and casually selected a few items. Please wait a moment. After placing the selected ingredients aside, Chin Mo continued to scoop up items for other customers. Wow, this is truly delicious. It's my first time tasting such a delightful hot pot. My colleagues had warned me that these dishes were unappetizing. I can't believe I missed out on something so delightful. Upon receiving his portion of hot pot, he first dipped the chopsticks into the broth and tasted it with his tongue. After that, there was no holding back. He hastened his pace, fearing that others might snatch it away if he delayed even for a moment. Brother, your colleagues did not deceive you. The taste of hot pot is indeed remarkable. How can it taste this good? That's due to a secret ingredient that others do not have, the young man replied, leaving the implication hanging in the air. I see. He lifted his gaze to Chin Mo and began to savor the dish more slowly, no longer devouring it ravenously as before. Everyone, come quickly. I see Boss Chin's stall. At that moment, a group of about 10 people appeared in the distance, heading in a singular direction. Given the crowd today, this small group seemed rather insignificant. Their presence initially went unnoticed, but the topics of conversation they carried drew the attention of many. Some visitors' eyes followed them, lingering until they came to a halt. Chin's spicy hot pot? Those with keen eyesight, upon seeing the sign, were even more puzzled. Should we follow them to check it out? Go ahead, it's merely spicy hot pot. What more can be done with it? I shall seek other culinary delights. Very well. Let us proceed. It's just a few dozen meters away. If it doesn't appeal to us, we shall venture to the next stall. And perhaps we shall encounter a delightful surprise. This event venue is expansive, yet the number of participants is significant, with nearly 1,000 stalls in total. Even if one does not partake, merely walking past them all will consume some time. Boss Chin, business is bustling. The best I can do to assist you is in this manner. Upon seeing a dozen classmates approaching, all familiar faces, a male student finished the soup in his disposable bowl and carelessly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Haha, thank you, dear classmate. Allow me to treat you. Boss Chin, it's only a mere 10-odd yuan. I can certainly manage that. You earn your living through hard work. I shan't be greedy over such a trifle. So shall I not? Yes, a single portion is insufficient. With fewer people around now, I intend to purchase a couple more to take back to the dormitory. Once the word spreads about your offerings here, acquiring another portion will be even more challenging. Today, the university town is teeming with visitors. It's an absolute sea of humanity. With just a tricycle, how can you prepare for a crowd of thousands? Having 400 or 500 servings would be commendable. especially since you've prepared extra today. Brother Chin, that's inconsiderate. You came to participate in this event, yet didn't he announce it in the group? Had no one noticed, we would have missed out. Among the dozen or so university students, several were those who had previously added Chin Mo on WeChat and established a chat group. It had been previously agreed that Chin Mo would notify the group in advance of any changes or updates. Apologies, everyone. I completely forgot. The true reason. If Chin Mo were to reveal it, would surely invite laughter. The old phone barely managed to log into WeChat, and attempting to chat would be infuriating. Over time, he seldom used WeChat, preferring to conduct transactions and purchases through his wealth-building app. Now with a new phone, the habit remains unchanged. An apology ought to carry some sincerity. Today, let us waive our bills, Yu Wendong said with a chuckle. Very well, today, it's on me. Chin Mo, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to the request. For a group of a dozen individuals, it would only amount to a little over 100 yuan, a trivial sum compared to the earnings these classmates bring him. Chapter 65. Cutting in line, Brother Chin. I was merely jesting. I didn't expect your agreement to be so swift. Yu Wendong quickly shook his head, wary of appearing greedy over such a small favor. In the eyes of his classmates, Chin Mo was a devoted family man, caring for children, a paragon of virtue. He was only joking, yet he felt the heat of many eyes upon him. Yu Wendong, do you still have any shame? Your humor may not be appreciated. A girl who had come with him shot him a reproachful glance. I stand corrected, esteemed ladies. Chin Mo said nothing. He understood the jest and quickened his pace, as his stall had begun attracting the attention of visitors. There are so many people over there. Let us go take a look. Oh, what is this delightful aroma? That stall must serve exquisite food. Otherwise, how could it attract such a crowd? This scent is unmistakable. I never imagined that spicy hot pot could be so enticing. The flavor must be exceptional. Haha, spicy hot pot is my absolute favorite, but the throngs of people here are overwhelming. At this moment, a queue has formed in front of the stall, with dozens of individuals patiently waiting and scrolling through their phones. Remarkably, it is only 9:30. Hey, hurry up, boss. Excuse me, beautiful, could you let me cut in line? You scoundrel. A latecomer, a university student, attempted to join his friends, but was promptly reprimanded before he could fully register the situation. If you're not going to let me in, then don't insult me so harshly. He wanted to retort, but when he turned to face the striking woman, her piercing gaze silenced him instantly. Buddy, as a university student, how could you not comprehend that? Reflect on your previous comment, and you'll realize where you went awry. A kind-hearted gentleman behind him gently chided, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Cutting in front of me, how audacious. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, the student quickly lowered his head, too embarrassed to glance at the captivating woman ahead. Humph. If it weren't for the allure of the food today, I would not let this slide. How dare you flirt with me? The enchanting lady, Zui Jiayu, is an editor for a culinary magazine, visiting the food festival held in the university town. Unlike other tourists who arrived half an hour early, she began her exploration with a leisurely stroll, capturing photographs and observing which stalls drew the most patrons. Initially, she hadn't noticed this stall until she circled back and was drawn in by the long queue of eager customers. When did spicy hot pot become so fragrant? As a culinary editor who has tasted myriad dishes, she had sampled spicy hot pot before, but her single experience had led her to dismiss it as an unremarkable snack. Had it not been for the tantalizing aroma, she would not have wasted her time in line. Seeing such a crowd already was frustrating, and now, a bumbling university student dared to cut in line right before her. If it weren't for the fact that he seemed oblivious, Jiayu would have slapped him. Why is it taking so long? Before the delightful scent wafted into her awareness, she could tolerate the wait, but now, as she drew closer to the stall, the aroma intensified, amplifying her impatience. Unlike others, once Chin Mo mastered the technique of preparing spicy hot pot, his speed had its limits. He could not compromise on quality for the sake of speed, so customers must wait their turn. Indeed, this is the real deal. Everything I tasted before was utterly inferior. A customer who had just received his order eagerly began to indulge in his meal. Hey, is it really that delicious? A girl in the queue inquired after swallowing her saliva. Well, how should I put this? If you've dined at a five-star hotel and savored dishes prepared by renowned chefs, you would understand what true flavor is. This spicy hot pot elevates that experience to new heights. Better than a five-star chef's creations? Upon hearing this, the visitors still in line displayed expressions of skepticism. Can I thus infer that for merely a few dozen yuan, one can indulge in the culinary delights of a five-star hotel? Ah, my friend, your reaction is quite swift. Indeed. Alas, I now regret having purchased so little. This single bowl is hardly sufficient to satiate my hunger, and I must continue waiting. I shall not engage you further. At this moment, the man, neglecting his meal, hurriedly rushed to the back of the queue. I truly am clever, savoring delectable spicy hot pot while standing in line. The man relished his experience, yet those ahead of him were suffering. The alluring aromas wafting from the front had already stirred their appetites into rebellion. Now, with the tantalizing scents lingering behind them, each individual found themselves swallowing in anticipation at intervals. Could you possibly wait a moment longer to eat? Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration. I wish I could, but this hot pot is simply irresistible. Just endure a little longer. Once you taste it, you will understand my plight. How could one possibly cease indulging in such cuisine after having tasted it? That would be an act of negligence towards one's own stomach. They could not resort to physical confrontation. Of course, I shall endure, they thought, though their noses betrayed them. Perhaps it is best not to acknowledge the temptation. One visitor, unable to resist the allure, pulled out a tissue to stifle his nose. Brother, must you take it this far? I have no choice. If this continues, I shall drool. With so many lovely ladies around, I must maintain some semblance of dignity. The other wished to retort that he still possessed dignity in this state, yet refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, a vividly dressed woman was entwined around the arm of a middle-aged man, her ample bosom brushing against him. Xiang Lu, you tell me. At a food festival, what is there to savor? We would be better off at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Only such places are fit for us. As the beautiful woman continued to nuzzle, the middle-aged man wore a look of indulgent delight. Darling, I merely wish to try it out. Is that all right? The enchanting woman nearly leaned upon the man, her crimson lips whispering against his earlobe. Very well, but you must accompany me this afternoon to Shangri-La. The middle-aged man's breath quickened, a sparkle igniting in his eyes. Oh, you rascal, so eager, yet I am not entirely yours. Oh, look over there. So many people. There must be something delicious. My dear, let us go take a look. As the couple passed, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. That Xiang Lu truly lacks shame. So quickly flirting with the higher-ups. One can only feel pity for her ex-husband, barely divorced for a few days, and she's found a new target. Yet she is indeed formidable, leveraging her ex-husband to secure a formal teaching position, only to swiftly cast him aside and now aiming for a higher echelon. Surely she has ulterior motives. At this moment, Xiang Lu approached a stall, and just as she halted, her smile vanished abruptly. Chinamo, I did not expect to see you. Your presence is truly unwelcome in my vicinity. Shang Shalu murmured softly. In chapter 66, the scene was bustling. And someone cast a covetous glance at Xiaolu. What did you say? A middle-aged man, noticing Shang Xiaoyu's pause, hurriedly inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Not at all, dear. I suddenly feel disinclined towards these snacks. Let us head to the Michelin restaurant you mentioned. A fleeting chill flickered in Shang Xiaoyu's eyes. But the middle-aged man remained oblivious to her concealed emotions. Exactly. What is there to savor here? Let's return. Once we're back, I'll drive the BMW 6. And that car shall be yours. The middle-aged man produced a set of car keys, grasping Shang Xiaoyu's hand gently, caressing it before placing the keys in her palm. How annoying. Why the rush? It's still yours. Embracing the middle-aged man's arm, Shang Xiaolu glanced back at Qin Mo's stall, a glimmer of coldness surfacing in her gaze. Haha, after our meal, we shall head straight to Shangri-La. Tomorrow morning, we can drive to Shenzhen, shall we? Upon hearing Shang Xiaoyu's agreement, the smile on the middle-aged man's face never wavered. Didn't we previously agree that you had other commitments? Yes, I apologize, dear, but I truly cannot make it tomorrow. I promise I will go next time. Shang Xiaolu, with her voluptuous figure, began to playfully cling to the middle-aged man's arm. How about I fulfill any request of yours tonight, and I shall comply. All right, then it shall be for next time. With his desires met, the middle-aged man felt even more exhilarated. Once she consented, all would ultimately belong to him. Then let us dine now. Unbeknownst to the unfolding events nearby, Chin Mo was preoccupied, scarcely finding a moment to sip water, let alone pay attention to anything else. Meanwhile, the other vendors nearby wore expressions of envy. Chin Mo's stall had little impact on them, often benefiting them instead. However, witnessing hundreds of people line up eagerly for a taste of the delicacies was enough to stir their jealousy. Which establishment is this? I have never seen it before. Chin's spicy hot pot. Just look at this tricycle. It's clearly a roadside stall. But if it's truly that delectable, why not establish a proper shop and be overwhelmed with customers? Could they be adding illicit substances? One vendor inhaled deeply. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. Even to himself, let alone the tourists. Surely no one would be foolish enough to do that. It's akin to courting disaster. Some people are willing to compromise their integrity for profit. I doubt it. This young man is quite handsome, and doesn't he seem nefarious as you suggest? There are wolves in sheep's clothing among us. This is not our concern. Let us refrain from baseless speculation and focus on our own affairs. During these 2 days, it is vital to earn as much as possible. How could it not be relevant? If he garners favorable reviews from customers, he will secure a ranking. And then we shall lose a spot. Wasn't that the purpose of your participation? Haha. At this juncture, the other vendors dismissed the man as comments, chuckling lightly before returning to their activities. As the lines of tourists grew longer, many decided it prudent to purchase some food first. If you are not going, I shall certainly go later. The man cast a glance at Chin Mo's stall, his jealousy unmasked. Boss, how much for this? Several tourists approached Chin Mo, having noticed the lengthy queue and seeking a quick snack to pass the time while waiting. Can't you see for yourself? Frustrated by the interruption, the man retorted sharply. Are you out of your mind? If you're not selling anything, don't set up shop here. The tourists, not easily intimidated, noticed the stall owner's foul demeanor and responded with indignation before turning to leave. If you're not buying, don't complain. What did you say? Repeat that. The tourist turned back, locking eyes with him. Am I wrong? If you're not purchasing anything, just stay away. Acknowledging his fault, yet remaining obstinate, the stall owner sought to salvage his pride. A nearby vendor kindly suggested, let us not escalate this. It's just a minor issue. Let us keep the peace. I'm not at fault, and I'll handle my own matters. He had just been ignored by those who had complained about the spicy hot pot vendor. So why should he heed this advice? Fine, you think you're tough. Taking his goodwill for granted, he retreated to his position. Lin, let it go. It's not worth engaging with such people. As the tourist attempted to argue further, his companion held him back. All right, but I must express my displeasure. Since you're setting up here, I'll make you famous. With that, the tourist retrieved his phone and began recording. His earlier good spirits were marred by this encounter, as he had come to the university town to savor delicious food, but instead stumbled upon a bizarre stall. Everyone, take note. This is the one. What are you doing? Upon seeing the tourist filming him, the stall owner rushed out, attempting to snatch the phone away. He understood that if the video were to circulate widely, it would undoubtedly affect his business the following day. What? Are you going to get physical? Lin, let us go, if we wait any longer. There won't be anything left to buy. His companion quickly urged him to leave. Nothing was more important than the food. Consider yourself lucky. As the tourist put away his phone, the stall owner muttered a harsh remark. It's him again. Seeing the tourists return to the queue only heightened the stall owner's discontent. I'll add some prohibited substances in there. If I see you again tomorrow, I'll eat dirt upside down. Following this commotion, the stall became desolate. Many who initially intended to visit simply bypassed it, as if it had never existed. Lin, hurry up. I'm just sending a video. What is the rush? Are you really going to post it? Absolutely. Such people shouldn't be tolerated. They think I'm easy to bully. The tourist, with a furious expression, began to operate his phone. Fine, if you want to post it, let SQ first. After that, do whatever you wish. His companion tugged at his shirt, urging him to move forward. Where are you planning to post it? Finally reaching the end of the line, his companion sighed in relief. In just this short time, the queue had swelled by over 100 people. Where could it be? Surely, it must be on that particular platform. If he manages to sell even a single portion, it would all be my fault. In the realm of commerce, particularly within the culinary industry, reputation remains paramount. Just sit back and watch. Results will manifest this afternoon. At that moment, a visitor mysteriously exchanged a smile with a companion. You wouldn't believe it, but this individual is truly unfortunate. Of all people to provoke, it had to be you. Chapter 67. In half a day. Everything sold out at 11:30. Chin Mo took out a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. After several hours of relentless activity, he finally had a moment to rest. Handsome, you're not planning to stop selling today, are you? Indeed. After all this time waiting, and now it's all sold out. Brother, I implore you, please restock. We are here eagerly waiting for you. Chin Mo was pleasantly surprised by the unwavering support from the students. Upon learning of his participation in this event, they hurried over to lend their assistance. Rest assured, I will return this afternoon. Unscrewing his thermos, Chin Mo replenished his hydration. The June weather was unbearably hot. Even a broken egg, if dropped on the ground, would likely cook. After several hours of labor, his back was drenched. The afternoon was still ahead. Could he not take a break now? The tourists who had yet to sample his offerings managed to hold out. But the regulars could no longer contain themselves, realizing that every passing second was an ordeal. Everyone, have you not seen Boss Chin working tirelessly, without a moment's respite? Waiting a few more hours for such delicacies is a mere trifle. Indeed, just look at his back. If only he had a fan. Every other stall has one. Yet his does not. Just how hot must he be feeling? It was unclear whether the organizers had forgotten or were being deliberate, but under the sweltering summer sun, with merely a piece of cloth overhead, the effect was negligible. I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee anything. After all, I am but one person. Observing the lingering tourists near his stall, Chin Mo contemplated before ultimately retrieving his phone. He thought of a few friends on the island. The only one who could assist him was Zhang Tianqi, whose small restaurant had yet to flourish. Beep, beep. The phone emitted a few busy signals, and within 10 seconds, the other party picked up. Xiao Qin, what is the matter? Zhang Tianqi gazed at his desolate shop, feeling the weight of disappointment once more. Each day began with hope, believing that business would improve, only to face disillusionment time and again. If this continued, he would truly be unable to persevere, investing without any return. Brother Zhang, I am facing a pressing situation and would like to ask for your help. Do you have any availability? Holding the phone, Chin Mo hesitated for a moment before speaking. What is it? Speak freely. Brother Zhang has plenty of time on his hands. Zhang Tianqi stepped out from the shop, watching passers-by, yet none ventured in. Brother Zhang, as you know, I am participating in the culinary event at the university town. Chin Mo succinctly explained his current circumstances and then added, I would like to request your assistance, and worry not, the compensation will be substantial. Even as friends, one must not expect the other to labor for free, especially since Zhang Tianqi owned a small restaurant. Money is of little consequence. I find myself with ample time at present. Xiao Qin, please speak plainly about what you require. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tianqi resolved to assist. He surmised the arrival of a few guests would yield minimal profit. It would be far more prudent to close the establishment and aid Chin Mo instead. In half a month, the contract period would expire. If the small restaurant failed to flourish, it would be time to seek a new path. Brother Zhang, Chin Mo began. I would like you to send the ingredients I need to your WeChat now. All right, I shall step out immediately. Zhang Tianqi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Chin Mo's request. He had not anticipated such a surge in business. In merely half a day, he had sold out an entire day's worth of stock. Had he known that his information was outdated, and that Chin Mo's orders now exceeded previous quantities by several times, with today as provisions prepared in abundance, he would have thought differently. Lowering the shop's rolling door, Zhang Tianqi hurried to the market, intent on procuring the necessary ingredients for Chin Mo to deliver to the university town. Esteemed guests, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the required ingredients should arrive in approximately half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Chin Mo eagerly shared this delightful news with the patrons. Truly, handsome. You are beyond kind. I adore you. Haha, as expected of Boss Chin. always looking out for us loyal customers. I wonder if those who left will regret their decision. Shoo, let us keep this under wraps for now, allowing Xiaoqin a moment of respite. Everyone, I have a minor task to attend to. Please bear with me for a moment. He needed to contact his regular suppliers to ensure the ingredients were prepared so that Zhang Tianxi could simply collect them. Brother Wang, are you at the stall now? It's Xiaoqin. I was just about to break for lunch. What's the matter? Wang Dehui paused, sensing the urgency in the call. I need you to prepare a certain quantity of greens, similar to what we discussed this morning. Could you assist me by having it ready for Brother Zhang? Wait, you sold out so quickly this morning? Wang Dehui's voice rose in astonishment, drawing the attention of those nearby. Indeed, is that feasible? Absolutely. If you can sell more, that's excellent news. The more Qin Mo sells, the better for all of us. Even if it means I earn a bit less. Thank you, Brother Wang. I appreciate your help. Don't mention it, Xiaoqin. We are all acquaintances here. Now, let me gather your goods. I must return for lunch. After concluding the call, Qin Mo proceeded to dial the next number. Within minutes, all necessary ingredients were arranged, awaiting Zhang Tianxi's arrival. As for how he would transport them, that was a trivial matter. Zhang Tianxi possessed a wooling vehicle, with half an hour remaining. It was prudent to satisfy his hunger, lest he find no time later. Exiting the stall, Qin Mo sought to purchase something to satiate his appetite. Strolling along the row of stalls, he was met with an array of delectable street foods: lamb skewers, stinky tofu, spicy quail, chicken pancakes, and beef tendon balls. The myriad of enticing aromas continually tantalized Qin Mo's senses, igniting a desire to explore further and sample the culinary delights. Regrettably, time was of the essence. He had but half an hour. Why is it all the same fare? Forget it. Let's make do with this. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and Qin Mo still couldn't find anything suitable. He settled for a place selling hand-grabbed pancakes. Boss, I'll have 2 portions. All right, please wait a moment. A change of identity brought about a different sensation. It truly felt distinct. Here you go, handsome. Please take care. For his lunch, Qin Mo had initially planned to indulge in a pack of instant noodles, but in the hustle and bustle, he forgot entirely and ended up giving the last pack to a customer. As noon approached, the number of tourists dwindled somewhat. Some were off to have their meals, while others were deterred by the weather. Those who remained steadfast were the true food enthusiasts. Boss, is this what you're having for lunch? Upon seeing Qin Mo return, tourists flocked around, thinking the ingredients had been replenished. In stark contrast to other stalls, Qin Mo's setup drew a crowd of over 20 tourists, braving the scorching sun just to savor a portion of spicy hot pot. Most other stalls could scarcely muster 1 or 2 customers, which was quite commendable. Typically, one would expect an increase in visitor flow in the following hours, not until after 3 in the afternoon. What's the hurry? Can't you see that Boss Qin has tea even eaten yet? Plus, his friend's Haven tea arrived. Let us allow him to fill his belly first, so he has the strength to work. Chapter 68. Friends helping out. A day of busy activity. Xiaoqin. I've arrived. Which spot are you at? Just as Qin Mo had satisfied his hunger and sipped some water, Zhang Tianxi's call came through. I'm here. Just park the car, and I'll come find you. Boss Qin, has the shipment arrived? Upon seeing Qin Mo answer the phone, tourists immediately approached with inquiries. Yes, I'm heading over now. Please hold on a moment. It'll be ready shortly. We'll help you out. This weather is unbearable. We want to grab a portion and find an air-conditioned place to enjoy the food. How can I accept such kindness? The tourists, undeterred, waved their hands dismissively. If you all want to eat sooner, just follow the line. A few minutes later, Xiaoqin, what is going on? The shipment brought by Zhang Tianxi was considerable. It would take the 2 of them several trips to move everything. Just as he was unloading the items from the vehicle, he spotted Qin Mo approaching, accompanied by 6 young men. These are all for you. Everyone, lend a hand. Under Zhang Tianxi's astonished gaze, the 6 young men effortlessly lifted a box between pairs and departed. Xiaoqin, who are they? With the assistance of these tourists, the duo managed to complete the task in a single trip. They are all my customers. As he spoke, a proud expression graced Qin Mo's face. Such a scenario would elicit similar reactions from anyone in his situation. Your customers? No way. In this weather, they came to help carry things? Zhang Tianxi could hardly believe his ears. Under the blazing sun, even a few steps would leave one drenched in sweat. Were the customers truly this enthusiastic? Haha. Qin Imo refrained from answering Zhang Tianqi's skepticism, fearing that revealing the truth might lead others to think he was boasting. So many people? Zhang Tianqi strolled along, observing that the customers at each stall were sparse. It was not until he reached the end that he encountered a throng of over 20 individuals surrounding a particular stall, all fanning themselves vigorously. Boss Qin, hurry up. The crowd had increased by a dozen, suggesting that someone had leaked the news. Xiao Qin, do you need my assistance? Upon witnessing the bustling scene, Zhang Tianqi, concerned that Qin Imo might struggle to manage the crowd, promptly inquired. Additionally, he was curious about the reason behind Qin Mo's thriving business. Is this all right? Will it hinder your operations, Brother Zhang? I had planned to take a day off today. Am I unwelcome? He jested before rolling up his sleeves to lend a hand. What a stroke of luck. Once we finish, I'll treat you to a sumptuous feast. Boss, are we ready yet? At this juncture, the customers began to urge them on. Soon, all that was needed was to arrange the ingredients, and they could continue serving. With Zhang Tianqi's assistance, Qin Imo could focus solely on blanching the vegetables, leaving the rest to Zhang Tianqi. As Qin Imo added delectable seasonings to the broth, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. This fragrance was reminiscent of the dinner from that memorable night. As a chef, Zhang Tianqi could not be mistaken. No wonder the business was thriving. That night, he had returned home propped against the wall, utterly sated after a feast that left no remnants. Everyone had indulged to the point of being unable to move. Boss, please prepare my order first. I haven't had lunch yet. A young woman, after selecting her ingredients, handed them to Qin Imo, effectively cutting in line, even though two others were still deliberating. Hey, what is the rush? The two young men in front, noticing the intrusion, were about to voice their discontent, but upon seeing the young beauty, quickly silenced themselves. Oh, since it's a lady, please go ahead. The two men, realizing they were but one person apart from another beauty, understood the unspoken decision. Thank you, handsome gentleman. The young woman replied graciously, her enchanting smile causing the hearts of the two young men to race, akin to the arrival of spring. Brother Zhang, I'll leave these to you. The first bowl of spicy hot pot was soon prepared, after Qin Imo lifted it from the broth. He entrusted the remainder to Zhang Tianqi. No worries, I've got this. After spending an extended period in the hustle, Zhang Tianqi grew somewhat numb to the chaos. At that moment, he finally grasped the essence of being a foodie. Since he began assisting, he had not ceased, with no time to rest, only brief moments to sip water. Around 12 past noon, the crowd was still minimal. Most patrons were likely still dining or taking a break. However, as the clock struck 1:30, the influx of customers gradually intensified. The queue at the stall lengthened from just a few to dozens, and this was merely 1:30. Brother Zhang, it seems you'll need to make another run. By 4 o'clock, the heat had subsided, and the foot traffic surged dramatically. Gazing at the line before him, Qin Imo felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He was thrilled at the prospect of significant profits today, yet anxious that the ingredients would soon deplete, and they could only sustain this pace for another half hour at most. No problem. I am more than happy to assist you, Brother Zhang. Please head to the nearby store and purchase a few boxes of instant noodles before returning to the island. Qin Imo did not wish for a repeat of the previous situation where clients were left waiting. He asked Zhang Tianqi to bring a few boxes of instant noodles, knowing that some customers would opt for this choice. This would seamlessly bridge the gap during that interim period. All right, I shall head out now. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tianqi returned with 5 boxes of instant noodles, each containing 24 packets of Kong Shifo. Is this sufficient, Xiao Qin? Having grown up, it was Zhang Tianqi's first time witnessing someone make spicy hot pot so popular that even instant noodles were in short supply. This will suffice. But I must trouble you once more, Brother Zhang. Just like before, I have already arranged everything. You only need to come and collect the goods. The food festival event concludes by 9:30 p.m. tonight, which means there are nearly 5 hours left. This 5-hour interval is the golden period, the peak of foot traffic. As the last subway train from the university town departs precisely at 9:30, and the buses follow suit. By 9 p.m., Qin Imo was utterly exhausted. sitting in a chair and gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water to regain some strength. Zhang Tianxi was not much better off, also seated and reluctant to move. In comparison, he fared slightly better than Qin Mo, as he had had the chance to rest a bit during the day. Brother Zhang, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your help, this would not have been achievable. I will settle your payment later. Where shall we dine for dinner? Initially, I promised a grand feast, and I have not forgotten. Now I seek Zhang Tianxi's opinion, as he had lost 1/3 of his earnings today. At this late hour, what grand meal can we have? Moreover, dining at those restaurants would be a waste of money. With Xiaoqin cooking personally, it would be far more delightful. If you don't mind, let us have dinner at my small eatery. Before Qin Mo could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Zhang Tianxi. It is settled then. I will return now to prepare the ingredients, and the next step will be to see your culinary skills. Let us invite a few friends for drinks as well. In this weather, having spicy crayfish paired with chilled beer would be utterly delightful. Chapter 69. A Day of Labor, Enjoying Dinner in a Modest Eatery. 5 or 6 men gathered to sip tea, while 2 young girls played nearby. The sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. Brother Zhang, I was wondering why you weren't running your shop today. It turns out you were assisting Brother Qin. You seem quite fatigued, even after half an hour. Zhang Tianxi felt utterly drained, not wanting to move an inch. How does this compare to running your shop? Upon hearing this inquiry, Zhang Tianxi shook his head. Those who had not experienced the hustle of the scene could not fathom the exhaustion. I am relatively fine, but Xiaoqin has been busy since early morning. It seems youth has its advantages. In comparison to Qin Mo, I truly am not in the same league, as I still have the energy to prepare dinner upon returning. Is business really that good? Wang Liang asked, somewhat skeptically. We had 2 more deliveries come in. What do you think? Zhang Tianxi still could not calculate how much Qin Mo had earned throughout the day. Qin Mo remained silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed to inquire further. If that were the case, wouldn't Brother Qin's daily earnings surpass what he used to make in half a month? It is quite possible. His friends had a rough idea of his previous daily income. Hearing you say that makes me a bit tempted. Perhaps I should also consider setting up a stall, Wang Liang jested. Such a feat can only be accomplished by young Qin. Others, well, don't look at me. It's not that I underestimate anyone. I'm speaking the truth. I wouldn't be able to achieve even 1/3 of that. Do you think you can? Zhang Tianxi remarked, using his statement as a metaphor for the challenges of street vending compared to cooking. 1/3? You can't even manage that, Brother Zhang? Indeed, 1/3. I was perhaps overly optimistic about my abilities. Zhang Tianxi replied solemnly. Haha, let us forget about this matter. I was merely joking. I think I'll just work on my bicycle. Upon hearing Zhang Tianxi's response, Wang Ling chuckled and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. What is going on? Why is everyone so cheerful? Qin Mo emerged, carrying a plate of stir-fried snails. Since we don't have crayfish, this will have to suffice. It smells delightful. Brother Qin, if you're not opening a restaurant, that would be a waste. Indeed, if Brother Qin opened a restaurant, we would surely be there to support you every day. You lot better not take Brother Zhang's presence here lightly. Do you want to be kicked out? Qin Mo grabbed a can of beer from the table, popped the top, and down half of it. Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, Brother Zhang. Young Qin was right. Had it not been for him today, I would have kicked you all out to watch me and young Qin enjoy our drinks and these delicacies from the outside. After a diligent effort of several minutes, Qin Mo had prepared several dishes to accompany the drinks, with the stir-fried peppers and snails being the last dish. Daddy, it smells so good. I want to eat a little too. At that moment, the little one, Dabao, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and dashed over, tugging at Qin Mo's pants playfully. I'm hungry too. Qin Mo lifted up Dabao, planting a hearty kiss on her little cheek. Daddy, that is so annoying. I'm a girl. You shouldn't kiss me like that. Dabao exclaimed, her eyes wide and her small mouth pouting at Qin Mo. Who told you that you can't be kissed, Dabao? It was Andy. Daddy, I want to eat, and so does Dabao. Upon seeing Dabao rush over, Dabao followed closely behind, extending her arms, signaling that she wanted to be lifted. All right, Daddy will serve you both a bowl of porridge. But you must drink too much since later you'll still need to have some milk, understand? Lifting his 2 daughters and settling them onto the chair, Qin Mo served a small bowl of seafood congee. For the citizens of Yanqing, Seafood congee is a staple for late-night snacks. It smells so good. Daddy's porridge is the best, Dabao exclaimed. Daddy, will Dabao get fat from this? Dabao asked, gazing at the seafood porridge and patting her little belly. Why would you think that? Daddy, it's not my own thought. Annie said it. She mentioned that my belly is getting round and that I might become a little chubby girl. At this point, Dabao pouted her lips, hesitating in the face of the delicious food before her. Silly child, your aunt is deceiving you. Dabao will not become a little chubby girl. Chin Imo gently tousled Dabao's hair. Daddy, you haven't lied to Dabao, have you? Dabao lifted her little head, her voice sweet and innocent. Daddy has not lied to Dabao. Hee, then Dabao will eat now. Dabao eagerly dragged the bowl towards herself and picked up the spoon, beginning to eat. Slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself. Daddy, it's not hot anymore. It's delicious. Can Dabao not drink milk and just have porridge? Upon tasting the delightful seafood porridge, Dabao immediately forsook her daily milk. No, you must drink milk every night. Otherwise, Mommy will be unhappy. And Daddy will be unhappy too. Dabao, look at your sister. She hasn't complained. Will Airbao still drink milk at night? In contrast, Airbao was more obedient and not as lively as Dabao. Daddy, Airbao is a good child. I will listen to Daddy. Airbao raised her little head, appearing quite mature as she spoke seriously, only to be soon captivated once more by the delicious food, lowering her head to continue drinking her porridge. Dabao, did you hear? Your sister is so well behaved. Haha, I truly envy Brother Chin for having two such adorable and sensible daughters. Thinking of that little rascal at home makes me want to hang him up and give him a good thrashing just for relief. The man speaking was Gu Wenshan, a few years older than Chin Imo, a formal employee at the nearby shipyard. Among the six, he had the most stable income, earning over 10,000 a month, working 5 days a week for 8 hours a day. The other 5 envied his high and stable income, as he spent his days in the office enjoying the air conditioning, drawing blueprints, and sipping tea, letting the day pass by in such ease. However, he also had his share of troubles. He had a mischievous 3-year-old son who nearly drove him to madness. In his words, "The leisure I enjoy at work is traded for the antics of this little ancestor, and I will surely be driven to my demise by him." Children are like that. They will gradually become sensible as they grow up. Besides, how can you compare with young Chin? He has daughters, while you have a son. It's simply not comparable. Let us not dwell on that. Let us raise a glass to young Chin, who has worked hard all day and returned to prepare us a sumptuous supper. Zhang Tianxi lifted his glass, and everyone stood up as well, including Dabao and Airbao, who raised their spoons and imitated the adults. They sweetly shouted, "Cheers!" Ha ha! Upon witnessing this, everyone could no longer contain their laughter. The burst of laughter drew the attention of workers who had just finished their shifts. Chapter 70. Unconventional means to achieve objectives. Zhangguo, this is your reward. As everyone had nearly finished drinking, Chin Imo pulled some cash from his pocket. By this time, it was quite late, and they could not continue drinking. Both daughters had fallen asleep in their chairs, as they needed to set up their stall in the morning. This is too much. I merely lent a hand and cannot accept it. Just this will suffice. Zhang Tianxi took 2 bills, returning the remaining 3 to Chin Imo. He felt he had not truly assisted much, and the words of gratitude he could offer were merely for the time spent. However, from Chin Mo's perspective, it was only right to offer 500 yuan. Had it not been for Zhang Tianxi's assistance, he would not have earned such a substantial amount. Today's profit exceeded 3 times the usual, and after deducting the 500 given to Zhang, he still earned 4,000. Brother Zhang, this is what you deserve. If you refuse it, I might hesitate to seek your help next time. How about I drive you home? Firmly clutching 5 banknotes, Zhang Tianxi followed him out. You all continue drinking. I shall head back to rest. Remember not to stay out too late. All right, no need to see me off. It's just a short walk. I'll take a leisurely stroll. With Dabao on his back and Airbao in his arms, Chin Imo walked home. His residence was a mere kilometer away from Zhang Tianxi's small restaurant. Xiaoqin, I plan to take a 2-day break, if you need an extra hand tomorrow. Do remember to inform Brother Zhang. Got it. Exiting the restaurant, the summer night breeze was still refreshing. Having just consumed a bit of alcohol, the breeze helped Chin Imo regain his clarity. Life would only get better. Today's gains, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would secure his position. His next step was to meticulously plan how to establish his shop. "I'm sorry, but I can't accompany you two for some fun today." Looking at Bao in his arms and Bao nestled against his back, a look of guilt crossed Chin Mo's face. "In the future, I will make it up to you." By the time he returned home, it was already 10:30. Opening the door and surveying the room, Chin Mo felt a sense of home, though something still felt amiss. It seems this Formula 1 tea be used after all. Observing the 3 cans of formula on the table, he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. The Enfamil Blue had been purchased a few days ago, yet he had not prepared any for his 2 daughters. Each time, he was the one who delayed it. The popularity of the Milk Dad persona had surged by over 100,000. After taking a shower, Chin Mo lay on his bed, gazing at the luminous screen before him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It was best to sleep first. He needed to rise early for restocking. Meanwhile, at the Shangri-La Hotel, in a lavish suite, a woman stepped out of bed, entirely unclad. Without any hesitation, she walked directly into the bathroom. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, an enigmatic expression on his face as he exhaled a ring of smoke. "Darling, aren't you going to wash up?" As the woman entered the bathroom, she leaned halfway out, her voluptuous figure pressing against the doorframe. The sight reignited the man as previously subdued desires. "Xia Lu, you go ahead and wash. I'll finish this cigarette." "Darling, do hurry up." The woman was Shang Xia Lu. She withdrew her body, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Truly useless, not even a minute. Turning on the shower, Shang Xia Lu stood beneath the cascading warm water, allowing it to flow over her enticing form. Her desires had remained unchanged. For the sake of fame and fortune, she was willing to relinquish certain things. For instance, to ascend the ranks within the academic institution, one must find a way to secure a marriage certificate with the individual in question. As for the physiological demands, those are trivial matters. "Chin Mo, I never anticipated encountering you again. Consider yourself unfortunate. The path that led me to this moment has largely faded from my memory. However, upon seeing Chin Mo today, those recollections resurfaced, leaving me quite displeased. To preserve my future peace of mind, he must not re-enter my line of sight. As for this event, I shall surprise you tomorrow. The university town is hosting a culinary event, in which Shang Xiaolu is one of the staff members. Regardless of Chin Mo's intentions for attending, I must ensure he does not achieve his aims." At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, calling out. And noticing that Shang Xiaolu did not respond, but merely tilted her head back, relishing the warm water. Captivated by the enticing sight before him, the man swallowed hard and approached, wrapping his arms around Shang Xiaolu. Suddenly, the restroom was filled with fervor. 2 minutes later, the sound of hurried breaths echoed within. "Darling, you are truly remarkable." Shang Xiaolu turned around, her hands exploring the middle-aged man's body. "I can't take it anymore. I'm getting old." The man's breathing quickened, and he found himself exhausted from the exertion. "You are such a little enchantress. Let us call it a night." Though he longed for another encounter, he realized his limitations and had to relent. "Darling, I have finished washing up. Let us go out together." Shang Xiaolu meticulously dried the water droplets from the man's body, while she merely gave herself a cursory wipe before embracing him as they exited the restroom. "All right, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." The middle-aged man burrowed beneath the covers, ready to rest, but Shang Xiaolu was unwilling to let him off the hook and snuggled closely against his back. "Darling, I need your assistance with something. Whatever it is, let us discuss it in the morning," he replied, yawning several times. "No, I want to talk about it now." Shang Xiaolu pouted and leaned against him, playfully whining. "Stop it, Xiaolu. I'm very sleepy. Tomorrow is fine." "Wait, darling. Let me give you something good. Consume it. And you won't feel tired. I promise you'll be invigorated." The middle-aged man, who had been drowsy just moments before, felt a surge of curiosity at her words. "What is it?" he inquired, his face lighting up with anticipation. "Just a moment. You'll find out soon." Shang Xiaolu got out of bed, retrieved a small bottle from her bag, and opened it to pour out a pill. "What is this?" The middle-aged man frowned at the pill in his hand. "Darling, this is a wonderful item. I leveraged many connections to acquire this bottle. You will see, it will not disappoint." "All right," with a glimmer of hope. The middle-aged man swallowed the pill. It truly began to take effect. After a while, just as he thought Shang Xiaolu might have deceived him, he felt a warmth spreading through his abdomen. Immediately, the weariness enveloping his body dissipated, replaced by an invigorating vitality. Notably, there was a transformation within him. The anxious middle-aged man sought to validate his thoughts. Seizing Shang Xiaoyu's arm, he drew her onto the bed. "Oh dear, I am entirely yours. What is there to be so hasty about?" Chapter 71. Father is busy, off with Auntie at 9 in the morning, in the university town. "Daddy, aren't you going to play with Dabao?" Dabao pouted, her voice sweet and innocent. Just as the stall was set up, Yi Qing arrived punctually. "Father still needs to earn a living. Dabao can go play with Auntie. Remember to bring back something fun for Daddy." Qin Imo longed for a day off to accompany his two daughters. However, today was critical, and leaving now was not an option. Success hinged on this very day. He embraced each daughter, planting a kiss on their foreheads. "All right," Dabao remembers. "Goodbye, Daddy. Don't tire yourself out too much. You are a father now." Before leaving, Yi Qing unexpectedly expressed a word of concern, leaving Qin Imo speechless, astonished by her thoughtful gesture. Was this truly the sister-in-law he knew? With that thought, Qin Imo swiftly tapped his forehead, questioning his own sanity. "Xiao Qin, what is the matter?" Zhang Tianxi, observing Qin Mo's unusual demeanor, assumed he was unwell. "It's nothing. Just pondering a thought. Let's continue. I apologize for troubling you again today, Brother Zhang." "Haha, no worries. Xiao Qin, you shouldn't say that. After all, you've already compensated me. If your business continues to thrive, I might just want to work for you." Previously, after toiling for a month, he had only earned a little over 10,000 yuan. Now, customers were dwindling, and he could barely cover the rent. He had already lost hope. "All right, as long as Brother Zhang doesn't mind." "Xiao Qin, don't take that to heart. Brother Zhang was only jesting." Noticing Qin Imo deep in thought, Zhang Tianxi hurriedly clarified, apprehensive that Qin Imo might misconstrue his words as coveting the 500 yuan daily wage. "All right, we'll discuss this later. Everyone is waiting for us." By the time Qin Imo arrived, patrons were already gathered at the stall. "Brother Qin, hurry up. This is mine." The ingredients had barely been arranged when these customers had already made their selections. "Please hold on. The broth isn't boiling yet. You wouldn't want to upset your stomach, would you? Should I blanch it for you now?" Seeing the adorable girl before him, Qin Imo couldn't resist teasing her. "Never mind, Brother Qin, I can wait." What a jest. She was greedy for food, not foolish. Ensuring the safety and health of the food was paramount. "Everyone, please be patient. It won't be long before your turn. Have you noticed this handsome uncle? With him assisting today, my efficiency will double." Qin Imo gestured towards Zhang Tianxi, introducing him to the crowd. The current customers were students from nearby universities who frequented his stall, making them rather loyal patrons. "Hello, handsome uncle. Hello, handsome uncle. Hello, handsome uncle." Each customer greeted Zhang Tianxi, causing him to feel bashful, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Greetings to all the charming gentlemen and ladies. Do not heed Xiao Qin's words. I have aged, and what is this talk of a handsome uncle? Everyone appreciates sweet words, and Zhang Tianxi is no exception, though he feels a tad embarrassed. He never imagined that after running a restaurant for so long, he would still possess such a thin skin. "Here is yours, beautiful lady. I appreciate your support." As the soup began to boil, the first customer's spicy hot pot was quickly prepared. Qin Imo packaged it and handed it to the customer, who seemed surprisingly capable of eating, consistently ordering more than 3 portions each visit. "Goodbye, Qin Handsome." With her hot pot in hand, the young lady wasted no time and promptly departed. "Boss, it's my turn." Another lady approached, equally beautiful. "Oh, you're not working overtime today?" This enchanting woman was none other than Jiao Xiaoshuang, the one who previously requested Qin Imo to reserve a spicy hot pot for her. "I do have overtime, but I declined it. I missed the delicacies of Boss Qin." Jiao Xiaoshuang was in high spirits today, and it was evident that her words held a playful intent towards the handsome gentleman before her. "Haha, beautiful lady. Do you dare tease Boss Qin? Aren't you afraid he won't sell you the hot pot?" "Boss Qin, I was merely joking. Please do not take it seriously." Just moments ago, Jiao Xiaoshuang wore a playful grin, but in an instant, her expression transformed into one of feigned vulnerability. Hurry and take it away. To be teased by a beautiful woman is a dream come true for many men. Once upon a time, he too had fantasized about such moments, but circumstances had changed. He was now a family man. Haha, Boss Chin is truly delightful. At last, I can indulge today. Jiao Xiaoshuang ordered 3 portions of spicy hot pot, each bowl brimming, totaling over 60 yuan. Encountering Boss Chin was indeed her stroke of luck. Before leaving, she couldn't resist one last tease, leaving with a satisfied smile. Xiao Qin, how did I not notice before that you have such an affinity with women? The beautiful lady who had just departed, if Zhang Tianxi were to grade her, would undoubtedly receive a score of over 85. Her figure and looks exceptional. Of course, the most important factor was her evident affection for Qin and Mojang Ge. If you keep saying things like this, I might inadvertently let it slip in front of my sister-in-law. Don't blame me then. It was one thing for a beautiful woman to tease him, but now even the man Zhang Tianxi was doing the same. No, Xiao Qin. Just dismiss what Zhang Ge said as nonsense. Please do not mention it to her. I wish to live a few more years. At 10 o'clock, a BMW 6 entered the university town. A beautiful lady emerged from the vehicle, removing her oversized sunglasses. Shang Xiaolai. Haha. Shang Xiaolai glanced in a particular direction. A cold smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of frost. Teacher Shang, boss, allow me to escort you. Upon disembarking, a uniformed beauty rushed over. Good. Upon seeing this individual, Shang Xiaolai knew her efforts from the previous night had not been in vain. Teacher Shang, should we head over now? Please wait a moment. Secretary Liu, I will return to my residence first. The matter was settled, and today was not too late to act. Shang Xiaolai felt no urgency. Teacher Shang, you are too courteous. These are all my duties. Let us go over at 11. All right, I shall follow Teacher Shang's instructions. In a spacious conference room, several staff members have been summoned for a meeting. Shang Xiaolu occupies the seat of honor, leaving everyone perplexed as to why an ordinary employee holds such a position. Upon noticing Secretary Liu beside her, any dissenting opinions are swiftly suppressed. The purpose of this gathering is to ensure the health and well-being of the university town students by preventing unscrupulous vendors from establishing their presence. Once all personnel are present, Secretary Liu announces the meeting's objective. The proceedings are then handed over to Teacher Shang. Each attendee holds a position superior to that of Shang Xiaolu. Yet due to a single utterance from her, they are compelled to heed her direction. This dynamic only serves to intensify Shang Xiaoyu's pursuit of authority. Dear colleagues, in the interest of safeguarding the health and safety of our university students, I have deemed it necessary to convene this meeting. Shang Xiaolu begins with some polite remarks before delving into the core matter. Now, I kindly request our staff to bring forth the list of participants in this event. Chapter 72. Those with objections must remain silent. Impossible. Shang Xiaolu gazes at the documents in hand, realizing that she cannot find a suitable pretext to confront certain individuals. Even with support behind her, she cannot overtly target others. A shrewd individual would gradually undermine them, leaving them with nothing and retreating in disgrace. Damn it. I must devise a strategy. Teacher Shang. Teacher Shang. Oh, is there something? Snapped from her reverie by the calls of her name. Shang Xiaolu notices the collective gaze upon her. Teacher Shang, is there an urgent matter? Secretary Liu inquires with concern, having called out several times to no avail. Clearly aware of her distraction. No, please continue. What were you about to say, Secretary Liu? It's regarding a piece of information the staff discovered while organizing the data, and I wanted to consult you on how to proceed. Secretary Liu responds cautiously. When did this occur? Given her role in presiding over the meeting, she must be informed about any issues raised, regardless of their magnitude. Yesterday's events. Has this matter been addressed? Yes, but we would still like your input. Shang Xiaolu had been quite clear about her concern for the dietary health of students at various universities. Then, what is it about? It pertains to a spicy hot pot vendor. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaolu immediately curtails her subsequent words, a fleeting joy crossing her face. Very well, let me take a look. A mere glance would cost only a few seconds of time, and perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. I didn't expect it to be you. Let us see if you can still hold your ground in the university town. As she peruses the documents, she comes across an application form adorned with a half-length photo of none other than Chin Mo himself. Since someone has reported this, we must treat it with utmost seriousness. To ensure the student's health, I propose we suspend this vendor from operating until our evaluation results are in. What are your thoughts on this? Although she frames it as seeking consensus, her gaze first falls on Secretary Liu after making her proposition. How does everyone feel about Teacher Shang's suggestion? Secretary Liu expresses his stance, smiling at the assembly. I wholeheartedly concur with Teacher Shang's perspective. I have no objections. With the first individual leading the way, others gradually raised their hands in agreement. Teacher Shang, I now leave the matter in your capable hands, as I must return to attend to some affairs for the boss. Upon completing the tasks assigned by Yang Haobo, Secretary Liu promptly made her way back. Thank you, Secretary Liu, for your efforts. Teacher Shang, you are too gracious. It is my duty to contribute, and I shall not intrude further, bidding you farewell for now. As Secretary Liu exited, others rose to see her off. Please, everyone, remain seated. You have important matters to attend to. How could Secretary Liu allow everyone to escort her? Under normal circumstances, she would not have entertained such gestures. But this time was different, as Shang Xiaoyo still occupied the conference room. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. It must be addressed promptly to avoid grave consequences, lest we find ourselves in a position where it is too late to remedy the situation. Let us divide into two groups, one to inform the other side, and the other to liaise with the relevant departments to ensure proper coordination for the inspections. Is there anything else to add? After all, my considerations alone may not encompass all angles. Shang Xiaoyo paused, scanning the room with her gaze. Truly, Teacher Shang covers all bases. I have no further additions. But perhaps you all do. The speaker was the head of this culinary event, a middle-aged man in his 40s, serving as a vice principal. I share the same sentiment as Principal Li. No further objections. Time passes swiftly. As Chin Mo and his companion busied themselves, noon approached rapidly. At this juncture, the morning's supplies were nearly depleted. Brother Zhang, it appears you must make another trip. With such a generous salary, it would be remiss not to engage in a bit more work. Zhang Tianqi assisted in distributing the last batch of ingredients. The remainder could still yield 100 or 80 servings. Just as he was about to depart, a group of people appeared in the distance, heading directly towards them. Boss Qin, it seems fortune is smiling upon you, as more patrons are arriving. This scenario was not uncommon. Whenever a large influx of visitors approached, it was almost certain they came drawn by word of mouth. However, this time was different. Look closely at who these individuals are. A few observant students displayed expressions of astonishment. Who are they? Could they possibly be high-ranking officials? While not exactly high-ranking officials, you shall soon find out. As the group drew nearer, they were met with curious gazes. Please make way. Unlike others, this group did not queue but instead surged forward under the guidance of a man leading them. If you wish to eat, you must join the line. We do not care who you are. Upon witnessing the group's brazen disregard for the queue, some patrons expressed their discontent, stepping forward to confront them. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we are staff members who urgently need to address certain matters. We appreciate your understanding. A young woman trailing behind promptly explained to the surrounding visitors. Whatever the situation, one must still queue. Seeing that you are school staff does not excuse such discourtesy. These customers would not grant you leniency simply because you are affiliated with the school. We have come here concerning your health issues, everyone. This stall is temporarily closed for business. With the assistance of other staff members, a middle-aged man finally made his way to the front. Casting a glance at Chin Mo and speaking in a nonchalant tone. What? You won't allow Boss Chin to set up his stall? We are the first to oppose this. The most vocal were the customers, particularly those at the front of the line, who were just about to be served. At that moment, someone rushed over and said, I'm sorry, this shop cannot operate, and it was no surprise that they were irate. The restraint they showed by not resorting to violence was commendable. Without any justification, you refused to let him set up his stall? You want an explanation, don't you? Someone reported that he was adding prohibited substances to the food. Upon seeing the crowd gathered around him, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a mocking smile. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Is it because Qin, the handsome guy, is doing well that someone wants to sabotage him? We have seen this sort of thing many times. An elderly customer, fiercely defending Qin Mo, recalled the first time he savored the delicious spicy hot pot. He had braved the elements every day since, buying several portions to share with his family. He couldn't imagine life without that spicy hot pot. It would diminish the joy in his life. We are the staff for this food event and possess the authority to address any potential hazards that may arise during the event. We kindly ask this gentleman to cooperate with our work. Chapter 73. A half-day break for leisure. What would you like me to do? Qin Mo endeavored to compose himself in the face of these individuals. With so many stalls around, it was evident that he was being targeted, yet he could not fathom who would bear animosity towards him. Shenku, over here. At that moment, several uniformed staff members arrived. Hello, I am a staff member. Mu Huanhuan. Here is my identification. Someone has reported that you are adding prohibited substances to your food. We kindly ask for your cooperation in the investigation. Mu Huanhuan approached Qin Mo and presented her credentials. What do you need me to cooperate with? Qin Mo understood that he had no choice but to comply. Just stand aside. We will handle it. Mu Huanhuan's expression shifted slightly. The young man before her hardly resembled a dishonest vendor. Donning gloves, she began to sample each ingredient displayed at the stall before extracting a small amount of broth from the cooking pot. All right, you may return and wait for further notice. Once her task was complete, Mu Huanhuan left with her colleagues, refraining from engaging with anyone else. Even when acknowledging the party that made the complaint, they merely nodded politely before departing. Quickly pack up and leave. You two stay here. We are heading back. After the middle-aged man issued his command, he and the others departed, leaving only 2 staff members behind. Sir, we kindly request your cooperation with our work regarding these items. Their actions were clearly aimed at clearing the area. Despite the crowd of tourists, they did not forcibly evict Qin Mo. All right, I understand. Qin Mo refrained from speaking further, quietly gathering his belongings at the stall. He recognized that someone was plotting against him, and it was evident that they had already planned their course of action. This was not a situation he could navigate alone as an ordinary citizen. Boss Qin, are you truly going back without putting up a fight? Indeed. It is evident that someone is envious. If you depart now, wouldn't that play right into their hands? As Qin Mo began to pack his belongings, the surrounding customers urged him to stay, most imploring him to continue his presence. Both of you, refrain from speaking. 2 staff members were about to voice their thoughts, but were met with stern glares from the crowd. Thank you all for your kindness. I sincerely apologize. But I cannot continue selling here today. Under the reluctant gazes of the onlookers, Qin Mo gathered his items and departed on his tricycle. Xiao Qin, why don't you fight for it? The tricycle halted beside Zhang Tianqi's van. Fight for it? Huh. It was disheartening that the management rights to a shop near the university town had encountered issues on the very last day. What a pity. Earlier that morning, Zhang Tianqi had noted the foot traffic. It seemed manageable, but upon further calculation, he was taken aback. If the day continued like yesterday, he could have earned several thousand by the end of the event. Xiao Qin, have you offended anyone recently? Not at all. Qin Mo shook his head. He hadn't interacted with others, so how could he have offended anyone? Strange indeed. Zhanggu, let's not dwell on this. Things will work out in due course. This is your reward. Coincidentally, I am taking my 2 daughters out to play this afternoon. With thoughts of his daughter's wishes from that morning, Qin Mo realized what he needed to do next. Jifu Bao, 300 yuan has been credited. That's quite generous. Upon hearing the notification from Jifu Bao, Zhang Tianqi promptly pulled out his phone, ready to transfer the amount back to Qin Mo. Zhanggu. Keep it. We had initially agreed on a day, but due to my issues, we now face this predicament. Let's discuss this later. I must return the tricycle first. All right. Zhang Tianqi acquiesced without further ado. At 2 in the afternoon, were you not on the street selling? How do you have time to come here? After receiving a phone call, Yi Qing quickly spotted her brother-in-law before her. I took a half-day off today. I plan to take the Bao and Airbao out for some fun. Qin Mo had no intention of publicizing the events that had transpired, yet he knew it was futile to conceal the truth. By tonight, the news would surely reach Yi Qing. Something seems amiss, doesn't it? Yi Qing, not one to be easily deceived, quickly deduced the situation. With such a high volume of foot traffic today, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for vendors, especially with rewards at stake. It's nothing, don't overthink it. Noticing Chin Mo's reluctance to divulge further details, she refrained from pressing him. Daddy hug. Upon seeing Chin Mo, Bao ran towards him, her chubby little face glistening with sweat. She leaped into Chin Mo's arms. Bao, are you happy? Chin Mo wiped the beads of sweat from his daughter's forehead, lifting her up. Daddy, Bao wants a hug too. Bao stood still, extending her arms, waiting for Chin Mo to embrace her. Meanwhile, Shang Xiaolu stood by the window, phone in hand, gazing at the scenery below. At that moment, her phone vibrated, followed by a ringing sound. Upon picking it up, she saw it was a call from Secretary Liu, and Shang Xiaolu knew that the results she awaited were about to be revealed. Hello, Teacher Shang. Please go ahead. After thorough investigations, we have received only one report against the stall, and we have already prohibited that stall from operating. Is there anything else you would like to inquire about, Teacher Shang? Even over the phone, Secretary Liu maintained a respectful demeanor. It's nothing. Thank you for your trouble. Secretary Liu, you are too kind, Teacher Shang. I won't take up any more of your time. After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Shang Xiaoyu's lips. You can only blame your misfortune for choosing to participate in this event. Had it not been for Chin Mo's involvement, she would have assumed he was idling away his days back home or toiling in some factory. In this society, it is nearly impossible for an undergraduate without a degree to secure a respectable job in a big city. It would be best for you to leave the university town in disgrace. Otherwise, should I see you again, I shall show no mercy. To ascend, one must eliminate all detrimental influences. Darling, where are you? I miss you and am coming over now. How annoying, why the rush? The medicine is still available. I'll be there shortly. Shang Xiaolu, who had previously worn a blank expression, had her demeanor shift drastically after dialing a number. She believed this matter should conclude here. After today's uproar, it would be impossible for Chin Mo to continue his stall in the university town. With that thought, a smile graced her face as she took out her phone to call Yang Haohua. She needed to write her name on the household registration as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Harmony between couples is priceless. Where are we headed now? Yi Qing hailed a taxi, cradling Bao in the back seat. Where to? Upon hearing this, Chin Mo, sitting in the passenger seat, was momentarily dumbfounded. Having spent years in Yangcheng, he had not ventured anywhere for leisure, consumed by the pursuit of wealth, and found himself at a loss for words. I have no expectations of you. Driver, please take us to Tianhe City. Yi Qing shook her head at Chin Mo. All right. Beautiful. Hey, handsome, please fasten your seatbelt. After getting into the car, he had forgotten to buckle up. My apologies. Chin Mo snapped back to reality and quickly fastened his seatbelt. You two seem to be bickering. It's common for young people to have minor disagreements. But don't let that affect. The driver, who had just spoken, caught Yi Qing's attention in the back seat. After ensuring her two nieces were settled, she initially failed to grasp the implication of the driver's words, only realizing she had been misunderstood when he continued. What a misconception. He is my husband. It was merely my sister momentarily blinded by foolishness that led to the birth of two daughters. Looking at her two obedient nieces, she felt a surge of joy, thinking, but this isn't so bad. My nieces are quite well behaved. Young man, remember that wives need to be pampered. The taxi driver proved to be quite talkative. Engaging in lively conversation, Yi Qing attempted to clarify that the two were not in a marital relationship. However, the driver remained unconvinced. The young couple, accompanied by a pair of twin daughters, found the male figure rendered speechless in the face of such accusations. This was a scenario he had witnessed repeatedly, where every quarrel ended with denials. Realizing her words fell on deaf ears, Yi Qing chose to ignore the situation and entertained her two nieces in the back seat. 40 minutes later, the older gentleman, drawing from his wealth of experience, advised, "Young man, it's not a significant issue. Just endure, and it shall pass. These lessons have been forged through the trials of life. Trust me, you cannot go wrong by heeding my counsel." As they alighted from the vehicle, the driver did not forget to offer his suggestions to Chin Mo. During the ride, Chin Mo came to understand that when men become verbose, they can be even more formidable than women. Thank you, sir. Chin Imo managed to express his gratitude with a stiff demeanor. Daddy, Auntie. Dabao wants to go to the amusement park. Upon exiting the car, Dabao's big eyes darted around, excitedly pointing at a promotional advertisement for Tianhe City. Daddy, Airbao wants to go too. Hearing her sister's enthusiastic call, Airbao followed suit, eager to join. All right, Annie will take you now. As they approached the entrance, a young woman ambled by, swaying a cotton candy in her hand. Little girl, would you like this? Daddy, Airbao wants that. Airbao pointed at the cotton candy, licking her lips with a gluttonous expression. Auntie, that looks delicious. Dabao tugged at Yi Qing's hand, swaying it side to side. Miss, your daughters are truly beautiful. Why not buy one for them? Upon noticing Yi Qing, the young woman promptly shifted her focus and approached her. I am their aunt. Yi Qing, regretting her decision to accompany them, found that regardless of who they were, anyone observing them together would inevitably assume a romantic connection with Chin Imo. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Realizing her faux pas, the young woman hurriedly apologized, seemingly a college student working part-time. Never mind. Yi Qing, not one to be unreasonable, chose not to dwell on the matter upon seeing the girl's panicked expression. My apologies once again. The young woman reiterated her apology to Yi Qing before taking her leave. Wait. At that moment, Yi Qing called out to her. Is there something else? The young woman's expression shifted, fearing Yi Qing had changed her mind. I'll take 2 of those. How much in total? Yi Qing pulled out her phone, ready to make a payment. What? The young woman was momentarily taken aback, fearing trouble. Thankfully, her reflexes were swift, and she quickly handed the 2 cotton candies to Dabao and Airbao. Here you go, little sisters. Be careful with them. That will be 30 yuan. The young woman promptly opened her phone to show Yi Qing the payment code. Fortune has been received, 30 yuan. Thank you. The young woman gave a slight bow to Yi Qing before turning to leave. Chapter 75. Purchasing cotton candy. Off to the amusement park, Annie. Daddy, it's very sweet. Dabao tore off a piece of cotton candy and popped it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in delight as a look of bliss spread across her face. Daddy, Airbao will share some with you. Airbao held out a piece of cotton candy towards Chin Imo. Thank you, Airbao. After a few playful licks of her fingers, the little one tilted her head back and cheerfully inquired. Hee, is the cake delicious? Indeed. Chin Imo gently pushed aside his daughter's hair and playfully tapped her pert nose. From now on, I shall buy more of this cake for you. He anticipated that his daughter had more to say, and his expectations proved correct. But sweetie, you cannot indulge in this too often, or you might lose your teeth. Just ask your aunt. Upon hearing her father's words, the little one pouted her lips, huffed softly, and turned her head away. Aunt, is Daddy lying to me? He doesn't want to buy it for me. Within seconds, she turned to Yi Qing with eager eyes. Sweetheart, your father is not deceiving you. You can have it occasionally, but not frequently. What does occasionally mean? Occasionally means once a month. As Yi Qing and Chin Imo strolled side by side into the mall, they attracted many curious glances. A month? That's several tens of days. The little one extended her hands, scrunching her nose in inquiry. That would be 3 tens of days. Yi Qing approached and counted off 3 of the little one's fingers. 1 finger represents 10 days, so a month amounts to 3 fingers. Aunt, you said it. And I shall remember. After 3 tens of days, you must buy it for me. The little one began counting her fingers, her cotton candy held by Chin Imo and. Adults must never deceive children. Let us make a pinky promise. She extended her pinky, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Yi Qing. Aunt, let us make a pinky promise. If anyone lies, they become a little puppy. Hee, Daddy, did you sneak a taste? Retrieving her cotton candy from Chin Imo, the little one examined it closely. How could Daddy bear to eat my cotton candy? Just then, a man clad in a brown jacket hurried past Chin Imo. Yi Qing, walking ahead, was unable to dodge in time and was bumped into. Fortunately, Dabao was on the other side. Otherwise, she would have been the one to collide. Given the man's pace, if Dabao had been hit, he would certainly have been injured. What a rude person, lacking any manners. After the collision, the man paused briefly, glanced back without uttering an apology, and continued on his way. Strange. Chin Imo took note of the man's demeanor, which was notably cold, and swiftly caught up to grasp Yi Qing's hand. Let it go. Don't pursue him. A person who cannot even apologize after bumping into someone is a waste of resources. Yi Qing quickly attempted to shake off his hand, eager to confront the man. No matter how she tried, Qin Mo's grip was as unyielding as iron. Qin Mo, let go of me. She glared at him, her eyes wide. All right. I shall release you. They remained in a tense standoff until the man disappeared from Qin Mo's sight, after which he finally loosened his grip. I will settle the score with you later. With another fierce glare directed at Qin Mo, Yi Qing attempted to chase after the man, only to find he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Yi Qing looked around, but ultimately could not locate the man. What a disappointment. With a disdainful glance, Yi Qing swept her eyes over Qin Mo before carrying De Bao forward, increasing the distance between them. Qin Mo offered no further explanation. Trailing behind. Daddy, what happened between you and Ani? The sensitivity of children is remarkable, and Bao's puzzled gaze flitted back and forth between his aunt and father, unable to discern any issues. Bao, it's nothing. We're going to the amusement park now, all right? Okay. At the mention of something fun, Bao's attention was swiftly diverted. Was something about to go awry? The man they had just encountered had instilled an ominous feeling in Qin Mo, yet he could not fathom what trouble might arise. Never mind. He was here to accompany his daughter, so he ought to refrain from worrying about others' affairs. Shaking his head, Qin Mo quickened his pace to catch up with Yi Qing. Sister, Daddy said he is taking us to the amusement park now. De Bao exclaimed with delight upon catching up with Yi Qing. Really, Daddy? Yes. Yi Qing had intended to hasten her steps to distance herself from Qin Mo, but the conversation of her two nieces compelled her to reconsider. Really? That's wonderful. De Bao will get to meet so many new friends. Ani, let us overtake Daddy and Bao. De Bao excitedly waved her little hands, directing the way. All right, De Bao, Ani will take you to play. The words of her niece perfectly aligned with Yi Qing's intentions, and after stepping onto the escalator with De Bao, she continued onward. Hee Daddy. Bao can't catch up anymore. De Bao giggled, wrapping her arms around Yi Qing's neck. Her laughter was infectious, drawing the attention of passers-by on the escalator. Daddy, why aren't you catching up? De Bao and Ani have gone so far ahead. Observing that his sister, who had just been with them, was now ahead, Bao promptly instructed Qin Mo. Bao, don't rush. We'll go later. We can still enter the amusement park. At that moment, Qin Mo also stepped onto the escalator. Bao doesn't he want a daddy? Bao nestled closer into Qin Mo's embrace, beginning to act coy. All right. Daddy will catch up now. Hurry up, Daddy. With no other choice, Qin Mo began to walk faster on the escalator. Daddy, you're a bad guy. Sister has already gone in. The amusement park was situated on the 6th floor, and it was impossible for Qin Mo to genuinely run to catch up. He merely pretended to quicken his pace. Seeing De Bao enter first, Bao's lips pursed in a pout. Bao, let your sister go in first. Daddy will secretly take you to play with the fun stuff. Really? Bao gazed at Qin Mo with wide, suspicious eyes, recalling how he had just tricked her and now feeling somewhat doubtful. Indeed, we'll make a promise. If Daddy lies to you, he'll be a little dog. Qin Mo extended his index finger, smiling at his daughter. All right, Bao will trust Daddy again, or else. Bao won't play with Daddy anymore. Bao placed her hands on her hips, her little face serious as she spoke, then extended her small hand. Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changes. Whoever lies is a little dog. Daddy, we've made the pinky promise. If you deceive Bao, that makes you a little dog. Handsome boy. How much for the change? Chapter 76. A sudden turn of events at the mall. Yi Qing in danger in front of the amusement park on the 6th floor. A stylish young woman, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, gazed at the little girl cradled in Qin Mo's arms. If her memory served her correctly, this child had entered just moments ago with a beautiful woman. Excuse me, how much can I exchange? 200, please. With each game token priced at 1 yuan. Patrons needed at least 2 tokens to engage in any game. Despite the seemingly ample supply of 200 tokens, the amusement park was indeed a voracious consumer of finances, swiftly exhausting one's funds. Strange. Watching the guests enter, the front desk attendant absent-mindedly scratched her head. Miss, I would like to exchange 100 yuan. Just as she was contemplating, another patron arrived, accompanied by a child. Certainly, please hold on. Inside the amusement park, the little girl, her eyes darting around, wished fervently for more than 2 eyes to take in the myriad of attractions, with numerous game machines and children dashing about. She was at a loss as to what to try first. Daddy, there are so many. What should Airbao play, with the crowd so dense? Chinemo hesitated to set Airbao down, keeping her securely in his embrace. How about we ride the carousel? He carefully maneuvered through the throngs, still yet to spot Yiqing. Being Sunday, the place buzzed with parents and children alike. He pointed to the nearby carousel, noticing the short queue, and promptly joined the line. All right, Daddy, I want to ride that. Upon seeing the spinning horses and hearing the delightful melody, Airbao clapped her hands in joy. The admission for this ride was 25 yuan, with each ticket valid for one person only. However, children under 1 meter in height could ride free of charge alongside a parent, who would be responsible for their safety. Chinemo did not have to wait long. Just 5 minutes later, Airbao was joyfully perched atop a horse, while he watched closely. This is so much fun, Airbao exclaimed, raising her hands in delight, prompting Chinemo to steady her to prevent any accidental falls. Airbao, remember to hold on tight. If you let go, you might fall, and it could hurt. I'm not scared. I have Daddy watching. Though she spoke bravely, as the carousel spun, her hands were not grasping anything securely, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Not long after her declaration, she instinctively grabbed onto the pole. How expensive! 1 ticket allows for just a brief ride, costing 25 yuan for a mere few minutes. Unlike other children, Airbao quickly lost interest in the carousel. Daddy, can we try that one? After disembarking, she pointed eagerly at another attraction. All right, let us go that way. Seeing that she wanted to ride the bumper cars, Chinemo shook his head vigorously. No, Airbao, let us not do that. Yet, Airbao tugged at his hand, determined to head towards the bumper cars. Okay, let us go have fun. In the ensuing half hour, Airbao expressed a desire to try everything she laid her eyes upon, true to its reputation as a money pit. They had already spent several hundred yuan in a short span of time. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the amusement park. Help! Call for help! Run! A cacophony ensued as several adults rushed in, clutching their children tightly. Amidst the cacophony, Chinemo believed he heard a familiar voice. He hurriedly scooped up his second child and pushed through the crowd. Daddy, I'm scared, cried the eldest. Once they emerged from the throng, Chinmo's pupils constricted in alarm. His eldest sat on the ground, weeping and calling for her father. Little sister, do not cry. Come here to your elder sister. A compassionate young woman nearby attempted to console her. Upon confirming that his daughter was unharmed, Chinemo felt nearly collapse from relief. However, his gaze swiftly shifted to the scene of the incident, his demeanor turning grave in an instant. My sister-in-law. A man brandishing a knife was holding a woman hostage. It was Yiqing. Her expression, once aloof, now revealed a pallor devoid of any blood. Regardless of who it might be, facing a knife pressed against one's throat, few would exhibit such composure as Yiqing, aside from her ashen face. She did not scream or panic. Young man, calm down, do not act rashly, pleaded a voice. Yes, your daughter is watching. You must not do anything foolish. The man responded to their entreaties with derisive laughter, inching closer to the railing. It was him. What an unfortunate coincidence. This man was the one who had collided with Yiqing downstairs. Chinemo could not fathom how this individual had managed to take Yiqing hostage. The situation was dire. Bloodstains adorned the man's clothing, yet Yiqing bore no wounds, indicating that he had already harmed someone else prior to this incident. Taking a hostage while already having inflicted injury on another was a grave escalation. The blood on his attire signified a resolute intent. How could such a calamity befall him? He could not merely stand by. He had to devise a plan to rescue Yiqing. To save her, he needed to approach the assailant. But the dilemma lay in needing someone to watch over his daughters. While Chinemo pondered, the young man suddenly became agitated. Everyone stepped back. Ha ha ha. He brandished the knife menacingly, his face contorted in a sinister grin. In a bustling urban mall, a knife attack had unfolded, and the police arrived at the scene promptly. Upon sighting the officers approaching, The young man brandished the knife again. Please, remain calm. We will step back. The lead officer raised his hands and began to retreat slowly. No, he could not afford to wait idly. He needed to draw closer. Just then, in his frenzy, the young man's blade grazed Yi Qing's neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Beautiful lady, please help me check on my daughter. Qin Mo scanned the area, his eyes landing on a nearby young woman. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a university student, and he felt uneasy about anyone else. Handsome, what is happening? Jiang Yafan gasped upon seeing the blood on Yi Qing's neck, quickly closing her eyes. When she reopened them, a handsome man had placed the little girl from his arms into his embrace. I appreciate your help, Qin Mo said, gently ruffling his second child's hair. Be good and listen to your sister. Daddy has something to attend to. Yes, Daddy, I will be good. With one last glance at the second treasure, Qin Mo clenched his teeth and plunged into the crowd. Many citizens nearby remained unflinching, seemingly unafraid of the peril. Wait, handsome, Jiang Yafan exclaimed. But by the time she regained her senses, Qin Mo had already melded into the throng, leaving her no opportunity to call out to him. Why does she look so familiar? Jiang Yafan pondered, her attention drawn to the adorable little girl in her arms, who bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she felt she had encountered before. I've remembered. What a surprise. She turned to the side, her mind racing. The girl was a spitting image of the little girl she had seen earlier, leading her to conclude that they were twin sisters. Given that the beautiful woman was being held hostage alongside the little girl, it was reasonable to deduce they were indeed family. Could it be that he intends to? Jiang Yafan felt a chill run down her spine at the thought, particularly with the glint of a sharp knife in the assailant's grip. Chapter 77. Liu takes the stage, seeking help from the system what to do? Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a young woman clad in jeans and a white top exuded a youthful vibrancy. Unlike the other onlookers, her eyes were fixated on the young man, her gaze ablaze with fury. I cannot linger here any longer. That beautiful woman is in grave danger. As the assailant abruptly became agitated, two police officers retreated, prompting her to spring into action. She moved swiftly, blending in with the surrounding crowd as she slowed her pace. This fresh-faced girl was none other than Huang Liao, who would never forget the grudge she bore against Qin Mo Liao. What do you think you're doing? Huang Liao's friend, Yi Dan, grasped her arm to halt her advance. What do you mean, saving someone? Saving someone? Please, there are already police officers over there. Don't get involved. We should just go shopping. Besides, this isn't your time to act. Yi Dan insisted, tugging Huang Liao away. Now that I've seen it, I cannot turn a blind eye. Stay back. My combat skills are formidable, and I can protect myself. You needn't worry. Huang Liao wrenched free from her friend's grasp, creating distance between them. At that moment, Yi Dan attempted to reach for her again, but it was too late. Any such action would surely attract the assailant's attention. Please, don't let anything happen. All Yi Dan could do now was pray for Huang Liao's safety. Why are you doing this to me? The young man's agitation escalated, unleashing his pent-up frustration. The more beautiful you women are, the less trustworthy your words become. If it weren't for you, I would have perished alongside her. Why did you have to show up now? Speak up. Why? Wasn't it just a minor collision before? Why are you interfering? His voice grew louder, nearly a shout, as he tightened his grip on Yi Qing's shoulder, the pressure increasing. Yi Qing's face contorted in pain, yet she refrained from crying out, knowing that provoking him would only exacerbate the situation, and thus she endured in silence. Since you have come forth, all consequences shall be borne by you. The right hand, gripping a short dagger, began to tremble incessantly, the blade incessantly grazing the delicate skin of Yi Qing's neck. He had yet to solidify his resolve, his mind engulfed in turmoil over whether to plunge the knife. It is her. As he drew closer, Qin Mo recognized a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his adversary, Huang Liao. What could she possibly be doing here? The thought of Huang Liao approaching the assailant made Qin Mo's brow furrow in distress. Huang Liao had left a profoundly negative impression on him, her recklessness being her most defining trait. The mere sight of her deliberate steps allowed Qin Mo to surmise her intentions. No, with her current disposition, Yi Qing was undoubtedly in peril. This thought surged within Qin Mo, compelling him to devise a countermeasure. At that moment, Yi Qing was racing against death. Should Huang Liao take action? Her fate hung precariously on the assailant's whim. The unexpected emergence of Huang Liao was a significant complication. Intermediate combat skills would not suffice. He required something of a higher caliber. Would he still have time? The confidence that had once filled Qin Mo began to wane, replaced by an expression of anxiety. He could only take a gamble. Dear sister-in-law, it all rests on your fortune. Time was of the essence, and with this thought, Qin Mo sprang into action. Before him, a luminous panel materialized. He had no inclination to explore further, immediately navigating to the lottery page. Popularity value, 331, 284. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the panel, Qin Mo's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated such a substantial increase in just half a day. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Indeed, at this juncture, Qin Mo yearned for a lottery draw, hoping to acquire a useful skill, preferably one related to combat. There was no consideration for the junior draw. The likelihood of attaining a high-level skill from the intermediate draw was akin to winning the lottery, which he would also forego. Thus, the only option remaining was the high-level draw. Gazing at the three segments of the panel, an idea sparked within Qin Mo's mind. The junior draw required 1,000 popularity points per attempt, the intermediate 10,000 per attempt, while the high-level draw demanded 100,000 per attempt. With over 300,000 popularity points at his disposal, he could partake in 3 high-level draws, and with a stroke of luck, he might even secure a max-level skill. Acquiring a high-level skill was exponentially more advantageous than the intermediate draw. Any rational individual would recognize the optimal choice given sufficient popularity points. Would the host like to expend 10,000 popularity points for a single high-level draw? It is recommended that the host opt for a 3-draw combination, as this would enhance the chances of winning. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Just as Qin Mo was about to consent, an encouraging prompt emerged from the system. No. He quickly reconsidered, realizing there was a superior option. Why draw in increments? 3 draws. As the thought took shape, the wheel before him began to spin rapidly. This high-level draw was his first, distinctly different from the previous ones. A kaleidoscope of colors radiated from the spinning wheel, transforming the lottery into a dreamlike spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo sought to relax himself, knowing that the high-stakes lottery would soon commence. Meanwhile, Huang Liao stood at the forefront of the crowd. Advancing further would undoubtedly draw the attention of the adversary. What should she do? The longer the delay, the greater the risk to the hostage's safety. There was no time to waste. Just as Huang Liao prepared to step forward, the assailant's emotions erupted. If you wish for her to live, all of you step back, the young man suddenly commanded, pointing at several individuals standing at the front. It was a fortuitous moment. With the young man's attention diverted, his back turned towards her. The distance between them was merely 10 meters. Huang Liao recognized this opportunity as a rare chance. Clutching the beverage bottle tightly, she surged forward. For someone accustomed to training, 10 meters could be traversed in mere seconds. Even if the assailant noticed her, he would take a second to react. This meant that if she could close the distance by half, victory would be within her grasp. Her sudden appearance astonished onlookers. None expected anyone, especially a delicate young woman, would dare to confront the assailant. However, an unforeseen incident occurred when a citizen screamed, prompting the young man to turn around just in time to lock eyes with Huang Liao. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as his right hand moved without hesitation. In this critical moment, Huang Liao understood the necessity of remaining calm. The beverage in her hand finally served its purpose. With a powerful swing of her right arm, the bottle slipped from her grasp, hurtling toward the young man's right hand. Bang! The bottle struck the assailant's hand just in time, causing his knife to veer off course and graze Yi Qing's neck, leaving a shallow wound. If you wish to die, then I shall oblige. The young man sneered. This was disastrous. Huang Liao never anticipated such an adverse outcome. The assailant did not drop the knife, but instead became more ferocious. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Gripping the knife in his left hand, the assailant tightened his hold on Yi Qing's neck and advanced toward Huang Liao. Step back, and my knife may not be so forgiving. It could easily plunge into her. A menacing expression contorted the assailant's face as he dragged Yi Qing closer. At that moment, Yi Qing's complexion turned a deep shade of red, struggling to breathe. If this standoff continued, she would suffocate, even without the knife's intervention. Indeed, just stand there obediently. If you desire to be a hero, prepare yourself mentally. Huang Liao stood frozen, her heart racing as she watched the assailant approach. Her expression shifted. He was clearly well trained. This encounter seemed increasingly perilous. The fact that he could single-handedly drag a hostage revealed a formidable strength that was not characteristic of an ordinary individual. How could he possibly be here? Huang Liao's head turned, her expression abruptly freezing in shock. A few meters away from her, a young man stood motionless, his eyes tightly shut, completely detached from the chaos unfolding around him. Had he been struck with fear? The changes in the scene alerted the onlookers that continuing to watch could render them the next victims. In such dire circumstances, the crowd hastily retreated from the area. Yet, there was an exception. Qin Mo was fortuitously engaged in a lottery at that moment. The spinning wheel came to a halt, and the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a chance to upgrade your advanced skills. Utilizing this opportunity wisely could spare you numerous troubles. Please use it judiciously. Upgrade the Jeet Kune Do to advanced level. Judiciously? Lives were at stake. There was no time for deliberation. Qin Mo swiftly seized the opportunity. With the elevation of Jeet Kune Do to an advanced level, the chances of rescuing his sister-in-law would significantly increase. At that moment, the two remaining lottery prizes were automatically filtered out by Qin Mo. Are you certain you wish to upgrade Jeet Kune Do to advanced level? Yes. For the first time, Qin Mo found the system somewhat tedious. But his thoughts swiftly confirmed the decision. As his resolve solidified, a wealth of combat experience in Jeet Kune Do flooded his mind. A remarkable sensation surged through his body, and he felt his strength at least double. With astonishment, Qin Mo opened his eyes. Yi Qing. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he saw Yi Qing being dragged away, merely a few meters from him. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo propelled himself off the ground, unleashing all his might as he charged toward the assailant. The perpetrator, not brandishing a knife against Yi Qing's throat, presented an opening, and Qin Mo wasted no time in seizing it. In an explosive burst of energy, he covered the distance in less than 2 seconds, confronting the assailant. "Haha, you again? Another fool seeking death." The assailant burst into loud laughter, swinging his short knife toward Qin Mo. Yi Qing gasped in disbelief at the sight of Qin Mo, her voice rising in a panicked scream. She had remained silent while being held hostage, but now, the thought of Qin Mo being harmed filled her with dread. If anything befell him, her two nieces would lose their father, shattering their childhood. "Don't." Yi Qing coughed violently, struggling to break free. However, the assailant's grip was too strong. How could a frail woman hope to escape? She watched helplessly as the short knife was thrust toward Qin Mo's abdomen. "Qin Mo?" Yi Qing's scream drew Huang Liao's attention, her gaze instinctively shifting. A familiar silhouette came into view. Could it truly be him? Unable to even withstand a kick. Was he truly intent on rushing to his own demise? A thought flashed through Huang Liao's mind. If she herself might not stand a chance against the assailant. What emboldened him, an unarmed ordinary man, to charge forward? Clang! A sharp metallic sound pierced the air, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. At some point, the short knife wielded by the assailant had clattered to the ground. Cough, cough. The hostage, now sitting on the ground, struggled to breathe, her throat marked with a vivid handprint. What had transpired? Huang Liao could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed the unfolding scene. The assailant not only discarded the short knife he wielded, but also released the hostage he had been holding. Something was amiss. Yi Qing's cough alerted Huang Liao to the reality of the situation. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Was this truly the same feeble man who could not even evade a kick? At that moment, he was engaged in a fierce struggle with the assailant. This was Qin Mo's first encounter in combat, and he was still unaccustomed to the intensity. Fortunately, the assailant had overestimated his own prowess, believing that his strike would surely wound his opponent. Little did he anticipate that Qin Mo would retaliate swiftly, landing a decisive blow that sent a searing pain through his wrist, causing him to drop the knife. But that was not the end of it. After striking the assailant's wrist, Chin Imo leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the assailant's head. At that moment, the assailant faced two choices: to endure the kick or to relinquish the hostage. The previous strike had made it clear that the former choice was tantamount to courting death. With a thud, the assailant hastily raised his arms to shield his head, bracing himself for Chin Mo's kick. After absorbing the blow, he staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Seizing the moment, Chin Imo remembered the adage, "When your enemy is down, strike hard," and swiftly closed the distance between them. Suddenly, Chin Imo shouted, executing a high roundhouse kick aimed once more at the assailant's head. The assailant, caught in a defensive posture and unable to evade, raised his hands to protect himself, enduring another two strikes that would have left an ordinary person in agony. Remarkably, the assailant remained upright, displaying only slight swelling. With his daughter waiting nearby, Chin Imo knew he could not afford to waste time. Unaware of the advanced power of his martial art, he had tempered his strikes previously, but now, seeing that the assailant remained unfazed, he unleashed his full force. From the outset, Chin Imo had maintained the upper hand, while the assailant occasionally attempted to counterattack, leading onlookers to believe they were witnessing a staged fight. How could this be? If he was so formidable, why had he appeared so helpless that day? Huang Liao continued to watch in disbelief. Watch out. A blinding flash of white light revealed a dagger in the assailant's hand, which he lunged toward Chin Mo's abdomen as he closed in. Chapter 79. The Unexpected Encounter with the Assailant Brother-in-Law. The surrounding citizens had been ushered away, yet some remained, including Yi Qing. Observing Chin Imo dominate the assailant, she was astonished at his remarkable combat skills. The assailant was clearly trained and possessed commendable agility. Chin Imo, an ordinary citizen who toiled daily for a living. Where had he acquired such prowess? Just when everyone believed that Chin Imo would subdue the assailant, an unforeseen twist emerged. The assailant had concealed a deadly weapon, and now, unexpectedly, he aimed it at Chin Imo. Be careful. Something's about to happen. As the crowd witnessed the unfolding danger, their first thought was that Chin Imo would be injured. And if fortune did not favor him, he could sustain a fatal wound. Fortunately, he was prepared. As the blade neared his abdomen, Chin Imo executed a swift turn, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Utilizing the momentum from his pivot, he delivered a side kick that struck the assailant's wrist with precision. The sound of metal clanging echoed as the dagger fell to the ground, leaving the attacker momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a rapid response. And aside from a torn garment, Chin Imo appeared unscathed, impressed by his strength. Doubts began to creep into the assailant's mind regarding his initial underestimation of Chin Mo's abilities. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Chin Imo closed in on his adversary, launching a powerful punch aimed at the assailant's chest. The impact resounded like thunder, for this time. Chin Imo exerted all his strength, the inch power technique, renowned as the most formidable strike in Chuan Fa. The assailant staggered back, retreating several steps before crashing to the ground. Don't move. Just as the attacker attempted to rise, he found himself confronted by several drawn firearms aimed at his head. Seizing the opportunity, the officers who had been standing guard rushed in to prevent any further aggression from the assailant. Stay down. Observing the assailant's attempt to stand, one officer swung the butt of his gun, while others swiftly restrained the attacker's arms. Amidst the chaos, the assailant cast a glance at Chin Imo, then at the distant figure of Yi Qing, and erupted into a loud, inexplicable laugh. His laughter was tinged with an ambiguous emotion, perhaps a hint of regret for the earlier confrontation, as both opportunities had been thwarted by this formidable duo. Take him away. The leading officer's expression turned grave, fully aware of the severe implications of a knife attack in a public space. Thank you for your assistance, young man. Are you unharmed? Approaching Chin Imo, the officer grasped his hand firmly. Had it not been for Chin Mo's timely intervention, there would undoubtedly have been casualties, jeopardizing the officer's future. It was Chin Imo who had safeguarded his position. Officer, I am fine. No need for excessive gratitude. I simply had to intervene. With his sister-in-law held hostage, regardless of any reservations, he was compelled to act. Relieved to hear that. Following this incident, we shall express our gratitude properly. The officer acknowledged Qin Mo's bravery in subduing the assailant and minimizing civilian casualties, remarking that he would be eligible for a commendation for his valor. In their department, a special reward would be allocated for citizens like Qin Mo who displayed such gallantry, tailored to the circumstances at hand. Officer, if all is well, I shall check on my daughter now. I'll also need to trouble you for a statement later. A statement, you say? At that moment, two young girls came running, their voices filled with distress. Daddy, I'm scared. Father, if they were to head to the police station, it would consume valuable time, but he could not decline. It was a standard procedure. Very well, Qin Mo replied, a look of reluctance crossing his face before he ultimately nodded in agreement. Thank you for your understanding, young man. Our staff will come to escort you shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The middle-aged officer once again expressed his gratitude by firmly shaking Qin Mo's hand. Nevertheless, cooperation from citizens is always appreciated. At that moment, the bow and air bow had already rushed over. The bow, air bow, be careful not to fall. Qin Mo quickly approached, enveloping his daughters in a warm embrace as he checked the bow for any injuries. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Mo let out a deep sigh of relief. My dear brother-in-law, I apologize. Qin Mo looked up in astonishment at Yi Qing, who was apologizing to him, questioning if he was truly not imagining things. It is all my fault. I nearly caused something terrible to happen to Air Bao. Yi Qing's neck bore a wound that, despite rudimentary treatment, still left her complexion pale. Initially, a mere scratch would have been trivial. However, being assaulted by a criminal who had gripped her throat and dragged her for some distance had exacerbated the injury. Let bygones be bygones. This incident was not entirely Yi Qing's fault. Besides, Air Bao was unharmed. Qin Mo was not a petty individual, and there were no underlying conflicts between them. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Yi Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Their relationship had become so strained due to her own actions. Had she not cast him disapproving glances, things might not have escalated to such awkwardness. It was only through Qin Mo's intervention that she managed to salvage her life. Mr. Qin, are you ready on your end? Yi Qing wished to inquire further, but a female police officer approached, gazing at Qin Mo with evident admiration. The scene that had just unfolded was witnessed by all present. Had any one of them been in his place, they could not have achieved what Qin Mo did. It was astonishing to see someone who appeared physically unassuming possess such formidable strength. The final blow he delivered to the assailant had resulted in multiple broken ribs. All set. Now, Mr. Qin, please follow me, the female officer said, leading the way while frequently glancing back, her enthusiasm palpable. Mr. Qin, you were incredible. You single-handedly subdued a criminal. We just checked the records. He worked at a martial arts studio and has been training for over a decade. Even our division's best fighters would not stand a chance against him in a one-on-one encounter. Thankfully, we encountered you today, otherwise there could have been casualties without any weapons involved. The officer appeared genuinely in awe of Qin Mo, chattering incessantly as they descended from the 6th floor. She divulged the assailant's background and the circumstances surrounding today's events. Protocol dictated that details could not be disclosed to the public until an official conclusion was reached. However, given that Qin Mo was the hero of the day, the officer's colleagues feigned ignorance as she shared this information. Officer, are you saying that the assailant was deceived out of money, or was it his girlfriend? Was the other party a married woman? Yi Qing could not contain her curiosity, finding the situation utterly unbelievable. Indeed, over 3 years, he was conned out of 500,000. What? It took him 3 years to realize that the other party was a married woman? Yi Qing found it difficult to fathom that someone with a family would stoop so low as to deceive others. How was this revelation eventually made? Yi Qing's curiosity was piqued, and her anger was palpable. Ahem. Just as Yi Qing was about to continue her questioning, Qin Mo cleared his throat repeatedly. Officer, what do we need for the statement? Nothing much. It's quite simple. Just a matter of following procedure. You need not worry about the rest. Leave everything to us. Chapter 80. The team leader is adorably cute in the He District Police Station. Wow, what an adorable little girl. So kawaii. Captain, You merely stepped out for a moment and returned with this adorable little girl. Allow me to embrace her. The officer in charge of this deployment is Sun Jingwei. Upon his return to the precinct, the darling in his arms instantly became the focal point for his colleagues, who seemed utterly uninterested in the gossip surrounding this call. Bien Bailey chimed in, exclaiming, "How unrefined." Approaching was the vivacious female officer, Bien Bailey, who playfully flicked Sun Jingwei's forehead with her finger, prompting him to shoot her a knowing glance. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Mo appeared right behind, also cradling a little girl in his arms. A collective gasp arose as the gathering quickly recognized the peculiarity of the situation. "Two cuties." Bien Bailey squealed, hastily covering her mouth. "Ahem. Brother Qin, forgive my exuberance. This is a workplace, a bastion of integrity, transparency, and selflessness, where matters of duty are conducted without question." Bien Bailey's behavior was decidedly at odds with this decorum. It's perfectly acceptable for everyone to unwind after a long day of work. Qin Mo responded with a gentle smile, as it was his first time in such a setting. "Handsome, is this your daughter? May I hold her?" Bien Bailey, undeterred by the captain's earlier admonition, approached Qin Mo with eager anticipation. "Bien Bailey, what are you doing? Have we completed today's tasks?" Sun Jingwei's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon witnessing her antics. "Captain Sun, it's fine. We still need to take witness statements. And this lovely lady can help look after my daughter." Qin Mo gently adjusted his daughter's hair before smiling and setting her down. "Yes, Daddy, I'm being good." The little girl, with her big eyes darting about, was filled with curiosity about her unfamiliar surroundings. "Uncle, I want to come down too." Once the younger sister was on the ground, the elder sister grew restless. "I apologize, dear. I completely forgot about you." "It's all right. Uncle, you can let me down now." "I bear you no ill will." The elder sister spoke with the demeanor of a little adult, eliciting laughter from the onlooking staff. "Haha, I can't handle this. This little girl is simply too adorable." People remarked how one cannot compare, thinking of their own little troublemaker at home. They mused about the notion that daughters are like warm blankets, while their own seemed to let the cold air in. The charming antics of the two girls melted the hearts of all who beheld them. "Everyone disperse. Have you completed your tasks? If so, I shall inform the director to increase your workload." At that moment, colleagues from the precinct gathered around. Seeing this, Sun Jingwei furrowed his brow. This was a workplace, not a marketplace. "Captain Sun, please show some leniency. We're heading back now. The current workload is already quite demanding. If new tasks are assigned, we might as well stay here overnight." "Qin Mo, Miss Yi, come with me." Under Sun Jingwei's statement, the surrounding colleagues hastily dispersed, returning to their respective posts. He walked ahead, with Qin Mo and Yi Qing trailing behind. "You two, please wait here for a moment while our staff resolves the matters at hand. Would you prefer tea or a beverage?" Upon entering an office, Qin Mo cast a puzzled glance, pondering why they were not headed to the inquiry room, but rather to an office. Despite his confusion, he refrained from voicing it, as such matters were typically seen on television, and he preferred to avoid any embarrassment. "Captain Sun, that won't be necessary. It's too much trouble." Qin Mo quickly declined. "No, I must express my gratitude to you. Come to my office. I haven't even had a sip of water. And how would it look if I went outside without offering you anything?" Oh dear. Sun Jingwei truly is a miser. Having received such significant assistance, yet failing to offer even a cup of tea, Yi Qing found this unexpected facet of Sun Jingwei amusing, and her laughter broke through her earlier gloom. "Miss Yi, what would you like to drink?" "A cup of warm water, please, thank you, and a cup of tea." With Sun Jingwei insisting, it would be rude to be overly polite, as it might make him uncomfortable. "Please have a seat." After Sun Jingwei exited, the office fell into silence, with neither of them speaking. "Yi Qing, don't dwell on this matter. My brother-in-law may not express himself well, but there is an old saying, surviving great adversity brings future blessings." Sitting in silence was inevitably a bit awkward, so Qin Mo was the first to break the silence. The previously expressionless Yi Qing could not help but laugh at Qin Mo's words, quickly covering her mouth. "Brother-in-law, with your comforting skills, I wonder what my sister saw in you." She rolled her eyes, her face filled with curiosity, as this matter had been troubling her. And now she seized the opportunity to voice it. Perhaps it's because I am rather handsome. As a caring brother-in-law, it was only natural for him to concern himself with his sister-in-law's feelings. You, handsome? Yu Qing stood up, circling around Qin Imo mediocre looks, average height, altogether quite ordinary. The barrier between them had been shattered, and Yu Qing now spoke more casually, as if they were long-time friends. Hey, how can you speak like that? After all, I am your brother-in-law. Is it proper to belittle me? Qin Imo felt a surge of happiness. This was truly what it meant to be family. Sister-in-law, I am merely speaking the truth. Just then, Sun Jingwei entered, carrying 2 cups. What are you two chatting about so merrily? Captain Sun, ISNT my brother-in-law a dashing fellow? Upon hearing Yi Qing's remark, Sun Jingwei placed the cups on the table and scrutinized Qin Imo. Not at all. Sun Jingwei shook his head with a serious expression. Are you two conspiring to mock me? Qin Imo suspected they were in cahoots. There's quite a distance to being a dashing fellow. Perhaps a slightly handsome one is more accurate. Young man, what is your secret to such good maintenance? Those who don't know might think you're still a student. Such cutting remarks were characteristic of Sun Jingwei, who could deliver a blow while also rubbing salt into the wound. Never mind, I cannot argue with both of you. Let me quench my thirst with a cup of tea. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I can only offer you tea. Please do not take offense. Sun Jingwei stepped behind his desk and picked up a thermos. It is no trouble. Haven Tea, we always said that cooperation between the police and the public is akin to family. Chapter 81. Acknowledging defeat. It is not a comparison. My apologies for keeping you both waiting. In Sun Jingwei's office, Qin Imo had just finished a cup of tea when a young woman entered. Captain Sun, here is what you requested. The young woman smiled at Qin Imo, acknowledging him before handing over a folder to Sun Jingwei. Brother Qin, if you wish to take a look, feel free to sign on top. Isn't there supposed to be an inquiry? We are signing already? Qin Imo questioned, perplexed as he opened the folder, recalling that on television it was always a question and answer format. We have investigated the matter thoroughly. There is no need to trouble you further. Brother Qin, just a confirmation will suffice. Sun Jingwei was offering convenience to the two. Even if others were to find out, there would be no remarks against it. Brother Qin, you also need to sign this. After a quick read, Qin Imo signed his name, hoping this would conclude the matter. Sun Jingwei handed over another document. Captain Sun, what is this? This is the Good Samaritan Award. It merely requires your signature for the process. As for the amount of the reward, our bureau leaders will discuss it in a meeting and will notify you, Shao Qin, when it is time to sign. There's a monetary reward? Is that truly necessary? Unfamiliar with such matters, the majority of citizens remain unaware, and Qin Imo was no exception. These are the regulations of Yangqing. Everything is in accordance with procedure. Just accept it with peace of mind. That is more like it. Allow me to escort you both out. Upon seeing Qin Imo sign his name, Sun Jingwei patted his shoulder and guided him outside. The two had enjoyed a delightful conversation in the office, nearly swearing an oath of brotherhood. Qin Imo. As soon as he stepped outside the office, Qin Imo spotted a familiar face, the one with whom he had a grudge, Huang Liao. It's you. Seeing Huang Liao brought to mind misfortunes. First, he had been injured at the waist, and second, his sister-in-law had nearly met her end. What brings you here? This is the police station. What do you think I am here for? Huang Liao retorted, reluctant to come unless she needed to confirm something. Do you two know each other? We do not know each other. We do not know each other. As soon as Sun Jingwei finished speaking, both shook their heads in denial. Ha ha ha. Knowing each other is good. If you believe what Qin Imo and Huang Liao say, you must be a fool. He could see there was tension between them. Captain Sun, I have to leave for something. Qin Imo, wishing to avoid lingering with Huang Liao, sought to depart before any trouble arose. Wait, I need to talk to you. Huang Liao hesitated but ultimately called Qin Imo back. You need to talk to me? He asked incredulously, aware that their interactions had been minimal and her approach could not bode well. Yes, I need to talk to you. Seeing Qin Mo's expression, Huang Liao clenched her teeth and responded. What is it? Qin Imo was intrigued by the reason for the other's visit, even pursuing them to the Tianhe District Bureau. I wish to challenge you to a match. Huang Liao felt she had been toyed with by Qin Imo after their last encounter. How could someone so skilled possibly be caught off guard by that kick? A match? Upon hearing this, Qin Imo was momentarily perplexed. unable to comprehend the implication of her words. I mean a fight. Seeing Qin Mo's feigned ignorance, Huang Liao was certain he was indeed mocking her. A martial artist could hardly be oblivious to such terminology. You wish to play dumb to evade this, but I shall not let you escape. Let us see how you refuse now. I'm busy. To Qin Mo, engaging in a bout with her seemed a frivolous expenditure of energy, and the risk of injuring her would lead to the obligation of covering her medical expenses. Whether he won or lost, it would be detrimental to him. Such a thankless endeavor was not worth pursuing unless one were a fool. What, are you afraid? You do not wish to avenge that kick from last time? As she noticed Qin Mo continuing to walk away, Huang Liao scoffed. A grown man afraid of this. Heaven forbid your daughter discovers her father is such a coward. Huang Liao merely sought to spar with Qin Mo, disregarding the feelings of others in her blunt speech. Brother-in-law. The first to break the tension was Yu Qing, halting her steps to gaze at Qin Mo, awaiting his response. Qin, why not spar with Miss Huang? Sun Jingwei was particularly intrigued by Qin Mo's skills, yet considered the timing less than ideal, thus refraining from broaching the subject with him. Now that Huang Liao had initiated the idea, it was a perfect opportunity for Qin Mo to showcase his abilities. Sun Jingwei had been absent during the skirmish at Tianhe Square and learned of it only through subordinates and video surveillance, but such matters required first-hand observation. Very well. I shall accept your challenge. Faced with Huang Liao's furious expression and Sun Jingwei's encouragement, Qin Mo found it challenging to concoct a reason to decline, ultimately conceding. He also harbored intentions of using this opportunity to teach Huang Liao a lesson, preventing future complications. Uncle Sun, please arrange a venue. Upon hearing Qin Mo's acceptance, Huang Liao hastily urged Sun Jingwei to secure a location, fearing he might change his mind. The familiarity in Huang Liao's address suggested a close relationship, yet at that moment, Qin Mo's thoughts were elsewhere, leaving him oblivious to the nuances. Qin, please follow me. At this juncture, Huang Liao was the most elated, with Sun Jingwei a close second, realizing that a mere suggestion had sufficed to achieve his goal. As for potential injuries during the fight, they merely needed to exercise caution. What? Huang Liao wishes to spar. Indeed. Hurry along, and don't say I didn't inform you. Come on. I've heard tales of Huang Liao's prowess. Given her physical attributes, I find it hard to believe. Have you learned who she is challenging? No, but I heard it's a handsome fellow, not from our bureau. Sun Jingwei, accompanied by several individuals, made his way to the training grounds, unaware that within a mere minute, the entire precinct was abuzz with news of the event. With no pressing duties at hand, everyone flocked towards the training area, including curious precinct leaders eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shall we not also venture over? One suggested. Isn't it ill-advised? If the leaders catch sight of us, we may find ourselves in a predicament, came the reply. What is there to fear? A multitude has already gathered. Meanwhile, a few female officers, engaged in playful antics with the bow and air bow, noticed the throng heading towards the training grounds and felt compelled to join out of sheer curiosity. They pondered whether Huang Liao truly possessed the formidable skills that the rumors suggested. Being women themselves, they envied her frontline position within the police force, while they remained confined to clerical duties in the office. Very well. Even if it means enduring a reprimand, let us go and see for ourselves. Chapter 82. Daddy. Go for it. Defeat the villain. At the training ground, murmurs swirled regarding the identity of the man brave enough to accept Huang Liao's challenge. Who is he? I've never seen him before, and his attire clearly indicates he does not belong to our department, came the speculation. That is indeed peculiar. Could he be from a brother unit? They typically remain in their offices. How could they possibly compare to us in accepting Huang Liao's challenge? Should he lose, it would be quite embarrassing. I hope Huang Liao shows him some mercy and refrains from being too harsh. In less than a few minutes, a crowd of about a dozen staff members had gathered around the training area. Sun Jingwei initially intended to disperse the onlookers, but, upon noticing the presence of precinct leaders, he thought better of it. Daddy, that's Daddy. And there's my little aunt. Several female officers, holding the bow and air bow, had initially intended to leave, but found themselves reluctant to do so with the leaders present. At that moment, the bow joyfully called out, momentarily rendering them speechless and caught in a dilemma. "Sister, can we go over?" he chirped, his cherubic face and sweet voice melting the hearts of those who heard. "All right. Let us go." One female officer conceded, having already been spotted by the leaders. "If we are to face consequences, so be it. Let us go take a look." "Thank you, sister." The Bao exclaimed. "Daddy, go for it. Defeat the bad guy." Sometimes, one must not underestimate children, for they retain memories of certain events. Upon seeing Huang Liao, Erbao gleefully cheered for her father. "Oh dear. I only wished to sneak a glance before retreating, and now we are the center of attention." The young women thought, their faces flushing a deep crimson. "Erbao, you mustn't speak like that," Yi Qing chided as she approached, cradling Erbao in her arms and playfully pinching her little nose. "How rude. Auntie, you keep pinching Erbao's nose. I'll tell Daddy and have him spank you." Qin Mo's standing in the eyes of his daughters was gradually elevating. "Your father wouldn't dare. Even when I tease him, he never retaliates." "Humph, that is not true. My daddy is very formidable. He is going to defeat the bad guy now." The Bao chimed in, joining the ruckus. Though Yi Qing could understand Bao's earlier comments, hearing both her niece's voice similar sentiments piqued her curiosity. "Bao, why do you call your sister a bad guy?" "Because she injured Dad, it hurts so much." The second treasure tried to blow on Dad's wound, but it didn't help at all. The second treasure pouted, waving his small hands in frustration. "That big sister hurt Dad?" Yi Qing asked in disbelief, having witnessed Qin Mo subduing the assailant in the mall. In her eyes, Qin Mo's skills were formidable, and among the younger generation of the Yi family, only one or two could rival him. Thus, when her two nieces spoke of this, Yi Qing found it implausible. If Huang Liao were truly that capable, there would have been no need for Qin Mo to intervene. Despite nearly facing death at the hands of the assailant, Yi Qing harbored no resentment towards Huang Liao. After all, her intentions were to save others, albeit her skills were limited. Second treasure, children must not tell lies. "Humph. The second treasure is a good child and would never lie." Seeing that Yi Qing doubted him, the second treasure turned his head away in anger. It was him. With the appearance of the elder and younger treasures, those privy to the details began to connect the dots. If it was him, then it must be true. "Who is he? You must have heard about today's knife attack incident in Tiana City. You can't be telling me that this handsome man was the one who subdued the assailant?" "Yes, you guessed correctly. Did you see those twin girls? They are his daughters." "If that is the case, this is going to be interesting." "Indeed, I have heard about that assailant. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Captain Sun would not volunteer to face him. Does Huang Liao truly believe she surpasses Captain Sun and dares to challenge this handsome man? The rumors of her prowess are likely exaggerated, especially considering who her father is. Shoo, it's best to speak less of such matters. These are not topics we can discuss lightly." Among the onlookers, some were curious about Huang Liao, while only a small portion were interested in Qin Mo. "So, this is the hero? I didn't expect him to be so young." "Leader, today's youth are quite impressive. Do not underestimate them." "Are you implying that we old-timers are obsolete?" "I dare not, leader. Please do not misunderstand. Your skills are still sharp, and I am no match for you." "Well, with age comes the acceptance of one's limitations. We cannot compare with the youth. However, I am indeed curious about old Huang's daughter. I wonder what he thinks. Allowing his daughter to join the police force and constantly be on the front lines. Is his heart made of iron?" The middle-aged man at the forefront glanced at Huang Liao in the center of the arena, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Leader, who do you think will win?" "It should be that young man. After all, no matter how formidable old Huang is, his daughter has her limits." "I think so too. In this regard, women still face disadvantages, whether in strength or stamina. Just look, and you'll see." In the center of the arena, the two had already changed into their attire. To ensure fairness, both donned training uniforms. Initially, Qin Mo was reluctant to change, but he was eventually ushered into the changing room by Sun Jingwei, who handed him a new set of training clothes. "This outfit is a gift for you." "A gift for me?" Qin Mo was taken by surprise at this unexpected reward. He touched the fabric of his clothing and estimated its worth to be several hundred yuan. Indeed, it was merely a set of attire. "Come on, Qin, don't be modest. Change quickly and let's head out. I am eager to witness your skills." As soon as he donned the training outfit, Sun Jingwei eagerly ushered Qin Mo outside, where Huang Liao had been waiting for him. "Stop dawdling, hurry up," she urged. It must be said, attire can indeed transform one's appearance. Dressed in casual wear, Huang Liao resembled a youthful beauty. Now, clad in black training gear, she exuded an air of elegance and vigor. Qin Mo remained silent, merely chuckling derisively. Before stepping up to face Huang Liao, "Let me clarify the rules for our match. There are no restrictions, and the contest concludes once one party concedes. Are you both prepared?" Sun Jingwei would serve as the referee, briefly outlining the rules before seeking the agreement of both contenders. "I have no objections. Let us begin." Huang Liao, unable to contain her excitement, started to limber up in place. As soon as Sun Jingwei stepped back, Huang Liao launched the first attack. With a powerful leap, she executed a whip kick aimed at Qin Mo's waist, a familiar maneuver reminiscent of their last encounter. Qin Mo instinctively lowered his arms to block her assault. "Is that all you've got?" Huang Liao sneered suddenly. "You claim to be formidable, yet you seem to underestimate me. Come on, fight." Throughout their exchange, Huang Liao maintained the offensive while Qin Mo remained on the defensive. 10 seconds passed, then 30, and soon a minute had elapsed. After 5 minutes, Qin Mo demonstrated remarkable defensive prowess against Huang Liao's relentless attacks. Though he yearned to counterattack, he pondered the unique opportunity to assess Huang Liao's reputed strength and familiarize himself with the subtleties of Jeet Kune Do. Observing the disparity between their skills would deepen his understanding of this advanced martial art and its potential. This was the scene before the onlookers. While the untrained spectators were merely entertained, those with knowledge recognized the underlying dynamics. Some less skilled staff members, witnessing Qin Mo endure the onslaught, began to believe the rumors circulating outside. Indeed, there must be truth to the tales. Huang Liao is truly impressive. With such an attacking frequency, if it were us, we wouldn't even last 10 seconds. Yet this man endures, holding his ground against Huang Liao for 5 minutes without conceding. Can you not see that throughout this entire time, this handsome gentleman has not taken the initiative to strike? My apologies, we genuinely did not notice. If you failed to observe, then why are you here? Surely you're not merely here for the spectacle. Do not let anyone hear you claim to be from the Tianhe district. As the surrounding staff engaged in discussion, the opinions of several leaders converged. Huang Liao's competitive spirit mirrors her father's. She is bound to falter soon. However, to be fair, her fighting skills are commendable. She can trade blows with Sun Jingwei. Unfortunately, her stamina is a significant weakness. Let us leave. There's nothing more to see. If we linger, it could create an unfavorable impression. The leader of the substation observed this scene, shook his head, and turned to leave. So, there truly are individuals who suffer. Qin Mo responded, and in that moment, his demeanor shifted. He began to take the situation seriously. After receiving 3 consecutive kicks from Huang Liao, he began to move with light steps, circling around her. Within 5 minutes, he had fully mastered the principles of Jeet Kune Do. What a clown! Witnessing Qin Mo's nimble movements, a disdainful expression appeared on Huang Liao's face. Having controlled the pace of the attack until now, her confidence soared, leading her to believe that Qin Mo was nothing extraordinary, far from the formidable opponent she had imagined. Suddenly, the crowd perceived a blur as Qin Mo leaped several meters, appearing right before Huang Liao. The unexpected turn of events elicited a sharp gasp from the staff who had been supporting Huang Liao. With a single punch, Qin Mo sent Huang Liao stumbling back several steps. Thud! The devastating force of his inch punch left her arm bruised and her complexion altered. She could hardly fathom the existence of such a technique. What seemed like a simple punch unleashed a power several times greater than usual. At that moment, Huang Liao shook her right arm, now numb and accompanied by waves of sharp pain. Qin Mo refrained from further aggression, instead continuing to circle her with light steps. Should I proceed? Yes. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Huang Liao executed a leap. This was her signature move, a 3-kick sequence performed midair, which she had executed frequently in the last 5 minutes. Its power was indeed commendable, albeit demanding on her stamina. Here it comes. In response to this maneuver, Qin Imo quickened his steps and evaded her first kick. As they passed each other, he suddenly struck, gripping Huang Liao's ankle tightly. Moments ago, she had been soaring forward, but now she plummeted from the air. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Huang Liao landed hard on the ground, even with the training ground's cushioned surface. The impact left her momentarily speechless, her expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. Sun Jingwei, who had been attentively monitoring the unfolding events, rushed over, praying silently that no one would be injured in what was meant to be a routine sparring match. Yet, considering Qin Mo's explosive strength, he realized he would be unable to intervene in time, letting out a heavy sigh. Don't move, it hurts. Seeing Sun Jingwei approach to assist, Huang Liao instinctively raised her hand to stop him. I'm hurt. Sun Jingwei inquired cautiously. Yes. Huang Liao could barely feel her backside, her voice trembling. This is disastrous. Sun Jingwei's expression darkened in an instant. If anything happened to Huang Liao, he would be deemed an accomplice. Why is everyone just standing there? Hurry and come help, he shouted to the nearby women. There's no way this is serious. I only struck lightly. What a stroke of bad luck. Observing Huang Liao's expression, which did not appear to be feigned, Qin Imo froze, contemplating the possibility of facing serious repercussions. I'm so sorry. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Imo stepped forward to express his apologies. Do not take it to heart, Qin brother. Competitions inevitably bring unforeseen circumstances. Let us first assess the situation. It was not only Qin Imo who was flustered. A crowd quickly gathered, several attempting to assist Huang Liao, only to be halted. Everyone, please refrain from moving her. Let the professionals handle this. For now, allow Officer Huang to lie still. Daddy, what happened to the bad guy? With the sudden turn of events, Yi Qing hurried forward. Bao, curious, looked at the motionless Huang Liao and inquired. Shoo. Bao, such talk is impolite. Yi Qing swiftly covered Bao's mouth, fearing that if she continued, the situation would become even more complicated. Father hurt someone, and the daughter is right beside, speaking ill of them. That bad guy. Bao. Yi Qing maintained a stern expression, prompting Bao to quickly alter her words. What is wrong with the big sister? She seems to be in pain. Daddy, should Bao go over and blow on the big sister? Bao approached, extending her arms to be lifted by Qin Imo. You're such a good girl. But that's unnecessary. We shall wait for the doctor. Qin Mo's eyes brimmed with concern at this moment. He felt utterly helpless and did not wish to exacerbate the chaos. Daddy, you mustn't hurt the big sister again. I feel so sorry for her. Who is injured? At that moment, the leaders from the precinct rushed over. Oh no. The first thing they noticed was Qin Mo, immediately realizing who the injured party was. This cannot end poorly. Otherwise, we would be at a loss on how to explain this to old Huang. Doctor, please check immediately. The precinct leaders, now visibly anxious, mirrored the expressions of anyone who would witness Huang Liao lying on the ground. Step aside, everyone. A female doctor, following the precinct leaders, hurriedly crouched down to examine Huang Liao. After some time, Dr. Li, is she all right? Even without beads of sweat on her forehead. The precinct leader instinctively made this gesture of concern. Fortunately, no bones were fractured. Phew. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. However, for the time being, she must refrain from vigorous activity and require 2 weeks of rest. Chapter 84. Revisiting Old Grounds. Shifts in Emotion. 2 weeks? Oh dear. Upon hearing the doctor's prognosis, Huang Liao attempted to sit up, only to cry out in agony as she shifted her weight and collapsed back down. It hurts terribly. This time, she could no longer contain herself, casting aside all semblance of composure, having endured long enough. Officer Huang, I apologize. I truly did not mean to. Qin Mo faltered, uncertain of how to continue. Everyone had witnessed the force of his actions, merely restraining her ankle. Should he utter, "Did you not realize how fragile you are?" It would surely incite her lifelong resentment. Humph. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Mo, Huang Liao coldly scoffed. Please, step aside. We must transport the patient to the hospital. I cannot fathom how to address this with you all. Exercise must have its limits. Such a beautiful young woman. If anything were to happen to her, Who among you would bear the responsibility for her future? As they lifted Huang Liao onto a stretcher, Dr. Li surveyed the gathered individuals with a furious expression. You are absolutely right, Dr. Li. We shall certainly exercise more caution next time. The bureau leader, while expressing apologies, accompanied them outside. However, before departing, he uttered a remark to Sun Jingwei, suggesting, Xiaoqin, it is already dinner time. Why not join us in the cafeteria for a meal before heading back? An entire afternoon had slipped away in such a manner. Captain Sun, it is quite all right. I do not wish to trouble you. We can dine outside instead. Had it not been for the distressing incident that had unfolded, Qin Mo would have indeed preferred to stay. At this juncture, he only yearned to distance himself from the place. His initial suspicions had proven correct. Encountering Huang Liao was certainly not a fortuitous affair. No need for that. I can simply inform the kitchen. Sun Jingwei was intent on having Qin Mo remain. As it was a directive from the leadership, it truly is unnecessary. The hour is late, and we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave now. Qin Mo casually fabricated an excuse, cradling Bao as he made his way outside. Observing Qin Mo's resolute determination, Sun Jingwei ultimately refrained from persuading him to stay, as he too had to visit Huang Liao at the hospital. As for the tasks assigned by the leadership, those could be addressed later. Just when one wave subsides, another arises. Upon exiting the police station, Qin Mo let out a long sigh. Should this day be commemorated, he pondered? He had been reported in the morning, barred from attending an event. In the afternoon, he encountered a criminal while shopping, and now, even a visit to the police station had been fraught with complications. If this did not constitute bad luck, then what truly did? Daddy, Bao is hungry, exclaimed Bao. I am also quite famished. Where shall we dine? At this moment, Qin Mo sought Yi Qing's opinion. Let us find a nearby restaurant. Once we are satisfied, we shall return. Given the day's events, no matter how resilient Yi Qing was, she felt utterly exhausted and longed for the comfort of her own bed for a good night's rest. I am unfamiliar with this area. You may make the arrangements. Qin Mo stated without hesitation, genuinely meaning it. In his 8 years in Yangcheng, he had ventured out shopping no more than a handful of times. During his university years, he had been preoccupied with studies, and after being expelled, he had been consumed by the need to make a living. Very well, follow me. Yi Qing, carrying Bao, led the way and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, to Tianhe City, please. Thank you. Sure, please fasten your seatbelt. Upon hearing the destination, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's face, though he quickly regained his composure. In other circumstances, being taken hostage at Tianhe City would render it improbable for anyone to return in such a short time. However, Yi Qing exhibited no signs of fear. Within less than half a day, she was back at the very spot, prompting Qin Mo to regard her with newfound respect. The four of them headed directly to the 7th floor. The Yingxiang restaurant, a brand originating from Xiangang, had gone public and was a formidable chain establishment located on the top floor of Tianhe City. Securing a table here could require quite some time. Such a prime location. Yet the clientele is remarkably sparse. Qin Mo remarked in confusion upon observing the ambience. Yi Qing, who had dined here on several occasions, noted the relative lack of patrons today and quickly deduced the reason without addressing Qin Mo's inquiry. Instead, she cast a glance at a specific spot downstairs. Ahem. It is getting late. We should finish our meal and return promptly. Yi Qing's movements instantly alerted Qin Mo to the situation, prompting him to turn and stride inside. Welcome. Please, 2 handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, come in. Is it just the 2 of you? Indeed. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the server, Qin Mo and his companions, Bao and Bao, took their seats. Would you like to order now? The server lingered nearby. Shall you order, or shall I? Yi Qing inquired, picking up the menu and glancing at Qin Mo. You go ahead. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. All right. 1 steamed red-spotted grouper, sweet and sour pork. 1 hand-torn roast chicken, fish-flavored eggplant casserole. Yi Qing continued to order dish after dish, showing no signs of stopping. It was not only Qin Mo who noticed her rising emotions. Even the server felt the shift and kindly interjected. Miss, do you think you can finish all these dishes? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to order? Yi Qing lifted her head, her voice gradually growing louder. "Excuse me, dear, but this will suffice." Chin Mo promptly stepped in to halt her as she was about to continue, and upon seeing her brother-in-law smile at her, she quickly regained her composure. "Brother-in-law, I've lost my composure." Yi Qing brushed her bangs aside, revealing a wistful smile. "I'm not good with words, so don't overthink it. Everything has passed. Look ahead, and things will improve." Chin Mo surmised that this was likely his sister-in-law's way of venting, attempting to release her emotions through excessive spending. "Aunt, please don't be upset. Dabao looks unhappy too." Dabao stood up from his chair, stretching out his little hands to wrap around Yi Qing's waist, lifting his small head with bright eyes gazing at her. "Bao will be good from now on. Please don't be angry, Aunt. Children are incredibly perceptive." And Yi Qing's somber mood quickly affected her two nieces. "Dabao, Bao, Aunt is fine. It's just a bit of sand in my eye." Seeing her nieces like this, Yi Qing took a tissue to dab at her eyes. "Aunt, let Dabao blow your eyes. Mommy has done that for me." Dabao stood up, wrapping his hands around Yi Qing's neck. "Aunt, you have to be good. Open your eyes, and Dabao will blow on them. You'll feel better soon." With a serious expression, Dabao spoke like a miniature adult. "Haha, all right, Aunt will open her eyes now." The adorable demeanor of her niece melted Yi Qing's heart, dispelling the gloom from her face. She embraced Dabao tightly and planted a kiss on his forehead. Chapter 85. A Great Effort, Achieving the Goal Monday. Howden Garden. Inside a villa, a beautiful woman emerged from the bed, dressed in nothing due to poverty. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous. After rising, the beauty first assisted the middle-aged man in changing his clothes. "Darling, could you pay a bit more attention to that matter?" After he was dressed, the beauty clung to the middle-aged man's arm, playfully pushing her curves against him. "Don't worry, Xiaolu. I've already arranged everything." Yang Haobu's hands danced over Shang Xiao's body, a true little enchantress. If it weren't for his physical limitations, he would have wished to indulge in some morning exercise. News arrived swiftly. Shang Xiao pressed Yang Haobu onto the bed, her excitement igniting a playful teasing. "Hurry, change your clothes. Today is the day we handle your affairs." A sharp sound echoed as her palm met his skin, leaving a rosy imprint on her ample dairy re. "How vexatious," she moaned, rolling her eyes in jest. Then, with a gleeful leap, she stood, unabashedly revealing her alluring form. "Darling, what did you just say?" Surprised by the morning's unexpected delight, she felt her efforts from the previous night were not in vain. "Look at you, why the rush? Get dressed quickly. The air conditioning is on in here, and we wouldn't want you to catch a chill." "Hee, it's fine, darling. I'm in excellent health." Despite her words, Shang Xiao hastily donned her clothes. For this matter was of utmost importance to her. The efforts of the past few days had culminated in this moment. "I have a suggestion. I wonder what you think." Yang Haobu sat in a chair, extracting a cigarette from the table. Upon seeing this, Shang Xiao, halfway through dressing, hurried over to light it for him. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Yang Haobu wore an expression that was both enigmatic and alluring. "Darling, you speak. I believe this associate professor may not be of great utility. It would be wiser to heed my plan." "What plan?" Shang Xiao's heart raced at this, fearing the endeavor might falter. "What do you think of the school's management?" Yang Haobu refrained from providing an answer, instead posing a question back to her. "Very good," she replied instinctively, but then quickly realized the implications. "Darling, you wouldn't be contemplating." Her breath quickened, astonished by the prospect of unforeseen rewards. "If there are better options, why settle for the previous one? Precisely what are your thoughts?" Yang Haobu lowered his cigarette between his fingers, while Shang Xiao reached for the ashtray. "I trust your judgment, darling." "Excellent. Now hurry. The meeting is about to commence." 10 minutes later, Shang Xiao, having dressed at an unprecedented speed, clung to Yang Haobu's arm as they made their way to the garage. In the past, she would require at least an hour to perfect her makeup. Today, her eagerness to discover what position Yang Haobu had in store for her was palpable. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the matter was resolved, and their current task was merely to attend a meeting and follow the necessary procedures. "Boss." At that moment, Secretary Liu awaited them in the garage. "Teacher Shang." Upon seeing the two approach, Secretary Liu smiled and nodded toward Shang Xiao. Still calling me Teacher Shang. Haha. Yang Haobo chuckled suddenly. The boss is right, Director Shang. Lu promptly adjusted her address, showcasing her adeptness. Director? Shang Xiao momentarily faltered, unable to connect the title with any specific position. Get in the car. What are you pondering? Yang Haobo had entered the vehicle, noticing Shang Xiao still standing motionless. All right. Shang Xiaolu realized she was losing her composure, hurriedly getting into the car and sitting beside Yang Haobo, wrapping her arm around his. This was merely the beginning. If she couldn't withstand this, how would she cope with the higher positions awaiting her? My dear, what will I need to do then? Shang Xiaolu took a slow breath, striving to calm herself. After 2 years of teaching at the university, she found herself discontent with the present, which was the very reason her previous marriage had reached its conclusion. No need, just a few words of acknowledgement will suffice. Darling, you are truly wonderful. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yang Haobo, his eyes widening in surprise. At some point, Shang Xiaolu's hand had slipped in. How thrilling. Secretary Lu drove in the front, deliberately avoiding the unfolding events in the back. Isn't this stimulating? Shang Xiaolu whispered softly in his ear. You little enchantress. With a third person present, it was Yang Haobo's first experience of this kind, causing his breath to quicken. Initially unresponsive, he found his interest peaked at this moment. As time edged closer to 10 o'clock, in the conference room of Yanqing University, the school management had nearly gathered, leaving only the main figure yet to arrive. The meeting was scheduled to commence at 9:30, and now half an hour had elapsed. The attendees remained seated, none daring to leave. In the hushed conference room, whispers occasionally broke the silence. How much longer do we have to wait? Half an hour has already passed, and we have other matters to attend to. We cannot linger here indefinitely. Just you? Who among us dares to claim they have no matters to address? It is, after all, a Monday. Is it really necessary to gather everyone just to announce one appointment? Have you even considered who the appointee is today? Her name certainly carries weight. You speak the truth. Such occurrences will continue in the future. Shoo, let us keep our voices down. This is also a skill of hers. If you don't want these words to circulate, speak less. I prefer to stay out of it and focus on my own responsibilities. The management team held differing views on the imminent events. Some remained detached. Others were disdainful, while a portion felt envy and admiration. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from the conference room entrance. At that moment, the awaited individuals appeared. The room fell silent as everyone straightened in their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the delay. A middle-aged man entered through the conference door, his voice resonant. Following him were 2 young women. The trio included Yang Haobo, his face glowing with excitement. Yang Haobo strode directly to the central seat, with Secretary Lu promptly pulling out the chair for him and then standing aside. Please, have a seat. Watching this position, Shang Xiaolu felt somewhat awkward, questioning her eligibility. Director Shang, please take a seat. It was the second time someone had addressed her as director today. Evidently, she was the only one unaware in the conference room. Very well. Chapter 86. Gathering friends to discuss opening a restaurant Changzhou Island. A small eatery. Why are you so free today? Aren't you supposed to be out selling in the afternoon? Yes, I've heard your business is thriving now. You should take a break, otherwise. You won't have the energy later. I won't be setting up shop today. Upon hearing of Qin Mo's flourishing business, his friends congratulated him for finally breaking through. Earning over 1,000 yuan a day, this is pure profit, equivalent to a month's hard work for others in just a few days. If they weren't self-aware, several friends would have wanted to join him in selling. Now, upon hearing that Qin Mo would not be selling today, they were almost tempted to crack open his head to see if he had lost his mind. What? Didn't you just take a half-day break yesterday? And now you're resting again? Qin Ge, are you at odds with money? That's a profit of over 1,000 yuan a day. The friends present began to persuade Qin Mo, while only Zhang Tianxi quietly raised his teacup to sip. Zhang Ge, you still have the leisure to drink tea? Hurry up and persuade Qin Ge. If there's nothing pressing, he should definitely go out to sell. That's all money. Exactly, Qin Ge. It's not that we're criticizing you, but selling on the street is not the same as running a shop. This could lead to customer loss. Hearing this, Zhang Tianxi couldn't help but chuckle. Even if half a month passed, those customers wouldn't disappear. As soon as they heard Qin Imo was back, they would be eager to seek him out. Zhang Gu, we're discussing serious matters here. If you're not going to help, at least don't laugh. Am I laughing? Should I be crying instead? Zhang Tianqi was at a loss for words and quickly shook his head. What is going on with you all? Zhang Tianqi thought it was absurd that even the concerned party, Qin Imo, seemed unconcerned. You all needn't fret. I believe Xiao Qin has a plan in mind, which is precisely why he called everyone here today. Zhang Tianqi hadn't explained yesterday morning's events to everyone. He felt it was best for Qin Imo to disclose that himself rather than take it upon himself. Calling everyone today was indeed for a discussion. As Qin Imo paused and looked around at his friends, he considered the 5 individuals present: Zhang Tianqi, Wang Liang, Gu Wenshan, Li Xiangyang, and Wang Jingshan. Among them, Li Xiangyang and Wang Jingshan were contract workers at the shipyard, essentially temporary workers, contrasting with Gu Wenshan, who was a formal employee. They worked as ship electricians, performing tasks akin to those of outsourced workers. If there were any distinctions, it was that they received year-end bonuses. When it came to the earnings of these contract workers, they ranked below formal employees and outsourced workers. Those who have never worked as ship electricians cannot fathom the hardships they endure. Qin Imo learned about these details through conversations with them. In the sweltering heat of June, July, and August, they donned thick work uniforms while repairing electrical systems beneath the deck. Just the thought of it made Qin Imo shudder. Above them lay heavy steel plates, standing in an almost sealed small space where air was stagnant. The deck, having been exposed to the sun for prolonged periods, reached unbearable temperatures. It wouldn't take long before one's undergarments would be drenched, and that was considered relatively safe. Sometimes, they even worked with live electricity. Imagine, if you will, the peril of working soaked to the skin with live electricity. The consequences of a mishap would be dire indeed. It is not solely the ship's electrician who endures hardship, but also the ship's fitter and welder. As soon as their morning shift concludes, Gu Wenshan, Li Xiangyang, and Wang Jingshan make their way to Zhang Tianqi's modest eatery. Upon their arrival, Qin Imo has already prepared a meal for them. With the afternoon shift commencing at 2:30 and the brief respite for lunch, time for discussion is scant. Why don't you two forego the drinks? Brother Gu can manage a little, Qin Imo suggests, preventing Li Xiangyang and Wang Jingshan from pouring themselves a glass of beer. On this sweltering summer day, the thought of savoring a chilled beer is indescribably enticing. Let us just have one drink, they plead. No, not even one. If you wish to drink, you may do so after work. I cannot risk your safety with your line of work, Qin Mo firmly replies. All right then. The two glance longingly at the beer in Qin Mo's glass, their throats dry with anticipation. If we can't drink, let us at least enjoy this splendid meal. What a pity it is that we cannot drink alongside it, they lament. Each dish has been meticulously prepared by Qin Imo himself, and after experiencing his culinary skills, it has become a unanimous decision that he shall take charge of future gatherings. I pondered all night and realized that selling goods on the street is not a sustainable solution. Qin Imo reflects aloud. Brother Qin, if you're not selling on the street, what do you intend to do? Lil Qin, have you finally come to a realization? Are you planning to open a restaurant? Before Qin Imo can finish his thought, Wang Liang and Zhang Tianqi interject excitedly. Huh, nothing escapes Brother Zhang's notice. Qin Imo chuckles at the group. Daddy, what are you laughing at? Asked her Bao, who was playing nearby. Hearing her father's laughter, she comes over, tugging at Qin Mo's hand, her little head tilted in curiosity. I am laughing because I thought of something joyful, Qin Imo replies, lifting Bao into his lap. Can you tell her about what it is? She inquires, playfully tugging at his earlobe. Little rascal, sit still. Qin Imo gently admonishes, taking her small hand to keep her settled. It is impossible for a child to remain quiet for long. Within mere moments, Bao wriggles restlessly. Daddy, Bao wants to get down. You can only play inside the shop. You must not go outside. I know, Daddy. Bao will be very good. Worried that his two daughters might dash outside unnoticed, Qin Imo periodically calls out to them. Brother Zhang is right. I am indeed preparing to open a shop. I wish to gather you all to discuss it. Brother Qin, you have finally seen the light. Only by opening a shop can one secure a steady clientele. However, the monthly rent and other expenses Wang Leong trails off after casting a glance at Zhang Tianqi, leaving the thought unspoken. In recent times, even without Zhang Tianqi's remarks, they have discerned that this little restaurant struggles to stay afloat, often finding it devoid of patrons during their visits. While rent is a concern, the initial renovation costs loom even larger. How do you envision us assisting you, little Qin? Zhang Tianqi quickly discerned that Qin Mo's approach was not merely an invitation for a meal and casual conversation. There was undoubtedly a matter at hand that required their assistance. I find myself overwhelmed and wish to seek your opinions on whether you would be interested in participating, Qin Mo articulated, subsequently lifting his teacup to savor its contents, leaving the remainder of the conversation for them to ponder. Never mind, my current income suffices, so I shall not count myself in. If I find myself unable to manage in the future, I may call upon your aid. The first to decline, mirroring Qin Mo's thoughts, was Gu Wenshan. Chapter 87. Without hesitation, I resign. Gu Wenshan is presently a skilled worker at a shipyard, earning approximately 13,000 monthly, including additional benefits and year-end bonuses. His monthly earnings approach 20,000. His refusal is not born from a lack of willingness to assist, but rather from the fact that this income allows for a comfortable life on Changzhou Island. Brother Qin, I must apologize. With a family to tend to, numerous responsibilities await my return home. It's quite all right. I understand your position as a white-collar worker. Prior to inviting everyone, Qin Mo anticipated Gu Wenshan's refusal, but felt it prudent to consult his friend nonetheless. I shall join. Zhang Tianqi, momentarily taken aback, raised his hand in agreement. He had not expected Qin Mo's venture to extend an opportunity for them to participate. Had this been in the past, he would have deliberated carefully, being a family man who meticulously budgets every penny. However, circumstances have changed. He has witnessed firsthand the bustling success of Qin Mo's street stall, where supplies often fall short and restocking becomes a necessity. Regardless of the location Qin Mo establishes his shop, the moment food enthusiasts catch wind of it, they will undoubtedly flock to it, regardless of the distance. Where do you plan to open the shop? Wang Leong, Li Xiangyang, and Wang Jingshan remained deep in thought. Particularly, Wang Leong noted that the primary mode of transportation on Changzhou Island is by bicycle. While his current shop generates a fair income, the prospect of becoming wealthy through it seems unlikely. It merely suffices for subsistence. There are at least a dozen other shops on the island competing for attention. Right here on Changzhou Island. Upon hearing Zhang Tianqi's response, a slight smile crept across Qin Mo's face. Among the five friends, he harbored the greatest anticipation for Zhang Tianqi's involvement. As for Gu Wenshan, Li Xiangyang, and Wang Jingshan, his intention was to assist Li Xiangyang and Wang Jingshan. Having known them for years, he was aware of their desires to change jobs. Yet the search for employment is not as simple as one might hope. Although their current positions may be demanding, they offer a stable income of 5,000 to 6,000, alleviating concerns of unemployment. Until they discover a better opportunity, they are reluctant to resign. On the island, Zhang Tianqi exclaimed, rising in surprise. He had not expected Qin Mo to choose this location, having assumed he would at least opt for the university town. Indeed, Qin Mo replied with a confident smile. How much investment do you require from me? Zhang Tianqi is now eagerly looking forward to joining. Time is indeed money, and commencing earlier would yield greater financial rewards. Another factor is that his family resides on the island, allowing him to tend to familial responsibilities while also earning a living. What could be more favorable than that? This aspect has not yet been fully calculated, and we still need to deliberate further. What are your thoughts, the three of you? Qin Mo glanced at Wang Jingshan and Li Xiangyang, a subtle smile gracing his face. Brother Qin, may I inquire what type of business you are operating? Li Xiangyang, feeling a sense of discontent with his current job, has long desired a change. However, lacking any other skills, he has been assigned to the shipyard straight out of technical school, where he has toiled for 5 to 6 years. In that environment, he has virtually no personal time. Although it is said to be a 5-day, 8-hour workweek, he finds that personal time is non-existent, with mandatory overtime on Sundays, resulting in his continued single status and no opportunity to seek a girlfriend. As for the culinary offerings, they primarily revolve around spicy hot pot. Noticing Li Xiangyang's interest piqued, Qin Mo shared his thoughts. but I lack the culinary skills. Li Xiangyang's spirits sank at this revelation, disappointment etched across his face, suggesting he might have to remain in his current line of work. Xiangyang, don't fret about that. Qin Imo sensed his concerns, but before he could elaborate, Zhang Tianqi interjected with further clarification. Xiangyang, since Xiao Qin has invited you to join, he surely has a plan. As for daily earnings, there is no need for worry. Just consider this. Xiao Qin operates his stall for only a few hours each day and still achieves that level of income. Now, with an established storefront, the operating hours will multiply, and with a fixed location, the clientele will only increase. Zhang Tianqi articulated his vision for several minutes before pausing to down a glass of beer in one go. You've certainly stirred my interest. Gu Wenshan commented with a jest after listening. However, he was merely making light of the situation. His current income averages around 700 to 800 per day. What Zhang Tianqi mentioned, with good business, could yield 300 to 400 per person, still falling short of his earnings by a significant margin. I'm in. When do we start? I'll resign this afternoon. Li Xiangyang was genuinely intrigued by the potential earnings and contemplated what would become one of the most pivotal decisions of his life. No need to rush. It won't be that swift. Wrapping things up will take nearly half a month. Qin Imo was aware of Li Xiangyang's intentions. He wished to resign immediately, which could result in a slight deduction from his salary. It's fine. I'll resign this afternoon and officially leave in half a month. Having made his choice, Li Xiangyang was not one to procrastinate. After enduring 5 to 6 years, what was another half month? Moreover, working a little longer would mean a larger final paycheck. Brother Sean, what are your thoughts? Now that Li Xiangyang was on board, the two were fellow townsmen, although Wang Jingshan was slightly older at 27, just a year senior to Qin Imo. He hesitated because not long ago, his family arranged for a blind date, and both parties had agreed to meet and register their marriage by the end of the year. The woman's background was relatively decent, but Wang Jingshan was concerned that her parents would disapprove after he resigned from his job. In their small county, nothing was valued more than a stable job. Ventures like opening a store were relegated to the background due to their inherent risks. Brother Jingshan, Brother Zhang has said the same. Do you not trust Mo's capabilities? Their bond resembled that of brothers, and Li Xiangyang also hoped for Wang Jingshan to join their venture. Let us not rush into a decision. Take a few days to reflect, Brother Sean, Qin Imo encouraged, patting his shoulder. Haha, with a monthly income nearing 10,000, I am determined to join. My current shop yields 5,000 monthly. I can hardly contain my joy. Now that a better opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? Wang Leong had remained silent, steadily consuming beer from the table. With a sudden thud, he dropped his blanket, making his decision clear. An individual income approaching 10,000, multiplied by 5, could amount to 50,000. The others harbored no doubts about this income. In the food industry, achieving a monthly income of 50 to 60,000 was no small feat, especially given that their chosen location was not in a bustling area. Additionally, Qin Imo, as the boss, would undoubtedly claim a significant share, suggesting that the monthly earnings would exceed that figure. However, they all believed in Qin Mo's capability to succeed. Chapter 88. Strategizing the store location. Qin Imo. Have you considered where to open the store? Zhang Tianqi inquired eagerly. What do you all think of this location? Qin Imo responded with a question instead of an answer. This place has an excellent geographical position, albeit a bit small, Zhang Tianqi explained, referring to the shop he currently rented near the largest shipyard in Changzhou Island. The foot traffic was abundant. It merely depended on their ability to attract these potential customers. Wang Jingshan acknowledged the truth in this, noting that the kitchen would occupy a substantial portion of the space, allowing only 4 tables, each seating 4 patrons. Wait, Xiaoqin, are you considering taking over the shop? Zhang Tianqi quickly deduced from Wang Jingshan's remarks. The location was indeed favorable, but Jingshan was right. With such a small space, expanding their business would pose a significant challenge. Achieving the previously mentioned income, or even exceeding it, relying solely on this modest establishment, seemed precarious. Moreover, Zhang Tianqi refrained from voicing another concern. Did they really need so many partners for such a small shop? Why the haste? I've already contemplated the issue of space. If the first floor isn't sufficient, There's a second floor. If that too is inadequate, we can connect with the adjacent shop, install a door, and solve these problems. Observing their expressions, Chin Mo spoke with calm assurance. The second floor can be easily resolved with a slight increase in rent. The landlord will agree. However, the neighboring shop poses a greater challenge, Zhang Tianxi noted, having learned about the second floor's availability from the landlord. This is a 3-story building. The first floor is rented to Zhang Tianxi, while the second and third floors are leased to employees of a nearby shipyard. Each floor contains only a single room. And just a few days ago, the previous tenant vacated. The landlord has asked Zhang Tianxi to keep an eye out for potential new tenants. If the second floor is rented out and designed thoughtfully, it could accommodate 8 dining tables, eliminating the need for a kitchen or front desk, thereby maximizing the use of space. Altogether, that would amount to 12 dining tables, though it still feels somewhat insufficient. Ideally, there should be at least 20. Haha, Brother Zhang. That shouldn't pose a problem. Just step outside and you'll see for yourself, Chin Mo remarked as he grabbed a can of beer and popped the tap. With a satisfying hiss, he took a hearty swig, downing half the can in one go. Who needs a glass for beer? He added. Let us head outside. Hearing Chin Mo's words, Zhang Tianxi recalled seeing something earlier that morning, but had not paid much attention due to his preoccupations. Let us go take a look. The other 4 companions chimed in, promptly rising to follow Zhang Tianxi outside. Prime shop for rent. It truly felt serendipitous. As if the universe had delivered an opportunity at the perfect moment. Now that the issue of space was resolved, the remaining concern was the renovation. It seemed fate was smiling upon us, indicating that we are meant to profit. Zhang Tianxi returned to his seat, opening another can of beer and, like before, consuming it in a single gulp. Ah, what a refreshing release. The pent-up frustration that had accumulated over the past week dissipated in an instant. I'm full. You all eat first. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 1 o'clock. Gu and Shan stood to bid farewell, needing to return to work and rest a bit beforehand. For those accustomed to napping, an afternoon shift without a midday rest could be particularly arduous. All right, remember to come for dinner after work. Rest assured, with you as the chef, I wouldn't dare miss it. Zhang Tianxi shook his head as he watched Gu and Shan leave. Despite having a steady income, he would not recklessly quit his job to join in. From that moment on, Chin Mo never pressured him to resign. He could come and help after work, earning a bit less, but nonetheless increasing his income. Brother Chin, what is our next step? The thought of a daily income of 300 yuan made Wang Liang restless, eager to launch the endeavor immediately. What is the rush? The renovation will take at least half a month. Take your time. Focus on managing your shop well during this period. The group was so caught up in their dreams of daily earnings that they failed to consider what would happen if those dreams were to crumble. Right. Let us first plan things out. You two still have to work this afternoon? Wang Liang inquired of Wang Jingshan and Li Xiangyang. I took the afternoon off. Wang Jingshan shrugged nonchalantly. When did you request time off? I had no idea. Li Xiangyang asked in surprise, having sat beside him without noticing him make the call. I sent a message to the supervisor when I decided to resign. I assumed you'd seen it. Wang Jingshan replied, feeling a bit miffed. I've treated you well. Yet you didn't even invite me to take time off. I should message the supervisor too, lest my wages be docked. Li Xiangyang took out his mobile phone and swiftly sent a text message, disregarding whether the recipient would respond, before putting the device away. Having prepared for resignation, there was no need to maintain any pretenses. You two are indeed quick in action. This shows determination. You jumped straight into it without even calling the supervisor. Simply sending a text. Action speaks louder than words. Since everyone is present, let us settle the accounts now. As soon as Chin Mo finished speaking, Zhang Tianxi produced a notebook and a pen, placing them in front of him. Brother Zhang, what is your monthly rent for the shop? Even among close friends. Financial matters should be transparent, especially between partners. While everyone was gathered, it was prudent to calculate all the expenses related to the shop so that they could share the costs. It's 6,000. 6,000? That is even more expensive than my place. I only pay 4,000, and my space is twice as large. Until now, no one had inquired about their friends' business dealings, and they were unaware of Zhang Tianxi's monthly rent. Wang Liang gasped upon hearing such a high figure. You pay 4,000 for your place. But this is a street-facing shop, which naturally incurs higher costs. Qin Mo did not wish to dwell on this matter. He trusted that Zhang Tianqi would not lie about the rent, as it would be foolish to jeopardize his reputation over a few hundred yuan. The room upstairs is 1,000 per month. In comparison, the price difference between the two floors was fourfold. 1,000 is quite reasonable. Here's the plan, Brother Zhang. You handle this matter, negotiate with the landlord, and let us rent the second floor. If possible, we should also secure the third floor. Qin Mo was aware that the third floor still had tenants, but with a little financial incentive, they might relocate. The island had many decent properties available for rent, as local wealthy residents typically constructed buildings for leasing. All right, leave it to me. Renting all 3 floors will be much more convenient. Brother Qin, if we rent the entire building, that will amount to 8,000 a month. What about the adjacent shop? Initially, they had not considered the third floor, which was why Qin Mo had his eye on the neighboring shop. Knock, knock. Qin Mo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Yes, we will take both. As business flourishes in the future, expanding will certainly require a greater investment now.